Ding. Congratulations to the host for binding the Invincible Lord system. This system is dedicated to cultivating the strongest lord across all realms. The lord only needs to develop his territory to obtain rewards. A harsh buzzing sounded, the system's voice breaking up as if corrupted, detecting. Host, be cautious this. The sound fragmented and died away. Zhuang Hua fell into a daze. He had already been somewhat panicked after crossing into another world, but the moment the system appeared he finally felt relieved. Yet that final broken sentence from the system left him utterly at a loss. What on earth was happening? Hey, if you're going to leave, at least take me back. However, no matter what he said, there was no longer any response. Fortunately, the Lord system's interface still remained before his eyes. Lord Zhuang Hua. Territory none may be actively claimed. Prosperity 0. Lord Talent Knight summoning unknown error. It seemed the system truly had malfunctioned, yet at least one Lord Talent remained. Knight summoning once per day, you may summon knights. Minimum 1 upper limit unknown. This skill was excellent. As an ordinary man without some sort of cheat, how could he dare to roam an alien world? System summon knights. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning one heavy armored knight. The instant the system's notification sounded, a burst of golden radiance flared before Zhuang Hua, and a fully armored heavy knight appeared out of thin air. Greetings, my lord. Zhuang Hua did not answer immediately. Instead, he carefully studied the knight before him. The knight stood close to 2 meters tall. Beneath his armor, he wore a plain green robe, while over it was a black iron cuirass trimmed with golden filigree along the edges. Upon his head rested a matching helm adorned with a plume of black feathers, lending him an air of imposing majesty. Beside him stood a towering black warhorse magnificently built. Its entire body was encased in black plate, like a living tank forged of flesh and steel. A heavy saber hung at the knight's waist, a bow and quiver were strapped across his back, and from the saddle dangled a long steel lance. With an entire squad of such elite warriors at his command, Zhuang Hua felt he would fear no other world at all. What is your name? Zhuang Hua asked. In answer to my lord, your subordinate is named Tai Yi. Zhuang Hua helped him to his feet. Seeing on Tai Yi's face the same Huaxiao features as his own, he felt an unexpected surge of kinship. Good. Zhuang Hua's joy was evident. With such an elite at his side, he was utterly unafraid. At that very moment, Tai Yi suddenly stepped in front of him and said in a deep voice, My lord, there is movement ahead. Movement. Zhuang Hua gazed at the seemingly tranquil forest. Aside from the wind and birdsong, there was nothing. Yet he trusted that Tai Yi would not deceive him. Let's go take a look. Yes, my lord. Tai Yi dropped to one knee and solemnly said, My lord, please mount. Such loyalty was unquestionable. Zhuang Hua did not refuse. He swung himself onto the warhorse, and Tai Yi led the steed forward. Before long, a small village came into view. At the center of the village, a crowd of men, women, and children surrounded a young girl, pointing and gesturing at her. She has profaned the gods and brought the witch upon us. Burn her, someone shouted. No. The girl's face was filled with despair. She bit down hard and cried, The witch was not summoned by me, it wasn't me. Still you dare to argue, someone spat. At that moment, a man with sharp features pushed to the front of the crowd, his tone dripping with mockery. The noble lords have already said it is because of witches like you that the demoness appears. Could it be that the noble lords are wrong? He continued. If you had not become a witch and defiled the gods, how would the demoness ever have come to our village? 3 lives have been lost. How will you repay them? After speaking, he surveyed the villagers around him and said coldly, Think carefully, everyone. Do you want your own kin to be killed by the demoness as well? Seeing the crowd waver, the man pointed at the girl with righteous fury. Burn this witch and everything will be resolved. Burn her, voices echoed around him. Burn her. Burn her. In an instant it was as if the girl had committed some monstrous crime. Curses rained down upon her as she shrank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The man who had spoken earlier ordered firewood to be brought, then had the girl bound and thrown atop the pile. Elena, do not blame us, he said. Blame only that you are a witch. Alan. Elena, bound fast, stared at the man in unwilling disbelief, her face filled with hurt. You clearly know those people being taken was not because of me. And what of it? Alan waved his hand dismissively. It is because of you that the demoness exists. Without you they would never have been taken by her, would they? The demoness was not summoned by me. Elena cried. So you are questioning the nobles of the town? Alan sneered. Elena opened her mouth, then finally let out a long sigh and fell silent. Seeing her fall silent, Alan grew even more smug. He turned to the crowd and proclaimed, See, Elena has already admitted it. Burning her is the best solution. Burn her, the cries rose again. Wait. At that moment, Zhuang Hua finally stepped forward. In truth, he had already arrived earlier and had been silently observing the scene. He had not expected the people of this world to still believe such absurd notions, and terms like witch and demoness felt almost dreamlike to him. He needed someone to clarify these matters for him to explain what kind of world this truly was. Judging by the villagers' ignorance, they clearly could not satisfy him. But that so-called witch would certainly know something. You, who are you? The sudden appearance of Zhuang Hua and Tai Yi tightened the atmosphere at once. The villagers shrank back, even setting aside the mounted Zhuang Hua. Tai Yi merely leading the horse was enough to strike terror into them. That splendid armor and those lethal weapons were beyond even what the town's nobles possessed. The identities of the two were obvious. They were certainly nobles. Alan was the first to recover. He calmed the crowd, then approached Zhuang Hua and knelt respectfully. My lord, he said softly, this which brought the demoness upon us, causing the village to lose 3 of its people. We were about to burn her to beg forgiveness from the gods. Heh. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly, then asked, did you see the demoness that she supposedly brought? Alan froze. He knew the nobles hated witches bitterly, and the connection between witches and demonesses had spread throughout the entire Lion Kingdom. Why would this mysterious noble ask such a question? Naturally, I have never seen her, he said at last, but the noble lords all say that demonesses appear because of witches. The villagers taken by the demoness. Of course it is because of Elena. So you have not actually seen it? Zhuang Hua asked. No, my lord, Alan admitted. Zhuang Hua smiled. Looking from Alan's expression to the stunned Elena, he said calmly, Tai Yi, bring her here. Yes, my lord. No. Alan tried to intervene, but with a single casual motion Tai Yi flung him aside. The knight's immense strength left Alan unable even to stand back up. Will any of you try to stop us? Tai Yi asked coldly. The villagers, seeing this, hurriedly shook their heads and parted to open a path. Tai Yi led Elena over to stand before Zhuang Hua. Elena, thank the Lord, someone urged. Elena, is it? Zhuang Hua said. There are some matters I wish to ask you about. Would you be willing? Elena was taken aback. Since when were nobles so easy to talk to? Nervously she replied, of course, my lord. Suddenly a panicked cry broke out. It's not good, the demoness is here. A witch, shh. Hearing the villagers' cries, Zhuang Hua looked up and saw a woman in a black cloak, a wooden staff in her hand, slowly walking toward them. Around her, butterflies circled and fluttered by her side. How can this be? Why has the witch come again? Is it not all because of you? At this moment Alan finally snapped back to his senses, his face full of resentment as he snarled. If not for you, how would the witch have come to our village? You are a walking disaster. Elena wanted to refute him, yet no words would come out. Seeing this, Alan staggered to his knees, looked up at Zhuang Hua, and pleaded, my lord, Elena is the true culprit who brought the witch here. Only by killing her can we make the witch depart. Silence. Zhuang Hua did not believe a word of it. He glanced at Tai Yi beside him and asked in a low voice, can you handle her? He had originally thought this world was merely akin to a Western medieval realm. He had not expected the existence of witches, which left him somewhat uncertain. Tai Yi, however, wore an expression of complete ease. Rest assured, my lord. She is nothing more than a weak chicken and mangy dog. Good. With Tai Yi's assurance, Zhuang Hua's confidence surged. He looked at the witch, who had already reached the center of the square, and said evenly, so you are the witch. Oh, a knight. The witch was briefly taken aback at the sight of Zhuang Hua and Tai Yi. A trace of gravity flashed in her eyes, yet she still said, I advise you not to meddle. I merely require a few laborers. Is that so? Hearing this, the villagers fell into despair. Was this noble going to abandon them? However, I have a question. Zhuang Hua looked at the witch with a faint smile. I heard that your appearance was caused by a witch being summoned by a sorceress. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the witch grew even more intrigued. How could this black-haired, yellow-skinned noble be unaware? My lord jests. Mere sorceresses are not worthy of my personally taking action. Alan, still kneeling on the ground, was stunned upon hearing this. He had not expected the witch to overturn his earlier claim. Elena blinked in surprise, curiously watching Zhuang Hua. This lord was helping clear her name. I see. Zhuang Hua glanced around at the villagers, each with head lowered, while only Alan stubbornly argued. But the noble lord in town clearly said the witch appears because of sorceresses. That rumor is truly infuriating. The witch's cloak began to billow as she said coldly, those sorceresses who cannot even protect themselves, how are they worthy to sully our reputation? Such people cannot be allowed to live. My lord, please save everyone. Elena fell to her knees, pleading, they have been misled, they are not truly evil, my lord. I understand. Tai Yi did not reply. Instead, he directly drew the large blade at his waist and strode forward. My lord, they are just lowly peasants. Why should you? I will protect them. Either leave or die. At these words, the witch's face darkened. She said coldly, you may hold a noble status, but you are merely a knight, still no match for me. Noisy. Tai Yi struck without another word. One slash sent the witch leaping back in fright. Regaining her footing, she glared at Tai Yi and said icily, you brought this upon yourselves. Once you are dead, the family behind you will never find me. Die. The witch spat out a string of words Zhuang Hua could not understand. Several magic circles appeared before her, and from them emerged ape-like monsters wielding stone hammers. 10 in all. Humph. Pointing at Tai Yi, the witch said coldly, "Kill him." Tai Yi, however, was utterly disdainful. His heavy blade crashed down with overwhelming force. With a single strike, the monsters were cleaved in half before they could even resist. Though some monsters managed to close and they could not break through Tai Yi's defenses. Instead, he seized their heads and crushed them outright. Watching the battle, Zhuang Hua could only shake his head. He turned to Elena and asked, "Is this all the witch can do?" "My lord, this is the witch's summoning art. Perhaps this particular witch is weak. Powerful witches can even summon demon dragons from the demonic realm. Furthermore, witches can wield various forms of magic. If one is careless, even a powerful knight may fall where he stands." "Magic? Do you know magic?" Elena froze as Zhuang Hua asked seriously, "You are also a sorceress. Do you not know these arts?" "My lord, I have only just become a sorceress. I know only some healing magic with no offensive power." "A healer?" Zhuang Hua's eyes lit up. He could summon knights every day, and in battle they would inevitably be wounded. With a healer in his party, their combat strength would soar. He looked at Elena, an idea forming in his heart. "My lord. Elena, are you willing to follow me?" "Follow this lord." Elena looked up in disbelief. In this country, sorceresses were ominous symbols. Because of their extraordinary abilities, nobles feared them and sought every means to eradicate them. They had even fabricated the lie that witches were drawn by sorceresses. Now this mysterious lord was willing to let her serve under him. This utterly upended her understanding of the world. I am willing." Good. Zhuang Hua broke into delighted laughter. At that moment, Tai Yi finished his battle. All the monsters lay slain. Impossible. The witch had not expected her summoned creatures to be slaughtered entirely by a single knight. Gritting her teeth, she began chanting again. Vines erupted from the ground, but Tai Yi merely snorted and stomped down, shattering them beneath his foot. Then his great blade swept out, severing all the vines in an instant. He charged toward the witch, startling her so much that she hastily swung her cloak, dissolving into black mist to evade the slash. This, however, left Zhuang Hua genuinely astonished. How had she done that? "I will definitely return you. I will remember you." "TCH, what do you think you are, Grey Wolf?" A single heavily armored knight had already driven her into a panicked retreat, and he could summon such a knight every day with at least one guaranteed. If she dared come back, Zhuang Hua was determined to capture her and interrogate her thoroughly. "Thank you for saving us, my lord." Only then did the villagers awaken from their shock. One after another they came forward, kneeling before Zhuang Hua in gratitude. Zhuang Hua, however, did not show them a pleasant face. Instead, he pointed at Elena and said, "You should not be thanking me, but Elena. Otherwise I would never have acted." This. The men looked at Elena in deep embarrassment, for not long ago they had tried to burn her alive. Yet it was precisely because of Elena that Zhuang Hua had saved them, leaving them all steeped in guilt. Only one man's face was ashen, Alan, who had incited them earlier. "My lord, though the witch has left, she will surely return." "How will we face her then?" "If the witch flies into a rage, the entire village may become a living hell." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhuang Hua looked at Alan with disdain. "I nearly forgot about this buzzing fly. Tai Yi, throw him out of the village." No. Alan never expected to end up in this situation, but the villagers had no intention of helping him. It was because of Alan that they almost burned to death the very person who saved them, Elena, and this command was given by Zhuang Hua. This mysterious noble, relying solely on a knight, repelled the witch, who, a family capable of training such knights, was certainly beyond their means. Only after throwing the person out of the village did Zhuang Hua turn to the villagers and say, "I will stay here for a few days. If the witch comes again, I will handle it." Upon hearing this, the villagers visibly relaxed, and one elder stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your grace, my lord. The village will provide supplies for you these days." "Who are you?" "You can call me Old White, my lord. I am the village chief of Braille Village." Old White introduced himself, and Zhuang Hua nodded, saying, "I will be staying at Elena's house for the next few days. She will be my person from now on." "It is an honor for Elena to become your retainer, my lord." After saying this, Old White looked at Elena and said, "Today, we were in the wrong. On behalf of the village, I apologize to you." "I do not blame you." Elena's eyes were red. Although she verbally forgave them, she found it difficult to let go of the despair from the misunderstanding. "First, take me to your home." "Yes, my lord." Elena's home was on the eastern side of the village, but it was much smaller compared to the other houses. In fact, it only had 2 rooms, 1 bedroom, and 1 living room, and the living room was filled with various herbs and books. "I apologize for the humble accommodations. Would you prefer to stay at the village chief's house?" Elena felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, her place was quite simple, and how could a noble like Zhuang Hua live in? "It's fine." Though small, it was very clean. Zhuang Hua sat on a stool with Tai Yi guarding the door. He looked at Elena and said, "I want to understand this world. Tell me about it." "The world?" Elena was puzzled. As a noble, didn't he know more about this world than she did? This is a test. To be my retainer it is necessary knowledge. Zhuang Hua knew this was somewhat sudden, and quickly fabricated an excuse. As expected, Elena believed him, and her demeanor became increasingly respectful. The noble was indeed mysterious. She was determined to become his retainer. My lord, this world is vast, but Elena had only heard of the Ryan Kingdom, which besides Ryan City included 10 towns and hundreds of villages. In addition, besides witches and sorceresses with extraordinary powers, there were also elves, orcs, centaurs, dwarves, and many other races. In any case, the various races had no interactions, and instead wars were frequent. It was rumored that many kingdoms outside Ryan Kingdom had been destroyed by the orcs. Of course, there were also human kingdom alliances that defeated orc tribes with victories on both sides. This world appeared to be more exciting than imagined, though this kingdom seemed rather small. It was likely only comparable to a county in later Huaxia. What about the army? The army? Zhuang Hua nodded, and he asked seriously, what is the situation of the Ryan Kingdom's army? Tell me what you know. He had the Lord system, but as of now he did not possess a territory, and how to acquire a territory depended on the strength of the Ryan Kingdom's army. The Ryan Kingdom has 10 knights and 500 troops in Ryan City, and then there are the armies of each town's lords. For example, our lord of Eo Town, Lord Roland, has 2 knights and 100 troops. Ordinary witches would not dare to cause trouble in the town with such a small number. Zhuang Hua felt more relaxed. Occupying a territory in the Ryan Kingdom would be the easiest task. My lord, that's all I know. After saying this, Elena cautiously looked at Zhuang Hua, her heart racing with anxiety, unsure if her answer would satisfy him. Not bad. At least it gave him a preliminary understanding of this world. He would learn the rest gradually. Elena, you have passed my assessment. Thank you, my lord. There is no need to be so formal. My name is Zhuang Hua. You may call me by my name. Elena, upon hearing this, quickly shook her head and said, my lord, how can I call you by your name? That would be disrespectful. I permit it. Zhuang Hua. My lord. Elena still could not bring herself to call him directly by name. Zhuang Hua did not press the matter, but just then his stomach let out a loud growl. This made him somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Elena quickly stood up and said, Lord Zhuang Hua, I will go prepare dinner for you right away. As Elena stood up to cook, Zhuang Hua began to ponder. It was known that this world was not an ordinary mortal world, but a Western fantasy world with extraordinary powers. Secondly, the strength of the Ryan Kingdom was quite weak, with only about 20 knights and 1,000 soldiers in the entire country. As for him, he could summon heavy cavalry like Tai Yi at least every day, and within a month, he could gather over 20 heavy cavalry. He had seen Tai Yi's combat power. With 20 such knights, he would be able to establish himself in the Ryan Kingdom. At that point, he would first capture Eo Town, and then take over other towns, and once he recruited a certain number of soldiers, he could seize the Ryan Kingdom in one fell swoop. Let his iron tide bring a little shock to this world. However, before that he needed to hold on for a while longer, and there were still issues regarding supplies that had to be resolved. He had people, but no food. If the system had not malfunctioned, perhaps it could still be solved, but now the Lord system only retained the function of summoning knights. Perhaps once he had a territory the system would change. At this moment Elena finished preparing dinner, but looking at the green food and hard bread, Zhuang Hua felt greatly disappointed. Lord Zhuang Hua, I only have this food, but please forgive me. It's fine, this is already quite good. He appreciated her kindness. Although it didn't look appealing, it surprisingly tasted quite good. It was just lacking in nutrition. Perhaps Tai Yi could go hunting. Delicious. I'm glad you like it, Lord Zhuang Hua. Hearing his praise, Elena became happy, but he looked at her with confusion and asked, aren't you eating? I am not hungry. Seeing her turn her head away, it was clear she had given all the food to herself. Just then, Old White arrived carrying a lot of vegetables and grains respectfully, saying, this is a small token from the village. I hope my lord does not find it lacking. What a timely rain. Zhuang Hua said, thank you, I will not be polite then. However, after delivering the food, Old White still seemed somewhat uneasy, looking as if he wanted to say something. Old White, speak plainly. My lord, it might be somewhat abrupt, but the village would like to ask for your help, of course only. Village chief, how can you allow Lord Zhuang Hua to go there? Do you not know it is the witch's lair? When Ai Lin Na spoke, Zhuang Hua grew puzzled. He cut her off and looked at Lao Huaite. Tell me first, or I will decide whether to help. Lao Huaite heard this, and disregarding Ai Lin Na's glance said, my lord, this which has come more than once. In total the village has had about 10 people abducted. They were all young villagers. Lao Huaite said with a face of sorrow. The witch said she took them to be laborers. They must still be alive. If you and your men can defeat the witch, perhaps you can rescue them. Do you know the witch's location? Zhuang Hua frowned in puzzlement. Lao Huaite forced a bitter smile. A few days ago we organized hunters to search the forest and discovered a castle. Later, as they prepared to go deeper, the witch discovered them, and 3 more were taken. This is also why Ai Lun insisted on burning Ai Lin Na today. Ai Lun's father was taken as well. So the villagers ask you to act. Of course we will offer payment. We have pooled 50 gold coins and 200 huate. Before Zhuang Hua could speak, AI Lin Na snapped angrily, teeth clenched. What do you take my lord for? Do you think he is a mercenary? AI Lin Na. We have no other way. We cannot stand by and watch the children lose their lives at the witch's hands, can we? But it is very dangerous there, and there is more than one witch. AI Lin Na, are you certain? AI Lin Na hesitated, then gritted her teeth. Lord Zhuang Hua, it is the castle of Princess Medea of the Lion Kingdom. However, Princess Medea and her castle were sealed by the witch 10 years ago. The kingdom launched dozens of rescue attempts, and even lost 5 nights without freeing the princess. I know there are at least 3 witches in that castle. And you have only 1 night. Even if you are not going to rescue the princess, it is still perilous. Know this: the Lion Kingdom issued a bounty. Whoever rescues the princess will be granted a title and lands. Yet 10 years have passed, and no one has succeeded. Hearing AI Lin Na's words, Lao Huaite fell into despair and looked at Zhuang Hua. My lord, I did not realize it was so perilous. If that is the case, perhaps forget it. Not so fast, Zhuang Hua said, looking at AI Lin Na seriously. This bounty from the Lion Kingdom, is it genuine? Of course it is genuine. You can even find it posted in Aoyu town. It is just that people live in the village and only know the forest's edge. Its depths remain unknown to them. But they do not comprehend the dangers within. I see. Zhuang Hua pondered for a moment, then turned to Lao Huaite. I will accept your request. However, I presently have only 1 night. I will depart in 3 days. Lord Zhuang Hua, you. AI Lin Na was completely baffled. After all she had said, had Zhuang Hua truly taken it in? As a noble, he had no obligation to risk himself. Yet Lao Huaite was so moved, he knelt immediately, trembling. Thank you, my lord. In any case, you are the village's benefactor. That is settled. After Lao Huaite departed, AI Lin Na said, Lord Zhuang Hua, you should not have agreed. It is nothing new. I am curious about that castle as well. He had originally planned to strike the Lion Kingdom outright, but now other designs seemed possible. Rescue the princess, gain a title and fief, and then under the pretense of purging corrupt officials take the Lion Kingdom. After all, one must have a just cause. He was not a robber, but a founder of his own realm. Thus the people's hearts were of paramount importance. Then, Lord Zhuang Hua, please be careful. I know. Go prepare some food. Oh, do not let yourself go hungry. You must know you are very important to me. What? AI Lin Na flushed, deeply staring at Zhuang Hua in astonishment. Important to him? What are you thinking? Seeing her blush, Zhuang Hua hurried to explain. You are a witch. Your talents must not be wasted. You are crucial to the construction of my future domain. AI Lin Na sighed with relief, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. So that was what he meant by important. Soon everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, but when night came, the question of sleeping arose. AI Lin Na had only 1 bedroom. My lord, you should rest. I will stand guard. With Tai here, I do not need you to keep watch. AI Lin Na wavered, tugging at her sleeve and unsure what to do. This is your home. You sleep in the bed. I will rest in the guest room. How could that be? AI Lin Na hesitated. Your station is noble. You ought to sleep in the bed. Sleep together. AI Lin Na, with golden hair and blue eyes, bore a beauty utterly different from Han girls. By later Western standards, she would be considered a top-tier beauty. Zhuang Hua did not mind teasing, but AI Lin Na turned crimson, shaking her head like a rattle. No, I am merely a poor commoner unworthy of Lord Zhuang Hua. I was only teasing, he said. But everyone is born equal. No one is inherently lowly. You are no different from anyone else, nor am I. Having spoken, he did not wait for AI Lin Na to refuse. He gently ushered her into the bedroom. Then he told Tai, go fetch Lao Huaite and borrow 2 sets of bedding. We will sleep in the parlor. After midnight, Zhuang Hua could not contain his eagerness and opened the system panel. Sure enough, he could summon once more. System summon a knight. A clear chime announced the success of the summon. A flash of white light and a heavy-armored cavalryman appeared at the door, dressed exactly like Tai. His face, however, differed. Otherwise, his build matched Tai's closely. Tai, I salute you, my lord. Very well. You and Tai will take turns on watch. I will sleep now. The system summoned knights were absolutely loyal, and among Zhuang Hua's most vital companions. The next morning, when AI Lin Na woke, Zhuang Hua was already up. Lord Zhuang Hua. At that moment, she noticed Tai standing at the door. These are my knights. More knights will arrive in time. No wonder. AI Lin Na's doubts evaporated. She smiled. Lord Zhuang Hua accepted the task, well prepared. Naturally. What AI Lin Na did not know was that in the Lion Kingdom, no noble possessed knights so splendid as Zhuang Hua's. His war horses and armor surpassed those of other nobles by far. Could he be a noble from another country? Before she could ponder further, Lao Huaite came running over in alarm. My lord, it is bad news. The lord of Aoyu town has sent people to the village. AI Lin brought them. A mysterious noble arrived in the village accompanied by a knight. It would surely attract the attention of the local aristocracy, and Zhuang Hua felt no surprise. Lead the way. He needed to establish himself in this world, not by avoiding it. Old Huai nodded slightly, glancing at Tai Er, realizing that in just one night the noble's knights had increased by one. It seemed that their identity was indeed extraordinary. After all, the nobles of Ao town had only two. In the village square, a knight riding a chestnut pony clad in European-style armor led 10 soldiers dressed in plain clothes who were waiting there. And Alan stood respectfully to the side, excitedly saying, "Sir Knight, this village harbors a witch. I suspect that the suddenly appearing knight is in collusion with the witch and is a heretic." The knight replied indifferently. At that moment Zhuang Hua and the others arrived, but the knight was instantly stunned by the sight of 2 heavily armored knights riding high steeds behind Zhuang Hua. The war horses, the equipment, compared to them, he felt like a country bumpkin encountering true nobility. "Sir Knight, that is the witch Elena, and beside her is the heretic." "Shut up." The knight interrupted Alan, dismounting directly and approaching Zhuang Hua to bow. "Esteemed sir, I am Baron, a knight of Lord Roland of Ao town. May I inquire why you have come here? What is the purpose?" Alan was taken aback. Baron was clearly invited by him to deal with Zhuang Hua and the others, so why was he now acting so subservient? "Are you here to arrest me?" After Zhuang Hua said this, Tai E and the other 2 placed their hands on the large swords at their waists. "Of course not." Baron replied earnestly. "Our Lord Roland has heard that you were able to repel the witch and holds you in great esteem, wishing to meet you." "But..." Upon hearing this, Alan quickly interjected, "Sir, he is sheltering a witch. Shouldn't he be punished?" "Indeed, Elena is a witch. Are you going to capture her?" Zhuang Hua looked at Baron indifferently, which made Baron feel immense pressure. Those 2 knights, let alone their warhorses, were significantly larger than him. He couldn't even think of fighting back. He feared that a single blow from either could turn his armor into scrap. "It's just a witch. If the esteemed sir wishes to protect her, our Lord Roland naturally has no objection." "But..." Alan tried to speak again, but Baron waved his hand directly, saying, "Chop him up and feed him to the wolves in the forest." "Yes. No. Sir Knight, you can't kill me. I came to report." But Baron had no intention of listening to him. Elena felt a pang of sympathy, but Alan had repeatedly sought trouble, and now he wanted to frame Lord Zhuang Hua. Deservedly so. After a scream, Baron then said seriously, "Sir, it is finally quiet now. You go back and tell Roland that I am Zhuang Hua here for Princess Midia in the forest." Princess Midia. Baron naturally knew about that forbidden place. It had been 10 years, and many knights or nobles from other countries had tried to rescue her, all failing. Despite the bounty still being posted, the kingdom had already lost hope, not expecting this mysterious noble to come for the princess. "I see I almost got misled by a petty person. Don't worry, sir, your actions in the forest will not be disturbed. However, if you can return from the forest, please do not refuse. Our Lord Roland would also like to play host." "All right." Baron departed decisively. As for the witch Elena, he didn't even spare her a glance. In the eyes of nobles, whether a witch or a demon, they were not very important. They were merely tools to manipulate people's hearts. As for Alan, a commoner, his death was inconsequential. In the eyes of the nobles, he was worth less than a pet. "Old Huai, today, I want to explore the forest. Find a hunter familiar with the direction of that castle to guide me." "This..." Seeing his hesitation, Elena scoffed. "Village Chief Lord Zhuang Hua is willing to take action. Do you still want him to wander aimlessly in the forest? Don't you want to save your son?" Old Huai's son was also captured by the witch, which was why he was so adamant about having Zhuang Hua take action. He'll go find someone. Don't worry, he just needs to lead the way and no need for him to take action. My people will also ensure his safety." Zhuang Hua just wanted to scout the route. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. He did not want to charge in like a reckless man and fall into the witch's trap. Although he had repelled the witch yesterday, the method by which the witch ultimately escaped still astonished him. At the very least, these witches were not merely capable of summoning magical beasts. "All right. Elena, wait for me in the village." "No." Elena said earnestly, "Sir, my magic may not be strong, but I understand some of the witch's magic, and I can save people. I can be of help to you." Zhuang Hua pondered for a moment, and then nodded, saying, "Very well, since that's the case, you may accompany me." Soon Old Huai brought over a middle-aged man who was carrying a bow and arrows. He respectfully bowed to Zhuang Hua, saying, "Sir, I am Vol at your service. You don't need to be nervous. Today is not a battle, it is for scouting the enemy's situation. Just lead the way." "Understood." With everyone gathered, Zhuang Hua naturally set off. After introductions, he learned that this forest was the largest within the territory of the Ryan Kingdom, nearly spanning the entire kingdom. The castle's location was near the village, but quite concealed, and Vol and the others had stumbled upon it by chance. "Sir, the outer areas are relatively safe. This is where we hunt regularly. However, deeper and magical beasts appear, and we usually do not dare to venture deep. Last time we encountered prey, we accidentally ventured here, which led to the tragedy. A castle within the forest. Zhuang Hua was puzzled. Why would the princess of the Ryan Kingdom have her castle hidden in such a secluded forest? My lord, there is movement ahead. Just then Tai Air, who was responsible for reconnaissance, returned. Everyone rushed forward to see, and indeed there stood a castle. However, the castle was covered in vines, and a faint light emanated from within, while strange plants, and the same kind of magical beasts that Tai E had dealt with were surrounding it. We can't see the situation of the witch. No rush. Zhuang Hua glanced, and then took out paper and pen which he had borrowed from Alina's room. Before long, he had sketched a pattern identical to the castle. Wow, my lord, you managed to replicate the castle complete. Basic skills. He had studied art for 3 years with his ex-girlfriend in university. Although he couldn't do other forms of painting, simple sketches were quite easy. After recording the surrounding terrain, Zhuang Hua was ready to leave, but as he stood up, he saw a figure emerging from the castle. It was indeed that witch from yesterday. Tai E, do you have a way to capture her? My lord, I can defeat her, but her means of escape are too strange. I can do it. Before Tai E could finish his words, Elena spoke up. She looked cautious, lowering her head, and saying, I can cast a spell to prevent her from using magic to escape, but I can only trap her, not defeat her. That's enough. Zhuang Hua's eyes widened. He did not expect this little witch to bring him such a great surprise. He looked at the witch, and then ordered Tai E, once Elena finishes casting the spell, you should step in and tie her up. Understood. Elena, it's up to you. Elena nodded nervously, placing her hands in front of her, then began to chant a spell towards the witch, followed by a burst of green light emanating from her. It looked quite mystical. Who? It's you. The witch also saw Zhuang Hua and the others. Upon noticing Elena's actions, she was immediately alarmed. Damn little witch, you. Not good. Being a witch, she was quite familiar with the powers of witches. It was clear that the witch was attempting to cast a binding spell. If she gets trapped, she would surely be slain by Zhuang Hua's knights. Wanna run? Tai E rode out swiftly, blocking the witch's escape route, and at that moment Elena also completed her spell. A green light enveloped the witch. She found herself unable to use her escape technique. You cannot kill me, Lady Mou is in the castle. If she finds out you have killed me, she will not let you go. Tai E, uninterested in her nonsense, struck her neck with his palm, knocking her unconscious. Without the ability to cast magic, the witch was no different from an ordinary person. Let's go. Seeing the situation, Zhuang Hua had no intention of continuing, and directly led his men towards the village. Meanwhile, the witch in the castle remained completely unaware. The witch woke up leisurely, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Zhuang Hua calmly sitting in front of her. Behind him, Elena stood obediently. She tried to struggle, but a sharp, long knife was placed against her neck. Be honest, or I will kill you. Tai E warned coldly, causing the witch to immediately quiet down. She looked at Zhuang Hua and gritted her teeth, saying, My lord, what do you want? Not in a hurry. Zhuang Hua smiled faintly and casually asked, What is your name? Lin Ka? Lin Ka replied. Although she feared Zhuang Hua to save her life, she lowered her head and said, My lord, since you want to protect this village, I can promise not to disturb it in the future. Please let me go back. Lin Ka, that's a nice name. Zhuang Hua ignored her words and said seriously, How many witches are there in that castle? What is the situation with the princess? Speak honestly. Otherwise, wishing to die will be a luxury. Are you here for Princess Midia? Lin Ka suddenly realized, but shook her head, saying, I advise you to dismiss this idea. The power of Lady Mou is not something your 2 knights can handle. That would be self-destruction, Before Lin Ka could finish, the knife on her neck cut through her skin and blood began to flow down her clothes. Answer what the Lord asks. If you speak too much, you won't live long. Yes. Lin Ka lowered her head, a hint of fear in her eyes. At this moment, she no longer dared to think of the pride of witches. Survival was the priority. There are 5 witches in the castle, including me, and the leader is Lady Mou. As for the princess, Lin Ka hesitated, but during her hesitation, Tai E's knife moved slightly, which made her quite anxious. What kind of people are they ready to attack, just because of a moment's hesitation? The princess is still alive, but she is not imprisoned by us. As for the reason, I do not know. Even if you kill me, I wouldn't know. The princess is in the castle, but not imprisoned by the witches. Oh, what does this mean? Consider yourself lucky. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, signaling Tai E to put down the knife, then asked seriously, Lin Ka, right? Are you willing to serve me? Lord Zhuang Hua, she is a witch. Elena reminded from the side, but Zhuang Hua was not concerned. He chuckled and said, What of a witch? As long as she has capability, I can use her. Elena fell silent, but upon thinking of her identity as a witch, she felt relieved. A witch is acceptable, why not a sorceress? However, she could understand, but Lin Ka truly could not accept it. She angrily said, You don't need to go too far. If you want to kill me, just do it. There's no need to humiliate me, right? Humiliate. Since you see it as humiliation, then let it go. Zhuang Hua did not insist. Saying this, he gave Tai E a look, and Lin Ka was taken away. Shortly after, a scream was heard. Lin Ka is dead. This startled Elena greatly. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua asked Elena, "Do you think I am cruel?" "No. That was a witch, a Lord." Zhuang Hua did well. "It's just that I'm still not used to it." "Then you must get used to it. In the battles to come, more and more people will fall." Elena looked down. Zhuang Hua did not continue speaking, but there were only 5 witches now, not 4. However, the witches occupied the castle, but it was not them who imprisoned the princess. There must be something odd about it. As for the specific reason, it seems only by taking the castle and exploring slowly will they find out. For today, this is it. At dawn, summon the knights. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 2 heavy cavalry knights. Zhuang Hua was taken aback. This was a critical hit, summoning 2 knights directly, making his total count 4 knights. They could set off for the castle tomorrow, but before that they needed to rest well. The next day, Elena looked at the 2 new heavy cavalry knights at the door, surprised, but respected Zhuang Hua even more. Only someone like Lord Zhuang Hua could have so many knights following him. It should be noted that even Lord Roland only had 2 knights, while Zhuang Hua had a full 4. "Let's go." Zhuang Hua commanded, still occupying Tai Yi's warhorse while Tai Yi held the reins below. However, just upon reaching the village entrance, they saw Old White leading 10 hunters armed with bows and short blades waiting there. "Lord Zhuang Hua, we heard that you were going to rescue someone today. We discussed it and decided to send some people to assist you. They are the best hunters in the village. Among those captured by the witches, there are their relatives." The 10 hunters all bowed respectfully, saying, "We are willing to follow the Lord to the castle." "All right." Zhuang Hua nodded. Having one more person indeed adds to the strength, and he waved his hand, saying, "Follow along and provide support." "Thank you, my lord." The 10 of them had a hint of fervor in their eyes. Previously, Old White asked Zhuang Hua to rescue people, and they had not taken it seriously. But upon seeing today this lord already had 4 knights under him, and they heard that he had slain a witch yesterday, they were indeed convinced. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, the 16-person team vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, in the castle, Mou frowned and said, "Lin Ka has been gone for so long, why hasn't she returned?" "Lady Mou, could Linka be in danger?" "In danger?" Mou sneered, coldly gazing out the window with disdain. "That noblewoman from Ao town, whose estate shelters women alone." Linka mentioned she once encountered a mysterious noble outside the mountains in a village. His knight defeated her effortlessly. Why didn't Linka tell me? A flicker of displeasure crossed Mou's eyes, but the sorceress merely shook her head, ignorant of the matter. "Enough. All nobles are cut from the same cloth. Has there been no movement from the princess?" The sorceress nodded solemnly. "None. Yet, Lady Mou, after all these years spent here, is she truly the key to summoning the Dragon of Chaos?" "There is no doubt." Fervor blazed in Mou's gaze as she laughed bitterly. "Urge the craftsman to hasten. The moment that sanctum is complete, I shall call forth the Dragon of Chaos." The Dragon of Chaos. A legendary beast whose single breath could level a kingdom. With it, Mou would no longer tremble before the kingdom of Lane, but instead become the very specter haunting its halls. At that instant, Mou stiffened, her brow furrowing as if sensing an intrusion. "My lady, vermin have slipped in. Deal with them. The kingdom of Lane still hasn't abandoned hope." Mou scoffed. "Who knows? But if they wish to die, I shall grant them the honor. Go, and make it clean." Outside the castle, Zhuang Hua made no effort to conceal his approach. The monstrous sentinels near the fortress fell swiftly. One man, Taier, alone dispatching them all. "Lord Zhuang Hua, sorceresses have emerged," Elena warned urgently. Zhuang Hua watched as 2 figures wreathed in fluttering butterflies soared forth from the castle gates. "Flight." Zhuang Hua gazed upward, envious despite himself. In this land resembling a medieval realm, flight remained a marvel beyond mortal reach. How could he not yearn for it? Yet perhaps, if 4 sorceresses were seized and compelled to bear a palanquin, the effect might be equally sublime. "My lord, what shall we do?" Vol trembled as he directed the hunters to draw their bows, but at the sight of the sorceresses, dread coiled cold in their chests. Sorceresses. The mere name struck awe. None had ever imagined raising arms against such beings. "You need not enter the fray. Merely hold position and lend support." "Yes, my lord." Such restraint at least Vol and his men could accept. Still, one could hardly blame them. Zhuang Hua studied the 2 descending sorceresses, then turned to Elena. "When the time comes, bind them with your ensnaring art. The rest falls to Tai Yi and his companions." Elena nodded, and without hesitation began chanting. "Mortals, daring to flaunt your insolence upon Lady Mou's domain, you seek death." Simultaneously, both sorceresses wove spells. The earth erupted with shimmering teleportation circles, and in an instant a horde of demons materialized. This was but the most rudimentary of sorceress combat arts. Engaged. But Zhuang Hua had not come to play. He signaled, and one knight surged into battle alongside Taier. Meanwhile, Tai Yi and another knight charged straight toward the sorceresses. Foolish presumption. They scoffed in unison. Their staves flared with arcane sigils and vines beneath their feet, writhed to life, lashing violently toward Tai Yi and his comrade. Yet the knights merely adjusted their reins. Their mounts leapt skyward, evading every grasping tendril. In the next breath, they stood face-to-face with the sorceresses. Impossible. Tai Yi ignored the cry. His blade descended in a single brutal arc. The sorceress' eyes widened in terror as she hastily erected a defensive ward. But Tai Yi's strength was overwhelming. The ward held for only 2 heartbeats before shattering like brittle glass. You cannot kill us. We are eternal sorceresses. In the next instant, a pulse of emerald light struck her. She attempted to vanish, but no incantation, however fervent, could lift her from that spot. An entrapment spell. Even as comprehension dawned, Tai Yi's blade severed her neck. Her head rolled across the stone, life extinguished in an instant. How? The second sorceress recoiled, her face draining of color. For decades they had reigned unchallenged across the kingdom of Lane. Never had they suffered such humiliation. No. Her gaze snapped to Elena beside Zhuang Hua. A witch? How dare a noble consort with a witch? You speak too much. Before the words left her lips, the other knight struck. But this sorceress proved formidable. Though her shield shattered, she vanished mid-incantation, retreating into shadow. Lord Zhuang Hua, my power is insufficient to sustain 2 spells simultaneously. It matters not. Zhuang Hua smiled gently. You've done exceedingly well. Progress comes with time. My lord, I am unworthy. Nonsense. Press onward. We marched directly for the castle. Zhuang Hua led his company forward. They had scouted the fortress thoroughly the previous day. He knew precisely where the gate lay. Impudent fools. As they reached the threshold, a violet radiance erupted from the castle, hurling Zhuang Hua and his men backward 3 or 4 meters. Then, 3 silhouettes appeared atop the ramparts, looking down upon them. Lord Zhuang Hua. The one leading them appears to be the High Sorceress. Sorceress is sorceress. Why distinguish high or low? Elena clarified. Though not yet an arch-sorceress, a High Sorceress surpasses ordinary ones in power and mastery. Their magic is far more potent. So, you sorceress are the one who caused my companion's death. Mou's glacial gaze locked onto Elena. And you serve nobles. Do you truly not know their nature? Lord Zhuang Hua is different. He is good. Beyond redemption. Mou snorted, then fixed Zhuang Hua with a voice like frozen steel. You killed my servant. Then join her in oblivion. At her command, a searing fireball coalesced in her palm and shot toward Zhuang Hua like a comet. Yet before it neared him, Tai Yi moved. With a single stroke, the fireball exploded into harmless embers. Then Tai Yi advanced, not retreating, but raising his longsword high and bringing it down with devastating force. A thunderous boom echoed. The violet barrier enveloping the castle cracked wide open. Impossible. Mou stared stunned. Even the kingdom of Lane's Grand Knight had failed to breach this ward. Yet this night, one strike nearly shattered it. Was such power even conceivable? Nothing is impossible. Release the enslaved laborers and surrender the princess. Do so, and I may spare your life. Zhuang Hua's declaration rang with absolute authority. His knights drew blades, not wielding magic, yet their presence alone sent a tremor through Mou's resolve. Tai Yi, shatter the gates. Yes, my lord. 4 men kicked. The massive doors burst inward. Mou's pupils contracted sharply. But Zhuang Hua had already entered the castle. Lady Mou, what shall we do? We must not let them find the princess. Though shaken, Mou knew the princess was vital. Her ascension to arch-sorceress hinged upon her. Then, 10 years I have held this citadel, and countless knights have come to die. Today shall be no exception. Upon entering the castle, the first sight that greeted them was 10 knights clad in various armors, yet they stood as motionless as wooden figures. They are the knights who once came to rescue the princess. Elena exclaimed softly, adding, Lord Zhuang Hua, it seems they have become the puppets of the witch. Puppets? Zhuang Hua frowned, and just then those knights suddenly sprang into action, drawing their weapons. While you are responsible for protecting the lord, we will handle these knights. Iron One spoke in a deep voice before charging directly at the knights with Iron Two and others, overwhelming them with sheer force. But when armored knights faced armored knights, it came down to who possessed the stronger skills. Your knights are formidable, but 4 of them are simply not enough. At that moment, the Witch of the Moon appeared within the castle, looking at Zhuang Hua coldly. If you leave now, I can pretend you were never here. Otherwise, you all will not leave today. Is that so? Zhuang Hua replied, glancing at the knight easily restrained by Iron One, sneering, but I have different choices. If you are willing to submit, I can spare your life. Submit. The Witch of the Moon laughed heartily, disregarding everyone's gazes as if she had heard the greatest joke. Since ancient times, whether witches or dark sorceresses, they have always been the targets of disdain and persecution by your noble class. Now an anomaly emerges, and you wish for me to submit. Truly laughable. By the way, I don't only have puppets. The Witch of the Moon declared, and a magic formation appeared beneath her feet, followed by the slow emergence of a demon wielding a massive sword. It's a demon knight, my lord. Danger. Elena's eyes widened in disbelief, as she never expected that the witch before her could summon even a demon knight. What level is she? You are clever, but it is already too late. The Witch of the Moon commanded the demon knight to join. In an instant the castle was filled with flashes of swords and blades, but the Witch of the Moon clearly underestimated the combat prowess of Iron One and the others. Seeing the puppet knight's head knocked off by Iron One, the Witch of the Moon's breath caught for a moment. The demon knight was equally shocked. However, in the next moment it swung its giant sword and charged at Iron. Boom. But this demon knight came quickly and left even faster, sent back by Iron One's strike. Is this a human? I can't afford to provoke you. As it spoke, the demon knight's figure vanished, leaving the Witch of the Moon infuriated. Was this the demon she summoned? Unable to win, it even ran away. The battle ended swiftly. Zhuang Hua looked at the Witch of the Moon and sneered, I will give you one last chance. Submit or die. You want to kill me? Though the Witch of the Moon was reluctant, she absolutely could not accept submitting to a human. I'll remember you. We will meet again. Leave. Elena. Hearing the command, Elena immediately acted, a green light descending directly upon the Witch of the Moon. A binding spell. You do have some talent. If you waited another year you might have truly bound me, but as for now. The Witch of the Moon chuckled coldly, a flash of purple light enveloping her, and the binding spell instantly shattered as her figure transformed into a swarm of butterflies, disappearing. Lord Zhuang Hua, she's too strong, we can't bind her. No matter. Yan Shaoxing's aim was not to kill, but to save. Binding was best, but if it failed it wasn't a problem. Search thoroughly, we must find the princess and those villagers. Understood. The castle was large, but with the search led by a dozen people, they successfully located the villagers. Vol, were you also captured? How is that possible? Vol brought everyone out, addressing Zhuang Hua. This is Lord Zhuang Hua. He saved you, and the witch has been driven away by his men. Thank you, my lord. The villagers knelt in gratitude, but Zhuang Hua waved his hand dismissively, as saving the villagers was secondary. His main goal was to find Princess Midia. My lord. Iron One's expression was grim as he spoke softly. There is no trace of the princess. Without finding the princess, did that mean their trip was in vain? Though Zhuang Hua could forcibly occupy Ao Town, he preferred to develop quietly, build high walls, accumulate grain, and delay claiming kingship. Therefore, with the princess present, he could at least legally obtain a piece of territory, which would benefit his growth. My lord, I may know where the person you are looking for is. My lord, this is Old White's son, Jonathan White. After Vol spoke, he frowned. Jonathan is not joking, my lord is the savior of our village. I wouldn't dare deceive my lord. Jonathan hurriedly knelt earnestly, saying, we were captured by the witch to build her an altar. Though the altar is not completed, we occasionally heard a woman's voice echoing while we were there. It sounded like a lament, like pain, very real. I suspect that might be the princess you are looking for. After Jonathan spoke, the other villagers nodded in agreement, stating they had also heard it. Take us there. Yes. Jonathan was overjoyed and quickly led Zhuang Hua and the others to the altar. The altar was in the basement. Iron One and the others had been there before, but they had not made any other discoveries at that time. Here, aside from the piled stones and scattered tools, there was nothing else. Jonathan, you must be mistaken. How could there be a hiding place here? I'm not mistaken. Jonathan insisted that sound came from here, and the wall outside leads to the corridor and garden. There can't be any other rooms. Vol questioned, but this is already a basement. How could there be any more rooms? No. At that moment, Elena shook her head, staring at the altar seriously. Lord Zhuang Hua, powerful witches can create barriers and trap living beings within, putting them to sleep. Moreover, this altar is clearly built to summon some existence. Perhaps beneath the altar is the trapped Princess Midia. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua found it very reasonable. He immediately ordered the altar to be destroyed, while the Witch of the Moon outside the castle looked unwillingly towards the direction of the castle. My lord, are you just going to let them rescue Princess Midia? Rescue? The Witch of the Moon chuckled coldly, recalling Midia's origins, and then laughed. These mortals believe Midia is imprisoned by me, unaware that Midia herself is the captor. She sleeps peacefully. If she awakens, it will be a disaster that I cannot even create. Then, run. The Witch of the Moon made her decision instantly, stating coldly, leave Ao Town. Meanwhile, in the basement, as the altar was destroyed, a rectangular crystal coffin was revealed inside, which lay an extraordinarily beautiful woman. It's Princess Midia. Oh, she looks just as she did 10 years ago. So beautiful. Zhuang Hua nodded. While Elena was also a stunning beauty, she still paled in comparison to the Midia in the coffin. Indeed, very beautiful, but have you all noticed that it seems to have gotten colder? In an instant, frost began to form from their altar to the surrounding walls. Zhuang Hua immediately made a decision. As they exited the basement, the entire space transformed into a world encased in ice. What's going on? My lord, I am unclear. We have worked here before and never encountered such a situation. Jonathan anxiously explained, fearing Zhuang Hua would misunderstand and blame them. Lord Zhuang Hua. Meanwhile, Elena observed for a moment, analyzing seriously. It seems this is caused by a leakage of magical power, leading to the freezing effect. Magical power leakage. Zhuang Hua was puzzled, but Elena continued to explain. Magical power leakage refers to the force required for the witch to cast spells from within her body. When it becomes too vast and uncontrolled, it manifests as something related to its attributes. And the ice below is likely a result of this magical power leakage. What should we do? If this continues, the castle will be completely frozen. Zhuang Hua did not want the castle. He wanted the Princess Midia within it. However, Elena reassured him. My Lord Zhuang Hua need not worry, the speed of this freezing will soon diminish until it disappears. Then we can go in and rescue the princess. Zhuang Hua nodded. However, Jonathan and Val were cautious, saying, My lord, does that not mean Princess Midia is the witch? After all, only a witch possesses magical power, which causes this leakage. Elena nodded in agreement with this reasoning. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua was unfazed. Regardless of whether she is a witch, as long as I rescue her, my mission will be complete. As for Midia's identity, Yin Shaoxing simply didn't care, as long as the bounty from the Kingdom of Ryan was valid. Then he would deliver Midia to the king of the Kingdom of Ryan. Sure enough, as Elena had said, the freezing soon came. My lord, it's very cold inside. Let me go in and bring her out. It's fine, let's all go in together. Zhuang Hua tightened the cloak he had scavenged from the castle and followed everyone back into the basement. Though the freezing was severe, there was no trace of ice at the location of the crystal coffin. Open the coffin. Tai stepped forward and effortlessly pried open the coffin lid. Zhuang Hua looked at Midia inside and began to examine her closely. Although she was in the coffin, her chest was slowly rising and falling, indicating she was still alive. A person being confined here for a full 10 years could still survive. Yin Shaoxing grew increasingly fascinated by this world. Perhaps one day he could achieve immortality in this realm. Elena, is there a way to wake her up? Please wait a moment, my lord Zhuang Hua. Healing was Elena's true vocation. He placed one hand on Midia's forehead, and soon green light radiated from him, the healing power belonging to the witch. After a quarter of an hour, Elena stopped. All right, the princess should be able to wake up now. As expected, in the next moment, Midia's eyes slowly opened. Finally, her gaze landed on Zhuang Hua. Who are you? You must be Princess Midia. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Zhuang Hua, the one sent to rescue you according to the bounty from the Kingdom of Ryan. Midia was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head, saying, I do not need saving. You all should go back. Not needing saving. How could that be? Zhuang Hua directly rejected her, saying, I'm sorry, Your Highness, it is not up to you to decide whether you need saving, but rather up to me to decide whether you need it. At this moment, I believe you do need saving. Midia fell silent, then slowly sat up, looking at Zhuang Hua with a cold voice. I find this joke unamusing. No, I am not joking. Tai, take the princess up. After saying this, Zhuang Hua no longer looked at her, and directly walked out of the basement. It was too cold in here, even wrapped in a cloak. Tai also looked at Midia blandly, and said, Princess, please. Midia twitched her mouth. She realized that this group was here for the bounty, and as for her willingness, Zhuang Hua did not care. If she refused, the burly man in front of her would likely tie her up directly. I need to have a serious talk with your master. Tai nodded without speaking. After exiting the basement, the cold air no longer emanated from Midia. It seemed her magical power had run out. Zhuang Hua, right. You might not know my reason for being here. That is not important. No, it is very important. I am inherently a witch. My mother perished from the magical power I possessed during childbirth. Although my father invited sages to suppress the magical power within me, as I grew older my magic surged ever more turbulent. I knew that if this continued, even the sages would be unable to suppress it. Thus I asked my father to build this castle for me. At this point Midia's expression turned somewhat sorrowful, but she continued, I lived happily here, those were my happiest times. But the good times did not last long. One day all my maids were frozen into shards during an outburst of my magical power. Midia covered her head. There was a hint of guilt in her eyes as she looked at Zhuang Hua, and said, One day the moon of magic came. He told me that as long as I slept in the crystal coffin my magical power would not leak out, and no one would die because of it. So I cannot leave here, and I do not need saving. If you truly want to save me, then please leave this place. Oh. After listening, Zhuang Hua smirked, and said, The story is captivating and quite convoluted, but it has nothing to do with me. I believe the princess still needs saving. Do not be so excessive. Midia retorted angrily. Do you know what a witch represents in my Kingdom of Ryan? That is disaster. And then, oi. Zhuang Hua shrugged and waved his hand, saying, What does that have to do with me? After all, he only needed territory and identity. Midia was almost amused to the point of anger. However, Zhuang Hua was also too lazy to tease her. He pointed at Elena and said, She is my partner Elena, also a witch. You must know what a witch represents in your country. Midia nodded. The principle upheld by the Kingdom of Ryan is that witches are heretics and should be exterminated. Zhuang Hua continued. But what I see is that witches save the people while those high and mighty nobles harm the commoners. You are being deceived. So what if she is a witch? I have seen witches who can control their own magic. Whether they want to harm others depends on their own choices. And you, Zhuang Hua said seriously, do you not want to truly live a life that belongs to you? I believe your father must miss you very much. A single sentence left Midia frozen in place. Father. This person hidden in his heart and longed for he had not seen for over a decade. I cannot betray my father. Midia turned his head looking at Zhuang Hua earnestly. If it's for the title and fee from the bounty, I can write a letter to my father, but as for me, forget it. Why are you so stubborn, girl? I'm telling you this to let you know that magic can be controlled. Midia was taken aback, then realized what Zhuang Hua meant. She opened her mouth, but ultimately shook her head and said, but which witch is willing to teach me? Zhuang Hua did not respond but turned to Elena and asked, is the magic of witches connected to that of sorceresses? It is connected. Elena replied confidently, smiling. If the princess is willing to learn my witchcraft, her magic leakage can be resolved. Listen, Zhuang Hua looked at Midia and said impatiently, then isn't the problem solved? Midia glanced at Zhuang Hua. His confident demeanor made him wonder if he had planned this from the beginning. As for the misunderstanding between witches and sorceresses, if your father loves you, these shouldn't be problems. But if your father truly does not love you, you wouldn't have survived this long. Midia had mentioned that she had caused her mother's death due to magic leakage when she was born. Even so, her father did not blame her. This showed that the king of the Ryan kingdom loved her. So Midia, are you willing to come with me? Too am willing. Elena clasped her hands together, and this scene looked so warm and beautiful. It seemed just like newlyweds. I must not think about it. Elena shook her head, casting aside such whims. One was the esteemed Lord Zhuang Hua, and the other was the noble Princess Midia. Such jokes should not be made. In that case, Elena, teach Midia to control the magic within her. Tomorrow we depart. Elena obediently nodded, and then followed the princess to another room. After that, Zhuang Hua called for Fu Er, instructing him to take the remaining hunters and rescued villagers back to the village. However, Fu Er did not leave. He knelt on the ground respectfully, saying, Lord Zhuang Hua, we 10 decided to follow you before we arrived at this castle. From now on we are willing to become your attendants and follow you closely. Zhuang Hua was taken aback, furrowing his brows as he looked at Fu Er. But did old wife force you? No, we are doing this willingly. Fu Er's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Zhuang Hua, saying earnestly, you dare to break those foolish prejudices, which shows you are a powerful figure with a bright future. We have lived in our village since childhood, suffering oppression and exploitation from the nobles, hoping to follow you and change our fate. Fu Er spoke plainly. He followed Zhuang Hua not only because Zhuang Hua saved their village, but also because he wanted to change his own destiny through him. Or rather, to change the fate of their village oppressed by the nobles. Do you know that following me means facing enemies more terrifying than sorceresses, and war will claim lives? Zhuang Hua did not resent these people for having their own desires, rather those with desires would serve him better. However, he was sure to take a path of domination in the future. War was never a game, and he needed to make this clear to we all understand that when we decided to follow you, we were already prepared to die for you at any time. Zhuang Hua nodded. In that case, you will follow me from now on. Regardless of the future struggles for dominance or the territory the king of Ryan was about to bestow upon him, he needed his own people to govern and protect it. Relying solely on the knights summoned by the system daily was far from enough. Thank you, my lord. We will pledge to protect your glory with our lives. Zhuang Hua smiled, but did not respond, merely waving his hand to dismiss him. Glory? What glory does he have? He was merely a wanderer who had crossed over. If not for the system, he might not even have a life better than the commoners here. After all, someone like him with black hair and yellow skin, without any other backing, would likely be taken out by those nobles with peculiar preferences and treated as a heretic to be eliminated. Night. When Elena came out of Midia's room, she was drenched in sweat. Lord Zhuang Hua, I have something. Come in. Elena pushed the door open and entered, then cautiously said, the magic within Princess Midia far exceeds my expectations. If we do not control it today and let her loose in the castle, it won't be long before the entire town becomes hell. Zhuang Hua was puzzled upon hearing this. How could someone only able to freeze a basement possess such power to endanger an entire town? Lord Zhuang Hua is unaware, but Princess Midia's magic is very special. Her magic is a curse. A curse? Zhuang Hua was taken aback. The things he encountered today were becoming increasingly interesting. That's right. My teacher once told me that a certain curse can be cast on a baby before it is born, and when this baby is born, it will possess innate magical power. This magic not only strengthens day by day, but also has a particularly special effect. Using their magic to perform summoning spells can summon powerful dragons from hell. and this method can ignore the level of sorceresses. However, correspondingly, if not curtailed, her magic will spread, and this magic is tainted with the power of curses, causing anyone who touches it to lose their life force. Hiss! Zhuang Hua inhaled sharply, not expecting Midia to have such a special trait. But Lord Zhuang Hua, you need not worry. I have already taught Princess Midia how to control her magic. From now on, her magic will no longer spread. That's good. Zhuang Hua nodded, looking at Elena with more serious. Elena, you are truly my capable assistant. Elena lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. What do you want? If I can do it, I'll promise you. This was Zhuang Hua's first earnest promise, but Elena shook her head. Lord Zhuang Hua, I don't want anything. I just hope you won't drive me away in the future. Drive you away? Zhuang Hua would be foolish to drive Elena away. This girl was simply a treasure. He couldn't understand why the nobles in this world were so foolish. These witches and sorceresses, if properly utilized, could bring unimaginable benefits. Yet they only thought of destroying them. However, Zhuang Hua was not one of the local nobles. He was to unify the entire continent. Elena, rest assured. As long as you don't leave, I won't abandon you. Elena thought for a long time, even though she knew that Zhuang Hua did not mean it that way. She went to her room feeling extremely hot all over. What's wrong with me daring to imagine Lord Zhuang Hua? This is truly a sin. Lord Zhuang Hua, I'm sorry. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a heavy-armored knight. The next day, Zhuang Hua finished his rest, and then set off with Midia, but he first returned to the village. No matter what, Elena and Val are also part of the village, so it was necessary to pack their things and bid farewell. Zhuang Hua, with so many knights, your family must be quite extraordinary. You must come from a great nation. But why are you still obsessed with the titles and territories of our Ryan kingdom? I don't understand. Midia was puzzled. She didn't know that Zhuang Hua was merely a traveler. Although he came from a great nation in the east, in this world, he was essentially left with nothing. You don't understand. Zhuang Hua sighed and shook his head, saying, a large family means fierce competition. In my country, there are junior, middle, and final examinations over the course of 9 years to barely qualify. Then one must go through various assessments to inherit that position. It's too competitive. Zhuang Hua helplessly said, I don't want to live that kind of life, so I voluntarily came to this place. Do you understand what I mean? Midia didn't understand, but she was stimulated by Zhuang Hua's words. How powerful a kingdom must be to require such a rigorous selection of candidates. Regardless of the reasons, Zhuang Hua's identity was far beyond that of a noble of the Ryan kingdom. She nodded and said, I didn't expect you to be a prince. My apologies. Prince. My mother likes to call me that, but Zhuang Hua didn't know how to explain, so he chose not to say. But to Midia, this meant that his past was too cruel, a prince reduced to coming to their Ryan kingdom. How pitiful. It's okay. Midia comforted him. If you want to stay here in the future, I would be very welcoming. This time I will ask father to choose a good territory for you. Zhuang Hua muttered to himself, surprised that this girl believed the fabricated story he created. However, he didn't plan to explain. His origins were ambiguous, and with Midia covering for him, it was perfect. Soon Elena and the others bid farewell to the village while Yin Shaoxing set off with the task reward given by Old White. Aoyu Town. This small border town of the Ryan Kingdom has as its lord the noble Roland Hill. Lord Roland, that mysterious noble, has come out alive, and he has a girl with him who seems to be Princess Midia. What? Roland was greatly shocked. It should be noted that the castle of Midia has several witches, and countless knights have tried to rescue the princess in the past. But they all failed. Some even sacrificed their lives, and now a mysterious man not only went, but successfully brought out the princess. Lord Roland, I see that man has 5 knights with him, and has recruited 10 attendants from the village. What should we do? Roland was startled. 5 knights and 10 attendants, this force was enough to take Aoyu Town. We must not offend them. Just as he was about to make a decision, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the disappeared Mou. Which? The knight beside Roland instantly drew his sword and cautiously said, What do you want? Stay away from Lord Roland. Talkative. Mou coldly snorted. With just a raise of her hand, the knight was thrown back and crashed violently into the wall. This scene made Roland's heart tremble. He knew witches were powerful, but he didn't expect the witch before him to be so formidable. Who exactly are you, and what do you want? But being a noble, his pride did not allow him to bow his head. I just want to remind Lord Roland that Princess Midia, who is about to arrive, carries a curse. If she enters Aoyu Town, then everyone will be cursed to death. As Mou spoke, she looked into Roland's eyes earnestly, saying, This is not a joke. People will really die. Roland frowned. That is Princess Midia, the most favored existence of the Ryan Kingdom. Now the witch before him actually said she was cursed. Why should I trust you? It's nothing. The real princess has already died. The current princess is fake. When you see her, you will understand. After all, no one can remain unchanged for 10 years without aging. Mou finished speaking, her figure dissipated, leaving her last words in the air. This is a warning. If you let her into the city, you will regret it in the future. My lord, After the witch left, the knight slowly stood up while supporting himself against the wall, but he looked somewhat disheveled. Can we trust the witch's words? We'll know when we see her, but before that we must close the city gates. The knight was shocked and trembled as he said, My lord, are we going to stop the princess from entering the town? This is the only way to the royal palace. I never said we should stop her, but if she is not our princess, I must stop her. Roland didn't dare to gamble. If what the witch said is true, everyone in Aiu town would die, and he would die too. He didn't want to die. Go execute the order. Yes. After walking for almost a day, they finally arrived at Aiu town, and the sky had already darkened. I must say, even though it was only the size of a county town, its territory was not to be underestimated. Lord Zhuang Hua, the city gate is closed. Go knock on the door. Val nodded, and then came to the city gate, shouting loudly. Soldiers above, listen. The one who rescued Princess Midia, Lord Zhuang Hua, needs to enter the city with her. Please open the city gate. The people above did not speak, remaining silent. Damn. Val's face turned ugly. He didn't expect the guards of Aiu town to be so stubborn. You up there were your ears bitten by a dog. Didn't you hear my words? The princess wants to enter the city and you want to obstruct her. The people on the city wall remained silent. Damn bastards. Val wanted to curse angrily, but he was merely Zhuang Hua's attendant and didn't dare to cause trouble for Zhuang Hua, so he could only report back. Are the people of Aiu town this arrogant? My lord, shall I break down their city gate? Tai stepped forward to volunteer. But this scared Midia because she saw a change in Zhuang Hua's expression. Zhuang Hua, don't be anxious. Midia hurriedly advised. Let me try. After all, I am also the princess of the Ryan kingdom, and the nobles here all know me. Alright, better to avoid trouble. However, when Midia approached, the people on the city wall finally responded. Who is this witch daring to impersonate the princess? Do you think our eyes are blind? The princess looked like this 10 years ago, and do you think she will still look like this 10 years later? Quickly retreat, or don't blame us for being rude. No, Midia fell silent. She had been sleeping in the prince's castle all this time. 10 years is but a fleeting moment, as she didn't realize that her unchanged appearance was a problem. I really am Princess Midia. I remember that the lord of Aiu town is Baron Roland. Please ask him to see me. A witch wants to see Lord Roland. I think you're looking for death. Get out. Midia fell silent. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua brought her back, and with a heavy heart, she said, Zhuang Hua, is that all? Zhuang Hua laughed heartily, and reassured her it's not your fault. It's because the people of Aiu town are preparing to rebel. Ah, is that why? Of course. Zhuang Hua replied earnestly, if not, why wouldn't they verify your identity before directly insulting you and refusing to open the gate? Perhaps it's because my appearance hasn't changed. No. Zhuang Hua shook his head. If that were the case, they should report to your father instead of taking matters into their own hands. So I conclude that they have indeed rebelled. Upon hearing Zhuang Hua's analysis, Midia finally understood, but she gritted her teeth and said, what should we do? If we don't enter the city, we can't reach the palace. That's the only way. Don't worry, since it's a rebellion, we just need to suppress it. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, planning to exchange a bounty for a title, while also suppressing the rebellion, to show Midia's father his strength, making him think twice before being stingy. Suppress. Just watch. After finishing, Zhuang Hua called for Tai Yi, and commanded, the lord of Aiu town has rebelled. Your task today is to take down Aiu town. Understood. Tai Yi did not hesitate or ask why, he simply needed to execute the order. Thankfully, Aiu town was just a town with low walls and thin gates. Tai Yi directly picked up his bow and shot an arrow at the city wall. A hapless soldier fell dead on the spot. The lord of Aiu town has betrayed the Ryan kingdom and is a treacherous traitor. Now we, in the name of Lord Zhuang Hua along with Princess, will attack the lord of Aiu town. This is a warning to the soldiers and citizens of Aiu town. Anyone daring to resist alongside the traitors will be killed without mercy. Let it not be said that we did not warn you. My lord. The knight beside Roland gazed at the soldier lying on the ground. Even from this distance, he couldn't achieve such a feat. What are you panicking for? They are just talking nonsense. Who would believe them? Since they dare to attack, we must not let them in. We will directly counterattack if they approach. I'm going to rest first. Roland did not believe that a handful of their opponents could take down his territory. After Roland left, he looked at all the soldiers and said, get ready, everyone, prepare for battle. My lord, is that really not a princess? No. The knight shot a glare at the person coldly, saying, damn Charles, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut you down right now. Understood, my lord. The knight then looked down at the city, but at that moment 5 knights came galloping over from the opposite side. Just as he was in shock, the 5 knights drew their bows and arrows, and it was only then that he reacted. But his warning came too late. Instantly 5 guards fell to the ground, shot through. This stirred everyone up. They hadn't fought a battle in years, and suddenly 5 people were dead. No 6. Fear began to creep into their hearts. Don't be afraid, there are only a dozen of them. They only dare to shoot arrows in the dark. As soon as they enter the city, we can counterattack. The knight hurriedly reassured them. Seeing everyone's spirits slightly stabilize, he cautiously peeked up, but before he could fully extend, an arrow shot towards him. Had he not been wearing a helmet, he probably would have died on the spot. Even so, his helmet was struck, leaving a sign. It made his head throb painfully. But he didn't dare to take it off, otherwise his head would be pierced the next moment. Who were these people anyway? He did not wait for him to figure it out. Leaving 2 men to hold down the fort, he ordered Vol and 10 others to find a sturdy piece of wood. Break open the city gate. Yes. Vol and the others did not hesitate. Having followed Zhuang Hua, war was inevitable. They just didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, seeing the guards on the city walls too afraid to show themselves, Vol and the others' confidence soared, knowing that even these bullies who oppressed the common people were scared of Lord Tai. How could they be afraid? Use all your strength, don't let Lord Zhuang Hua down. And don't be afraid. Lord Tai is right behind us. Once we break open the gate, we will follow in to kill. Charge. With Vol rallying them, everyone put in their full strength to charge against the city gate. Just one hit. The gate was instantly broken open, and Tai and his companions rushed in, slaughtering the guards at the gate. Follow Lord Tai in to kill. Vol also drew his waist knife and charged in with the crowd. My lord, what's happening below? Not good. The knight heard the noise, which was clearly the sound of the gate being smashed open. How could they be so fast? Quick, follow me down to support. Oh, but just as a guard stood up, he was shot down by an arrow. The others dared not move. You all. At that moment, shouts of killing came from the nearby stairs as 3 heavily armored knights led 10 soldiers up the stairs. It was indeed Tai and his companions. Damn it. Everyone get up and block them, otherwise we will all die. They had at least 50 people here. How could they be outmatched by just a dozen? But just as someone stood up, an arrow from outside struck him, causing everyone to fall silent. The princess has ordered that those who surrender will not be killed. But if you continue to stubbornly resist alongside the traitors, there is only one path: death. Upon hearing this, the ordinary soldiers quickly expressed their surrender, while only the knight gripped his shining sword, unwilling to give up. My lord, surrender, or you'll be dead. Oomph. The knight kicked the person who advised him over coldly, saying, I am a knight of Roland. I will never surrender. Come on, you are the leader, right? Let's have a duel. I accept your challenge. Tai admired his loyalty, then ordered everyone below to stop attacking and directly engaged in combat with the knight. Although both were in heavy armor, Tai wore traditional Chinese armor, which allowed for greater mobility and decent defense, and his strength was immense, far beyond the knight before him. Just as their weapons clashed, the tremendous force sent the knight's longsword flying. How is this possible? There's nothing possible about it. Rest in peace. Tai kicked the knight down, then sliced at the gap in his neck. Though protected by armor, he was still directly severed. This scene was bloody enough and shocking. This is the fate of a traitor. Now who will tell me where the Lord of Ao town is? And Master Lord Roland is at his residence. I will take you there. Good. Saying this, Tai looked at Vol and said, this is over. Go get the master and the princess inside. I will go capture Roland. Yes. Outside the city, Zhuang Hua casually said, Midia, didn't we just enter the city? Entering the city is one thing. But why did we have to force our way in? Midia has been raised with a noble education since childhood. Even if Ao town has misunderstood her, but she should have cleared her name first and entered with dignity. But now, what's the matter? Are you surprised by my efficiency? Zhuang Hua noticed Midia's silence and chuckled. Let me tell you, a nation's attitude towards treacherous ministers and rebellious figures must be strong. Otherwise the royal authority will be utterly diminished. Midia replied in confusion, but I remember the Roland family held great respect for my father. That is merely a disguise. Zhuang Hua sneered. As you saw earlier, they recognized you, but still framed you. This is rebellion. He no longer regards the Ryan family with any respect. Midia was taken aback. Is that so? Don't be saddened with me here. I will surely help the Ryan kingdom cleanse the traitors. Zhuang Hua felt secretly pleased. The more pests in the Ryan kingdom, the better, as he would clean them all out in the future. At that time he would dominate, and the Ryan kingdom would be at his mercy. However, he would not voice this. Inside the city, Tai had already brought Roland before Zhuang Hua. My lord, the rebel Roland is here. Please give your orders. Good. Zhuang Hua nodded, then asked, is he the only one? What about the other members of the Roland family? They have been apprehended. Good. Only then did Zhuang Hua smile in satisfaction, looking at Roland blandly. Back then you sent someone to meet me in the village, saying you would treat me to a meal once I rescued the princess. But today I came with the princess and you turned us away at the door. This is a great disrespectful crime, deserving of death. After speaking, Zhuang Hua waved his hand. Issue my orders, execute all members of the Roland family, and publicly behead Roland. This is the fate of opposing the princess. Midia beside him fell silent instantly. Was it really necessary to go this far? Roland, on the other hand, looked bewildered, struggling as he said, No, according to the will of the gods, nobles cannot be killed. You cannot kill me. God. Zhuang Hua scoffed, glancing at Midia, and then back at Roland. When you slandered the princess, you already decided your fate. Tai, stop rambling. Just kill him. Wait. Midia looked puzzled, saying, Zhuang Hua, although they have misunderstood me, they do not deserve death, right? We the Ryan Kingdom have no precedent for executing nobles. Princess. Zhuang Hua said solemnly, these people have slandered you as a witch. If it weren't for my abilities today, they would probably have captured you and burned you alive. You are actually pleading for such people. But Roland, kneeling, saw Midia hesitate, and quickly explained loudly, Your Highness, I was also misled by someone who told me you were a witch, that if you entered the city, everyone from Aoyu town would die. I had no choice, please forgive me. Who told you? Zhuang Hua questioned coldly. Roland hesitated for a moment and replied, It was a witch. A witch? Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, then scolded, Do you understand what a witch represents in the kingdom? The princess was imprisoned by a witch, now you dare to collude with one. Tai, the evidence is conclusive, kill him. No. Roland's face changed dramatically at this. He never expected things to escalate to this point. Midia hesitated as well. Zhuang Hua directly grabbed her shoulders, staring into her eyes, and spoke each word clearly. Princess, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards yourself. Do you want a day to come when the kingdom is overthrown and you and your father become prisoners of these nobles? No. Midia trembled at the thought of that scene. So, Zhuang Hua's tone grew heavier. When dealing with enemies, one must eradicate them completely, leaving no future troubles. Tai, take action. Roland wanted to speak again, but Tai had already covered his mouth. No, as a mere baron with just 2 knights, one of whom was old, and only 100 or so subjects, how could he overthrow the kingdom? But now it was too late. The man beside the princess was like a demon, having bewitched her. All that awaited him was puff. Tai's blade was incredibly sharp, easily severing the noble's head. Midia, witnessing this, looked grave and said, A noble has died. What if the gods punish us? Again with the gods. When Elena was burned, those people also spoke of seeking forgiveness from the gods. Now, even Midia fears the gods' punishment. However, Zhuang Hua, as a descendant of Yan Huang, scoffed at this notion. Gods may exist, but they must never surpass humanity. If the gods truly punish, then he should not have died. If the gods truly have a spirit, then he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Enough. Zhuang Hua did not continue patting Midia's shoulder. He smiled and said, It's getting late, let's rest early, we have more travel to do tomorrow. Midia nodded. However, as she looked at Zhuang Hua, who appeared relaxed and carefree, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. This prince from a great nation might be either a blessing or a curse for the Ryan Kingdom. Princess, the Baron's residence has been prepared. Shall I take you there? Elena. Midia looked at the girl before her and asked, Has Zhuang Hua always been like this? What kind of person? Disrespectful to the gods and unafraid of life. Upon hearing this, Elena smiled slightly and replied softly, Princess, I do not understand all this, but I know that Lord Zhuang Hua is the only one able to tolerate the existence of witches and sorceresses. As for whether he respects the gods, I do not know, but he is my god. Princess, let's go, it's dark. Upon reaching Roland's estate, Tai respectfully reported, My lord, the entire Roland family has been executed. We seized 5,000 gold coins, several jewels, and 30,000 pounds of grain. Good. Take all the gold coins, sell the jewels, keep some grain, and distribute the rest to the common people. However, make sure that the grain is only given to the poor. As for the wealthy, they will not receive a single grain. Yes. After Tai left, the system panel appeared before Zhuang Hua. Ding. Detected that the host has conquered the territory of Aoyu town. Aoyu town has fallen and can be occupied. Occupied? Can it be occupied just like that? However, Zhuang Hua did not confirm. He had observed Aoyu town, and its geographical position was poor, resources were scarce, and the population was small. If it were to be used as his base, it had no natural defenses nor resources to offer. It was not a good place. No. Ding. Host refused to occupy. The system automatically falls. Ding. Host's first conquest of enemy territory. Reward infinite space. Infinite space can store any items except living beings indefinitely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the first conquest. Task system. Failure to activate. Huh. What? Ding. System correction. Final reward storage space of 100 cubic meters. Zhuang Hua was left speechless. After all, his infinite space represented immense power. But now it had abruptly turned into a mere 100 cubic meters, a stark contrast. System, what exactly is going on? Unfortunately, the system offered no response. Forget it. After all, having a system was better than just possessing the ordinary ability to summon soldiers. He was also worried about how to transport so many gold coins and food. Now it was simple. Arriving at the warehouse, he merely waved his hand, and everything instantly vanished from sight. With another wave, 10,000 pounds of food materialized before him. Tai, organize the distribution tomorrow. But make sure to tell them who provided it. Doing good deeds without leaving a name isn't my style. I want the world to know who is destined to rule. That night, as the time arrived, Zhuang Hua eagerly began the summoning. System summon knights. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully summoned 3 heavy armored knights. Super critical hit. Zhuang Hua was overjoyed. With this, he now had 8 heavy armored knights under his command, and his previous frustration with the system vanished. Every night like this, he didn't need to go through such trouble. 1,000 heavy cavalry would sweep through which country would dare to complain. They would be directly annihilated. Forget it, I aim to manage the world, not to be its destroyer. Time to rest. The next day, Midia woke up to the commotion outside with shouts of "Long live Lord Zhuang Hua." What happened? Princess Lord Zhuang Hua is distributing food to the poor in Ao town with his knights. Distributing food. Midia was puzzled if she didn't understand Zhuang Hua's intentions. But when she saw the joyful faces of the townsfolk in the square, she fell silent. Princess, the Roland family has been committing numerous atrocities in Ao town. Since I've eradicated them, I naturally must compensate the oppressed citizens. So I took the liberty of distributing the food to these citizens to help them survive the impending winter. What you did was right. Midia scanned the excited faces and said earnestly, Zhuang Hua, you are far superior to those vile nobles of Roland. Not just in strength, but also in kindness. After all, only Zhuang Hua could annihilate entire families, yet still show compassion for the impoverished. Even her father, the king, probably wouldn't think this way. It's all for the prince's sake. But since you're awake, let's continue our journey. After taking over Ao town, Zhuang Hua no longer needed to ride Tai's warhorse. Instead, he sat in a luxurious carriage. To be fair, although he was merely the lord of a town, Roland truly knew how to enjoy life. This carriage was exquisitely decorated, and the horses pulling it were magnificent steeds. Princess, there's only one carriage. Is it all right if we share? It's fine. Midia shifted slightly to the side, as Zhuang Hua unreservedly sat down. Riding a horse could never compare to the comfort of a carriage. Let's go. Let's go. 8 heavy armored knights flanked them, followed by 10 light armored attendants, including Vol. The entire procession exuded luxury, and the citizens of Ao town watching the retreating figures felt a newfound respect and hope. Leaving Ao town, they would reach Dana City in 2 days, a city managing the 3 towns in the southwest. Ao town was one of them. Only after passing through Dana City would they reach the royal city in another 2 days. Zhuang Hua, I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Midia had remained silent throughout the journey. His sudden voice caught him off guard. Please speak, princess. Once we reach Dana City, if there is a misunderstanding, may I be the one to communicate first? Do not attack the city directly. Zhuang Hua smiled, realizing Midia was worried he might annihilate the Roland family as he did the previous day. All right, I will follow the princess's wishes. However, if those people dare to show disrespect to the princess, I will not hold back, and will make them pay the price for their actions. Midia felt touched. After all, Zhuang Hua was also a prince of a nation. Though he had ventured far from home, his identity remained. Yet he still chose to treat her with chivalry and protect her. This warmed Midia's heart. However, Zhuang Hua's thirst for blood was too intense. Merely misunderstanding her could lead him to eradicate an entire family, which seemed too cruel. If the gods were to blame him in the future, she would feel guilty, so she wanted to lessen Zhuang Hua's sins. Thank you. It's my duty. Zhuang Hua paid no mind. However, at that moment the procession came to a halt. What happened? Lord Zhuang Hua. Vol stepped forward to explain, there's a forest ahead, which is our necessary passage. Tai, lead a team to scout ahead. If there's no danger, we'll continue. Understood. Zhuang Hua nodded, glancing at the sky. It was getting late, so he said, let's rest here for a while, and yes. Vol went to make arrangements. Princess, please disembark. Thank you. Elena, following the two, felt somewhat uneasy seeing their closeness. Clearly she had encountered Lord Zhuang Hua first. Why did it seem that the princess and he were now more intimate? She felt a pang of disappointment. Are you sad? Jealous? Do you wish to reclaim your Lord Zhuang Hua, who should rightfully belong to you? Elena frowned as she looked around at everyone maintaining their composure, so whose voice was echoing in her mind. Could it be the witch? She recalled the witches who had fled from the castle. If they were here, wouldn't that pose a danger? No way. Don't move. Oh, I won't harm your Lord Zhuang Hua. Don't you want to drive that damn Midia away? She has taken everything from you. The one who should stand beside Zhuang Hua is you. Elena fell silent as she looked at Zhuang Hua and Midia. Then she gritted her teeth and internally replied, don't dream. I will never betray Lord Zhuang Hua. Foolish. I will return. Just wait. The longer you wait, the more you will lose him forever. Elena remained silent, but the next moment she smiled and hurriedly approached Lord Zhuang Hua. I'm here to help you roast meat. Meanwhile, in a nearby tree, Mo was glaring at Zhuang Hua and the others with a grim expression. This witch actually taught Midia to control her inner magic. She also wanted to incite her to act against Midia. But it failed. What a foolish woman. In this world there is no space for witches and sorceresses to survive. If they don't become strong and unite, they will eventually be burned clean by the nobles and the church. Humph. She snorted coldly, then gritted her teeth, and said, "Do you think this means I can't do anything? This forest will be your grave. The demon dragon will surely descend. My lord, there are no anomalies in the forest. We can continue forward. Alright, let's eat something first." Zhuang Hua was not in a hurry. While eating, he asked Midia, "Princess, how much do you know about the Ryan Kingdom?" Of course, this is a necessary preparation for serving the Ryan Kingdom after becoming its lord. You are Midia sighed inwardly, but she helplessly said, "My understanding of the Ryan Kingdom is based on things from the land of the Ryan Kingdom with its 4 cities and 10 towns appears vast, but it is not. To the north there is the powerful Hill Kingdom, whose territory is 10 times ours. To the west there are orc tribes occupying the area. If it weren't for the alliance of the Hill Kingdom with other countries to establish a defensive line, we might have fallen long ago. But that is all in the past." Midia said seriously, "With the strength of the allied forces, perhaps the orcs have already been driven deep into the mountains. Moreover, our country mainly provides logistical resources. We rarely engage in direct combat." "I see." Zhuang Hua nodded, realizing that the Ryan Kingdom was merely a subordinate of the Hill Kingdom. Besides the Hill Kingdom, there is the Temple Knights Order in the center of the continent. If our defensive line encounters problems, they will not stand idly by. The Temple Knights Order. Another new force. It sounds like it is related to religion. Zhuang Hua could sense that the influence of religion was ever present in this world. From the medieval history, he knew the coronation of kings required the Pope's consent. Truly an era of theocracy. Are they very powerful? According to rumors, the Temple Knights Order consists of over 10,000 knights, led by the 10 Round Table Knights. In the past, they personally besieged and annihilated the witch organization that attempted to overthrow the continent. Those witches are not comparable to Mou and her ilk. Each of them can summon dragon spirits, and are high-level witches. As she spoke, Midia's eyes were filled with admiration, but she felt disheartened when she thought of her own magical power. Our Ryan Kingdom despises witches precisely because of the kill order issued by the temple. If it weren't for my father hiding it, perhaps I... Midia did not finish her sentence, but Zhuang Hua understood what she meant. Before the temple, even a princess had no human rights. Elena behind her also wore a gloomy expression, as witches were also on the temple's hit list. Don't think... Seeing the two women's solemn expressions, Zhuang Hua comforted them, saying, "The temple is far removed from you. With me around, no one will use your status against you. Regardless of whether they are witches or sorceresses, to me, they are all living beings. I do not agree with the temple's indiscriminate approach." Shoo! Midia hurriedly covered Zhuang Hua's mouth, feeling that her action was inappropriate, and quickly withdrew her hand. Some words should not be carelessly spoken. It would be bad if someone heard. "Yes, Lord Zhuang Hua. We can't put you in danger because of us." "Enough." Zhuang Hua waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Let's not get sentimental. Just know that as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you." "That's enough." Upon hearing this, the two women looked at Zhuang Hua with even gentler gazes. "Alright, it's getting late. Let's continue our journey and find a place to rest soon." "Okay." In fact, Zhuang Hua did not take the temple to heart. He had a guaranteed number of heavy cavalry every day. Moreover, each of them was as agile as iron, as evidenced by the battle at Ao Town. When they faced ordinary knights, it was a complete crush. Once he developed further, the Temple Knights Order would be nothing new at that time. It would be the knights who would be considered heretics, and they would have to kneel and acknowledge it. "Zhuang Hua, thank you." In the carriage, Midia thanked him again. This made Zhuang Hua curl his lips. Then he said earnestly, "Princess, there's no need to keep saying thank you. Actions speak louder than words." "What do you mean?" "Think about it yourself. Think about it." Midia fell into contemplation. The group entered the forest as the day grew late, and they could not exit the forest. They found a place to start setting up camp. "Lord Zhuang Hua, a little girl has come outside." "A little girl?" Zhuang Hua was puzzled. Where would a little girl come from in such a desolate place? Nevertheless, he waved his hand and said, "I'll go take a look." A child who looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a little red hat and a red cloak, was holding a basket. But this outfit, why is it so familiar? Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf Grandma. "Little girl, what are you—" "Sir, I was out gathering wild vegetables and didn't expect to get lost in the forest. If I don't return, my grandmother will surely worry. I'm so scared." Indeed, she was Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. It was just unclear whether that grandmother was proper. He did not respond directly, but looked at Tai E and asked, "Did you discover any villages during your patrol in the forest today?" "My lord, there are indeed signs of human habitation not far away, but they are not on our route, so I did not go there." "Elena." Zhuang Hua pointed at Little Red Riding Hood and directly said, "Can you detect if she has any magical power?" "Sure." Although Elena was a healing witch, she was still capable of detecting magical power. However, after the detection, Elena found that she was just an ordinary person. In that case, take 2 attendants and send her back. Alright. After they left, Elena looked in the direction they had gone with some confusion. The forest was fraught with danger. Why would a little girl be all alone here? Is there any relation to the witch from during the day? Elena, what are you daydreaming about? You should rest early. Yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. As long as Lord Zhuang Hua is fine, everything else isn't important. Night soon enveloped the camp. Tai Yi and the others had been gone for nearly 2 hours. Even if they were far, they should have returned by now. But until dawn, there was still no sign of their return. Could it be that Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother had kept them for dinner? Forget it. With Tai Yi's strength, ordinary witches cannot harm him. He should be fine. System summon a knight. For important matters, summoning was still possible. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a holy light knight. Wait. Zhuang Hua was stunned. It was not a heavily armored knight, but a holy light knight. That sounds different. What is a holy light knight? At that moment, a flash of golden light passed, and a knight appeared in front of him. However, this knight turned out Knight Alice at your service, master. Alice is different from Tai Yi and the others. She embodies a pure Western image with golden hair, blue eyes, and clad in golden armor. Just one glance, and she seemed to be the representation of justice, the embodiment of light. Alice, what a beautiful name. From today onwards, you shall guard my side. The captivating knight is naturally a guardian, while Tai Yi should remain a general in battle. Yes, my lord. Alice bowed respectfully, without a trace of hesitation. However, at that moment, Alice's gaze shifted to the knight, and she stated earnestly, my lord, I see a battle not far away along with the aura of magic. You can sense magic. Tai Yi certainly did not possess this ability. Alice nodded and explained, as a holy light knight, this is my essential training. Just like the sorceress and witch beside you, I can easily sense them. Although they are pitifully weak. Zhuang Hua's lips twitched, yet it was true that Elena and Midia lacked combat prowess. My lord, if we do not partake in the battle, your knight may be trapped there. Oh. Zhuang Hua raised an eyebrow. It seemed Tai Yi was in trouble, explaining his prolonged absence. As expected, you go save him. Alice did not move. Zhuang Hua questioned, why aren't you going? My lord commanded me to guard you. If I leave, you would be in danger. Whenever my lord's commands conflict, my duty is to protect him. How loyal. Truly immensely loyal. Such a devoted knight, how could Zhuang Hua let her down? In that case, let us go together. Here Tai Air and the others are guarding. There shouldn't be any trouble. Yes. Saying this, Alice picked Zhuang Hua up effortlessly and placed him on the horse's back, then galloped towards Tai Yi. Tai Air, protect the princess and Elena. I will return shortly. Alice was remarkably swift. Even in the dark, her speed did not diminish, and she would not lose her way. We have arrived. Zhuang Hua looked ahead to see a sea of flames with hundreds of villagers hiding and sobbing in one spot. And Little Red Riding Hood was among them. My lord, is that you? What happened? Zhuang Hua furrowed his brows and began to inquire. The elderly woman beside Little Red Riding Hood trembled as she spoke. My lord, after your knight brought Little Red Riding Hood back, 2 witches came here. They are powerful, directly setting the village ablaze and attempting to kill. Fortunately, your knight managed to fend them off. But he is also trapped over there. We cannot save anyone. The elderly woman appeared anxious, and the surrounding villagers knelt in fear, worried that Zhuang Hua would blame them. It's all right. You all wait here. I will investigate those witches and return to settle you. Alice. Alice stood upright at the call, solemnly stating, my lord, please command. Let us go rescue them. The 2 hurried towards Tai Yi, and upon reaching the location, they saw a gigantic vine cage surrounded by roaring flames. 2 attendants had already fallen. Only Tai Yi continued to hack at the cage. Although he could break through, it would heal instantly, and he was also attacked by the flames outside. Not far away, 2 witches were incessantly casting spells. My lord, do not fear Tai Yi. Tai Yi was the first knight he summoned, and truthfully Zhuang Hua held him in the highest regard. He must not come to harm. Alice. Understood. Alice stepped forward slowly, drawing her holy sword, then looked at the 2 witches coldly, declaring, my name is Alice, a holy light knight under my lord's command. You brazenly kill innocents. Your crimes are unforgivable. In the name of the holy light, I sentence you to death. What holy light knight? Never heard of it. One witch scoffed, just another tin can. Can you withstand this blazing fire? Huh. Alice lightly scoffed, swinging her holy sword, and a blade-like energy sliced through the flame. In an instant, the flames extinguished and the vines vanished. How is this possible? No. Another witch exclaimed, eyes wide. Could it be? Is she a knight of the holy temple? Indeed, only those from the holy temple can break our magic. What should we do? The 2 witches exchanged glances. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Trying to escape. Tai Yi, emerging from the cage, looked at the fleeing witches, swiftly drew the longbow from his back, knocked an arrow, and shot it in one fluid motion. Whoosh. The arrow flew swiftly. The witch attempted to cast a teleportation spell, but failed, leaving her no time to defend, and her defensive magic could not withstand Tai Yi's arrow. Thwack! The arrow pierced her shoulder. How could I not use it? There shouldn't be that damned witch here. In the name of the holy light, do you still wish to flee? Alice spoke up, swinging her sword. Her form vanished in an instant, and the next moment, she was beside another witch. Die! With one sword strike, the battle concluded. The other witch looked on in despair, yet gritted her teeth, and said to Zhuang Hua, "You truly are different. O Lord Magic Moon underestimated you. However, your appearance here proves that you underestimated Lord Magic Moon." Zhuang Hua frowned. Indeed, it was that witch. He had not given up yet. But he was not worried. With Tai Air and the others present, even 7 heavily armored knights could not let Magic Moon succeed. You talk too much. Kill her. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, and just then Tai Yi approached, delivering a swift strike that beheaded the witch. It is not that Zhuang Hua was cruel. He did not oppose witches, but these witches would kill innocent civilians to achieve their goals. Such people who regard life as worthless only have a fatal outcome in his eyes. Alice, can you extinguish the fire over there in the village? I'm sorry. Alice knelt on one knee and explained, "My lord, I can only dispel magical barriers. That fire is real, and I cannot do anything about it." Is that so? Zhuang Hua felt a bit disappointed, thinking Alice could also cast magic. Then it shall be as it is. Saying this, he turned to Tai Yi. "Are you all right?" Tai Yi shook his head, saying, "My lord, I only have a minor injury. I can return and have Lady Elena heal me. As for the village, let us go take a look." Upon arriving at the village, the villagers all stood up and knelt on the ground. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Oh, we are eternally grateful. However, now that the village has been destroyed, we have nothing to repay you." Enough. Zhuang Hua looked at the crowd and said, "My name is Zhuang Hua. I have completed the bounty of the Ryan Kingdom by rescuing Princess Midia and will soon become the lord of the Ryan Kingdom. Since your village is gone, are you willing to follow me?" "Thank you for your kindness, my lord." "Get up." Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said earnestly, "Survival is the most important thing, but I must go to the royal city this time and cannot take all of you with me. However, I will leave enough food for you and take away half of the able-bodied men. How about we settle you once we know more about the territory?" "Thank you, my lord." The villagers knelt down one after another while the girl in the red hat stared at Zhuang Hua with curiosity. This village only had a little over 100 villagers with about 30 able-bodied men, and Zhuang Hua directly took 10 of them. Then he left 10,000 pounds of food at the village entrance, enough for the village to eat for half a year. At that moment, Alice, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up, pointing in the direction of the encampment. "There are massive fluctuations of magical power over there and many abyssal creatures." Zhuang Hua frowned. It must be that the demon moon has made a move. After quickly arranging things with the villagers, he had Alice take him back. The encampment. The demon moon was also anxious, as she already knew the situation in the village. The presence of a suspected temple knight had completely disrupted her plans. Now she had to capture Midia before Zhuang Hua and the others returned. The demon dragon must be mine. While summoning creatures to launch a full-scale attack, she also used magic to tempt Elena's heart. "What are you hesitating about? As long as you seize Midia amidst the chaos when your lord Zhuang Hua returns, don't you want to possess him?" "Hep." Elena sneered in her heart, responding calmly, "If you don't understand my thoughts, then stop trying to tempt me. What I want has never been possession but companionship. It is because of him that I choose to be by his side, not because of possession that he stays with me." Foolish. However, Elena no longer intended to respond. She protected Midia behind her and began to chant continuously. Soon beams of healing light fell upon the knights and their attendants in the battle. In an instant, their wounds and fatigue were swept away. "Good job, Elena." Tai Air felt the changes in his body and shouted, "Eliminate all these creatures, then find the location of the witch for me. I will kill her. Yes." The demon moon felt her scalp tingle in the shadows. These people were excessively bloodthirsty. Even as a witch, she felt that the creatures she summoned were merely docile in front of these knights. "I can find her." At that moment, Midia, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up seriously. "When the demon moon trapped me, she placed magic on me, allowing me to control my magic to find her direction. Over there." Midia suddenly pointed in a direction, and Tai Air wasted no time picking up a torch, and sure enough, the figure of the demon moon was there, and Elena was quick to cast a binding spell. "I will continue." The demon moon did not linger and vanished immediately. If Elena were to successfully cast the binding spell, it would only take a moment for the 7 knights to chop her into pieces. Just at that moment, Alice returned with Zhuang Hua, looking at the disordered encampment and the corpses of the creatures. It was evident that the battle had ended not long ago. "My lord, Lord Zhuang Hua, are you all right?" Zhuang Hua did not ask about the outcome of the battle, but instead showed concern for everyone's injuries, earning him even more respect from all. "My lord, my incompetence allowed the witch to escape. Lord Zhuang Hua, it was my binding spell that was too slow." Zhuang Hua smiled, looking at each of them who had taken the initiative to apologize, and said with a hint of annoyance, "It's just a witch, is she really worth all of this? Get up everyone. Clean up, and rest well, we have to continue our journey tomorrow." Zhuang Hua, who is this? Unlike the others, Midia's gaze fell on Alice, who stood coldly behind Zhuang Hua. This attire, this aura reminded her inexplicably of the temple. If she truly was, then the magical power on her would definitely pose a danger to Zhuang Hua. "She is my guard, the Holy Light Knight, Alice." Holy Light Knight. Midia's pupils constricted. This title was closely related to the temple. Although she had not heard of it, she understood it was definitely dangerous. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Zhuang Hua smiled and said, "Midia, you don't need to be nervous. Alice is my person and will not harm you." Alice slightly nodded, remaining silent. This surprised Midia. It was known that the people of the temple would not care who you were as long as you were a witch. They would eliminate you without mercy. But now this knight, who was suspected to be from the temple, not only did not do that, but was also one of Zhuang Hua's people. How strong could the country Zhuang Hua was originally from be to have such people in service? "All right, then I will go rest." Midia said little, but after lying down she pondered about Zhuang Hua, who had so many powerful knights. Did the kingdom of Ryan really deserve him to become its lord? Zhuang Hua naturally did not know her thoughts. After such a busy time, he was also tired and fell asleep immediately. The next day, after Elena healed Tai, E, and 2 attendants, the team set off again. This time Zhuang Hua had 9 knights and 20 attendants plus Midia, and Elena, bringing the total to 32. Unbeknownst to them, the situation in Eo Town and the village had already reached Dana City. The lord of Dana City was Count Besson, who had 5 knights and 200 attendants under his command. The current Ryan kingdom was far from what it used to be. Although Elena understood some of the kingdom's circumstances, the changes among the nobility within the group were still too superficial. "Lord Besson, the news from my informant indicates that the noble named Zhuang Hua is extraordinary, and even the demon Moon has suffered considerable losses at his hands. Now that he has saved the princess, he will undoubtedly become the lord of our Ryan kingdom in the future. How should we respond to this? After all, the situation in Eo Town is evident. Merely rejecting him at the door led to Zhuang Hua exterminating his entire family. This has unprecedented repercussions for the nobles of the Ryan kingdom. This person is a dangerous element. If we offend him, I'm afraid." "Humph." Besson snorted coldly, interrupting the subordinate, and said, "Our Dana City is not Eo Town, and I am not that waste of Roland. This guy dares to kill nobles, which is tantamount to declaring war against the entire continent. His actions will surely invoke divine retribution." "But," the subordinate hesitated, saying, "the princess is still with him. Do we really want to follow Roland's example and reject the princess at the door? Oh, what should I say to you? Has your brain gone haywire? The princess must be welcomed into the city. I don't want to provoke her displeasure, lest the king scold me later." However, Besson snorted coldly and emphasized, "There just happens to be a church steward in the city. Perhaps he can take action to teach that madman a good lesson. No matter how strong he is, he surely wouldn't dare to defy the gods' right." Dana City. Zhuang Hua initially thought there would be a fierce verbal clash, but to his surprise, as soon as they arrived, they found the main gate wide open. In fact, Count Besson, the lord of Dana City, was already waiting there. "Princess Midia, I, Besson, pay my respects to you." "There is no need for such formalities, Count Besson." Midia smiled slightly, realizing that not everyone was like Roland, and Dana City seemed to lack some disputes. Surely this must be the esteemed Zhuang Hua who saved the princess. Bison's gaze fell upon Zhuang Hua and his retinue. He was taken aback upon seeing 8 knights but that was nothing for when he saw Alice, who stood like a spear protecting Zhuang Hua. His eyes widened instantly. "This lady, he." Zhuang Hua looked at Bison's expression and chuckled lightly. "It seems Count Besson is quite interested in Alice. She is my guard, and also a powerful paladin." "A paladin?" However, Besson noticed the patterns on Alice's armor, which clearly bore the Church's unique insignia. Could it be that Alice was a knight of the Holy Temple? But how could a knight of the Holy Temple be by Zhuang Hua's side? If that were the case, what about the church steward he had arranged? Before Besson could finish counting, 3 individuals walked out of the city dressed in missionary attire, with the leader slowly approaching while holding a scripture. "Your Highness, I am the church steward Sphere from the royal city, and I pay my respects to you." "Steward Sphere, it is a pleasure." Midia smiled even more, and until this moment the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, as if no conflict would arise. Just as he was thinking this, Sphere turned his gaze to Zhuang Hua and said in a cold tone, "I presume you are Zhuang Hua. What do you want from me?" Zhuang Hua felt that Sphere's eyes were off, and he was somewhat puzzled, thinking he had not. Sphere snorted coldly. "Although you saved the princess and have merit for the kingdom, you took matters into your own hands and killed Baron Roland's family. This is indeed a grave sin. The divine has issued a decree: nobles must not be killed. Do you not know this?" Zhuang Hua understood now. It seemed Sphere was standing up for Roland. It was his first time witnessing someone defending the dead. Zhuang Hua replied casually. Roland framed the princess, intending to rebel. What fault is there in my killing him? Intending to rebel. Such a label was quite novel for Sphere and his companions. Here, although the nobles had ambitions and sought to harm the royal family, they did so covertly. Even if discovered, the royal family would seek other reasons for punishment. However, directly accusing someone of rebellion and executing their entire family exceeded their tolerance. Utter nonsense. Nobles are loyal and are the close subjects of the divine. How could they possibly do such a thing? Sphere sneered. And you wielded the slaughtering knife against innocent people. You have incurred divine wrath. Sphere, Zhuang Hua acted to protect me, and besides, Princess. Sphere interrupted Midia directly, stating unapologetically, there is no need for explanations. This person not only harmed Roland, but also harbored a witch. A witch? Elena shuddered all over, had she been exposed. This was a church steward, and even nobles were respectful towards them in the kingdom, yet now this steward was accusing her. What was she to do? Sphere, it isn't like that. Midia tried to explain, but Sphere coldly interrupted. Princess, are you also going to shield a heretic? He is not a heretic. Then is that young lady a witch? Sphere pointed directly at Elena. This made Midia fall silent for a moment, but she still firmly stated, she is different, and... Sphere waved his hand, and then looked at Zhuang Hua saying, Lord Zhuang Hua, you not only harmed nobles, defied the divine decree, but even harbored a witch. Your crimes are unforgivable. Do you plead guilty? Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua burst into laughter, and his laughter gave Midia an uneasy feeling, but for Basin it only stirred a cold smile in his heart. In this land within the kingdom protected by the holy temple, no one dared to defy the Church's judgment. This person likely knew he could not escape a calamity today, and was already frightened out of his wits. He said no more, but instead brought Midia to his side, and said seriously, Princess, please come over here. Do not provoke the steward's judgment. You? Midia glared at Basin angrily. She could sense that Basin and Sphere were certainly not as simple as they appeared. But Zhuang Hua gave her a glance. Midia could only helplessly fall silent. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your foolishness. Zhuang Hua mocked mercilessly. This caused the faces of the missionaries behind Sphere to change dramatically, and they angrily shouted, Heretic! How dare you insult the steward? Heretic! Zhuang Hua sneered. He disdainfully said, You a mere missionary dare to represent the divine. Do you think you are someone important? This is the divine decree. Sphere was furious. He pointed at Zhuang Hua and said, Do you insist on being this heretic? Be silent. Zhuang Hua was too lazy to continue talking with him and directly rebuked. I see you as a partner of that traitor Roland, daring to slander and deceive here. It seems you want to use the Church's hand to overturn the reign of the Ryan Kingdom. You are also a traitor. Sphere did not expect Zhuang Hua to say such things. He gritted his teeth and said, I did not, and yet you harbor a witch. Is that not evidence? Do you still want to quibble? What of the witch? Did the witch eat your rice or kill your mother? What makes you hate witches so much? As the saying goes, to add a crime one need not lack an excuse. I see you are merely looking for an excuse to overthrow the kingdom. Zhuang Hua waved his hand and ordered, tie him up and capture his accomplices in the city. Rebels are to be executed without mercy. Midia's face changed drastically. Sure enough, Zhuang Hua was about to pull this stunt again, but Sphere was a member of the Church. Killing someone from the Church would make him an enemy of the Church. However, Zhuang Hua did not give them a chance to speak. He had already taken action, directly capturing Sphere and the other two, while Tyre strode over to others. Count Basin, please indicate where these traitorous accomplices are. Bison's expression changed as he looked at Zhuang Hua and furrowed his brow. They are members of the Church. Are you going to kill members of the Church? They are rebels. Zhuang Hua interrupted him directly, then looked at Basin and asked, Count Basin, do you also intend to shield these traitors and become a conspirator? I did not. He quickly denied it, but they were Church members, and he could not truly let Zhuang Hua kill them. What I mean is Steward Sphere is not a traitor. Oh. Zhuang Hua raised an eyebrow, carefully scrutinizing Basin, then asked in confusion, so does that mean Roland's framing of the princess is false? Is refusing entry false? I did not say it wasn't. He is shielding Roland. If he is not a traitor, then who is? Zhuang Hua sneered and continued, or does Count Basin truly believe I am a heretic? Damn it, that's not what I meant. Basin hurriedly spoke up. He could say that Sphere was a heretic, but he couldn't, because he saved Midia. However, Zhuang Hua didn't care. He waved his hand and said, I understand what Count Basin means is that this Sphere is speaking nonsense. Indeed, I was right. Sphere and the others are already preparing a rebellion, and even Count Basin can't. Zhuang Hua didn't let him continue speaking and directly ordered, bring him here, kill Sphere on the spot, and interrogate those two. I want to know their station in Dana City. Yes. Tai was straightforward, dragging Sphere aside and striking with his knife, decapitating him in one swift motion. This scene made Basin's scalp tingle. This man truly kills without hesitation, showing no mercy. He felt a bit regretful, but fortunately it was Tai who acted. Even if the church blamed him, they couldn't hold him accountable. However, the other two missionaries were not so brave. Seeing their superior's head roll, they were so frightened they lost control of themselves. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Where is your station?" Tai asked. The missionary shouted, "I can take you there." Zhuang Hua nodded, and Tai led 2 knights and 10 attendants into the city. As for Basin's opinion, he didn't care at all. There was another missionary. Zhuang Hua stepped forward and said, "Don't be afraid. Oh, as long as you answer my questions well, I won't kill you. After all, I also believe in reasoning." Reasoning? Sphere's eyes were still open. "I'll say anything, just don't kill me." Huh. Zhuang Hua sneered, thinking these church people were so tough, yet they also feared death. "I believe that you're coming after me is not just because of Sphere. There must be others behind it." "Who are they?" Basin, who was watching from the side, immediately became alert. Oh, what was this kid trying to do? Killing the church members wasn't enough. Did he want to kill him too? This morning Lord Basin's steward came to find the deacon and told him about your matters, also saying that there is a witch among your troops. Nonsense. Basin was instantly enraged. He pointed at the missionary and said fiercely, "I have never said such a thing." "What's the rush?" Zhuang Hua looked at him, not hurriedly, saying, "They only mentioned it was your steward. They didn't say it was you." "Oh." Basin suddenly realized and hurriedly nodded, saying, "I was just anxious," and spoke out of turn. "Indeed." Zhuang Hua looked at Midia seriously and said, "Even the church falls into such private desires. One can imagine how many people in the kingdom are deceived by them. No need for evidence. With just one word can label others as heretics, then openly execute them. Today I only survived because I had the ability. What about those powerless commoners? How many have they harmed?" Midia fell silent as she was somewhat recognizing Zhuang Hua's actions. It is evident that their intention is to completely control the kingdom. This is an act of rebellion, a capital offense. Zhuang Hua spoke firmly, looking at Basin and saying, "Count Basin, since the matter is clear, hand over your steward. Don't go too far." Basin was somewhat dissatisfied. This man still wanted to continue killing. Zhuang Hua sneered, saying, "Count Basin, don't forget you are the lord of the Ryan kingdom. If the Ryan kingdom ceases to exist, will you still be its lord? Could it be that your steward really acted on your orders?" "Aye. Then it all makes sense." Zhuang Hua said seriously, "If Count Basin is involved in the rebellion and succeeds, not only will you keep your title, but you might even become a marquis, or even a duke." "Nonsense." Basin hurriedly knelt before Midia, panic-stricken, saying, "Your Highness, I absolutely have no such thoughts, absolutely not." Midia hesitated for a moment, and said, "Count Basin, I naturally believe you, so hand over your steward." This. Basin hesitated. He didn't expect Midia to actually speak for Zhuang Hua, which meant Midia recognized Zhuang Hua's theory. If he did not comply, he would truly be a rebel. More importantly, everyone was at the city gate. He only had 2 knights by his side, while Zhuang Hua had 6 knights opposite him. He couldn't win, at least not here. Yes, Basin had no choice but to agree. He ordered an attendant go to the count's residence and let that damned fellow come out to apologize to the princess. If he dares to flee, he will bear the consequences. Let Knight Tai Lon lead the team. Yes. After doing all this, Basin finally revealed an unpleasant smile, saying, "Your Highness Lord Zhuang Hua, why don't we go into the city to talk? I have already arranged food and drinks. You must be hungry." "All right." And Zhuang Hua took the opportunity to bring Midia into his group. This made Basin dissatisfied, but he dared not show it. The count's residence was very large. Upon arrival, Zhuang Hua found that someone had already collapsed on the ground. There was also a knight beside him, who bowed to Basin and Midia. "My lord, the steward, fearing punishment, has fled and was killed by my subordinate on the spot." "Lord Zhuang Hua, forget it. If he's dead, he's dead. I only acted to protect Princess Midia." Basin scoffed. Who would believe his words? Soon the banquet at the count's residence began. However, not long after, Tai strode up to Zhuang Hua and reported, "My lord, we have completely captured the rebel station, but there are some things you may need to go in person." Zhuang Hua was taken aback, seeing Tai's serious expression. He then looked at everyone and said, "Princess, Count Basin, shall we go together?" "Good." Basin nodded. He also wanted to see what Zhuang Hua was trying to do. Given his actions today, once they arrived at the royal city, he would definitely face the church's reckoning. The greater the commotion, the worse the outcome. He couldn't miss this. However, when everyone arrived at the church's station, what they saw made them all quiet down. Tai said solemnly, "My lord, these people talk a good game, yet behind the scenes they are so cruel. These are the remains of young girls. According to our interrogation, they even claimed it was to create magical devices against witches. In addition, there are 12 girls locked in the cellar, each missing parts of their bodies, to varying degrees. You all take a look." After saying this, Tai had the girls brought up, and in an instant, even Basin couldn't help but vomit nearby. Too cruel. Each one was either missing hands or feet, and and some even had their eyeballs gouged out. Midia's eyes widened in disbelief, though she couldn't believe that the church which prided itself on justice could do such things. Zhuang Hua, they are so pitiful. Tyre. Zhuang Hua gritted his teeth and said, search the entirety of Dana City. We cannot let any church member escape. They all must die. This time, Midia did not stop, and even Besson fell silent. Zhuang Hua, what about them? Zhuang Hua looked at the vacant eyes of these young girls. Despite being saved, there was not a trace of anger. They were already in despair. This group of demons. Elena. Zhuang Hua called for Elena and asked, can you save them? Elena nodded, but she said seriously, because their bodies are damaged, it will take some time. Any amount of time. Elena nodded. Although there were many people here, if she used her healing magic, her identity as a witch would be exposed. Yet looking at those pitiful girls, she made up her mind. As the magic was cast, Besson and the people behind him took a step back. It's a witch. My lord, it's a witch. What should we do? A witch. In the kingdom of Ryan, no, in the nation shrouded by the holy temple, such beings are as forbidden as demonesses. Although Besson knew that witches existed, he still felt some trepidation upon seeing one in person. What? Is Count Besson afraid? Besson fell silent. Zhuang Hua sneered. You are not afraid of those church members who harm others, yet you fear the witch who saves people. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. Besson gritted his teeth and said, it's just that the holy temple has long issued a holy decree that witches are born guilty and should be burned to atone. What we fear is the holy temple. This knight should also be from the holy temple. He should understand me. Besson pointed at Alice beside Zhuang Hua. Seeing this, Alice revealed a cold gaze, then said seriously, the holy light protects good beings and judges the demons that commit evil deeds. Is she harming or saving? Saving. Is she good or evil? Good. Upon hearing this, Alice withdrew her gaze and no longer looked at him. This already gave an answer. Besson couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the girls who had improved, he said softly, Your Highness, I will go prepare accommodations for you. I won't stay here. Do as you wish. Midia wished she could help Elena with the healing, but unfortunately, she had only learned to control magical power and not healing spells. After the others left, Tyre said quietly, My lord, besides these there are many things underground. Do you want to take a look? All right. Zhuang Hua nodded, and soon they arrived at the underground warehouse. Upon opening the door, they saw boxes of gold gleaming, and besides that there was a considerable amount of food, roughly at least 50,000 pounds. This small church outpost surprisingly had so much wealth, far richer than Roland. I had someone count the gold coins, there are at least 10,000 of them. You must know in this place a knight's salary for a month is only 1 gold coin. All right. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, stuffing all these things into his storage space. Though it was only 100 cubic meters, it was more than enough to hold these items. When he returned to the surface, several girls had already regrown their limbs. I'm okay now. My eyes I can see again. Is it the witch? Did she save us? Having endured the Chich's torment, the girls felt more gratitude towards Elena. However, upon seeing Zhuang Hua, there was still wariness in their eyes. Ladies, do not worry. I am Zhuang Hua, and this is Elena, the one who saved you. She is my partner. Now you are free. With that said, he looked at everyone and said, After you are healed, you can tell us where your home is, and I will send someone to take you back. Thank you. But even if we go back, those demons will still come. They are from the church, and the Lord of Dana City wouldn't dare offend them. Don't worry. Zhuang Hua smiled and said, Those demons will not have the chance to harm you again. My lord. Just then Tai stepped in with a big stride and clasped his hands, saying, All the missionaries in the city have been captured and are now held at the gate. Very good. Zhuang Hua said loudly, Open the main gate. I want the people of Dana City to see who the true demons are. How did those girls end up with broken hands and feet? The woman who healed them is actually a witch. God, isn't this the Chich's outpost? Could it be? I heard it was discovered by the one who saved the princess. Deacon Sfeel has already been beheaded. Someone gasped, realizing that this person dared to kill even church members. Who exactly were they? Ladies and gentlemen. Zhuang Hua stepped forward and said loudly, I am Zhuang Hua. As you can see, this is the Chich's outpost, and these missionaries were captured by me. Everyone was silent. Zhuang Hua continued, Look, more than a dozen living girls were captured by these missionaries who consider themselves God's messengers, to have their hands chopped off, feet broken, and eyes gouged out. Fortunately, I came early, and a kind which provided treatment, otherwise they would eventually be killed by these people. Fellow villagers. Zhuang Hua said, raising his voice, Besides them, how many children have been abducted and harmed? Who are their daughters and sons? Do you also want one day for your own children to be treated like these demons? The scene fell silent. But Zhuang Hua had already seen anger in their eyes. He said sternly, Therefore I have decided to uproot these demons and execute them on the spot. Who has any objections? No one spoke in Tai, and the others behind Zhuang Hua shouted loudly, "Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill." The townspeople finally began to chant along, their voices thunderous and deafening. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction, and then ordered, "Execute." With the order given, this missionary had his head chopped off, but such a scene did not frighten the townspeople. Instead, it made them feel a sense of vengeance. Pity these missionaries were not so kind to the townspeople on ordinary days. After taking care of this, Elena had healed all the girls, and he had people send them back to their homes. After this matter spread the whole of Dana City, praised Zhuang Hua's great deeds and Elena's kindness. It turned out that witches were not beings that brought harm. Only Besson was worried. This Zhuang Hua really has some guts, daring to kill so many church members if the church seeks retribution. My lord, should we report this matter to the church? Besson was taken aback. What are you saying? Do you think the church doesn't know what Sfeel did? No. The person laughed and said, what I mean is to inform the church and the king that Zhuang Hua killed church members and even brought along a witch. In this way we can wash our hands of it. The people were killed by the princess, and Zhuang Hua, it has nothing to do with us. And the witch is in their ranks. The church will surely appreciate this news. Besson hesitated for a moment, but nodded, saying seriously, if that's the case, then let's do it this way. What about that lady knight? The knight, suspected to be from the holy temple of Besson, did not want to provoke her, shaking his head and saying, no need to mention her. Until dawn, Zhuang Hua and the others did not encounter anyone else causing trouble, which left Zhuang Hua somewhat disappointed. After all, if there were such great gains within a church outpost, what about the nobles? Certainly there would be more. It's important to know that territory development requires not only people, but also money and grain. Now if someone were to cause trouble, he could easily plunder them, but what a pity. Time's up. System summon the knights. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning 2 heavy armored knights. 2 heavy armored knights, it was a small boon. Zhuang Hua was quite satisfied. These knights were his foundation, indispensable whether for conquering the world or establishing his territory. Alice, you can go rest now. There's no need to guard my door. No way. Alice firmly refused, her tone flat as she said, protecting my master is my primary duty. I cannot leave. But you still need to rest. Alice fell silent, yet she did not argue. She merely stood straighter. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua had someone bring in a mattress and bedding, placing them not far from the room. Sleep here. You'll be able to detect any disturbances, and you need to rest. If you lack energy, who will protect me when we encounter enemies? Alice hesitated for a moment, then sat down by the bed. She looked at Zhuang Hua and said, Master, I will rest once I confirm there is no danger. You should sleep early. Zhuang Hua nodded and closed his eyes, falling asleep. It must be said that having a loyal and devoted, beautiful bodyguard watching over him while in a foreign land made his sleep exceptionally sweet. In the early morning they packed their belongings and prepared to depart. During the farewell, Basin held Zhuang Hua's hand. Lord Zhuang Hua, thank you for your contributions to Dana City. I hope the next time we meet we can drink together. All right. Zhuang Hua nodded, but he sensed that Basin was not as sincere as he seemed. That was his intuition. This person was quite malicious. However, he did not rush to confront him. There was plenty of time ahead. The journey from Dana City to the capital of the Kane Kingdom was a straight path. It was all vast grasslands. In Dana City, he spent some gold coins to acquire several cargo wagons, directly loading his attendants onto the vehicles. With this speed, they picked up the pace. Originally, it would have taken 2 days, but they reached the capital in just 1 day. Wow, it's so beautiful. Elena gazed at the towering capital city on the grassland, continuously exclaiming in admiration. Zhuang Hua also nodded. The exotic architectural style gave him a refreshing feeling. Indeed, it's beautiful. Zhuang Hua, thank you. Suddenly Midia spoke up, tears in her eyes, gratefully saying, this is the first time in 10 years that I have seen my homeland again. Although there are some changes, it still looks familiar. You're welcome. It's only right. Zhuang Hua smiled, not taking it to heart. He had chosen to save Midia for the bounty, not for her sake, though they had gotten along well. However, Zhuang Hua would not forget his purpose. Your Highness, I am the Minister of Internal Affairs Yilite, sent by His Majesty to welcome you. As they reached the entrance, an old man with a group of attendants was waiting there. Seeing the visitors, Midia gently said, Uncle Yilite, you've aged. Your Highness, it has been 10 years since I last saw you. 10 years can change many things. Yilite had grown considerably gray at the temples. This young man is Lord Zhuang Hua, who saved your Highness. Zhuang Hua smiled and softly said, hello, let's go inside. His Majesty the King is already waiting for you. Yilite discreetly glanced at the dozen knights and 20 attendants behind Zhuang Hua. His smile widened. Soon they arrived at the palace, but Zhuang Hua could only bring 2 knights and 1 attendant. Zhuang Hua did not argue, bringing only Alice and Tai, while Elena entered the palace herself. O Midia, my child, you have finally returned. Upon entering the palace, a man wearing a crown excitedly approached. Father, this was none other than the king of the Ryan Kingdom, Lance Ryan. Lance bore a striking resemblance to Midia, being a handsome man albeit of advanced age. The two talked for a long time before parting. Lance then turned to Zhuang Hua and said earnestly, "You are the one who defeated the witch and saved my daughter, Zhuang Hua, right?" "Indeed. You seem to come from a distant oriental land separated by perilous mountains and vast—" "That's right." Zhuang Hua nodded. To the east of this world was quite mysterious, and he had yet to obtain any effective information. Unexpectedly, Lance seemed to know so much. "Well, regardless of where you come from, saving Midia is a great—" Lance smiled, looking at Zhuang Hua seriously. "According to the bounty, you can receive a title of count and a piece of territory. Finally, it's here." Zhuang Hua straightened up, waiting for Lance to continue speaking. However, Zhuang Hua was taken aback. Why did it sound like a system teasing him right at the critical moment? Does His Majesty wish to deny the validity of the bounty? Zhuang Hua's tone turned unfriendly. He could seize it, but he chose not to yet. That did not mean he couldn't continue to seize it. "No. It's just that 10 years have passed. Now my authority in the kingdom is limited and I cannot provide you with good territory, and even the area is quite large." Lance's expression was somewhat bitter as he spoke. Beside him, Yilite explained, "Currently most of the authority in the kingdom is controlled by the church. Even the knight commander of the army, Knight Orin, is a loyal believer and chooses to obey the church. And His Majesty can only control the palace guards. Without the church's consent, His Majesty's orders cannot even reach beyond the city-state." Zhuang Hua understood. This was a typical example of a monarch being sidelined, yet he smiled and said, "Your Majesty need not worry. You only need to issue the order, and I will take care of the rest." Zhuang Hua. Others may not know, but Midia understood Zhuang Hua's intentions. She quickly advised, "Wait for my father to carefully choose a territory. You can go later. The church is not to be trifled with. Yes, I still have a piece of territory in my name that I can grant to you, but its area is a bit small." Lance felt somewhat embarrassed saying this, knowing a count should at least possess territory equal to 3 towns. Yet his piece of land was not much larger than a village. "Your Majesty." Zhuang Hua did not continue to dwell on the issue of territory. He stared into Lance's eyes and asked seriously, "Do you wish to free yourself from the church's oppression?" "What do you mean?" Lance looked puzzled. Zhuang Hua directly stated, "The church's actions are no different from rebellious subjects. If that is the case, I will act on behalf of your Majesty to restore order and return the kingdom to a state of clarity." But that is the church. What of the church? It has not been without bloodshed. Moreover, concerning his own territory, Zhuang Hua would not back down. He said earnestly, "Your Majesty, you are the sovereign. Are you truly willing to become a puppet of the church?" But Lancers hesitated. He knew better than anyone the power behind the church, the sanctuary. Zhuang Hua sneered, "Your Majesty, it's just a church. If they only cared for their own little patch of land, that would be one thing, but they have stretched their hands into the realm of governance. This has already crossed the line. Do you even know what the church has done? What can they do?" Lancers was puzzled. Nearby, Midia recounted the events in Dana City, causing Lancer's expression to darken. "Islet, Your Majesty, Burson did not mention this. He only said that Lord Zhuang Hua killed members of the church." "Your Majesty." Zhuang Hua pulled everyone's thoughts back and said earnestly, "The kingdom of Ryan is not the church's kingdom. The people are your subjects. If you do not care for your own subjects, then I have nothing more to say." "No." Lancers shook his head, gritting his teeth, "But the church is powerful. Knight Orin has 15 knights under him plus 500 attendants. If we force our way, it will backfire. Then we must strike before they can react swiftly and decisively." Having said that, Zhuang Hua said seriously, "Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. You can rest easy. Just let me choose a fief for myself. If I fail, I will bear the consequences. Your Majesty can place everything on my shoulders." "Your Majesty." Islet pulled Lancers aside and whispered something, after which Lancers displayed an expression of disbelief. Then he said earnestly, "All right, Zhuang Hua, I appoint you as Earl. You will be fully responsible for the matter of the church. Moreover, my royal guard will be under your command. We will advance and retreat together." "Advance and retreat together." Zhuang Hua chuckled. This old fellow still had some courage. If he were truly timid, Zhuang Hua would not mind directly staging a military admonition. "Your Majesty, just wait and see." Zhuang Hua smiled. Since Lancers had received word from Dana City, it was only natural that the church had also received news. As they arrived in the royal city, the church would undoubtedly strike. He planned to catch them off guard before they were prepared. "Lord Zhuang Hua, allow me to arrange for your rest tomorrow." "No need." Zhuang Hua interrupted Islet, saying directly, "We must be quick and decisive. Tell me the location of the church." The bishop of the kingdom of Ryan looked at the clerks below and said coldly, "This heretic dares to kill members of my church and harbor witches. This is an unpardonable sin. What do you say we should do?" "Bishop." A clerk stepped forward and said earnestly, "That person has some strength and many knights under him. Why don't we let Knight Orin lead a team to the royal palace for capture? Indeed, only 2 knights can enter the palace, and it would be simple for Knight Orin to capture them." At that time we will publicly execute Zhuang Hua and the witch by burning them and propagate their sins to intimidate those ignorant people of the kingdom. The bishop nodded. This was a good plan, otherwise direct confrontation would surely lead to their loss. Just then a black mist appeared in the hall, and the figure of the dark moon emerged before everyone. She was a witch, yet the members of the church showed no signs of panic at all. Magic Moon, you have already failed. How dare you come to the royal city? Do you not fear a swift death? Bishop, do not say these things. I am here to save you. Upon hearing this, the bishop disdainfully said, save us. Since when have the members of my church needed a witch to save them? Get lost. If someone sees you, I will not spare you. Huh. The Magic Moon, however, laughed heartily without any care. You may not know, but just now King Lancers and Zhuang Hua reached an agreement. Zhuang Hua is leading his knights attendants and the royal guard towards the church. Their goal is to kill you directly. Lancers. He dares. The church's reputation on the continent is unparalleled, backed by the sanctuary. No one dares provoke them. Even large nations bow their heads before the church, let alone someone like Lancers. Lancers does not dare, but Zhuang Hua does. The bodies of 23 church members from Dana City are still not cold. Do you think he dares to kill you? Only then did everyone recall the events of Dana City, their expressions changing drastically. Although they were members of the church, they themselves lacked much martial power. Their ability to suppress Lancers relied on Nidos and strength. Really? Absolutely. The Magic Moon looked at the bishop and sneered. I remind you, they will be arriving shortly. The bishop understood that although the Magic Moon collaborated with them, she was not a puppet to be controlled. She must have her own purposes for coming here. Bishop, you are truly clever. I only need one person, and that is Princess Midia. The Magic Moon looked at the bishop earnestly and said, once you capture Zhuang Hua, Princess Midia must be handed over to me. All right. The bishop nodded, directly agreeing. It was as if he was merely giving away an inconsequential item rather than a princess of a nation. That is good. Well, I can cast magic to teleport Orin and the others here. I hope you will not be disappointed. With that, the Magic Moon began to chant a spell, and a huge light curtain appeared in the hall. On the other side there stood a tall knight, followed by many knights and soldiers. That was Knight Orin. A witch. Orin looked at the light curtain, and then saw the bishop and others within it. Orin, bring everyone to the church through this teleportation array. Yes. Although Orin was puzzled, he executed the bishop's orders without fail. Moments later he entered the hall with 10 knights and 300 soldiers. Seeing Orin arrive, the Magic Moon smiled at the bishop and said, my task is complete. Do not forget our deal. With that she vanished from the church. After the people left, Orin questioned in confusion, Bishop, why is there a witch here? What was the deal she spoke? Orin was a steadfast believer, and witches were beings that the church must eliminate. Now that the bishop had a deal with a witch, how could he not be puzzled? The bishop also understood Orin's temperament. He shook his head and said, these are matters that could not be avoided. Just now I received news that His Majesty the King has actually been bewitched by that scoundrel who harmed our church members, and now he is leading an army straight to the church. Look at this, you will understand. That was a report from Burson. Without this teleportation array from the witch, we would surely have become corpses under the demon's blade today. Orin, indeed the witch has sins, but now is not the time to discuss that issue. Upon hearing this, Orin nodded as well. This person dared to kill church members and harbor a witch. This is heresy. But does the king have the courage to do this? Bishop, rest assured, no matter who they are, they will not. Heresy must be eliminated. The scent of a witch. As they neared the cathedral, Alice suddenly spoke, causing Zhuang Hua to pause instinctively. This was the largest city-state in the Lane Kingdom. A witch, daring to appear here. Did she truly fear neither the church nor the kingdom's knights? She is inside the cathedral itself. Alice's next words jolted Zhuang Hua awake. Evidently, while the church preached the eradication of witches, it had secretly conspired with one. Master, this aura matches the one we encountered in the forest near Ao town. Then it is Munyue. Zhuang Hua sneered. He recalled Midia's words, that her innate magic had been suppressed by the sage. Yet he knew full well the so-called sage was none other than the church's own archbishop. And the source of Midia's magical power was precisely the curse force. A truth even Alina understood. How could the church possibly remain ignorant? Later, Munyue had even lured him into entrapment within the castle. Its implications now glaringly transparent. What a magnificent church. Indeed, it has long rotted into a festering cesspool of corruption. Issue the order. Zhuang Hua commanded coldly, advance at full speed. I will allow not a single soul within that cathedral to escape. Yes, sir. Iron One and the others accelerated their pace. Yet upon sighting the cathedral bristling with heavily armed guards and battle-ready formations, they fell silent. Who leaked our movements? Munyue. If Munyue was involved, she must have received word. After all, witches wielded not only formidable combat prowess, but also cunning underhanded stratagems. No matter who stands opposite us, charge straight in. He now commanded 10 heavily armored knights, 20 retainers, 5 royal palace guards, and 200 soldiers. A force, truth be told, far from negligible. Charge. Iron One led the assault himself, spearheading the charge. The cathedral lacked fortified walls. This battle would be decided solely by valor. And in valor Iron One and his men reigned supreme. Charge. Seeing the advance, Orn likewise ordered his troops forward. He recognized the royal palace guard among them. Though hesitation flickered across his face, it vanished in an instant. To fight for faith, he bore no regrets. Yet the moment their forces collided, they instantly regretted it. Iron One and his 9 comrades possessed prodigious strength. Each swing of their great blades, even if failing to pierce armor, dinted its steel plating inward. Recall, these knights wore full-plate armor, impervious to ordinary swords and spears. Yet when struck by overwhelming mass and force, such armor yielded astonishingly. Summoned as elite warriors through the system, Iron One and his cohort mastered such tactics with flawless composure. How is this possible? Orn's eyes widened in disbelief. His men were the kingdom's finest, even having served as reserve forces on allied front lines. Yet this formidable host crumbled helplessly before the enemy's onslaught. Your Eminence, I shall escort you through the breach. Orn knew continuing the fight meant certain death. But the archbishop's face contorted with fury as he gritted out, I am the archbishop of the kingdom's church. I shall never retreat. With those words, he drew forth a staff from beneath his episcopal throne. Orn stared, and recoiled. Its tip bore a human skull. Its shaft writhed with countless eyes. Black swirling magic erupted from it instantly. How could such an abomination exist within hallowed ground? Your Eminence, what is that artifact? Orn, the archbishop's lips curled faintly as he murmured, to repel heretics, I had no choice. This amplifies both my power and yours twofold. Though these knights are mighty against you, empowered by dark magic, they stand no chance. Orn refused outright, his voice sharp with outrage. Your Eminence, this object is pure evil. Its presence defile the sanctity of the divine. Destroy it, immediately. His demand brooked no refusal, yet the archbishop scoffed. Orn, you serve well as a knight, but do not mistake utility for authority. Destroy it now. Orn's tone remained unyielding, but the archbishop grew impatient. He leveled the staff at Orn and commanded icily, silence, and become my puppet. In an instant, shadowy magic surged from the staff, engulfing Orn completely. He fell mute in the next breath. Black light pulsed across his form, his eyes blazed crimson, like a malevolent specter bound by sorcery. Crash! At that very moment, Iron One's squad overran all resistance, bursting into the cathedral's grand hall. They beheld the archbishop's grotesque staff, and saw Orn's hollow, silent stance. The truth dawned instantly. Traitors and usurpers. To forge such abominations using children's bodies, your crimes warrant execution. Orn, kill them. The archbishop issued no further preamble, only command. Orn did not reply, but raised his greatsword and lunged forward without hesitation. Humph. Iron One snorted, stepped forward, and engaged Orn. Yet, impossible. Orn's strength had nearly doubled, an unnatural, terrifying amplification that sent Iron One staggering backward. Haha. Continue, leave none alive. Witnessing Orn's prowess, the archbishop's excitement soared. His gaze swept across the assembled knights. Once they too were subjugated as puppets, his dominion would extend beyond the Lane Kingdom, to the entire continent. Power, absolute and unchallenged, would be his. Enough. Iron Two signaled. The 4 of them pressed forward in unison. Yet even then, Orn evaded effortlessly, countering each strike and driving them back one by one. Ha ha ha. The archbishop shrieked with glee. Yes, just like that. Such a divine weapon. Once you're all vanquished, I shall forge more. Across the Lane Kingdom there shall be but one voice. The voice of my church. All together, now. The remaining knights wasted no time. They surged forward en masse. This coordinated assault proved effective, even enabling counterattacks against Orn. Yet Orn shrugged off their blows with contempt, and retaliated with lethal precision, disabling one. Futile. A knight chosen by the staff loses all self-will, obeying only my commands. And worse, he feels no pain whatsoever. The archbishop watched, smirking coldly. Now welcome your deaths. Ha ha ha. You laughed too soon. At that moment Zhuang Hua entered calmly, while Alina beside him swiftly cast healing magic upon Iron One and the others. Zhuang Hua fixed his gaze upon Orn and said coolly, Until now I believe churchmen merely harbored ambition to dominate the Lane Kingdom. It seems I underestimated your depravity. Forging such a cursed staff from young maidens. This isn't human cruelty. It is bestial savagery. Humph. The archbishop sneered at Zhuang Hua. Ha ha. What does a youth like you understand? In this world the church is the divine, is justice itself. He scoffed now, By divine mandate, I decree your death. Orn, kill him. Aorn's power is immense. His speed is astonishing. However, when he reached Zhuang Hua, his attack was blocked by a golden longsword. Not only that, but he was also forcefully knocked back. What is happening? Who are you? Seeing Alice appear beside Zhuang Hua, a hint of terror flashed in the bishop's eyes. Saint Light Knight Alice. Alice coldly announced her name, then pointed her longsword at the bishop, saying indifferently, "In the name of the holy light, I judge you. You harm the weak and deceive the gods. Your ultimate intention was to attack the master, and now in the name of the holy light, I sentence you to death. Do not bluff." The bishop was intimidated by Alice. Every rune on her armor resembled the symbols from the highest sanctuary of the church. Such things even the knights of the Holy Knights Order may not be able to use. Only the 10 Round Table Knights are worthy of equipping them. Could it be that this woman is a Round Table Knight? Regardless, if he wanted to survive today, he had to kill Alice, otherwise he was doomed. Die. No one can judge me. I am a bishop, the most noble person of the Ryan Kingdom. As he spoke, the wand in the bishop's hand emitted a terrifying black magic power, but Alice held her longsword in front of her. Then a sacred aura spread from her, finally enveloping the longsword. Holy light judgment. With a swing of her sword, the black magic instantly dissipated. Afterward, Alice instantly charged in front of the bishop and thrust her sword into his heart. How is this possible? How could the sanctuary appear here? Unfortunately, no one answered his question. After the bishop's death, the wand instantly vanished, transforming into a golden streak of light across the sky. In the distance, Zhuang Hua seemed to see countless young girls' faces. They seemed to have found freedom. My. At that moment, Aorn, who had already fallen, suddenly stood up. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Alice. Esteemed Saint Light Knight, thank you for awakening me. Knight Commander, Aorn salutes you. Hep. Zhuang Hua, however, sneered, waved his hand, and the restored Tai directly disarmed him, then removed. You are under arrest. Looking at the bewildered Aorn, Zhuang Hua scoffed. Don't feel wronged. As the commander of the kingdom, you actually serve the church and oppress the king. This is treason. It is a capital crime. Hearing this, Aorn gritted his teeth and said, I do this for the god, for faith. I am innocent. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua laughed out loud. This world truly is upside down, and non-existent god can actually override everything. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Since you care so much about your god, I'll send you to meet him. I hope he is. Moreover, Zhuang Hua's gaze was piercing as he looked at the knights and soldiers outside the hall who had been tied up, saying, You have aided the wicked and betrayed the king. According to the law, your families will be exterminated. You and your families will be executed. What? Upon hearing this, Aorn struggled incessantly. Zhuang Hua, this is a struggle of faith. They and their families are innocent. If you want to kill, then kill me. What you are doing is demonic. Demonic. Zhuang Hua scoffed, looking down at him. The church you defend uses young girls' bodies and lives to make wands. Who is the real demon? This is called eliminating evil, cutting the roots. Zhuang Hua didn't want to explain further and directly instructed Tai to act. Aorn died. Then those outside begged for mercy, frantically claiming they were misled and did not intend to aid the demon or betray the king. Want to live? That's simple. Whoever captures a church member will spare one life. Whoever can find the church's warehouse and properties can also spare a life. Zhuang Hua finished speaking and looked at them, saying, You have only 1 day. If you cannot find a substitute within a day, there will be no escape from death. Don't think about running. For this day, no one enters or leaves the royal city. After speaking, Zhuang Hua ordered them released and began to count the church's assets. 100,000 gold coins taken. 100,000 pounds of food taken. Countless jewels taken. Finally, there were 30 girls imprisoned underground by the church and nearby piles of girls' corpses. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua felt a sudden surge of anger. The church's people were simply inhuman. Merely killing them was letting them off too easily. My lord. At that moment, Tai hurried in, whispering, Many commoners and some nobles have come. My. Are they here to watch the excitement? Tai shook his head and said solemnly, They have come to ask you to pardon the church members' crimes and demand we apologize to the god. Zhuang Hua sneered. These commoners are truly foolish, still speaking up for these beasts. However, are the nobles also foolish? Perhaps not. All right, then I will go meet them and see how many treasonous people are hidden in this royal city. Church Square. At least 1,000 commoners gathered, and in front more than a dozen nobles were leading the shouting. The church is innocent. The church is innocent. The church is innocent. Someone is coming out. The sharp-eyed person saw Zhuang Hua coming out and instantly shouted even more frantically. Zhuang Hua did not stop them. He simply watched until a noble raised his hand and the shouting stopped. My lord, I don't know what crime the church has committed that requires you to surround and even kill the bishop and knight commander. And you are? Zhuang Hua did not answer immediately, but looked at the noble. I am Coffee Bell of the Bell family. Coffee looked at Zhuang Hua with an arrogant expression coldly saying, whether according to doctrine or the laws of the kingdom, there is no rule allowing harm to be done to the church. Please give a reason. Are you speaking for the church? Zhuang Hua retorted Coffee, causing Coffee to be stunned, then firmly said, the church represents the god represents justice. Naturally I speak for the church. Zhuang Hua did not explain, but waved his hand saying, take him down. Also send people to control the Bell family. Yes. Instantly a knight behind Zhuang Hua led people to take Coffee down, and this action made the other nobles' faces change. As for the commoners, although they shouted along, it was impossible for them to stand up for the nobles. In fact, they even felt a bit of anticipation. These nobles, high and mighty on ordinary days, had never been treated like this. It was inexplicably satisfying. My lord, your actions are too strong. The Bell family once produced a count, and is a noble. You cannot arrest, and you are. I am Fox Valen. Our Valen family is also a noble house. The will of the god cannot be violated. You cannot act against the nobles. Zhuang Hua, scratching his ear, said flatly, take him down too. Treat him the same as that Bell family. Two nobles taken down in succession. Zhuang Hua did not even blink, and the scene was eerily quiet, as everyone feared they might be next. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Hua smiled slightly, and then spoke, you may think I have gone mad causing a commotion here, but I have always been open-minded. We naturally respect the righteous church and the kind nobles, but what if they are wicked beasts? I believe that anyone with a conscience would not allow such scum to tarnish the sanctity of the temple and profane the divine. After speaking, Zhuang Hua turned his body slightly, and looked at the crowd, saying, if you are interested, you can follow me inside to take a look. Come see how filthy these people are. Upon hearing this, the crowd became excited. This was the headquarters of the church, sacred and mysterious, aside from the nobles who could normally enter here. But could these commoners enter as well? No matter who it is, even if it's a vagrant by the river, I welcome him to. Let's go. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to follow. Although the underground space was spacious, it was still not enough to accommodate so many people, but fortunately Zhuang Hua had a plan. He directly had the group line up, entering and exiting in turn. Thus the line kept moving forward. Those who entered were excited while those who came out were silent. Even the nobles who entered were no different. After everyone had taken a look, Zhuang Hua continued, now I will execute these people. Is there anyone who objects? Do I still need to pardon the church? Please think carefully. What if one day the church's people set their sights on your children? Will you remain silent as well? No. Zhuang Hua shouted loudly, clenching his fist, and declaring, I believe everyone would answer this way. Our demons that treat our children as weeds should be put to death. Kill, kill, kill. The commoners echoed his chants, their spirits soaring just like in Dana. This is the power of the people's will. Even if the remaining nobles had their own thoughts, they could only support Zhuang Hua's actions at this moment. On this day, the royal city was a river of blood, yet the common people were elated, wishing they could kill a few more. Who was this person? In the shadows, Mo watched everything unfold. She originally thought that as long as the church intervened, they could at least delay things for a while. At that time, she only needed to steal Midyu away, but now the seemingly invincible church and the so-called knight commander could not stop them at all. And everything was part of a plan. But because of Zhuang Hua's appearance, it was all ruined. Forget it, it will be as it is. Mo felt somewhat disheartened. She had no more options. After all, the church's strength in battle had already shown Zhuang Hua's formidable power. She could still deal with those ordinary knights using magic. But Alice, she was simply her natural nemesis. Am not afraid. Once I become stronger and can summon a dragon, I will definitely return. Zhuang Hua. Mo called out in her heart, then quietly left the royal city. The palace. Lance listened to Eilert's report, and his whole demeanor fell silent. To wipe out the entire church, and even slaughter 2 nobles, although there were reasons for it, it was still terrifying. Father, it's a good thing that Zhuang Hua dealt with the church. Why do you still look so distressed? Child, you do not understand the church's power. The temple will never allow a church to completely disappear in a without the bishop. They will send powerful knights to lead troops to the Ryan kingdom. At that time, we may not be able to withstand their retaliation. The revenge of the temple. This was a shadow hanging over lands, an inescapable gloom. The reason he could not resist back then was that the bishop had reached into the politics of the Ryan kingdom. Then, report Lord Zhuang Hua has returned. Soon Zhuang Hua strode in, looking at Lance, and cupping his hands said, Your Majesty, I have lived up to my mission. I have annihilated the rebel forces led by the church, totaling 312 people, leaving no one alive. As for the participants in the rebellion, they are not held accountable due to their meritorious reporting. In this battle, we reclaimed 5 territories of the kingdom, seizing countless resources, and the church's misdeeds in the kingdom have been recorded. There is a need for your Majesty to announce this nationwide. Lance took the document from Zhuang Hua's hand and took a deep breath upon seeing its contents. Well done. Midya beside him was stunned. Just a moment ago her father was not saying this, and was worried about the temple's retaliation. Now how could he appear so righteous? Lan showed the document to her, causing her to fall silent. Zhuang Hua, you did well. I was indeed too merciful before allowing these demons to exploit loopholes. Zhuang Hua smiled inwardly, and did not refute. Once Lan's organized his thoughts, he looked at Zhuang Hua, and said, you should rest today. Tomorrow I will arrange the territories, and select a good place for you. Zhuang Hua nodded. Today had indeed been somewhat exhausting. He had traveled a long way, and experienced a fierce battle. Fortunately, Ailena's healing magic was quite effective. Although his men were injured, none had lost their lives. Alright. However, it's best to let me choose myself. That is your majesty's promise. Naturally, Lans twitched his lips, but did not refute. Eilert, take Zhuang Hua to the manor. Yes. Lans assigned Zhuang Hua not an ordinary courtyard, but a luxurious manor. This was originally the place where his majesty rested, but ever since the queen passed away he has not been here. Now it belongs to you. Lans explained with a smile, and Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction. After all, he had put in a lot of effort. If there were no rewards for this, it would truly be unreasonable. Thank you. This manor is spacious with all the living facilities, and even has a swimming pool. The water source is natural hot spring water continuously circulating. I am very satisfied. This king used to know how to enjoy life. In this era such things are undoubtedly the epitome of luxury. Then I shall take my leave. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Now that the kingdom was initially stabilized, Eilert, as the Minister of Internal Affairs, was indeed very busy. He also needed to assist the king in stabilizing the royal city. Everyone go wash up and rest. You have worked hard today. Ailena, you too. The great contributor to today's battle was undoubtedly Ailena. Had she not acted earlier, the losses would have been at least halved. Am not in a hurry. How about I prepare hot water for Lord Zhuang Hua? There's nothing lacking here. You should rest first. Ailena then left. However, aside from her, Alice was also a fool, standing in front of Zhuang Hua like a door god. Why don't you go? I need to protect my master. No. Zhuang Hua directly shook his head, then took Alice's hand and headed towards the bathing room. You have sweated today. Oh, I dislike the smell of sweat. Not only Alice and the others. Even Zhuang Hua was enjoying a rare moment of rest, but naturally he was relaxing in the hot spring of the swimming pool. Refreshing. This is life. Zhuang Hua released all the fatigue accumulated over these days. Then he began to tally up his gains. In the storage space, food totaled 300,000 pounds. The gold coins looted from Ao Town, Dana City, and the church amounted to 100,000 coins, plus an additional 200,000 from 2 noble families. This was also the reason he had given half to the king. Otherwise he could have obtained more, and then there were the jewels. However, these jewels were merely trinkets, and selling them would still fetch a good amount of money. In addition, he now had 10 heavy cavalry, 20 attendants, and Alice, the holy light knight, along with with such a large entourage. As long as he selected a territory, the system would certainly provide him with a surprise. He just hoped the system would not act erratically at that time. What a pity. This church is after all the faith of a nation. It was eradicated, yet the system showed no response at all. So stingy. But even without these, he now had the confidence to recruit soldiers. Master. Just then Alice softly said at the door, Princess Midya has arrived. Midya? Why is she here at this time? Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said, let her in. Although Zhuang Hua was soaking in the hot spring, he was still wearing shorts, so it was not an issue to meet someone. However, after Midya entered and saw Zhuang Hua's body, her face turned slightly red, and her gaze held a hint of curiosity. Princess, you didn't come to take advantage of me with your eyes, did you? Who is taking advantage of you? Midya shot him a glare and said irritably, besides, I'm not that bad. You're not at a loss either. Alright, if you want to look, then look. Zhuang Hua said, helplessly spreading his arms, which made Midya's face grow even redder. She quickly spoke up, I have something to discuss with you. Midya is now aware of modesty. It must be said that she has a great foundation, and a decade of slumber has allowed her beauty to remain at its peak. However, Zhuang Hua merely appreciated her. He liked beautiful women, but disliked being forceful, believing in a natural progression. Thus he did not tease her further, but had someone bring a chair for Midya to sit down. Princess, go ahead. It's like this. My father believes that following you would allow me to learn how to suppress magical power, and you have no prejudice against witches and sorceresses. So, you want to follow me? Zhuang Hua looked at her in surprise. Midya nodded, but seriously said, of course this requires your consent. If you disagree, my father won't force it. I don't have any objections, but... Zhuang Hua's gaze fell on Midya, and he chuckled. But what identity would you have to follow me? As far as I know, no princess has followed a lord to their territory. No, there is one situation where it's possible. Zhuang Hua said seriously. As long as the princess marries the lord, everything seems to fall into place. Marry him. Midya was instantly stunned, and even Alice, who was guarding at the door, sneaked a glance at the two. She hesitated. Finally, gritting her teeth, she said, Zhuang Hua, I do have feelings for you, but I'm not ready to marry you. I haven't thought it through yet. No. This time it was Zhuang Hua who was bewildered. He stood up directly and said, Are you serious? What do you mean serious? It's nothing. Zhuang Hua sat down again, then waved his hand and said, I was just saying it casually. Even if you don't marry me, I still agree to you following me. With a gorgeous beauty following him, how could Zhuang Hua refuse? However, Midia just shook her head. You are right. I need a reasonable identity. I'll go tell my father and ask for his decision. Huh. Zhuang Hua wanted to continue speaking, but Midia had already left. No, he was just joking. Why did Midia seem to take it seriously? Although he was now the lord of the Ryan Kingdom, he planned to unify the world in the future, and the Ryan Kingdom would eventually be incorporated into his domain. If she really married him, wouldn't that make it somewhat ungrateful to confront his father-in-law in the future? Forget it. Zhuang Hua didn't want to get entangled. Even if Lance agreed, he wouldn't change his plans for a woman. He dressed and went to the door. Looking at Alice's strange expression, he frowned and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Alice quickly adjusted her expression, appearing serious. Really? If there's anything, just say it. I don't mind. There's nothing. Guarding the master is my mission. Nothing else is worth my distraction. Oh. Zhuang Hua nodded. He always felt something was off with Alice, but she was recruited by the System 100 loyal. She would never betray him, so he decided not to think about it. This time Zhuang Hua slept soundly until dawn. Even when it was the middle of the night, he didn't make a summoning. System summon knights. Ding. Summoned 2 heavy cavalry knights successfully. Not bad. His power had increased again. Zhuang Hua tidied his mood and began to prepare the room. And Alette was already waiting there. Lord Zhuang Hua. Alette, you don't have to do this. I can go to the palace by myself. Alette lowered his head, even more smiling as he replied, Lord Zhuang Hua, this is what I should do. Please get in the carriage. Soon they arrived at the palace, and Lance took out a map and handed it to Zhuang Hua. This is the map of our Ryan Kingdom. The places without markings are available for your territory. Choose one. Zhuang Hua nodded. After the battles from yesterday, he naturally reclaimed quite a bit of territory. The Ryan Kingdom consisted of 4 cities and 10 towns covering a mountain range from the royal city all the way to Elena's village. However, Yin Xiasheng's first choice was the border territory. His goal was not to find a place to settle down, but to be ready for battle at any time. What he wanted was to support war, with war expanding his territory. Therefore, he directly abandoned the central territory, leaving only 2 places to choose from. One was the northern territory, but it was next to the Sierra Kingdom, making it unsuitable for war at this time. The other place was the western territory, known as Double Tower City. It was named for the 2 highlands within its borders. There was no choice left. Let's go with this one. Double Tower City. Lance quickly shook his head and said, Zhuang Hua, although the western side has a coalition defense line, it is indeed the place facing the beastmen directly. Although our kingdom is responsible for logistics, Double Tower City experiences breaches by beastmen invading the defense line more than 10 times a year. It's very dangerous. I suggest you choose a city near the royal city. But Zhuang Hua said seriously, Your Majesty, rest assured my choice here has its considerations. As long as I am here, any beastmen that dare to come will only find death. If there's no battle, he didn't want to. Seeing Zhuang Hua brimming with confidence, he did not stop him, but thinking of his daughter, he eventually spoke up. Zhuang Hua, while I do not oppose your choice here, it means I cannot allow Midia to marry you. At least not for now. Zhuang Hua was taken aback. He did not expect that Midia had actually spoken to Lancy about that matter. Not only that, but Lancy seemed ready to agree, though he understood Lance's meaning now. As long as the place changes, he would still be willing to marry Midia. But everything he did was not for Midia, it was for his own territory. Your Majesty, I understand your and the prince's intentions. However, precisely because the Twin Tower City is dangerous, I must go. Zhuang Hua clenched his fist, his eyes firm as he said, It is precisely because of those incompetent fools like Aorn teaching such treacherous individuals that the Ryan Kingdom cannot thrive. Now, by guarding the Twin Tower City, I can provide a stable environment for the kingdom, allowing your Majesty to govern the nation well. Lancy was moved. As the king of the kingdom, he found that the nobles and ministers under him lacked such awareness. However, the Twin Tower City was indeed very dangerous. He hesitated for a moment and continued, Zhuang Hua, if you can truly stabilize the Twin Tower City, I would still be willing to marry Midia to you. I believe Midia would be willing to wait for you as well. Zhuang Hua smiled, but did not respond. Then Lancy did not linger on the matter and directly produced 2 documents. One was the land grant contract for the Twin Tower City, and the other was the Charter of Rights for the Lord's territory. In addition, Lancy also produced a seal, symbolizing the identity of the Lord. With these, Zhuang Hua would be able to legally inherit the lordship upon arriving at the Twin Tower City. Currently, the Twin Tower City is managed by Knight Trenton, who possesses formidable strength. Although there was an orc invasion in the past, he resolved it in the end. As for how he resolved it, it was not mentioned. However, Lancy clearly trusted him, and said seriously, "If there are difficulties you can consult him." Alright. As long as he did not cause trouble in his territory, Zhuang Hua was not averse to reusing him. Having obtained what he desired, Zhuang Hua set off, without saying goodbye to Midia. Parting always brings sadness. Zhuang Hua will wait for you. At the top of the castle, Midia watched the departing group, her eyes slightly red. "Master, the princess is watching you from the castle," Alice reminded. However, Zhuang Hua did not turn back, but retorted, with such keen eyesight, "Noticing where the princess is, are you really protecting me, as you should?" Off. Alice looked innocent, then firmly said, "Rest assured, master, even while searching for the princess' whereabouts, it will not affect my protection of your safety." Alright, I concede you are impressive. Let's pick up the pace." After saying this, Zhuang Hua got into the carriage while Elena covered her mouth and chuckled. It was unexpected that Lord Zhuang Hua had such a side. As for Knight Alice, she had been thought to be a cold and unfeeling person, but it seemed in some aspects she was no different from ordinary women. However, as Elena looked at the castle in the royal city, she wondered if the princess truly loved Lord Zhuang Hua. They were moving quickly, traveling light this time. Even the ordinary attendants each had a common horse. Even if they were not war horses, they increased the speed by more than double. Lord Zhuang Hua, according to the map ahead, is Fenglan Town. Beyond Fenglan Town is the territory of the Twin Towers City. So fast, Zhuang Hua exclaimed, but this also indicated that the Ryan Kingdom's territory was not vast. In his past life's homeland, from the capital to the frontier, it would take at least a month or two to arrive. Fenglan Town, like Ao Town, but larger in scale. Perhaps due to its proximity to the border, trade here was quite developed. "Lord Zhuang Hua, should we go in? It's getting late." Zhuang Hua glanced at the sky and nodded, saying, "Let's go in and rest for the night. We will continue our journey tomorrow." Yes. At this time, the Lord of Fenglan Town, Tylan Moore, had a grim expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "That demon has come to our Fenglan Town. Indeed, he has already settled in a tavern." "My lord." A servant looked at Tylan and said, "It seems that Lord Zhuang Hua is only resting for the night. If we do not provoke him, we should be able to coexist peacefully." Tylan nodded, but he gritted his teeth and said, "However, we have extensive dealings with Knight Trenton from the Twin Tower City. If Trenton confronts him, will it cause a disaster?" This was Tylan's greatest concern, but given Zhuang Hua's lineup, he did not dare easily provoke him. Forget it, send a message to Trenton, just to inform him that their lord has arrived, and to keep a low profile. Yes. Sigh. Tylan looked out the window, and couldn't help but sigh. The Ryan Kingdom had not seen a killing star like this in decades. Even the Chuch's people dared to kill. If he attracted his attention, it would be unbearable. More importantly, with the change of ownership in the Twin Tower City, would he still be able to do business well? In the tavern, Elena sat in front of Zhuang Hua, delicately arranging the food. "Lord Zhuang Hua, these dishes are rather simple. Please do not find them lacking. They are inferior to your cooking, Elena." Zhuang Hua smiled and said, "But your hands are for saving lives. There is no need for you to fuss over these for me. It's fine and no one gets injured every day." Elena said softly, "The knights of Lord Zhuang Hua are all rough men. Oh, how can they take care of others?" "Elena, I am not." Alice at the door interjected. Her expression was serious, but the remark slightly tarnished her image. She clearly appeared to be a cool and detached woman. Yet she seemed to always pay attention to matters related to Zhuang Hua, even listening in on their conversation. Alice is right. However, you are responsible for protecting Lord Zhuang Hua, and I am responsible for taking care of him. Isn't this clear division of labor? Alice did not respond. It was evident she acquiesced. Thus, after Zhuang Hua finished his meal, Elena left, but while tidying up the dishes, something she overheard made her alert. Trenton is the true lord of the Twin Towers City. Who is this Zhuang Hua? Some wild brat who doesn't know where he came from. He dares to seize the lord's position. Enough. Let's be cautious. Oh, do not let ourselves be discovered. This kid has a dozen knights around him. He is not easy to deal with. Rest assured, this is Fenglan Town, our home turf. Let's put something in their horse feet. By the time they reach the Twin Tower City tomorrow, all the horses will be exhausted. Oh, let's see how they deal with that. This will also establish some authority for Lord Trenton. Let's go. After the two left, Elena finally stepped out, quietly following where they had gone. Sure enough, the two arrived at the stable and immediately began pouring powder into the horse feed. Not only that, they did not leave. Go feed these horses. Alas, their plan was sound, had it not been witnessed by Elena. She raised no alarm, nor did she intervene. Instead, she waited until they had departed, then casually cast a healing spell. Human hearts are treacherous. I must safeguard Lord Zhuang Hua's logistical affairs. Indeed, fearing further mischief, she remained there in silent vigil. At midnight, system summoned knights. Ding. 2 heavily armored knights successfully summoned. At this rate, perhaps within a year, he could amass a cavalry force of 1,000 elite heavy horsemen. Such power, in an age of cold steel, could easily subjugate most kingdoms. Zhuang Hua was well pleased and prepared to retire for the night, only to be interrupted by an urgent need to relieve himself. Yet as he descended the stairs and passed the stable, he spotted a small figure slumped against the wall, stifling a yawn. Elena. Lord Zhuang Hua. Elena jolted awake and found Zhuang Hua standing before her, face closed gate. What on earth are you doing here at this hour, girl? Afraid the horses might wander off? No. Shaking her head vigorously, Elena clenched her teeth and recounted the afternoon's events. I feared they might return and harm the horses, leaving you humiliated in Twin Tower City. So I stayed to guard them. Oh, you. What else could he say? This girl, the first he had ever met, had already gone to such lengths for him. I'll assign rotating night watches. You may restore the horses with your healing magic tomorrow morning. Oh, of course. Elena's eyes lit with sudden clarity and profound admiration. Lord, you're truly brilliant. I never thought of that. Now go rest. Yes, yes. Elena departed, but Zhuang Hua's gaze turned sharp and calculating. Trenton was indeed suspicious. Naturally, according to Land's account, Twin Tower City endured over a dozen orc raids each year, yet Trenton remained unscathed. Clearly, there was a secret bargain. If Trenton were a traitor, Zhuang Hua would not hesitate to unleash slaughter. And as for attempting to disgrace him, to deliver a humiliating lesson, Trenton had chosen his adversary poorly. The next morning, the caravan replenished provisions in town and departed, seemingly without incident. Are you certain the laxative is safe? Rest assured, it acts slowly. They'll surely suffer its effects upon reaching Twin Tower City. Excellent. We must not spoil Lord Trenton's grand occasion. Twin Tower City spanned the size of 3 towns, yet fell entirely under its governance. From the moment they crossed into its territory, endless fields stretched across the horizon. These fields bore striking resemblance to those Zhuang Hua knew, save that beyond them lay vast open grasslands. Though few dwelled upon the plains, clusters of modest dwellings nestled near the forest's edge, scattered, varied in scale, yet harmoniously arranged. At least, for now, the land appeared serene. 2 hours later, a towering cluster of buildings rose abruptly before them. The city had been built beside a great lake fortified by soaring walls, though within those ramparts stood structures of diverse sizes and forms. Most imposing of all stood the central castle, a quintessential medieval fortress infinitely more opulent than the one in Media. Is this Lord Zhuang Hua's domain? A collective gasp arose. Zhuang Hua remained silent, eyes fixed on his system interface, where the territory fields still lay blank. He recalled its last appearance, in the manor hall of EO Town. Evidently, activation awaited his arrival at the Lord's castle in Twin Tower City. Let us proceed. It was but a short distance to the city gates, where crowds had gathered along both sides of. At the center stood a tall knight, flanked by 4 others. Sir Trenton, captain of the guard, at your service, my lord. Ha. Zhuang Hua smiled, faintly studying Trenton. Captain Trenton, did you seek consent from these common folk before staging this spectacle? They. Trenton blinked, unprepared for such inquiry about mere background figures. He chuckled. They came of their own accord, to behold their new lord's majesty. Is that so? Or are they here merely to mock me? Never. Trenton froze, his smile faltering, his expression darkening. Clearly Zhuang Hua's and his knight's mounts showed no sign of affliction. Their vigor and brilliance betrayed no trace of poison. Yet Trenton concealed his dismay. Pray, my lord, enter first. Your castle awaits. Allow me to present Twin Tower City. No rush. Zhuang Hua shook his head and turned his gaze toward the assembled crowd. Their eyes held only dullness and a flicker of fear. Not reverence. Not hope. These people lived in hardship. Citizens, my name is Zhuang Hua, Earl of. From this day forth you are my subjects. I have yet to formulate broader policies, but one decree takes effect immediately. Gather at Castle Square within half an hour. Every citizen shall receive 1 gene of grain, your welcome gift. For all alike. What a... Silence shattered. A bold voice cried out, my lord Zhuang Hua, are you jesting with us? 1 gene per person? Indeed. Come forward, you shall receive it. Should anyone impede you, report directly to my captain of the guard, Tai Yi. Zhuang Hua gestured coolly toward Tai Yi. He will sever the head of any who dare obstruct, and present it to you as apology. No one dared reply. Behind him Trenton's lips twitched. This lord truly spoke without restraint. Twin Tower City housed at least 5,000 souls, 5,000 gene of grain. To simply give it away, what motive could he possibly harbor? Yet it mattered little to Trenton, mere rabble after all. Far more pressing was securing his grip upon power. Inside the castle, the moment Zhuang Hua stepped into the great hall, his system interface flared to life. Ding. Unclaimed territory detected. Ding. Valid documentation verified. Congratulations, territory acquired. Confirm as system territory. Confirm. Ding. Territory confirmed. Lord system fully activated. Reward, static crackle, error, suppression, protocol. Huh. Had the system malfunctioned again? Was his reward lost once more? Ding. With territory secured, the Lord system is now fully operational. Reward talent recruitment ability newcomers grand package. Activate. Newcomers grand package 1 iron mine 1 workshop 10 skilled artisans. This gift amounted to a fully equipped armory, raw materials production facilities and master craftsmen all in one. Truly a magnificent system. My lord, we. Not yet. Zhuang Hua cut Trenton short and opened his system interface. It had just undergone transformation. Lord Zhuang Hua. Territory, Twin Tower City. Prosperity Index 0. Lord Talents Knight Summoning Talent Recruitment. Territory Infrastructure 1 Workshop. Note additional functions unlock as Prosperity Index rises. Stay tuned. Gazing upon the Talents section, he exhaled. No longer was Knight Summoning solitary. Now Talent Recruitment gleamed beside it. I knew it. The Lord system was never so simple. The development of a territory beyond martial prowess undoubtedly requires support from various industries. Zhuang Hua was well aware of this. System Recruit Talent. As a flash of white light appeared, a man dressed in a blue robe manifested before him. Xiaohe at your Xiaohe. Is this the same Xiaohe he was thinking of? The foremost of the 3 heroes of the Han dynasty, the one whose fortunes rose and fell on his shoulders. It seemed Xiaohe could read Zhuang Hua's thoughts. My lord, I am not the same person, you know, we just share the same name, but my abilities will surely not disappoint you. So it's not him. But a product from the system must be of high quality, it shouldn't be lacking. Alright, I trust you. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, but at that moment Trenton spoke up. Lord Zhuang Hua. Zhuang Hua then realized that Trenton had witnessed his recruitment, which implied that Trenton had been observing all along. What did you see? Lord Zhuang Hua, should we report our work first, or would you like to have lunch? Then you report. Seeing he had no unusual reaction, it was clear he hadn't noticed, or perhaps the system had shielded his perception. This was much better. Otherwise, if his actions led others to think he was possessed by a demon, it would be troublesome. Yes. Currently in Shuangta City, there are a total of 13,000 people, including 5,000 inside the city and 7,000 outside. There are industries within the city. However, it is worth noting that the seemingly peaceful Shuangta City could be attacked by orcs at any moment. Trenton sighed. After all, the coalition defense line cannot completely block the orcs. In order to drive them away, we need to offer food and gold to request support from the coalition forces on the defense line. Only then can we repel the orc invasion. However, the price is steep, so the warehouse doesn't have much surplus grain left. If you insist on distributing food to the commoners, it may not be enough. Moi. Hearing this, Zhuang Hua began to understand the situation. This was an attempt to make him look foolish. Are you implying that in such a vast territory like Shuangta City there isn't even 5,000 gene of grain? The orc invasion. Enough. Zhuang Hua interrupted him, saying lightly, from now on you will no longer be involved in the internal affairs of Shuangta City. Everything will be handled by Xiaohe. Just like that, it's over. Is there not even a buffer period? Trenton hesitated, but still spoke. Lord Zhuang Hua, although Shuangta City is not large, it is not small either, and there are many administrative matters. Trenton. Zhuang Hua's tone was icy as he stared into Trenton's eyes, asking, you were once the captain of the knights in Shuangta City. Your main duty is to protect Shuangta City and the Ryan Kingdom. You do not need to worry about internal affairs. Is that clear enough? Clear. Clear. Trenton gritted his teeth. He did not expect Zhuang Hua to be so ruthless, but he wanted to see who would listen to him without his presence. A young upstart, having accidentally saved the princess and obtained a territory, truly believed he was invincible in the world. Xiaohe. Now I appoint you as the Minister of Internal Affairs of Shuangta City, responsible for all administrative matters of Shuangta City, and you will be provided with 2 heavily armored knights and 4 attendants to assist you. If any officials do not cooperate, you may execute them directly without reporting. Rest assured, my lord, Xiaohe will not fail you. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, saying, you may leave. First, inventory the warehouse. I want to see at least 10,000 gene of grain in the square shortly. Yes. Xiaohe did not ask if there was any grain or where it came from. He simply smiled and left with his men. Then Zhuang Hua turned to Trenton and said seriously, now you can tell me about the situation of the Shuangta City military. As a city facing the orc tribes, it naturally had an army. And it was under Trenton's command. This territory was his, so the army was also his. My lord, there are a total of 500 soldiers in Shuangta City, including 5 knights, 100 swordsmen, 200 spearmen, and 200 archers. As he spoke, Trenton confidently asserted, this army is definitely the elite of the kingdom. Even the guard troops led by Captain Orn in the royal city cannot compare. Is that so? Zhuang Hua asked with a smile. Then why can't you stop the orcs? The orcs are... Trenton lowered his head awkwardly and said, however, if it weren't for the army's resistance, the coalition support would not have arrived so quickly. In that case, Zhuang Hua did not press further. At this moment Elena walked in and said, "Lord Zhuang Hua, the commoners have arrived. Good, let's go out." Originally Trenton wanted to see Zhuang Hua make a fool of himself. After all, the warehouse did not have much food, and there wasn't enough time to buy more. However, when he saw the grain piled up in the square, he was completely stunned. The officials of Shuangta City stood there obediently, each bearing a look of fear. What is going on? What on earth happened? My lord, the food is ready and can be distributed at any time. Zhuang Hua nodded as he approached the high platform in the square, gazing at the throngs of commoners below. He called out loudly, "Fellow villagers, I am Zhuang Hua, the lord of Shuangta City. From today onward, Shuangta City is mine, and you are my subjects. The grain over there is a welcome gift for you." They really are distributing grain. The commoners' eyes lit up, and they cheered. Zhuang Hua smiled and continued, "After I disperse the crowd, I will arrange for people to distribute the grain to you on the spot. However, before that I have a few questions to ask you, fellow villagers." This was the first time a lord asked questions to the commoners. An elder stepped forward and said, "Lord Zhuang Hua, we are just uneducated commoners and may not be able to answer your questions." "No need to worry." Zhuang Hua smiled and said, "I just want to ask about what you have seen and heard. There's no need for everyone to be nervous." "Well, okay then. You are giving us grain, Lord Zhuang Hua. You are a good person, and we will do our best to answer." Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction, and then spoke. "Before and after I came here, I heard people say that Shuangta City is invaded by orcs more than a dozen times a year. Do you know anything about this?" The elder who spoke earlier upon hearing this asked with confusion, "Lord Zhuang Hua, there are indeed orc invasions, but saying more than a dozen times is an exaggeration. It's only 2 or 3 times, and each time there are only a few dozen orcs." "Is that so?" Zhuang Hua cast a glance at Trenton, and then continued asking, "I also heard that every time coalition forces come to help drive away the orcs, have you seen them?" Coalition forces. The commoners living here naturally knew about them. The elder was about to answer when Trenton interrupted. "My lord, these commoners know nothing and have no experience. You can just ask me directly." The scent of a witch. As they neared the cathedral, Alice suddenly spoke, causing Zhuang Hua to pause instinctively. This was the largest city. Humiliating. Utterly humiliating. Trenton had never endured such public disgrace before, yet he dared not resist. "Not yet, at least." "I understand, my lord." "Then get out of my sight." Zhuang Hua dismissed him without courtesy. A man who dared deceive him deserved no respect. The common folk, witnessing the once arrogant knight, Trenton, now publicly rebuked by the new lord, surged with renewed spirit. "My lord, we have never seen any so-called reinforcement troops. Yet officials in the past levied taxes upon us under that very pretense. Look beyond the city walls. Fertile fields stretch endlessly, but after paying every conceivable tax, we are left with no grain to spare. Arbitrary pretexts. Oppressive levies." As voices trembled with emotion, some even stifled quiet sobs. Each word a dagger piercing Trenton's deepest shame. Yet he remained unmoved. A rabble of troublemakers. Where in this continent does any land go untaxed? Without taxes, how shall armies be fed and you protected? How else shall the coalition's logistical supply be sustained? My lord, do not heed their falsehoods. Still fearing Zhuang Hua might be swayed, he interjected urgently. "Seize him." Zhuang Hua commanded instantly. He drew his blade and moved forward. Knives flashed from the soldier's hands. "What? Do you dare raise arms against me, the legitimate lord of Shuangta City? Is this treason? Perhaps you remain unaware of my deeds." Zhuang Hua spoke calmly. "The last man who rebelled met a fate where his entire family, down to the household dog, was executed by my hand. Should you choose likewise, your end shall mirror his." Knights and soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. "Sheath your weapons, and stand still. I shall pretend none of this transpired." His tone was serene, yet the words struck like thunderclaps. Though rumors of the royal palace upheaval had reached them, hearing it confirmed by Zhuang Hua himself left them utterly stunned. After a moment's hesitation, one knight stepped back, then another, then 3. "Umph." Zhuang Hua scoffed contemptuously, then declared aloud, "Knight Trenton, I care not for whose interests you serve, but Shuangta City is my domain. You have harmed my people, unpardonable. Henceforth I decree your death sentence." Silence fell absolute and suffocating. Even the previously emboldened crowd held their breath, hearts pounding. "You," Trenton's face paled, his voice quivered, "my lord. You would execute me for these wretches?" "I am a knight, a noble. By ecclesiastical law, nobles are granted immunity from execution. You cannot kill me." This privilege, the bedrock of noble impunity, allowed them to act without consequence, especially against commoners. Alas, they had met Zhuang Hua. Ecclesiastical law. Have you forgotten the church itself lies slaughtered by my hand? You? Zhuang Hua waved dismissively, too weary to waste further words on such trivialities or petty power struggles. "Execute him, and raze his household to the ground." "Yes, my lord." Tai nodded, unsheathing his greatsword. Trenton thrashed wildly, but Zhuang Hua's heavily armored cavalry held him fast, immovable as iron. Thwack! A single stroke severed his head. The square fell into utter silence. Even Shuangda City's own soldiers stood frozen, limbs icy with dread. Zhuang Hua paid them no mind. Turning instead to the trembling townsfolk, he proclaimed, "Countrymen, fear not. Such corrupt officials deserve nothing less than death. You are my people. I will protect you. And from this day forth all existing taxes are abolished. Farmers shall pay only 30% in levies, merchants likewise." He paused, then added gravely, "No other tax, none whatsoever, shall ever be imposed." My lord, is this truly so? For in Shuangda City taxation had long spiraled beyond 90%, leaving barely enough grain. Now Zhuang Hua promised only 30%. Such mercy felt divine, miraculous. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." With a roar the crowd sank to their knees. Only under such a lord could they hope to live. "Rise, go now and claim your rations." Once the people dispersed, Zhuang Hua turned toward the troops. At his approach every soldier knelt in solemn obeisance. "What you did under Trenton, I hold no grudge." Relief washed over them, until Zhuang Hua fixed them with a calm gaze. "But henceforth 3 edicts shall bind you. Violate any and death follows without reprieve. First, my commands are absolute. Obey without question, execute without delay. Second, in battle retreat is forbidden unless ordered. Third, no soldier may oppress, disturb, or take even a single thread from the people. Only these 3. His eyes swept across the ranks. "Can you uphold them?" "We can." Their reply was thin, scattered. Zhuang Hua frowned. "Are you starved?" "I cannot hear you." "We can." This time the cry rang loud and unified. Zhuang Hua nodded, satisfied. Then he pointed to Tai Yi. "From this day Tai Yi is your knight commander, and your sole commander. Tai Yi, lead them away." Tai Yi bowed and marched the troops off. Only then did Zhuang Hua turn to Xiao He. "Xiao He, we shall speak within." With internal threats purged, the work of rebuilding his domain began. He had not forgotten. The system required prosperity points to unlock further functions. 1 summoning of a knight. 1 recruitment of talent. Already the system's power revealed itself. What marvels might unfold as his territory flourished. Zhuang Hua found himself eager, while Xiao He, true to his exceptional nature, had already absorbed a profound understanding of Shuangda City in mere moments. Agriculture, industry, commerce, fisheries, he analyzed each. They debated deep into the night, finalizing strategy, after which Zhuang Hua entrusted Xiao He with the ironworks and other key workshops. "My lord, one matter remains," Xiao He said gravely. 50 kilometers west lies the coalition's front line, and our lean kingdom must deliver 5,000 jin of grain and 10,000 gold coins monthly to sustain it. Of that, Shuangda City's quota amounts to 1,000 jin of grain and 2,000 gold coins. Coincidentally, the coalition's envoy arrives in 2 days to collect payment. Today we seized 3,000 jin of grain and 20,000 gold coins from Trenton's estate. Impressive, yes, but Shuangda City's development demands both grain and coin in abundance. If we remit monthly, we simply cannot bear the burden. This was a crisis, perhaps the very reason Trenton had levied such ruthless taxes. "No haste. Grain and coin, I possess both. Whether we yield anything to the coalition remains undecided. After all, why surrender hard-won resources to them? Not a chance." Then, the grain and coin. Xiao He rubbed his palms together, eyes alight with anticipation. "Impatient. Tomorrow I shall open the granary. 10,000 jin and 50,000 gold coins await you." "Many thanks, my lord." The allied forces. The alliance serves as a crucial defense line against the orc invasion, and it certainly appears to be of great importance. However, does Shuangda City face several orc incursions every year, indicating a breach in defense, or simply a lack of preparedness? Money has been given, yet the defense is insufficient. This will not do. Moreover, if orcs can invade, then he too can invade the orc territory. "Let me see what lies beyond the defense line," Zhuang Hua declared with unwavering resolve. He did not come to be a complacent lord. "Report." Suddenly a retainer rushed in excitedly, saying, "My lord, the orcs are coming." "The orcs are coming." Truly, thoughts become reality. Zhuang Hua remarked seriously, "Prepare Tai Yi at the very least, I want one captured alive." "Yes." After that Zhuang Hua also stood up, eager to see what the orcs looked like, and what their battle tactics. Outside Shuangda City, 10-meter-tall orcs slowly approached, their skin of vibrant green, with razor-sharp teeth, and wielding stone hammers and other weapons. However, they did not approach the city walls, but circled around them, seemingly observing something. "My lord, Tai Yi, go apprehend them." Zhuang Hua did not hesitate, but the knights of Shuangda City beside him hesitated, and then spoke. "Lord Zhuang Hua, these orcs are incredibly strong. They are likely just here to observe, and then steal some food before leaving. So in the past, did you just stand idly by?" Zhuang Hua coldly retorted. "Has your knightly spirit been fed to the dogs?" The crowd lowered their heads. Yet Zhuang Hua disdainfully said, "They are just orcs. Tai Yi should show them how to confront orcs." Yes. Tai Yi received the order, then charged out on horseback with 10 heavily armored knights. This action immediately attracted the attention of the orcs. They saw Tai Yi and the others without fear, but rather with excitement. It is essential to understand that in their battles with the humans have always been weak even when armored for enhanced defense. Yet their stone hammers can take lives just the same so. In the face of Tai Yi they remained unafraid. Roar, roar, roar. Tai Yi was surprised to see this group of orcs not running away, but his speed was indeed faster. With a firm grip on his refined iron spear in an instant of contact, one orc was directly pierced through the chest. The other orcs suffered the same fate. Only one orc remained unscathed, not due to luck, but because it was intentionally left alive. Bind him. Orcs will never be slaves. The orc shouted in fury, eyeing his fallen comrade with bloodshot eyes. Human, if you are a warrior, then duel with me. Duel, eh? Tai Yi looked at him and shook his head, saying, "You are not worthy. You, bind him." 2 knights stepped forward to act, but the orc suddenly struck. However, he thought he could successfully ambush, yet he was directly seized by a knight by the wrist, and the stone hammer could not be lowered. How is this possible? Bind him. There was nothing impossible. The heavy cavalry summoned by the system were all massive, even rivaling the orcs in size. An ambush? How could he possibly succeed? Soon the orc was thrown before Zhuang Hua, who turned to look at the soldiers of Shuangta City, and said lightly, "Is this the powerful orc you speak of?" This. They did not expect the orc to be so easily defeated. Remember, if anyone shows cowardice in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yes. Having witnessed Zhuang Hua's strength, these individuals became eager. Trenton previously would never kill orcs. Instead, they would intimidate the common people with the arrival of these orcs to extort money. Now their lord was not like that. Many of the soldiers came from common backgrounds with their families exempt from taxes and receiving food distributed by Zhuang Hua. These were all tangible. Now their lord possessed such resolve, and they admired him deeply. It turned out that orcs could also be killed by them, and could be captured. "Why have you come here?" "Humph." The orc snorted coldly, turning away without answering. Zhuang Hua smiled, still a tough nut to crack. He waved his hand, saying, "Take him down, and treat him well. I want to know his purpose for coming here, the situation of the allied defense line, and the circumstances on the orc side." "Yes." Tai Yi nodded. He had plenty of ways to make the orc speak. After they took him away, Elena curiously asked, "Lord Zhuang Hua, could these orcs not be here to plunder?" "Plunder?" Zhuang Hua shook his head and chuckled lightly, saying, "If it were that simple, they wouldn't have come with only 10. I believe they are here to scout." "Scout?" "Indeed." Zhuang Hua nodded seriously, saying, "Regardless of the state of the allied defense line, the fact that these orcs have come multiple times indicates a problem with the allied defense line. So what should we do?" Elena began to worry. "No need to worry." Zhuang Hua looked towards the mountains in the west, and said in a deep voice, "When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. If the allied forces have problems, we simply rely on ourselves." "Is that even possible?" Elena asked in confusion. Zhuang Hua did not explain. Countless histories prove that relying on mountains leads to collapse, and relying on people leads to flight. Only by relying on oneself can one endure for long. Zhuang Hua did not elaborate further. It was getting late, and it was time to rest. The castle of Shuangta City was far more luxurious than the estate of the royal city, although it could not be called resplendent. But it was impressive enough. The next morning, the first thing Zhuang Hua did upon opening his eyes was summon knights. System summon knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 3 heavy cavalry. Critical hit. Well done. Looking at the talent recruitment, it changed to 17. There are 6 days left until the next recruitment. "My lord, we have extracted the information." Zhuang Hua took the statement and began to examine it closely in the study. First, the orc tribes have been confronting the humans for many years and are unwilling to wait any longer. Not only on the side of the Ryan Kingdom, but also other nations' defenses have seen orcs break through reconnaissance, preparing to wage war. Second, the allied defense line has been long lulled into complacency. The orcs are exploiting this, preparing a surprise attack to catch the humans off guard. Third, the orc tribes are not a united front. Each tribe is riddled with conflicts over resources, and the captured orc came from a small tribe. Finally, there is one crucial point. In the next 2 days, the orcs will lead 500 orc warriors to break through the defense line and launch an attack on Shuangta City. After taking Shuangta City, they will then strike at the allied forces from both sides. My lord need not worry. 500 orcs are nothing. My men can ensure they come and go without return. I am not worried." Zhuang Hua glanced at the statement, and then recalled what Xiao He said. 2 days later, the emissary from the allied forces would arrive to collect supplies. On the third day, a group of people arrived outside the Twin Tower City, led by a tall knight. "Who goes there?" However, Tai Yi did not immediately let them pass. Instead, he asked cautiously, The knight hearing this replied sternly, "Damn it, do you not even recognize me? Tell that scoundrel Trenton to come speak with me. He won't be coming." Tai replied flatly, then asked, "If you do not provide your names, please turn back, or else you will face no mercy." No mercy. Before the knight could respond, the soldiers behind him burst into laughter. "Lord Charles, do these people of Twin Tower City dare to disrespect you like this? When we enter the city, he must apologize to you properly." Oomph. Upon hearing this, Charles' gaze turned icy. Trenton had truly become arrogant lately, daring to treat him this way. However, he bore the heavy responsibility of collecting supplies. He had to enter the city. "I am the envoy of the 9th Defense Line of the Allied Forces, Knight Charles. According to regulations, I have come to collect military provisions from the Kingdom of Ryan. Open the gates quickly." Upon hearing that he was an envoy, Tai hesitated for a moment, frowning as he asked, "Do you have proof?" Charles was nearly enraged to the point of jumping up. The attendant beside him scolded, "Lord Charles is the proof. If you dare to stop us, you are being disrespectful. If you anger Lord Charles, the Allied forces will withdraw from the 9th Defense Line." At that time, the attendant sneered, "Your Twin Tower City and even the Kingdom of Ryan will become the feast of the orc tribe. Is that so?" Tai was completely unconcerned, replying calmly, "If you cannot provide proof, then please turn back." What? The attendant did not expect the guards of Twin Tower City to be so arrogant. "Bring out my Allied forces documentation for them to see." "Yes." The attendant was somewhat confused, but since Charles had spoken, he naturally could not refuse. Soon Tai finished reading the document and waved his hand, saying, "The document is in order. Open the gates." Oomph. Charles snorted coldly and then led his team into the city. However, when he saw Tai, he felt an unfamiliarity. This knight he had never seen before. "Where is Trenton? I want to see him." As a knight from a great nation, he naturally looked down on the small kingdom of Ryan, even though Tai had just angered him. But due to his status, he would not do anything to Tai. If there was to be any retaliation, it would be left to Trenton. However, Tai casually replied, "He is already dead." Charles was taken aback, then puzzled. "He died in just a month. What happened?" Tai did not answer. Charles frowned, feeling that something was off about this person. Forget it, as long as he could get what he wanted, it was of no concern to him who had died. "Take me to see the steward, please." Soon Tai brought him to the castle to meet Earl Zhuang Hua. "This is the Lord of Twin Tower City, Earl Zhuang Hua. Take me to see the steward, please." Soon Tai brought him to the castle to meet Earl Zhuang Hua. "This is the Lord of Twin Tower City, Earl Zhuang Hua. This person looks a bit like a knight from the temple. How could she be following a small lord of the Kingdom of Ryan?" However, it also suggested that Zhuang Hua's status might not be ordinary. "Charles, I greet you." "Knight Charles, please take a seat. I am already aware of your purpose. I have prepared the supply. You can take them at any time." Hearing this, Charles let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could secure the supplies, everything else was a minor issue. He smiled and said, "Earl Zhuang Hua, rest assured that our allied forces will not take your supplies for free, and we will certainly keep the orcs at bay. You just need to focus on production. I trust you." Zhuang Hua smiled as if he truly believed them, which made Charles feel quite pleased. However, recalling Tai's attitude, he shook his head and said, "Earl Zhuang Hua understands reason, but that knight under your command seems somewhat unreasonable. How dare he stop me outside the city? If there had been a misunderstanding, would we have left? If Twin Tower City were to suffer an attack from the orcs, it would be dangerous." "You are right." Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, "Someone go arrest Tai and throw him in the dungeon, that blind fool." "Knight Charles, rest assured, I stand with the allied forces." Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Charles felt a sense of pride swell within him. He thought he had encountered a formidable lord, but found he was no different from Trenton before. Within this defense line, everyone had to listen to him. Just as he was feeling pleased, Vol rushed in anxiously, saying, "Lord Zhuang Hua outside the city. Many green-skinned orcs have arrived, at least 500 or more. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua immediately stood up, grasping Charles' hand with excitement, saying, "Knight Charles, the orcs have come. Only you can save Twin Tower City now. Please take action. For the supplies prepared for the allied forces, I will prepare double for you. You must save us. Don't panic." Charles said this, but inside he was already flustered. They hadn't fought a battle on this defense line for several years. Occasionally a few orcs would come looking for trouble, but 500 orcs. This was something that only appeared during great wars. But now, why had they come? "Knight Charles, I understand." Charles looked at Zhuang Hua and said, "You should send your men to the city walls and prepare for defense." "My lord, everyone has run off upon seeing the orcs. There is no one left on the city walls." Vol's words left Charles speechless, while Zhuang Hua looked at him with anticipation. But he could not agree. If he truly took action, he and his small number of subordinates would surely fall under the orcs' hammers. He thought for a moment, and quickly looked at Zhuang Hua, saying, "Zhuang Hua, don't panic. I will take people to intercept the orcs while sending someone to call for reinforcements." "I knew it." Zhuang Hua said excitedly. The Allied forces would not ignore us after taking our supplies. Twin Tower City is relying on you now. Rest assured. After saying this, Charles hurriedly walked out. At this moment, the people he brought along were also extremely anxious. My lord, the orcs are here, at least 500 of them densely packed in sight. Are we really going to take action for Twin Tower City? The faces of everyone were filled with fear. After all, they were human too and feared death. Take action. We will go out through the side gate in a moment. Once out, we will run with all our might and must keep a distance from those orcs. What about Twin Tower City? Upon hearing this, Charles scoffed. That has nothing to do with us. This time it seems the city is going to be lost. We must survive to bring intelligence back to the Allied forces. Otherwise, we can only wait here to die. Indeed. Then let's hurry up and leave. As soon as Charles exited the city gate and saw the orc tribe not far away, he immediately turned and ran. At this time, Zhuang Hua appeared on the city wall, watching Charles' retreating figure, shouting, "Knight Charles, are you leaving us behind? Is the Allied forces abandoning us?" Hearing the voice of Zhuang Hua, Charles ran even faster. My lord, the people have run far away. Zhuang Hua nodded, looking at the approaching orcs outside. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "How are the preparations coming along?" The tools for defending the city have been prepared in abundance, and the civilians outside the city have been arranged to take cover. Good. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Tai Yi seriously, he said, "This time I want to make sure these orcs have no return. It's all up to you, Tai Yi. Rest assured, my lord, if the orcs do not perish, I will bring their heads to you. Go prepare." After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, he also went to the heights of the castle, quietly watching the orcs approach. These orcs seemed very strong, but they had one notable characteristic: they only had minimal armor. In a real battle, the orcs would definitely not be a match for the fully armed Tai Yi and his men. Moreover, Zhuang Hua did not plan to engage these orcs in a wild battle. With a stronghold in hand, why confront them heathen? Soon the orcs approached, and Tai Yi ordered an attack without further discussion. Arrows, stones, and even golden syrup. Various means of attack rained down. The orcs suffered casualties before even reaching the city, and once they were at the city, the death toll was even higher. Since ancient times, attacking a city has always been the most brutal type of battle, bar none. However, this was true for the attackers. These orcs, despite their brute strength, lacked intelligence, and did not expect that Double Tower City would be so well prepared. In the past, whenever their orc tribe invaded the human race, they always won easily, with those humans fleeing at the sight of them. Resistance was also meager. Now stop firing, retreat. The orc leader, seeing that half of his troops had been killed or wounded, dared not advance any further and ordered a retreat. But at this moment, the city gates swung wide open, and Tai Yi led the knights out, not bringing ordinary soldiers. All were knights, 15 heavy cavalry and 5 local knights from Double Tower City, totaling 20. Each rode a warhorse, wielding their weapons as they charged. Damn, these humans do not regard us at all. Kill, 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 kill. Oomph. Tai Yi snorted coldly, thrusting his fine iron spear. So, Elena followed closely behind Zhuang Hua, watching as Tai Yi and his 20 men pierced through the orcs, something unimaginable in the past. Tai Yi and his men are heavy cavalry, inherently stronger than these orcs. They are fully armored, riding magnificent steeds, wielding heavy weapons. Armor against the unarmored is truly a crushing victory. If facing the initial 500 orcs, he might have hesitated, but now only around 200 remained. Facing 10 to 1 is completely manageable. And indeed, it was as if only a few charges remained. The orcs had been decimated. In the end, Tai Yi even captured their leader alive. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Well done. Zhuang Hua looked at the tightly bound orc leader and asked, I will give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Orcs will never be slaves. Still rather stubborn. Zhuang Hua was unconcerned, smiling as he said, lock him up for now. We will interrogate him tomorrow. I just want to know the situation of the orcs at the 9th defense line. Yes. The orc leader turned his head away, determined not to yield. No orc would ever capitulate. However, when he was locked away and saw another orc in a different cell, he was stunned. You are still alive. Lord Nulls, how did you get captured too? The orc did not expect that even their tribe's small leader Nulls could be captured. These humans are too strong. Nulls gritted his teeth and said, I don't know why, but it seems these humans were already prepared, catching us off guard. Otherwise, how could we have suffered such a great defeat? It's as if they knew we were coming. The orc appeared somewhat apprehensive. Just then Vor walked over, producing food and handing it to the orc, saying, you should persuade your Nulls to cooperate honestly to avoid suffering physical punishment. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Yes, yes, yes. The orc nodded repeatedly, making Nulls widen his eyes. It's you betrayed the tribe, you traitor. Lord Nulls, I had no choice, but if I don't confess here, it would be hard not to die. You? Nulls was furious, but the orc raised his head seriously and said, Lord Nulls, these humans are different from the humans on the battlefield over there. You might as well cooperate. Well, perhaps you can still survive. Impossible. Sigh, if you do not cooperate, you may not have a chance to go out. Ignoring the commotion in the cell, Zhuang Hua was excitedly looking at the system panel in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for their first victory against the foreign tribes, achieving a great victory. Reward Elite Infantry Corps. Error. Correcting. Zhuang Hua knew that the system had its quirks, but he was confident that rewards would still be given. This Elite Infantry Corps seemed like a great asset, but to receive such a reward for killing only 500 orcs felt a bit excessive. Ding. Correction successful. Reward Military Talisman 1 Intermediate Witch Magic Essentials 1. Indeed, even with its quirks, the system still provided rewards. He had already seen the appearance of the elite heavy infantry through the system. They were similar to Tai Yi and his men, except they did not have warhorses and were equipped with cavalry sabers and iron shields. He had already seen the appearance of the elite heavy infantry through the system. They were similar to Tai Yi and his men, except they did not have warhorses and were equipped with cavalry sabers and iron shields. Although there were only 500 of them, if used properly, they could certainly change the outcome of a battle. Good. Although he couldn't summon them at will, a 7-day interval was sufficient. After all, they couldn't be fighting every day. In addition to this, there was also an Intermediate Witch Magic Essential. Intermediate Witch Magic Essential can help a witch grow into an Intermediate Witch and master Intermediate Witch Magic. In addition to this, there was also an Intermediate Witch Magic Essential. Intermediate Witch Magic Essential can help a witch grow into an Intermediate Witch and Elena. Lord Zhuang Hua. Elena looked puzzled. Zhuang Hua asked seriously, witches also have levels. How strong is an intermediate witch? Of course there are levels. The witches I know include Awakening Junior Witch, Intermediate Witch, Senior Witch, and Legendary Witch, among others. After all, witches are born with their abilities. Elena said somewhat somberly. A newly awakened witch has only limited abilities capable of healing minor wounds. Only by gaining essential inheritance can they truly become a junior witch, able to cast some healing spells and divination spells. As for intermediate witches, they are already very powerful, usually possessing some supernatural abilities such as casting elemental magic. Because of this, witches can be very dangerous. Without complete inheritance, a witch that loses control can cause damage no less than that of a sorceress. I see. Zhuang Hua understood. Looking at Elena, he smiled and asked, do you want to become an intermediate witch? Me? Elena paused, looking at the serious Zhuang Hua, and shook her head, saying, it's fine. Witches are generally not well received by people. As long as I can stay by Master Zhuang Hua's side, being a retainer is already wonderful. Stop whining. Zhuang Hua directly claimed the reward and applied the essence of intermediate witchcraft to Elena. Just a little, Elena's aura surged, and soon her mind was flooded with numerous witch spells. Moreover, as long as she wished, she could easily cast them. But how is this possible? Even though witches are somewhat special and born with abilities, they still need to learn gradually to grow. Up to now, Zhuang Hua merely pointed with his finger, and she became an intermediate witch, and a very powerful intermediate witch at that. Don't be surprised, just be good, and perhaps one day you will become the most powerful witch. Also, witches are human too. One day, I will let the world know that witches are also angels who save people. Master Zhuang Hua. Elena felt a tingling in her nose, unable to stop the tears from welling up. Only Master Zhuang Hua could protect her like this. Otherwise, she would have been doomed in the village. Don't cry, you are now the person I trust the most. I don't like girls who shed tears. Oh, the most trusted. Elena felt warmth in her heart. Master Zhuang Hua had said she was the most important person. Alright, you've leveled up. Go see if there are any injured soldiers and heal them. Watching Elena leave, Zhuang Hua also sighed in relief. However, the sudden influx of so many orcs clearly indicated that there was a problem with the defense line. He found Xiao He and began giving orders directly, saying, Xiao He, I want to lead the army westward to see if there's a need to occupy the orc tribes. During this time, you will be in charge of the defenses and construction of Twin Tower City. Rest assured, my lord. Xiao He did not ask why, but directly accepted, which pleased Zhuang Hua. This is talent. Completely without needing his concern, such talent is always welcome. However, if they could negotiate with the orc leader, it would make things easier. Moreover, Zhuang Hua also wanted to understand the situation with the coalition forces. Meanwhile, Charles and the others had run for a long time, only relaxing once they could no longer see Twin Tower City. No orcs followed us, right? None. Others were still in a state of panic, complaining, what is going on with these orcs? They haven't moved for years, yet suddenly so many appear. If they attack the coalition's defense line, now wouldn't that be the end? There are only 500, perhaps it is just the actions of those small orc tribes. Lord Charles, what should we do? They came to collect grain, and now without the grain they faced an orc attack. Collecting grain was their responsibility, but dealing with orcs was not. Should we continue to reign kingdom to collect grain? First let's return to the defense line and report to the knight commander, then we can make plans. Charles gritted his teeth. If he didn't bring back food this time, he would definitely be punished, but he couldn't dare to lead people around Twin Tower City to Rain Kingdom to collect grain. He was afraid of encountering orcs. Let's go. Once they arrived at the defense line, Charles went to a castle and cautiously said, Knight Commander, orcs appeared at Twin Tower City. We haven't collected the grain and Twin Tower City will likely not hold out. Should we report this to our superiors? Report what? There are only about 1,000 of us here. We can't go rescue Twin Tower City. The Knight Commander shook his head. Keep an eye on our defense line. As long as the orcs don't come here, it has nothing to do with us. What about Rain Kingdom? We haven't taken their grain. Their safety has nothing to do with us. Charles breathed a sigh of relief, but the Knight Commander coldly stated, You need to find a way to make up for the missing grain. Get out. Charles clenched his fists. How was he supposed to make up for so much grain? Damn, clearly Zhuang Hua had prepared everything. Why did it happen so coincidentally? Just then a soldier rushed over saying, Lord Charles, Twin Tower City held out. The orcs failed to succeed. What? Twin Tower City, is that impressive? But thinking about it, as long as they defended the city, it wouldn't be so easy for the orcs to break through. What about the orcs? I don't know, no traces of the orcs have been found. Or they might have left. Should we go to Twin Tower City to collect grain again? Charles shook his head. He still had some pride. He had just fled this morning. Now to go back, where would he put his face? Besides, he didn't know where the orcs were. What if he went and encountered the orcs? Enough said. I won't be going to Twin Tower City. He'll think of another way regarding the grain situation. The next day, Zhuang Hua brought Tyre and 5,000 pounds of grain directly to the defense line, wanting to investigate the situation. Of course, it was best to see it in person. At this moment, Charles was troubled over the grain when he spotted Zhuang Hua's team. Knight Charles, you're really here. Zhuang Hua displayed a sorrowful expression and said earnestly, You don't know, yesterday the orcs invaded, and we suffered heavy losses in Twin Tower City. Now the orcs have vanished, and I'm anxious. So, I brought 5,000 pounds of grain to ask the coalition for help. Of course, this is just a deposit. If we can deal with those orcs, I will definitely show my gratitude. You? Charles was taken aback. He had originally felt a bit awkward since he had run away yesterday, but he hadn't expected them to come seeking assistance today. However, he was also afraid of those orcs. I'm just a messenger. I can't help you deal with the orcs. How about I ask the Knight Commander? This is troublesome. Zhuang Hua smiled slightly, and after Charles left, he instructed Tyre to begin investigating. As a professional elite, it was easy to gather information here. Knight Commander, the Lord of Twin Tower City has come seeking help. The Knight Commander paused, puzzled, and asked, Are they still alive? They suffered heavy losses, but the orcs are still within the territory, and he fears for his life, and wants us to support them. He also brought 5,000 pounds of grain. Should we support? The Knight Commander glanced at him, and said irritably, We can rely on the castle and walls to defend ourselves here, but if we actually go to the battlefield and face them, we will only die. Then what to do? The 9th defense line was originally responsible for this area of Rain Kingdom. Now that the victims had come seeking help, could they remain indifferent? Pretend to agree, once they are destroyed by the orcs, no one will come looking for trouble. This? Charles was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Knight Commander to be so ruthless. However, this was good. It would send Zhuang Hua away, and also avoid facing the orcs. Moreover, they could get 5,000 pounds of grain for free. I'll go reply to him right now. However, just as he agreed with Zhuang, Hua's scream suddenly rang out from the defense line. Not good, the orcs are attacking. Charles was utterly terrified by the situation he saw. Without caring for Zhuang Hua and the others, he turned. Before long, soldiers from the coalition appeared on the city wall, but the knights were few in number, and neither Charles nor the mysterious Knight Commander showed up. My lord, what should we do? No rush. Zhuang Hua replied calmly. The 9th defense line must not fall into the hands of the orcs. If they are defeated, we will go and provide support. Although there are numerous flaws here, if we lose it, Zhuang Hua would face significant obstacles in counterattacking the orc tribe in the future. My lord, but we only have 20 men. Is that enough? I have my measures. Without hesitation, Zhuang Hua looked towards the castle and walked directly over. First, find Charles and the others. Yes. However, the castle was large, and Zhuang Hua and the others searched for quite some time, finding it completely empty. Not good, they have escaped. Tyre suddenly pointed to a spot not far away where a group of 50 knights was heading off into the distance. Damn it, these cowardly bastards just ran away like this, eh? Tyre clenched his fists in anger. As a soldier, the spirit of fighting to the death was what was expected. Alright, let's see if there's any problem with the defense line. Zhuang Hua did not express an opinion. Those 500 orcs did not know how they had bypassed the defense line to reach Shuangda City. But at least it proved one thing, the Shuangda City was definitely in trouble. Not good, the defense line has collapsed. Without knights at the front, these soldiers are no match for the orcs. The orcs are on the city wall. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua did not hesitate to use the military talisman, and instantly 500 heavy infantry appeared in the open space outside. They did not speak, but exuded a murderous aura. Tyre lead them to the city wall for support. Spare no orc. Tyre had been worried, but upon seeing these 500 men, he immediately smiled. This subordinate obeys. After saying that, Tyre led the 500 men to charge up the city wall. The soldiers defending the city had already collapsed, but upon seeing Tyre and the others, they instantly regained their courage. With so many knights, what did they have to worry about? Kill these orcs. Kill. The orcs were also bewildered. How could the intelligence be so different? Moreover, hadn't they already ascended the city walls? How were they being killed down again? No one could answer them. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and in the end it was still the orcs who retreated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the external battle. Reward Legendary Commander Recruitment Card. Kaka. Correcting. Reward Mastery of Horsemanship. Zhuang Hua knew there would be problems, a legendary commander was no trifling matter and would undoubtedly be superior to Tai Yi and the others. However, the system did not give him a chance, but fortunately there were still rewards. Mastery of Horsemanship. Zhuang Hua felt a slight change in his body. If he had a horse now, he could perform wonders on it. But having only horsemanship was of no use. With his current physique, he wouldn't be able to fight. However, based on the system's rewards, there might come a day when he could also take to the battlefield and slay enemies. My lord, the orcs have been defeated with 532 orcs eliminated. Zhuang Hua nodded, looking at the bewildered soldiers over there. He said earnestly, everyone, you have worked hard. However, the knights of the 9th defense line have already fled. In other words, you have been abandoned. The soldiers lowered their heads, falling into silence. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua continued, but it doesn't matter. I have witnessed your bravery. I am Zhuang Hua, the lord of Shuangta City in the Ryan Empire. From today onwards, I will take over this defense line. If you are willing to stay, I, Zhuang Hua, will never treat you poorly. If you wish to leave, I can also give each of you 10 jin of grain as travel expenses to let you depart. There are at least 500 soldiers here. Although they do not have the perfect equipment of knights, yet they dared to take up weapons and fight desperately against the enemy on the city walls. For this alone, Zhuang Hua felt they were much stronger than a knight like Charles. He liked soldiers like these. My lord Zhuang Hua, I Dwuluan am willing to serve you. My lord Zhuang Hua, I Basi am willing to serve you. In an instant, countless soldiers knelt down to pledge their loyalty. What else could they do? Their knight commander had already fled. Even if they returned, if the coalition headquarters found out that they had fled, they would be executed. By following the lord in front of them, they still had a chance to survive. They had seen how fierce the reinforcements had been. Following such a lord, they might one day don armor and become knights. A total of 530 men, without exception, all became Zhuang Hua's followers. After arranging for Tyre to take charge, he entered the castle to inspect, which had now become his territory. Lord Zhuang Hua Territory, Shuangta City, 9th Defense Line, Prosperity 130. Lord Talent Knight, Summoning Talent Recruitment Items, Military Talisman, used 07. Is the prosperity already at 130? Zhuang Hua was quite satisfied, but how much prosperity was needed to unlock new functions? Unfortunately, the system would not answer him. My lord, the defense line is basically fine, and I have arranged for people to start patrolling. The defense line is fine, but where did the orc troops in Shuangta City come from? This is definitely not normal. Go ask the newly joined brothers if anyone knows about the orcs crossing the defense line. Yes. This question concerned the safety of his territory and must be clarified. However, he was not in a hurry. He looked to the north where the 8th defense line was. Did Charles and the others run there? Would they return? Knight Leon, are we just going to run like this? If Lord Bruce finds out, then what to do? Leon also wanted to know, but he recalled the densely packed orcs earlier, and his scalp tingled. At the time, they thought the orc tribe outside the 9th defense line was no longer a threat, and withdrew the army. We are left with only 10 knights along with 500 to 600 soldiers here. How can we defend against the orcs' fierce assault? The 9th defense line is gone, or it is not my problem, but rather unexpected that the orcs would launch a sudden attack. We also cannot hold on, and had to retreat. Lord Bruce will understand. Charles' eyes lit up. No wonder Leon could become the knight commander. With such a mind, he could never compare. At this moment, Leon looked at everyone's appearance and shook his head, saying, "You can't do this. You are too orderly, and not a scratch on you." Then what should we do? Charles was puzzled. They had not fought so naturally, they had no injuries. But Leon drew his cross-shaped sword and said seriously, "Like this, we can each give each other a cut, and then discard some equipment, and it will be fine." A cut. Charles hesitated, saying, "Knight Leon, won't that hurt a lot? Are you afraid of dying or afraid of pain?" "My lord, the 9th defense line is long and solid. It is impossible for the enemy to sneak in unnoticed. But there is only one place." "What place?" Zhuang Hua inquired. Tyre responded earnestly, there is a cliff to the east of the 9th defense line, and there is a small opening in that cliff wide enough for only one person at a time. But their knight commander Leon does not allow them to approach that place. It's the kind of order that's issued. A place with obvious vulnerabilities, yet soldiers are barred from getting close, which speaks volumes in itself. But what reason would a knight commander of the Human Alliance have to do this? Take some people to investigate, it would be best to block it off. Yes. Zhuang Hua waved his hand. Though these questions were strange, they were not very important. Zhuang Hua's goal was to take the 9th defense line. This way, he could attack the orc tribe while ensuring that Twin Towers City remains safe. As long as the Human Alliance does not create disturbances, he could slowly occupy the orc tribe's territory and watch the system develop. Once he became powerful, he could take down other battle zones and kingdoms along the defense line. As Zhuang Hua walked around the castle, he suddenly stopped, sensing that something was amiss. What is below? My lord, that below is a forbidden area prohibited for entry by Knight Commander Leon. Only his direct knights are allowed inside. Open it. Zhuang Hua would not miss a place resembling a cellar from Ao town to the royal city. A cellar not only serves as a storage for nobles' food and gold, but also as a site for their misdeeds. However, there was nothing disgusting on the floor below, as Zhuang Hua had imagined. It was rather clean and tight. Moreover, there were bags of grain and gold seemingly in substantial quantity. After all, this place had not seen battle for many years, and with so few people, they still collected so much grain and gold from the Leon Kingdom each year. Not having some reserves would be abnormal. But what attracted Zhuang Hua was not these. Instead, it was a display rack on the other side. What is this? On that rack were various strange items. There were even some dried specimens. These are the witch's magical tools, and some specimens of magical creatures. Magical tools? Zhuang Hua asked curiously, having only seen the staffs used by witches, while some of these items resembled drums and bowls. They appeared to come in various styles. I said that witches need the aid of magical tools to cast spells, otherwise their power is greatly diminished. And these magical tools vary in style and function. You know so much. Zhuang Hua was curious. After all, Elena was merely a girl raised in a village. Becoming a witch was also due to a twist of fate. He did not expect her to know so much about witches. I didn't know before, but that day when you pointed it out, my lord, I learned a lot, including knowledge about witches. So that's how it is. Zhuang Hua nodded and stepped forward to examine these magical tools, which looked just like ordinary utensils. Can you use these magical tools? Not at all. Elena shook her head, a bitter smile on her face. The source of power for witches and magical women is different. We cannot activate these items. I see. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, storing these items in his storage space. Though they could not be used now, they might prove useful in the future. Aside from that, there was nothing else underground, but Zhuang Hua wondered why there were these magical tools in the 9th defense line. He had not discovered any witches here. The longer he stayed, the more mysterious some things became. Forget it, let's go out first. After working for so long today, he was both tired and hungry. Alright, I'll go prepare food for you, my lord. Now, aside from helping soldiers and civilians with their injuries when she had nothing to do, Elena spent all her time accompanying Zhuang Hua and preparing his breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She didn't look like a witch at all, instead she resembled a devoted maid. At night, Zhuang Hua had just lain down when he saw a bright red light rising outside the window. It was coming from the direction of the orc tribe outside the 9th defense line. What's happening? Did the orcs launch a sneak attack? No. Alice shook her head at the door, saying lightly, I did not detect any orcs approaching, but I sensed a surge of magical energy over there. Zhuang Hua understood that. Alice had that ability. But did the orc tribe also have witches? Why would they make such moves at night? If enemies come to attack, wake me up. Alice nodded. Zhuang Hua then casually went to sleep. The next day, system summoned knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 5 heavy armored knights. 5. This was the first time Zhuang Hua had encountered such a situation, indicating that the system's summoning limit could be increased. However, the 500 heavy infantry summoned yesterday, using the military symbol, had already vanished and could not be used again for a week. Was everything alright last night? No problem. Alice shook her head, and only then did Zhuang Hua walk outside. At this moment, the 9th defense line was operating in an orderly manner. Even though Charles and Leon had left, Zhuang Hua had arrived with Tyre and other heavy cavalry leading. The defenses here had actually become even more solid. Have you found anything in that place? Nothing yet. Tyre shook his head, but he wondered, my lord, we haven't found any orcs, but a woman came out from inside. Zhuang Hua was taken aback, puzzled. A woman? From the other side. Tyre nodded. But she was seriously injured. When we found her, she could no longer speak, and it seemed she was on the verge of death. Take me there, and call Elena over as well. Soon, Zhuang Hua saw the woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but she was dressed in tattered clothes, and there were visible whip marks on her body, a shocking sight. So pitiful. What has she been through? Elena's eyes were filled with compassion as she looked at Zhuang Hua and said, "My lord, should I save her?" Please save her." However, Alice, who was beside them, spoke calmly, "Master, this woman has magical energy." Zhuang Hua was taken aback. "Does that mean this woman is a witch?" "Indeed, although it is very weak, it is undoubtedly magical energy, my lord." Seeing this, Elena hesitated. Zhuang Hua, noticing her reaction, smiled and said, "Continue saving her. Just because she is a witch doesn't mean she is a bad person like Mou. We cannot simply stand by and let her die." Only then did Elena nod, and she began to cast her healing spell, which now required less time to chant and worked faster. In just a moment, the scars on the woman's body began to fade, and her originally pale face became. When she opened her eyes and saw Zhuang Hua and the others, there was a look of vigilance in her eyes. "Who are you?" "Count Earl of the Ryan Kingdom, Lord of Twin Towers City, Zhuang Hua." He looked at the woman before him and asked, "Now that you are on my territory, who are you? Why did you come from the territory of the beast men?" "I." As the woman sighed in relief, she fell into hesitation. Zhuang Hua observed her expression and said calmly, "I believe that as a witch you would not appear in the beastmen's tribe without reason." When the word which was spoken, the woman trembled all over. Yet Zhuang Hua did not stop, but continued, "You encountered difficulties in the beastmen tribe, didn't you? Let me guess. You are not alone, and with your strength you cannot possibly be a slave of the beastmen. Could it be that you have an organization inside? What have you been doing within the organization of witches?" Listening to Zhuang Hua's analysis, the woman's pupils constricted. She opened her mouth and gritted her teeth, saying, "Do what you will, just don't waste words." "Why would I want to kill you?" Zhuang Hua chuckled. But the woman also sneered. "I am well aware of the dealings between the human coalition and the beastmen, you human scum." Impudence. Alice, standing behind, drew her sword, the killing intent aimed directly at the woman. "Do not act." Zhuang Hua restrained Alice and looked at the woman, saying, "I believe what you said, but I am not that kind of person. You saw it. The one who saved you just now is the witch Elena, my capable assistant. Behind me is the paladin Alice, my reliable guard. Do you think it is possible for both types of people to exist in the human coalition?" The woman shook her head. Whether witch or sorceress, both are wanted and hunted within the human race. Moreover, the coalition was formed entirely by the Holy See. How could they allow sorceresses to appear here? However, Alice was undoubtedly dressed as a temple knight, and her aura was even more suffocating than that of the temple knights. But how could this be possible? "It is normal to have doubts. If you are unwilling to speak, that is fine, but at least tell me." "Lilith. My name is Lilith, a junior witch." Zhuang Hua nodded, and then said to Elena, "Bring her something to eat, and let her rest well." After speaking, Zhuang Hua turned and left. Lilith harbored secrets. Perhaps there was a resistance force in the beastmen tribe. However, it was still uncertain, and could perhaps be confirmed from the side. He remembered that there were still 2 beastmen captives in Twin Tower City. Tai send someone to Twin Tower City and let Tai interrogate the beastmen leader as soon as possible. I want to know everything he knows. Understood. Tai went to arrange it, while Zhuang Hua climbed up to the city wall and began to ponder as he looked into the distance. At that moment, several beastmen appeared outside the defense line, but the moment Zhuang Hua looked at them, it seemed that the beastmen were not giving up. They might come back for another attack. However, the place where the beastmen tribe was located was densely forested with a network of waterways. Logically speaking, the resources should be abundant, yet these beastmen were dressed and equipped like primitive people. Such a waste of resources. I must turn this place into a land of fish and rice. Zhuang Hua thought to himself, with sufficient food supplies, he would have confidence when waging wars in the future. Just then he heard a deafening explosion from the distant jungle. It was definitely not caused by firearms. In this era, gunpowder had not yet emerged. Was it the witches? Zhuang Hua thought of Lilith. There were witches active in the beastmen tribe, and they were still fighting against the beastmen. Witches have high attack power, and diverse means they can be utilized as well. After all, the enemy's enemy is a friend, and friends are one of their own. Lord Zhuang Hua, Lilith wishes to see you. Oh. Zhuang Hua raised an eyebrow and wondered, didn't she say she was unwilling to speak? Why now? Could it be because of the battle over there? Zhuang Hua smiled. I'll go meet her. Upon seeing Zhuang Hua arrive, Lilith immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded, Lord Zhuang Hua, please take action to save the human race and my companions. Was the commotion just now caused by your companions? Yes. Lilith said sadly. We are born as witches just like sorceresses and are not well received. Thus a witch alliance was established between the beastmen and the human territories. Originally everyone lived in peace. But one day we discovered that the human coalition was capturing civilians and selling them as slaves to the beastmen. Upon hearing this, Alice and Elena clenched their fists. We knew earlier that there were human slaves among the beastmen, but we didn't expect they were sold by the coalition. Therefore we decided to rescue the humans trapped in the beastmen. For 10 consecutive years we rescued many people and sacrificed many while my witch team launched an attack on a beastman tribe last night, but failed. I narrowly escaped, but many of my sisters are trapped inside. After speaking, she looked at Zhuang Hua and pleaded, Lord Zhuang Hua, I know you repelled the beastman's army yesterday. You must have the ability to rescue them. Please. Zhuang Hua did not agree immediately. Yesterday he had 500 elite heavy infantry, so he was naturally unafraid. However, now he only had about 20 heavy cavalry here, plus 500 ordinary soldiers. It seemed like a considerable number, but charging directly into the beastman's lair would be unwise. First tell me about the situation over there. Alright. Lilith said seriously, last night we acted because they suffered heavy losses here. This tribe is a small beastman tribe with a population of just over 2,000, and their army consists of only around 800 men. In yesterday's battle they lost more than half, and we thought there was an opportunity. But we didn't expect there was a powerful beastman shaman among them. We fell into a trap which led to our failure. It was known that there was a beastman shaman with extraordinary powers akin to a witch and 400 beastmen warriors. Zhuang Hua hesitated for a moment looking at Lilith and said, I can agree to rescue the people, but you must stay and serve me. Zhuang Hua was still quite interested in the witch's peculiar abilities. Lilith was taken aback and asked, I am a witch. So what if you are a witch? Zhuang Hua said casually, just because you dare to help ordinary people, I believe you are not bad people. And Zhuang Hua said solemnly, I love talented individuals most. The abilities of sorceresses are useful, and naturally the abilities of witches are too. So if you are willing to serve me, I am willing to go save people. I agree. Lilith did not hesitate. Regardless of Zhuang Hua's motives, she could only trust him now. Zhuang Hua also smiled, and waved his hand, causing the witch's magic tools he had previously seized to appear before her. These should be useful to you, right? Magic tools. Lilith was taken aback and said shakily, these are all top-tier magic tools. How did you acquire them? Just say if they are useful or not. They are. Lilith nodded repeatedly, and Zhuang Hua was not polite, directly pushing the magic tools towards her. Now they are all yours. All for me. Lilith looked at the magical tools somewhat at a loss. Each of these items was priceless within their circle, yet Zhuang Hua was giving them to her outright. Of course. Zhuang Hua said with a smile, you are now mine, and these items serve no purpose here. Giving them to you will only enhance your combat capabilities. Your strength represents my strength, doesn't it? Is that true? Lilith asked in confusion, aren't you worried that I might take these items and run away? If that were the case, it would only prove that I misjudged you. But I believe you are not that kind of person. Lilith also said, this Lord Zhuang Hua seemed truly different from the nobles spoken of in rumors. Alright, you should familiarize yourself with these items. We will set off tonight. Shuangta City no longer needed so many defenders, so it was perfect to redeploy them to encircle the orc tribe. In the evening, Tai Yi and his men arrived at the castle. Shuangta City no longer needed so many defenders, so it was perfect to redeploy them to encircle the orc tribe. In the evening, Tai Yi and his men arrived at the castle. My lord, did the orc leader say anything? Tai Yi nodded slightly. He revealed that there are a total of 7 tribes directly opposite our 9th defense area, and the leader of their largest tribe has dealings with the human alliance. Dealings. Lilith had already informed him of this, and Tai Yi's information was not much different from what Lilith had said. In addition, within the 9th defense area, there is a force specifically opposing the orc tribe. They seem to be witches. Because of the witches' presence, the commanders at the human defense headquarters have given up the opportunity to attack the orc tribe. Give up. Zhuang Hua murmured, it must be to let the orcs and the witches exhaust each other. Is there more? This leader comes from the most powerful tribe. They seem to have taken advantage of the human defense line's intentions and are preparing for a grand war. Zhuang Hua already had his suspicions, but this was not his primary concern. Alright. You go and coordinate with the brothers. We will set off at midnight to encircle a small tribe. Understood. Tai Yi and his men went down. They needed to rest in order to prepare for the night raid. They had to act in the best condition. Deliver a fatal blow to the enemy when they are at their most careless. Additionally, send someone to scout. We cannot fall into an ambush. Yes. Tai Yi left, and Zhuang Hua went to rest as he planned to personally participate in this night raid. This was the first proactive attack against the orcs, and he wanted to understand the enemy's strength. With Alice around, he was not worried about his safety. Night. As soon as midnight arrived, he called out successfully summoned 5 heavy knights. Zhuang Hua's eyes brightened. Another critical hit, summoning 5 heavy knights for 2 consecutive nights, made him even more confident about tonight's battle. Gather. Let's move. Zhuang Hua led 30 knights and 500 elite soldiers marching towards the location pointed out by Lilith. He had already scouted ahead. Although the orc warriors were fierce, they had not anticipated that Zhuang Hua would lead a surprise attack. Master, I feel a strong malice. It seems to come from the orc tribe shaman. Alice warned, and Zhuang Hua nodded, looking at Lilith, saying, I'll leave that shaman to you for now. Oh, if you can't handle it, Alice will step in. As for Elena, she was a powerful support. Although the intermediate, which knew some elemental magic, her stronger spells were still healing spells. This was also why Zhuang Hua dared to lead a surprise attack. It was because Elena could provide a safety net for the team. Yes. Lilith nodded, and then Zhuang Hua ordered Tai Yi to commence the attack. At this moment, the orc tribe had fallen into silence. Even orcs needed to rest at dawn. As for the patrol teams, they were very few. Tai Yi had no intention of playing any tricks. He directly ordered the archers in the back line to ignite their arrows with oil and then fire. Hundreds of fire arrows rained down on the rooftops of the orc tribe, instantly igniting clusters of flames. Soon the fire intensified. Only then did the orcs react, but Tai Yi had already led his men into the fray, and the patrolling orcs were sliced in half by Tai Yi's blade. The sheer force and ferocity left everyone dumbfounded. Enemy attack. At this moment, the orcs reacted, rushing out with weapons in hand, but facing them were the heavy knights, led by Tai Yi. Die. It's the human army. An orc leader exclaimed as he recognized that these troops were from the 9th Defense. Shut up. Tai Yi had no intention of wasting words. He drew his sword and slashed. But it must be said, these orc warriors were fierce, despite the heavy casualties they charged out. Some soldiers were injured upon seeing this situation. But the next moment, a wave of green energy erupted from their bodies. Their injuries were instantly healed. Ha ha ha, I cannot be killed. Kill these orcs. The soldiers, seeing their injuries easily healed, were filled with fighting spirit. Once upon a time, they had seen only fear in the eyes of the orcs, and even the soldiers of the 9th defensive line had fled in panic when facing the orcs. But now they were killing these orcs as easily as if they were dogs. How could this be? When did the humans become this? Damn it! The orc leader, observing the situation, shouted, quickly summon the shaman. Before he finished speaking, a purple light appeared among the orc ranks. Then an orc clad in a cloak holding a scepter embedded with a purple crystal appeared from a high vantage point. No matter how brave the humans are, they will find only death in my hands. Makura. The old shaman began to chant spells, and then purple energy balls exploded towards Tai Yi and his troops. In an instant, they felt their movement slow. It's witchcraft. Lilith. Observing the situation, Zhuang Hua called out to Lilith, who did not hesitate. She took out an instrument resembling a harp and began to cast magic. I'm here. As she finished her incantation, the instrument emitted strange melodies. And this music directly dispelled the shaman's sorcery. A witch. The shaman, noticing this, sneered, I wondered why the humans had the audacity to strike at us. It turns out it's that little girl who escaped. Release my companions. Lilith gritted her teeth, looking angrily at the shaman. Huh. The shaman laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you think you can contend with me using just one artifact? You and your human companions will become slaves to my orc tribe. Forbidden technique. Heavenly fire burns the world. As he spoke, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky above the forest, and then purple flames fell like raindrops. In a moment, over 100 soldiers could not withstand it, and were instantly killed. Not even Elena could heal them in time. Damn it. Lilith took out a turtle shell artifact, then chanted a spell, and an energy shield appeared over Tai Yi and the others' formation. However, even so, the shield was on the verge of collapse under the shaman's attack. Lord Zhuang Hua, I can hardly hold it. Lilith spoke, her eyes filled with guilt. If it weren't for her, Zhuang Hua would not have come here to fight the orcs, and would not have been targeted by this shaman. Alice. Zhuang Hua was also furious. Although he had over 1,000 men, losing 100 directly was infuriating. I want him dead. Yes. Alice, who had been still, felt Zhuang Hua's anger, and drew her holy sword. In the name of the holy light, I judge you. What? A paladin. The shaman finally realized Alice. The dazzling golden light blinded him. What of the paladin? Today all of you shall remain here, and become slaves of my orc tribe. Forbidden technique. Holy light judgment. This orc shaman is indeed formidable. It is worth noting that when the bishop of the church used the evil artifact crafted from a girl, Alice was able to easily dispel it. Now Alice finds herself unable to completely suppress the shaman's forbidden technique. Alice let out a cold snort, as if she were angered. She did not cast any skills here. Instead, she exerted force beneath her feet, and charged out directly, her speed astonishing even Tai Yi. Moi. Die. The shaman, upon seeing Alice approach, immediately cast a spell, but Alice continuously swung her holy sword. With each slash, the shaman's spells gradually dissipated. How is this possible? In the name of holy light, bestow upon you death. No. But Alice gave him no opportunity to beg for mercy. With a single stroke, all his spells were instantly neutralized. Tai Yi flexed his wrist, and coldly said, kill them. The battle ended swiftly. In the depths of the orc tribe, countless humans were imprisoned in cages, all young boys and girls. As for the old, there was not a single one. Additionally, there were 10 individuals hanging from a pillar in the central area of the orc tribe, their clothes tattered, and their bodies marked with whip scars, a shocking sight. Sister Lilith's tears flowed uncontrollably upon seeing them. Lord Zhuang Hua, they still have a chance to live means they are still alive. Without needing Zhuang Hua's command, he had already led people to rescue them. Elena, save everyone. Yes. At this time Tyre also approached, saying seriously, My lord, all the orc warriors have been eliminated. There are 600 remaining orc captives, both young and old. This was to inquire about how to deal with them. Even Lilith couldn't help but look over. After all, these were orcs. Follow the rules. Zhuang Hua did not hesitate, and said calmly, Regardless of gender, anyone taller than a cart wheel shall be killed. Lilith nodded inwardly. This was acceptable. The orc children could be spared, but she still felt uncomfortable. After all, these orc children were also beasts, treating humans with utmost cruelty. By the way, lay the cart sideways. Lilith's lips twitched. But Tyre did not blink, shouting loudly. Laying it sideways meant total annihilation. Even the kind-hearted Elena felt no sympathy for these orcs upon seeing the rescued humans. Orcs deserve to die. Soon those orcs, seeing the cart laid sideways and hearing the declared rules, became furious. Humans, you will face retribution for this. Orcs will not die. Enough noise. Tyre swung his sword down, instantly silencing them. As for their words, Zhuang Hua cared even less. They certainly didn't care about the lives of humans when treating them. Now who would care about their lives? Ignoring them, Zhuang Hua walked up to the rescued humans and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Count Zhuang Hua of the Ryan Kingdom, Lord of Twin Tower City. Now you are saved. I can offer you two choices: to follow me, or to leave here and return to your homeland. I respect your decisions. Upon hearing Zhuang Hua's words, everyone felt a surge of joy, but they were also perplexed. After arriving here, they all knew they had been captured by the nobles of their own country to be sold to the orcs. They certainly wanted to go home, but would they continue to be sold once they returned? Zhuang Hua was different. Not only did he dare to lead troops to attack the orc tribe, but he also rescued them from hell, a life-saving grace. Following him would be much better than returning to their own country and homeland. My lord, I am willing to follow you. I am willing too. These were all young people, both male and female, but they were all in their prime. With just a bit of training, they could become the backbone of his territory. In the end, the tally showed there were 237 men and 213 women, a total of 450 people. This was quite a significant gain. Moreover, there were also human beings scattered among these orc families, and Zhuang Hua rescued them all. You are not anyone's slaves, you are upright individuals, members of Zhuang Hua's team. Lord Zhuang Hua, Lilith's companions have been rescued. Zhuang Hua nodded. He approached the square and looked at the 10 witches, who all had wary expressions in their eyes. Ladies, thank you for your hard work. The witches did not respond, and Lilith quickly said, My lord, my sisters do not fully understand you, please forgive them. No worries. He looked at the 10 and said, Lilith followed me as a promise, and I brought troops to rescue you. Now that the promise is fulfilled, you can leave at any time. Really? Upon hearing this, one witch couldn't help but ask, You really will let us go? You must know that our heads are quite valuable in the temple. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, That is the temple, not me. Compared to your heads, I care more about your abilities. Moreover, you fought in the orc tribe for the sake of rescuing your fellow humans. That deserves my respect. The 10 looked at each other. Zhuang Hua was indeed different from other nobles. Sisters, Lord Zhuang Hua really is different. What if? No way. One of the witches, seemingly the leader, said seriously, While this lord is decent, we are not alone. Even if we were to serve him, we must observe first. Lilith. The witch looked at Lilith and said gently, Even if this lord treats you well, you must be cautious. I still cannot trust these nobles for now. All right. Zhuang Hua smiled from the side, saying, Rest assured, Lilith is my capable aide. I will not harm her. The witches felt somewhat awkward as their private conversation had been overheard. In that case, we shall take our leave. After saying this, the 10 witches transformed into swarms of butterflies and disappeared into the forest. The magic of these witches to escape is quite impressive. My lord, we have completely taken down the orc tribe. Their warehouse is behind their chief's palace. Let's take a look. When they reached the chief's palace, the system chimed in as scheduled. Ding. Detecting a territory that can be occupied. Do you wish to occupy it? Occupy. This piece of land is fertile and particularly suitable for farming, and Zhuang Hua is determined to take it. However, there are no fortifications to defend, and to make this a stable rear base, he needs to take down the surrounding orc tribes as well. Occupation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving victory in an external war. Reward Heavy Cavalry 5,000. Click. System correction. Reward Heavy Infantry Battalion 1. System, are you okay? Click. Host, I. Click. I have always been. Zhuang Hua was speechless. It seemed this system glitching was not a one-time occurrence. Let's check the rewards first. Heavy Infantry Camp Recruit 1 Able-bodied youth. After rigorous training lasting 7 days, he becomes an elite heavy infantryman fully equipped upon graduation. Zhuang Hua's eyes lit up at the sight. He had been deeply troubled by how to train elite combat forces. After all, Orcish warriors possessed formidable physiques. Without a peerless cavalry commander like Tai, no force could hope to stand against them. Now with this camp he could cultivate powerful elites endlessly, though only 100 at a time. Yet even that number sufficed, especially since equipment was provided free of charge, a gift beyond measure. My lord, the warehouse lies just behind. Zhuang Hua stepped inside and surveyed the space, his expression dimming with disappointment. The orc storehouse held nothing but wild game meat and foraged fruits. Provisions were desperately scarce. The sole bright spot was a pile of gold ore, gleaming radiant, so vivid that Zhuang Hua involuntarily swallowed hard. This ore is exceptionally pure. No refining needed, merely melt and mint into coins. Excellent. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction. Its value amounted to at least 50,000 gold coins, enough to secure his soldiers' wages without concern. Secure it all. With a wave of his hand, Zhuang Hua stored the gold ore within his spatial storage. As for the meat, he ordered distributed entirely among the common folk, then escort them back to the defensive line. Though this territory had been seized, it offered no natural fortifications. Should other orcs mount and assault, the civilians would suffer terribly. Yet even as Zhuang Hua withdrew, he stationed observers here, ensuring immediate intelligence should Orcish forces approach. Scarcely had they departed when orcs arrived, and upon seeing the corpses littering the ground, their fury. Who dares this? Who has slaughtered our Orcish kin, not sparing even children? Die! The annihilation of an entire tribe sent shockwaves rippling across the Orcish clans. Initially, suspicion fell upon the human forces of the 9th defensive line, but they knew humans well enough to dismiss the notion. Such a brazen incursion, such ruthless extermination. Unthinkable. At this critical juncture, who among the tribes stirs such chaos? Thus decreed Lushan tribe, the most powerful Orcish clan along the 9th line, launching a full investigation. Soon the remaining tribes trembled in apprehension. Lushan grows ever more tyrannical. Do we possess the strength to obliterate another tribe? Perhaps the thief cries thief. Exactly. So what do we do? Heighten vigilance. Let Lushan's ambition falter. Their hunger for dominion swells unchecked. In Shuangta City, Zhuang Hua placed the infantry camp directly behind the Lord's castle, then immediately selected 100 recruits for training. Deposit 100 training gold coins. Huh. Zhuang Hua frowned. This fee had never been mentioned during the initial description. Fortunately, he possessed ample gold coins and deposited them without hesitation. Training in progress. The camp admitted infantry only. Zhuang Hua himself could not enter. Let us wait, Zhuang Hua smiled. Once these 100 emerged, combined with his command tokens, he would command 600 elite heavy infantrymen. He could swiftly seize another Orcish tribe. The next day, system, summon a knight. Ding! Legendary summon Tiger Leopard Rider. Instantly, a mounted warrior appeared before him, astride a leopard larger and more imposing than any tiger. The rider stood tall and resolute, his back bore a heavy war bow, and at his side hung only a long saber. Your humble servant Chao Fong of the Tiger Leopard Riders salutes his lordship. Rise. This marked his first summoning of an Eastern knight, beyond Tai Yi and his comrades, and Chao Fong's name and mount stirred deep recognition. These were Lord Chao's famed Tiger Leopard Riders. Alas, only one had manifested. Had 1,000 appeared, he could have swept across the entire 9th defensive zone. No matter, something is better than nothing. Moreover, Chao Fong was no weakling. Zhuang Hua judged his martial prowess equal to Tai Yi's, though Chao excelled in mounted archery, while Tai Yi mastered shock charges. My lord, emissaries from Fenglan Town have arrived. Fenglan Town. Zhuang Hua frowned. His dealings with them had been minimal, limited to a single passage through the town. Moreover, Shuangta City and Fenglan Town shared no administrative ties. Noble domains remained fixed and inviolable. Admit them. Yes. Moments later, Baron Tinglan arrived before Zhuang Hua, accompanied by a single knight. Lord Zhuang Hua, greetings. I am Tinglan, Baron of Fenglan Town, honored to make your acquaintance. Tinglan. Zhuang Hua met his gaze cautiously. We've had no prior dealings. What brings you to me? What business? Tinglan offered a deferential smile. As fellow nobles of the Kingdom of Lin, that bond alone unites us. I heard Shuangta City suffered an Orcish assault. Are you here to render aid? Zhuang Hua interrupted, stepping forward to grasp Tinglan's hand. How many troops did Baron Tinglan bring? 100. 200. Tinglan's heart lurched. He had brought no troops whatsoever. No one. No matter, Zhuang Hua replied smoothly. Then surely you've brought supplies. Turning to Elina, he asked Baron Tinglan, How much aid has he delivered? Do you have an inventory? Elena hastily shook her head. Lord Zhuang Hua Baron Tinglan arrived empty-handed, save for his personal knight. Huh. Zhuang Hua's smile vanished instantly. His voice turned glacial. Baron Tinglan, you did not come to aid me, but to gloat over my misfortune. Tell me, does my suffering at the orcs' hands delight you? Or are you allied with them? If so, I shall execute you now, and investigate the truth behind your treachery. Tinglan paled. He had not expected such hostility upon first meeting, and believed utterly that failure to explain himself would cost him his life. A misunderstanding. I brought provisions, merely awaiting final arrangements. Tomorrow 10,000 jin of grain, and 5,000 gold coins will arrive. Ah, a misunderstanding. Only then did Zhuang Hua instruct Elena, record Baron Tinglan's pledge. Tomorrow verify every item. If anything is missing, I shall personally root out the corruption festering in Fenglan town. Lord Zhuang Hua, I shall record it faithfully. Elena took the order seriously, drawing forth pen and parchment to write without delay. Tinglan could only force a strained smile. Privately disdainful, Zhuang Hua said with feigned warmth, since your provisions are en route, I shan't detain. Outside the castle, Tinglan and his knight exchanged uneasy glances. Why are we already outside? We haven't yet spoken of the crucial matter. Tinglan hurriedly turned back, but Alice barred his path. I must speak further with Lord Zhuang Hua. May I? No. Alice's tone was icy, her stance unyielding. My master rests. Return tomorrow. But Her gaze sharpened, her hand rested lightly on her holy sword as she murmured, shall we fight? No. Tinglan was trembling with fear, wondering why everyone around Zhuang Hua had such a temperament. They were quick to threaten violence. Still, it was this female knight resembling a paladin. Let's go now. My lord, are we really leaving now? Tinglan gritted his teeth and said, go back and prepare food and gold coins, otherwise he won't meet us. But Tinglan waved his hand and said, we'll discuss it later. Compared to future benefits, these matters are insignificant. We can earn much more money. Yes. In the castle, Elena asked in confusion. My lord, will the lord of Fenglan town really give us food and gold coins? He will. Zhuang Hua said confidently, sneering. When Trenton was around, the lord of Fenglan town must have had some dealings with him. Do you remember what happened last time in Fenglan town? Elena nodded. It was she who discovered someone had poisoned the drinks, otherwise Zhuang Hua would have been embarrassed in front of Trenton. After this incident, Zhuang Hua had been keeping it in mind. After all, causing trouble on a lord's territory, did Tinglan not know? Who would believe that? He had thought that with Trenton's death, he would be able to intimidate these rogues. Unexpectedly, Tinglan still dared to seek him out. That old fool must have no good intentions. So shall we meet tomorrow? Yes. Zhuang Hua smiled. After all, it was food and gold coins. Moreover, we must meet. The next day, Ding successfully summoned one heavy armored knight. Just one. Zhuang Hua curled his lips. He was already used to summoning more than two each day, so one a day felt a bit unusual. My lord, the Lord Tinglan has arrived. Quite early. Zhuang Hua smiled and asked, have the food and gold coins arrived? Elena nodded. All right, please invite him to the study. Zhuang Hua tidied his clothes and then walked out. In the study, Tinglan looked at Zhuang Hua and respectfully said, my lord, I seek you for a matter which is. No hurry. Zhuang Hua looked at Tinglan seriously and said, you know about the orc invasion yesterday, but do you know about the incident at the 9th defense line? I am not clear. My lord Zhuang Hua, this is not important, the matter I seek you for. No. Zhuang Hua interrupted him, stating seriously, this is very important. The orcs have breached the 9th defense line and have come to my Shuangda city. Now I have held them off, but if I cannot, can Fenglan town as a neighbor withstand it? Of course they cannot withstand it. He did not understand Zhuang Hua's meaning and asked in confusion, what does my lord Zhuang Hua mean? You need to send 500 soldiers over. How many? Zhuang Hua repeated, 500. I remember Fenglan town is a large town with a dense population and developed commerce. 500 should not be an issue. It's not a matter of population. Tinglan said with a wry smile. I have only 2 knights and less than 200 soldiers. This. 500 people. I can do without the knights, but the soldiers are essential. Zhuang Hua said firmly. Unless you don't care about the threat of the orc invasion, then I can consider you have colluded with the orcs. According to the coalition's regulations and the laws of the Ryan Kingdom, I can judge you, and I can impose the death penalty. As Zhuang Hua said this, his expression was cold. My lord Zhuang Hua, I assure you, I have not colluded with the orcs. Oh, I have not even left the Ryan Kingdom. Tinglan hurriedly explained. Zhuang Hua smiled and said seriously, if not, that's best. When will the soldiers be sent over? I can send the soldiers over, but I need to finish what I have to say. Please let me finish, my lord Zhuang Hua. Zhuang Hua, having received the assurance, extended his hand and said, please speak. In the past, when Captain Trenton was still here, I had many dealings with Lord Trenton. It was mutually beneficial. On one hand, I collected a lot of salt iron and other resources from all over the country, and on the other hand, Lord Trenton took advantage of the fact that Shuangda City is a border fortress to sell these resources to various countries, including to the orcs, right? Zhuang Hua sneered. I do not know, that Tinglan stammered. I am only responsible for transportation, in which country it is sold to is Lord Trenton's business. It seems like a very profitable business. Of course, as long as my Lord Zhuang Hua is willing to cooperate, this business is guaranteed to bring profit, providing at least 5,000 gold coins each month. 5,000 every month. That's indeed exorbitant. No wonder Ting Lan sought him out. It sounds quite attractive, but I am not interested in selling goods. My Lord Zhuang Hua, the buyers are already available. The Captain Leon of the 9th Defense Line and Knight Charles both have needs. These two are no longer at the 9th Defense Line, yet Ting Lan remains unaware. Is that so? Of course. Ting Lan smirked. Even if Zhuang Hua was formidable, he could not escape the lure of profit. Under the temptation of gold coins, Zhuang Hua would also stand on his side. Sorry, I refuse. Zhuang Hua looked at Ting Lan and said with a smile, I have no interest in what you said at all. My Lord Zhuang Hua. Elena, show him out. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, already starting to dismiss him, and Ting Lan was unwilling. Wait. Ting Lan, who had just reached the door, heard Zhuang Hua's call and turned around excitedly. My Lord Zhuang Hua, have you thought it through? Thought through what? I am reminding you. Zhuang Hua said dismissively, 500 soldiers must be delivered to Shuangda City within 2 days, otherwise I will arrest you for suspected smuggling of national goods. You know my relationship with Princess Midia, and I have also saved the kingdom's regime. You know if I take action you cannot escape. Ting Lan's face turned ugly, but he dared not lose his temper at Zhuang Hua, and could only reply more humbly. My Lord Zhuang Hua, rest assured, I will definitely send the soldiers over. Get lost. Zhuang Hua rudely dismissed him. Ting Lan left. Elena beside him asked in confusion, My Lord Zhuang Hua, what if he does not send the soldiers? That is natural. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly and said, What use is someone who does not contribute to the kingdom? Oh. Elena nodded deep in thought. After dealing with this matter, Zhuang Hua called for Tai. What's the situation with the orc tribe? My lord. Tai clasped his hands and reported, according to our scouts, the orc tribes do not seem to be united. Among the remaining 6 tribes, the largest Deer Mountain tribe issued commands, while the other 5 smaller tribes are discontent and have secretly allied together. It seems like they intend to resist. Is it because of the tribe we eliminated? Zhuang Hua speculated. Tai nodded and said seriously, currently that does seem to be the case. In fact, not a single orc has approached our defense line again. Good news, keep a close watch. Tai nodded, but he did not leave, and continued. My lord, there is one more. Speak. The coalition has sent spies to our defense line. The coalition army. Zhuang Hua could have anticipated their arrival, but he never expected them to come so swiftly. After all, Sir Leon and others had fled before the battle even began. They were deserters. Deserters. Logically, they should have hidden their shame instead of proclaiming it openly. Just 2 days had passed and scouts were already arriving. However, if he wanted to conquer territory, this coalition army would pose a significant obstacle that he would have to face eventually. Have any of them been captured? No, we mustn't alert the enemy. Tai whispered. My lord, should we eliminate these scouts completely? No need. Zhuang Hua shook his head. Killing one scout would only bring another. Moreover, the 9th defense line hadn't fallen to the orcs, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Just wait. In a few days the coalition will send envoys, and even Leon and the others will likely appear. So what should we do? Elena frowned behind him and asked, Are we really going to hand over the 9th defense line that we've just secured? Currently there were over 1,000 soldiers at the 9th defense line. Although they lacked armor, their numbers were considerable. Hand it over. Zhuang Hua let out a cold laugh and shook his head. Not only will I not hand it over, but I will also demand supplies from them. Huh. Elena was bewildered. The coalition's headquarters was sending people, and Lord Zhuang Hua still wanted supplies from them. Would they even provide that? She couldn't understand this approach at all. It's all right. When the day comes you will understand. But the immediate priority is to construct the new military camp. You and Lilith will be the main force. Us. Zhuang Hua nodded. Originally the Twin Towers city hadn't been designed to accommodate so many soldiers, so new barracks needed to be rebuilt. Additionally, Zhuang Hua planned to experiment with cement construction, but making cement required high temperatures. However, there was only a small coal mine in Twin Towers City which also needed to supply the workshop for the system's rewards. That was the place for forging weapons and equipment. It couldn't be halted. But Elena and Lilith, one a witch and the other a sorceress, could both wield elemental magic. Exactly. Let's go. At the military camp construction site under Zhuang Hua's command, Elena and Lilith indeed produced lime. Lord Zhuang Hua, what is this stuff for? Isn't it just a pile of ash? Elena asked in confusion. Zhuang Hua did not explain, he merely instructed to mix the lime with stones to form a stone pillar. Tomorrow morning we'll see and you'll understand. Development cannot be separated from construction. And construction cannot be separated from cement. In this era, it's a miracle. In the future, when we conquer the orc territories, build walls, construct residences, and lay roads, that will be the time for it to shine. The two were somewhat skeptical, but those around them were amazed. The witch and the sorceress seemed much less frightening. In fact, they could wield even greater influence. This made Lilith, who was used to cold indifference and hatred, somewhat unaccustomed. Sister Elena, have the people here always been this way? How could that be? Elena shook her head and said, everything has changed because Lord Zhuang Hua arrived. But how could one person? Lilith. Elena stared into her eyes nostalgically and said, you know, the first time I met Lord Zhuang Hua, I was tied up about to be burned alive. Oh. Lilith covered her mouth, her eyes wide. However, she did not appear sad, but instead she smiled and said, it was Lord Zhuang Hua who saved me and took me in. It was only by following Lord Zhuang Hua that I understood what respect truly meant. I learned what it means. After saying all this, Lilith looked at her and said, don't think that Lord Zhuang Hua wants you to stay here to harm you. That's not the case. He simply wishes to save you. I see. Lilith felt warm after hearing all this. This place really was different. If only her sisters could, then perhaps they wouldn't have to live a life of hiding and fleeing anymore. Enough. Elena took her hand and smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go rest for a while. The next day, Ding successfully summoned 2 heavy cavalry. That's more like it. Giving one person a favor is nothing. Zhuang Hua smiled. Lord Zhuang Hua. Zhuang Hua looked at the excited Elena and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Did the orcs attack? No, it's the cement. It's hard. Zhuang Hua was taken aback and then laughed. Next time, don't be so eager. Speaking carelessly can lead to misunderstandings. What? It's nothing. Let's go take a look. Sure enough, the pillar made of cement yesterday was already dry, though not completely cured. But it felt extremely solid. Alice, come try it. What? Alice blinked, looking puzzled. Use your sword and strike it. Yes. Alice finally understood. She drew the holy sword and struck down fiercely. Ding. The holy sword left a mark on the surface, but did not cause any significant damage. So hard. It can be even harder. Zhuang Hua explained. It's just that it hasn't fully cured yet. I believe that once it dries completely, it will be a solid rock. Do you think using it to build walls would increase efficiency and speed? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua looked at his children and said, then it will be hard work for you all. Understood, Lord Zhuang Hua. Lilith also clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. As long as she performed well, Lord Zhuang Hua would surely bring her sisters over in the future. My lord. Just then Tai rushed over quickly and said seriously, the coalition envoy has arrived at the defense line and specifically requested to see you. They're already here. Zhuang Hua smiled and waved his hand, saying, in that case, I'll go meet them. Lord Zhuang Hua will go with you. All right, let's set off. Elena still remembered Zhuang Hua saying yesterday that he would ask the coalition for supplies. She needed to learn well to help Lord Zhuang Hua do more in the future. At the 9th defense line, the coalition envoy looked at the fluttering banners on the defense line, the soldiers patrolling in an orderly manner, and couldn't help but frown. Charles, is this what you said about the orcs launching a large-scale invasion and the defense line collapsing? Lord Oliver, we indeed suffered a severe loss from the orc ambush at that time. Even Sir Leon was injured. That cannot be false. Oliver recalled the appearance of the two when they arrived at headquarters, and it was indeed true. However, the situation here puzzled him. What he saw and what he heard were completely different. This must be the envoy from the coalition. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhuang Hua also arrived at this time. After speaking, he looked at Charles and said, aren't you Charles? You were quite ruthless back then. With so many fierce orcs, I almost died here. You were the defenders of the line. Oh, why did you run away? Oliver squinted and looked at Zhuang Hua, asking, was there really an orc invasion back then? If the envoy does not believe me, I can take you to see the orc corpses. However, to defend this place, I nearly exhausted all the resources of Twin Tower City. You must make up for this loss. Do you mean this place is under your guard? Oliver asked. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, saying, isn't it obvious? The defense line is still here. Who else could it be but me? It can't be Charles and the others, right? Charles felt embarrassed. Zhuang Hua ignored him and looked at Oliver seriously, saying, this is the responsibility of your coalition. Our Ryan Kingdom has been paying sufficient food and gold every year and every month. But in the end, we still have to defend our own territory. Your Excellency Oliver, do you think this is reasonable? Oliver twitched his lips, glared at Charles in annoyance, and then nodded, saying, this is the damned responsibility of Leon. Zhuang Hua coldly laughed. Your Excellency Oliver, in my eyes, there is the entire coalition, not just a Leon. I just want to ask, who will compensate for my losses? Zhuang Hua finished speaking and stared at Oliver, wanting to see if Oliver would feel embarrassed. Oliver remained silent. Charles, however, spoke up, reprimanding, "Lord Zhuang Hua, watch your attitude. Your Excellency Oliver is a member of the royal family of the Hill Kingdom. We have been able to maintain peace in the Ryan Kingdom under the leadership of the Hill Kingdom for so many years. You should be grateful." Zhuang Hua smiled. He didn't bother to say more and directly waved his hand, saying, "Someone take Charles down." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 knights came in and firmly restrained Charles, leaving Oliver stunned. "What do you mean, Lord Zhuang Hua?" "Your Excellency Oliver," Zhuang Hua calmly said, "you also saw it just now. Charles, as a knight of the 9th defense line, fled the battlefield. This caused me heavy losses, and he still dared to shamelessly shout at me just now. Who gave him the courage? For such a sinner, how could I let him go? It's better to kill him as a warning to others." At this point, Zhuang Hua paused and looked at Oliver, saying, "Let the coalition soldiers see the fate of a deserter." "Zhuang Hua, you are slandering." Charles became furious. He could feel Zhuang Hua's killing intent, and he truly wanted to kill him. How dare— But Zhuang Hua didn't care about his shouting and coldly questioned, "The food of my Ryan Kingdom is only for those warriors willing to fight, not for cowardly deserters. You, a deserter, dare to shout in front of me? You are already on the path to death. Take him away. Execute." "No, Your Excellency Oliver, save me." Oliver gritted his teeth and looked at Zhuang Hua, saying, "I am willing to represent Leon and Charles to compensate you. By the decree of the gods, nobles can be spared death." "How much food and gold?" Zhuang Hua directly asked. Oliver's lips twitched, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, 10,000 pounds of food, 10,000 gold coins. "Not enough. 100,000 pounds of food, 100,000 gold coins. You are robbing me." Charles looked at this figure, disbelief in his eyes. But Zhuang Hua waved his hand, saying, "There is no faster way to make money than this. Besides, this is compensation. Just one sentence. Is it acceptable?" He looked at Oliver. After all, Oliver was the one in charge. Oliver thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "No problem, but once you accept this money and food, the 9th defense line will have nothing to do with the coalition. Make sure you understand." This was a clear threat. However, someone like Charles truly didn't care. With coalition members present, he was more worried about the orcs breaking in. "No problem. I hope Your Excellency Oliver can keep his word and not be like some people who speak without credibility." Oliver coldly snorted. "I, Oliver, always keep my word and never go back on it. Release him." But Tai didn't let go. He looked at Zhuang Hua and said, "My lord, they haven't given the money and food yet." "Fool." Zhuang Hua pretended to glare and said, "Your Excellency Oliver is a member of the royal family of the Hill Kingdom. How could he possibly default?" Oliver twitched his lips, but said nothing. But Tai also released his grip. Seeing this, Charles hurriedly ran behind Oliver, fear evident in his eyes. "Then we will not stay longer." Oliver looked at Zhuang Hua and said in a deep voice, "I remind you, the Deer Mountain tribe outside your 9th defense line is not to be underestimated. If it becomes unsustainable, come find me, and I might still be able to save you." "Then thank you." Zhuang Hua smiled in response, and then said, "Elena, see them off." "Pleased." Oliver snorted coldly and turned to leave. After the people walked far away, Elena asked in confusion, "Lord Zhuang Hua, will this Oliver really give us the money?" "It doesn't matter," Zhuang Hua said indifferently. "If he gives, that's better, but if not, this 9th defense line is already firmly in my grasp. Moreover, if he doesn't give, I will have a reason to go and seize it in the future." "Off." Elena looked puzzled. She didn't understand. Did Lord Zhuang Hua still want to attack Oliver? After all, he had the Hill Kingdom behind him. This giant was not to be trifled with. One careless move could lead to disaster. "Lord Zhuang Hua, how about we attack the orcs instead?" "Ha ha ha." Zhuang Hua laughed heartily. Elena was truly naive, but also very cute. "It's fine, that's a matter for the future. Right now, we must first deal with the orc tribe." "That's good." Elena breathed a sigh of relief. If they really went to attack the Hill Kingdom, she would do everything to stop it. On the other side, Charles looked at Oliver dissatisfied, saying, "Your Excellency Oliver, do we really have to give him that much food and gold?" Oliver glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "No, you are wrong. Not giving. Of course not. I mean, you and Leon will give. It has nothing to do with me." Charles opened his mouth, but didn't dare to refute. However, he was very unhappy in his heart, and couldn't help but speculate. "Your Excellency Oliver, I am certain that the orcs had already reached the city wall at that time, and that Zhuang Hua had only 2 knights by his side. How could he possibly repel the orcs?" Oliver looked at him puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "I believe there is something wrong here." Charles analyzed sternly, saying, "Your Excellency Oliver, you should know the terror of the orcs. If Zhuang Hua had that ability, why would the Ryan Kingdom seek our coalition for protection? This time they are still alive. I believe that Zhuang Hua is colluding with the orcs. Perhaps they have even betrayed the human race and surrendered to the orc tribe." Hearing this, Oliver stopped in his tracks and looked at Charles, saying, Are you sure? There might be something to this. Charles felt secretly pleased if this speculation was confirmed. He wouldn't have to pay so much food in gold. He clenched his fist and said seriously, although there is no conclusive evidence, I am about 80% sure. As long as we interrogate him, the truth will surely come to light. Using torture is not acceptable. Oliver shook his head, glancing at Charles, saying lightly, what I want is for you to be responsible for your words. Do you dare? I dare you. After sending off Oliver, Zhuang Hua began discussing the construction of the 9th defense line. My lord, Xiao Fong, if I assign you 300 men, can you train an elite cavalry skilled in archery? After saying this, he scratched his head and shyly added, but training archers takes time, and it's best if we have leopards as mounts. Leopards? Zhuang Hua was taken aback. Xiao Fong was going to train a cavalry of tiger leopards, but finding leopards was indeed a problem. If there aren't any, my lord, we can temporarily substitute with warhorses, but warhorses can get frightened in danger, which is not ideal. Right now we truly don't have any. Sir Zhuang Hua. Hearing this, Elena quickly spoke up, I know who knows where there are leopards. Oh. Zhuang Hua was also surprised thereafter all Elena had been with him all along. Could it be that the intermediate witch possesses some kind of prophecy? It's Lilith. Elena mentioned a name, smiling as she said, Lilith slept with me last night. She told me she has seen many leopards around here, and in fact there is a leopard tribe here. My lord, if that's the case, I have confidence in forging you a truly elite force. Xiao Fong quickly expressed it, but Zhuang Hua questioned, can you really tame leopards? Rest assured, my lord, my Chao family has a knack for taming leopards. It's definitely not a problem. Alright. Seeing Xiao Fong's confidence, Zhuang Hua felt happy as he said, then you go find Tai Yi to select personnel. After I return to Shuangta City, I will ask Lilith about it. After saying this, he looked at Elena and gave her a thumbs up. Elena, if this matter succeeds, it will be a significant contribution for you. Elena's face flushed slightly as she softly replied, I don't want any credit, I'll be happy as long as I can help Sir Zhuang Hua. You little girl. Zhuang Hua laughed, but rewards must still be given. Clear rewards and punishments are what a mature leader should do. Let's head back for now. Shuangta City. Lilith also spoke of where the leopards are, but that place surprised Zhuang Hua. Xiaoyi took out a map and said seriously, the place Miss Lilith mentioned is located here. It is the largest grassland nearby. However, this place is also the location of the strongest tribe aside from the Deer Mountain tribe. The Blood Xiaoyi spoke in a deep voice. The Blood Leopard tribe seems to take leopards as their totem. Their warriors are known to be fearless and are infamous for their small numbers, but strong combat power. Hearing Xiaoyi's analysis, Zhuang Hua did not question how he knew. Just like this map, he simply brought it out. Previously, Zhuang Hua was not aware of such a map existing. If we want to capture those leopards, we must confront the Blood Leopard tribe. Zhuang Hua nodded, organizing his own forces. There were 22 heavy cavalry, led by Tai Yi commanding 800 soldiers. One person leading the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Xiao Fong commanding 200 soldiers. Additionally, in the infantry camp, elite infantry were training. In 4 days, there would be 100 elite heavy infantry. Moreover, he had a military token that could summon 500 elite heavy infantry in 3 days. To be honest, the forces he had were already considerable, but the orc territory had more than one Blood Leopard tribe. Keep a close watch on the orc situation. Even if he were to take action, he needed to ensure he was well prepared and had knowledge of the enemy before proceeding. War is not like raiding a house. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Yes. After the meeting adjourned, numerous figures appeared in the direction of Fenglan town outside Shuangta City. Xiaoyi said, My lord, these are the people sent by Lord Tinglan, 500 able-bodied men, not a single one shortchanged. He wouldn't dare. For people like Tinglan who would go to any lengths for profit, they also had a fatal weakness. They feared death. When there was a divine decree, these nobles acted recklessly, knowing they wouldn't be executed. Meanwhile, the common people at the bottom were submissive and dared not resist. But now Zhuang Hua had slaughtered his way from Ao town to the royal city, and then from the royal city to Shuangta City. It can be said that his reputation for killing had spread throughout the entire Lian kingdom, and not a single noble was unaware. Therefore Tinglan knew that if Zhuang Hua wanted to kill him, he would definitely do so. Reorganize the men, mix them into various small squads, and then train them for me. Forget it, I will go meet. These 500 men will ultimately become his own though. These people were all forced here. However, Zhuang Hua now treated them as his own. First, he needed to win their hearts. Silence. The originally chaotic crowd instantly quieted down, looking at Zhuang Hua with lifeless eyes. What will their future fate be? They had been sold to Zhuang Hua. What would happen to their families? My friends, Zhuang Hua began to speak, his voice strong and clear at a moderate pace to ensure everyone could hear him. You may not have come here voluntarily. You were forced here by the Lord of Fenglan town. To be honest, I asked Lord Tinglan for the men. The crowd erupted in an uproar, but Zhuang Hua did not stop shaking his head. You must know that Shuangta City was recently attacked by the orc tribe. However, fortunately we won. Zhuang Hua's gaze swept across the crowd, speaking earnestly. I need you to help deal with the orc tribe. I want you to take up arms to protect your homeland. The people of Shuangta City felt their blood boil at this, but the group from Fenglan Town remained indifferent. Their home isn't in Shuangta City, and without their main labor force, how could they pay the Lord's taxes next year? At that time, they would likely be forced to death as well. I understand your concerns, after all you do not see yourselves as people of Shuangta City. Zhuang Hua smiled as he said, however, I believe you are people of Shuangta City. Is he trying to force them? As expected, no matter how well the Lord spoke, it was merely an attempt to oppress them. Therefore I have decided that you will receive a gold coin as a military stipend each month, just like the other soldiers. If you can become an officer, your stipend will increase by half again. When Zhuang Hua said this, everyone fell silent. They could also receive military stipends. A gold coin. How could this be possible? To know that the Knights of the Lord of Fenglan Town only receive a stipend of 1 gold coin per month. However, the next moment, they believed it, as he directly brought out a box full of gold coins. Now I will distribute your stipends. Nothing invigorates the heart more than direct profit. When the gold coins fall into their hands, no one can Long live Lord Zhuang Hua. Long live Double Tower City. Zhuang Hua smiled, knowing that from this moment, this group of people completely belonged to him. Moreover, it could bring in more population. Alright. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, and the scene instantly quieted down. He smiled, and said, now you are my people, and your families can also be my people. In the future, if you want to bring your families over, I Zhuang Hua am willing to provide land and work for your families. Of course, everything is voluntary. After saying this, Zhuang Hua gave everyone time to think. However, the outcome was good. Xiao He entered, and said seriously, my lord, the 500 people have completely sworn allegiance to you, and in addition, others have inquired about relocating their families. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction, and smiled, saying, Xiao He, you can handle this matter. Population is fundamental, the more the better. However, we must also ensure the interests of the common people to prevent pests from causing harm. Yes. After finishing these, the sky had already darkened, and Zhuang Hua sighed, smiling as he fell asleep. However, in the darkness, a figure appeared in Double Tower City. She looked at the quiet city, her expression resolute, then filled with rage. I am truly foolish. Why am I watching him here? Now with Zhuang Hua gone from the royal city, can I not kill him at any time? My princess, my demon dragon. This person is the demoness Mo Yue, who glared disdainfully at the direction of the castle, then sneered. Once I summon the demon dragon and become the great demoness, this place will turn into hell. Wait for me, Zhuang Hua. Alice was about to lie down and rest, but she sensed a familiar aura that appeared and then disappeared, causing her to become cautious. Thus she stood directly at the door, her hands resting on the holy sword, motionless like a statue. Until Zhuang Hua got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, he finally noticed. Alice, isn't there a bed? Why aren't you sleeping? Although Zhuang Hua had moved into the castle, Alice was also in the same bedroom with him. However, Zhuang Hua thoughtfully had someone prepare a bed for her not far from the door. Before Alice had been complete, Master, I sense a surge of magic. It seems to be from that demoness last time. It's dangerous. I need to protect your safety. MOU. Zhuang Hua looked around, but found nothing. He then smiled and said, it's fine, Alice. There are patrols inside the castle with Tai E and others. If MOU dares to come, she will be walking into a trap. Even if she dares to come to Double Tower City, she wouldn't dare to show herself here. Alice blinked as if that were the case. Step aside, I need to relieve myself. Alice nodded, but as Zhuang Hua exited, he looked back at Alice, who was following him closely, and said helplessly, Alice, do you have to follow me for this? Of course. Seeing her serious expression, Zhuang Hua could only nod. However, upon reaching the bathroom door, Zhuang Hua said seriously, Alice, you must not peek. Alice's face turned rare shades of red, as she seemed not to expect Zhuang Hua to have such a side. Seeing her shy, Zhuang Hua felt as if he had discovered a new world. After all, Alice usually had a cold demeanor, looking exceptionally beautiful, but always resembling a statue. Silent. Sometimes when he looked at her, he felt uninterested in speaking. Now Alice's shy demeanor resembled that of a living person, and he thought he should tease her more in the future. After all, life should be vibrant and colorful to be flavorful. After returning to the bedroom, Zhuang Hua lay on the bed and suddenly asked, Alice, have you ever thought about having a sweet romance with someone? Alice, who had originally closed her eyes, instantly opened them upon hearing this. In the darkness, her face had turned crimson, and even her body began to heat up. Are you asleep? Forget it, let's sleep. Seeing there was no response, Zhuang Hua could only give up and fell asleep soundly. However, he did not know that at that moment Alice's mind was in chaos, but her eyes held an additional glimmer of anticipation. System summon a knight. Ding. Successfully summoned a heavy armored knight. A new day began with the summoning of a knight, but the quantity was less than desirable. It seems that wanting to summon a large number of heavy cavalry through the system in a short time is unrealistic. He thought of the infantry camp, would there be an opportunity to obtain a cavalry camp in the future? In this world the terrain is primarily grassland, and cavalry is the main force for offensive operations. It seems the Blood Leopard tribe cannot avoid battle. However, it seems today I can recruit talents. Talent recruitment available, 11, system talent recruitment, ding. Congratulations on recruiting a special construction talent. Construction talent. Subordinate Lucier pays respects to my lord. Get up. Lucier is a robust man in his 30s with muscles thicker than his legs. Just right, whether it is the 9th defense line or the orc tribe territory, future constructions will need talents like you. Go report to Xiaohe. Yes. Unfortunately, if only a strategist-type talent would come, battles might be easier. However, the system did not meet his wishes. But it doesn't matter, he would take it slow. After getting up, he found that Alice was already standing at the door. Good morning. Alice blinked, clearly a bit surprised. However, she still did not reply, just closely following Zhuang Hua. Behind the castle, Elena and Lilith had already begun working. One was a mid-level witch, and the other was a junior demoness with a magical tool skillfully using fire magic. Blocks of stone turned into cement under their control. The surrounding craftsmen watched in amazement. As for their identities, those who follow the city lord cannot possibly be bad people. It is merely slander instigated by the evil nobles. Lord Zhuang Hua. Lilith pays respects to my lord. The two stopped their work upon seeing Zhuang Hua and ran to him. Lilith wanted to get closer, but Alice stepped forward and directly blocked her. You can speak here, just don't get too close. Alice said seriously, and Lilith, not suspecting anything, stopped in her tracks. However, Elena leaned closer to Alice and asked, if I go over, will you block me too? Alice remained silent. Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said she won't block you. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, or as long as I can help you I can do anything. They did not know that behind them Alice tightened her grip on the sword. At this moment Tai ran over excitedly and said, my lord, there is news from the orc tribe. Go to the study. Here at the construction site, saying certain things could frighten the common people. In the study, Tai exclaimed excitedly, the people we sent out discovered that 5 tribes led by the Blood Leopard tribe have clashed with the Deer Mountain tribe. Although it's not a full-scale conflict, it has indeed turned into a real fight. Many have died. This was good news. As long as the orcs were not united, it would be much easier for him to take down the Blood Leopard tribe. However, after a moment's hesitation, Tai said, in this confrontation, many human warriors have died. What happened? It was the 2 major tribes that used human warriors as vanguards, forcing them onto the battlefield to exhaust the enemy's strength. Tai gritted his teeth and said they are using human lives to buy time. Despicable. Although this was not the land of Huaxiao, in this world humans were one whole. Zhuang Hua could not help but feel furious. The orc race deserves to die. My lord, what should we do now? Perhaps if the 2 tribes fight fiercely enough, we can catch them all in one sweep. Tai said with a bitter smile, but more people will definitely die. This was a dilemma. Either they could sit back and wait for them to exhaust each other before making a move, which would be the optimal solution. But it would cost human lives within the orc territory. If they were to strike directly, it might lead to heavy losses on his side, as well, which contradicted Zhuang Hua's development strategy. Let's conduct reconnaissance first. I want specific intelligence. Yes. Moreover, even if they were to go to war, they had to wait until the military tokens and infantry camp were trained. However, this matter weighed heavily on Zhuang Hua's mind. Now he was not just thinking about the leopard group, but about the humans in the orc territory. Zhuang Hua scribbled and sketched, but he still couldn't come up with the best battle plan. Master, Alice said, why don't you take a break? Some things cannot be rushed. That's true, but waiting one more day might mean more human lives lost. Zhuang Hua sighed, but Alice was right. They could only wait for the useful intelligence brought back by the people Tai sent out. At this moment, within the orc territory, a group of women in black robes were gathered together. They seemed to have just experienced a battle. Sister, this won't do. Though our methods are powerful, the orc warriors are too many, and they have sorcerers who pose a significant constraint on us. As of now, we have already lost 5 sisters, yet not a single human has been rescued. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. The so-called sister in the middle was the witch Anna. We must save the humans. However, with our strength, what do you mean, sister? Anna looked seriously at the position of the 9th defense line. There are human troops. A witch with a grim expression said, are you planning to seek those noble lords? Do you think the humans in the orc territory just appeared out of nowhere? Speaking of which, the witch sneered, do you believe that as soon as we appear before them, countless knights will surround us? No. Anna shook her head seriously. Do you remember Lilith? Lilith. Everyone paused, then thought of the orc tribe that had been wiped out a couple of days ago. And the sister Anna was the one Lilith brought to save, if that lord perhaps. Lord Zhuang Hua is a suddenly rising lord recently. He is different from others. After Lilith left us, I quietly learned about him. He destroyed the nobles, cut down the church, seized the defense line, and now has parted ways with the coalition defense line. From what I can see, he is trustworthy. Everyone fell silent with their experiences. It was hard to believe in this noble named Zhuang Hua. Moreover, without his help, how could we rescue anyone? I'm afraid that once the orcs take the defense line, we will also be held accountable. Anna looked at everyone's silent expressions and said seriously, since no one is speaking, let's vote by raising hands. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go find someone, and you all distract the orc army to buy as much time as possible. Sister, be careful. Anna nodded, then turned into a swirl of butterflies and vanished. In Double Tower City, Zhuang Hua lay on the bed chatting with Alice. However, more often Zhuang Hua was speaking while Alice was listening. Alice, do you know? Sometimes I think, what do those humans have to do with me? But as a member of the human race, it's hard to remain indifferent upon hearing this news. Do you think I'm despicable? Zhuang Hua was taken aback. He had called himself despicable, and Alice responded. However, Alice didn't respond. She lifted the covers, then picked up a holy sword, her expression becoming cautious. Alice. Master Zhuang Hua, I am Anna, I mean no harm. At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside the door. It seemed to be one of the witches Lilith had saved before. Alice opened the door. Okay. Alice sensed no malice and directly opened the door. Anna saw Alice holding the holy sword and glanced at Zhuang Hua, her eyes reflecting a different meaning. However, she kept her goal in mind and said, Master Zhuang Hua, the Deer Mountain tribe and the Blood Leopard tribe have clashed and many humans have been injured in the process. I wish to ask for your assistance to save the humans together with us. Huh? Zhuang Hua laughed as he stepped forward and said, Miss Anna, you should know I am just a count. Although I wish to help, if I rush into the conflict between the two tribes, they will probably just change their target. At that time, it won't be about saving people. You will have to come and save me instead. Anna did not give up as she took out a map and said seriously, Master Zhuang Hua, I certainly won't let you take risks. I know that the two major tribes are about to engage in a major conflict. At that time, Master Zhuang Hua only needs to lead your troops to launch a sneak attack from behind the Blood Leopard tribe, while my sisters ambush from behind the Deer Mountain tribe. They will be unable to guard against both ends, and we will surely win, although we may not be able to wipe them out completely. But we can definitely make them flee in disarray. Anna said firmly, Master Zhuang Hua, I know that orcs, after suffering defeat, will never take humans with them. They are the spoils left behind. And that is the key to our rescue. After Anna finished speaking, she quietly looked at Zhuang Hua, believing that he would surely help. This plan was quite good, but there was a fatal flaw. They were an army, not witches, and such a large-scale march. Orcs are not fools. As if sensing Zhuang Hua's doubts, Anna explained, I have a magic that can open a portal, allowing Master Zhuang Hua's army to quietly appear behind the enemy. A portal? Is such a mystical magic really normal? This magic naturally has its limitations. After using it, I will have no combat power left. Moreover, only intermediate-level witches can cast it, Anna explained with a wry smile. Otherwise, she could have directly teleported people out of the orc territory. However, the wizards would not sit idly by. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to save anyone and would risk her own life. What a remarkable skill. Zhuang Hua sighed, but he did not agree immediately. Agreeing to you is of course no problem. That's great. Anna became excited, but Zhuang Hua chuckled and said, but I have one condition. You? I currently need the power of you witches. After the war, you will need to stay and help me for 10 days. Help? Work? Yes, of course, it's the kind that pays. Zhuang Hua held up a finger and said, 1 gold coin for a day's work. After 10 days, you can choose to stay or leave as you wish. I need to think about it. Of course, Zhuang Hua said to Alice, take her to rest. Miss Anna, as for what you will do, you will know after meeting Lilith tomorrow. Well, this is good. Anna felt a bit regretful. Was it a wrong decision to come looking for Zhuang Hua? Although he did not harbor prejudice against them like other nobles, having witches do work unheard of. Although they were offered gold coins, she still felt something was off. Master, can we trust what this was? Although Alice was summoned by the system, her attributes naturally repelled witches. However, because of Zhuang Hua, she had no issue with Midia and the others around him. But this Anna's sudden intrusion into the castle made her somewhat displeased. If she weren't present, wouldn't Anna be able to approach Zhuang Hua directly? Thus, she had her concerns. For now, I can trust them. After all, being a witch is just an identity, not that they have done anything wrong. On the contrary, they are willing to fight for humankind, which even the gods of the church cannot achieve, and that adds to their merit. What the master said seemed quite reasonable. Get some rest. There are many things to do tomorrow. I hope Anna agrees. With so many witches, we should be able to produce enough cement in 10 days, right? By the way, Zhuang Hua suddenly looked at Alice and said seriously, when I was talking just now, did you speak on purpose? No, not at all. Alice turned her head awkwardly and murmured, I was just too focused when I noticed the witch. I was just surprised. Really, master, you should rest soon. System summon knights. Ding. successfully summoned 10 heavy cavalry knights. What was originally just a casual summoning in the morning unexpectedly turned into a dreamlike summon. 10. A full 10 knights. Zhuang Hua thought for a moment and said, Alice, they are in your hands now. As the guard unit, you are their captain. Yes, master. Alice couldn't help but smile. The master entrusted these heavy cavalry to her. Construction site. Lilith and Alina were working hard when they saw Zhuang Hua arriving with Anna. Sister Anna. Seeing the visitor, Lilith was very surprised and instantly rushed over. Sister Anna, I missed you so much. Lilith, are you doing well here? Anna opened her mouth and still asked, is anyone bullying you? No, Master. Zhuang Hua treats me very well. He not only gives me work, but also pays me. And Sister Alina often helps me. She is very gentle. Everyone treats me well. Oh, I really like it here. Lilith finished speaking with a smile, holding Anna's hand and asking, Sister, have you thought it through? Are you bringing everyone to live here with Master Zhuang Hua? Anna paused for a moment and smiled. I'm here for an inspection, but what were you all doing just now? Making cement. Lilith pointed at a pillar and said earnestly, this is made from the cement we produced, and it is very hard. I summoned a demon knight to test it. Even a blade could not fully destroy it. Anna was somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. Could this gray-like cement have such strength? She became a bit curious. Master Zhuang Hua, may I give it a try? Feel free. Zhuang Hua nodded nonchalantly. Upon receiving permission, Anna immediately cast her magic, and then a massive demon knight slowly appeared. This demon knight was even more imposing than the knights summoned by Lilith and those seen in Ao Town. Moreover, it was surrounded by a layer of black flames, and its weapon was quite special. This is different from ordinary demon knights. It is called a Hell Knight, Anna explained. They are the kin of powerful demons from hell and possess immense strength. Only intermediate witches can summon them. Alice, what do you think? Alice tightened her grip on the holy sword and said indifferently, a single sword can cut it down. Upon hearing this, Anna did not refute, as she could sense Alice's power. Attack, sever that pillar. She commanded directly. The Hell Knight raised its large blade high and then swung it down fiercely. Clang. With a loud sound, the pillar was struck down by 3/5, but it was not severed. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Zhuang Hua looked at Anna seriously and said, you see, if I use this material to build an unending wall, and you and your sisters as well as the citizens you save will all be protected by this wall. What do you think? Anna's eyes lit up as she stared at Zhuang Hua and said slowly, are you serious? Of course. Great. Anna bit her lip and said solemnly, I promise you that if this operation succeeds, my sisters and I are willing to work for you for 10 days. After 10 days, if they wish to stay, they can. Zhuang Hua smiled. A wise decision. He glanced at the system. Just 2 days were needed. The cooldown was enough, and he also had sufficient strength. When will the Blood Leopard and Deer Mountain fight? In Ryan King City. Lance was dining with Midia when a figure was suddenly crashed into the room. Magic Moon. Lance saw the newcomer and protected Midia behind him while 5 knights and dozens of soldiers surged out from the royal city. Lance's eyes turned cold as he asked, what are you doing here? Magic Moon sneered, glancing at Midia and saying lightly, hand her over to me and I can spare your men. Impossible. Lance's eyes were firm as he gritted his teeth and said, this is the royal city, not your wilderness. Magic Moon, don't be reckless. Is that so? Magic Moon snapped her fingers. Then 2 Hell Knights appeared before her. Lance, she killed my sister. Shouldn't you hate her? Isn't it better to hand her over to me? Lance is a dignified man. He once abandoned Midia and the kingdom, but this time he does not want to retreat any longer. He wants to be a father, to be a man. Mou, I will not agree to your demands. Mou sneered and waved her hand. Attack. 2 Hell Knights charged forward like harbingers of death. However, the knights of the palace are not to be underestimated. They surrounded the 2 Hell Knights, intending to adopt a strategy of encirclement. Nevertheless, Mou would not simply watch them kill. She chanted incantations, and streams of magical energy transformed into chains that bound the other knights. They wanted to struggle, yet they could not break free. Mou sneered. Without that bastard Zhuang Hua here, do you trash really think you can fight me? Lance, will you hand over the person? No, father. Seeing this, Midia felt warmth in her heart. She looked at Mou and stepped forward, saying, it sounds like you are sisters with my mother, so should I call you aunt? Shut up. Mou's expression darkened as she said, you are not worthy. Call me that again, and I will turn your father into mush right now. If I go with you, will you let them go? Of course. Mou nodded and looked at Midia, saying, as long as you do not resist, the Ryan kingdom will still exist, and your father will remain its king. All right. Midia took a deep breath and looked at Mou as saying, I will go with you. No. Lance roared, looking at Mou and saying, aren't you just seeking revenge on me? Kill me and let Midia go. She is just a child. If I will come for you. Mou scoffed, grabbing Midia by the shoulder and then transformed into a butterfly and flew away. The Hell Knights, who were originally fighting alongside others, instantly vanished. Even the chains that had bound them lost their effect. Chase. Mobilize everyone, or we must find Midia at all costs. However, after the people left, Lance also collapsed, murmuring, Islet, do you think I am a failure? Your Majesty, we still have hope. Islet looked at Lance and said, Count Zhuang Hua is deeply infatuated with Princess Midia. If we inform him that the princess has been captured by Mo Yue, he will definitely help us. It is known that Count Zhuang Hua brought Midia back to the palace, and although Mo Yue caused trouble along the way, she did not succeed. It is clear that the knights under Zhuang Hua are not comparable to those in our palace. I want to try again. If it doesn't work out, then you can seek his help. Another day passed, and the cooldown on the military tokens cleared. In just one more day, the barracks could train 100 elite heavy infantry. This is Zhuang Hua's confidence. In an unknown situation, the orc warriors can only be crushed by Zhuang Hua's knights. Shall he prepare the military supplies? Yes. Tai, check if the weapons needed by the army are complete. No problem. Zhuang Hua looked at Qiao Feng and said, You have had people for several days now. This time not only must you rescue them, but you also need to bring that group of leopards back. Can you do it? Rest assured, my lord. Qiao Feng clasped his fists and said, I can't promise anything else, but catching leopards is my forte. If I let one go, I will bring my head to you. I don't want your head, ooh, I want the tiger leopard cavalry. After saying this, Zhuang Hua waved his hand. Everyone go prepare. This time he was determined to succeed, and he believed that after this battle, he would claim those orc territories. On this day the winds were calm, but Zhuang Hua's right eye kept twitching. The left eye twitched for wealth. The right eye? Perhaps from lack of sleep. Master, what's wrong? Is your eye uncomfortable? It's nothing. Maybe some sand got in. Is that so? I can't. Zhuang Hua looked at Alice, seeing her fidgeting, and asked in confusion, You can do what? I can blow your... Alright. Has Alice learned to do such things now? Zhuang Hua watched her, waiting for her to take action. However, as Alice got closer, her fists clenched, and then relaxed only to clench again. I will call Elena for you instead. Why, oi? Zhuang Hua raised an eyebrow, and said, Didn't you say you wanted to blow my eyes? Are you scared now? I am not scared. Alice retorted, summoning her courage. Blow if you wanna, what's there to be afraid of? Then you come. Seeing her remain still while her face turned crimson, he waved his hand. It's fine, and my eyes are already better. That's good. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, but felt somewhat disappointed and a bit frustrated. Alright, let's go patrol the territory now. Oh. Shuangta City as a frontier fortress is vast, and has a treacherous terrain. The two towering peaks within it resemble towers. Having been here for so long, he had not yet taken a look, which felt somewhat regrettable. However, it was unrealistic to go now. He could only wander nearby and walk through the fields. If the common people had any difficulties, he would resolve them on the spot. Those he could not solve, he would note down to hand over to Xiao He to handle later. Such actions earned him the love and support of the common people. Master, it seems their smiles have increased on their... That's good. Zhuang Hua smiled. When he first arrived, these commoners were forced to greet him at the city gates. Their faces were haggard. Their mouths were bitter. As for smiles, there were none at all. But now his territory was filled with laughter, which was progress. Ding. Congratulations, the prosperity of the territory has reached 1,000. Lord Zhuang Hua territory, Shuangta City 9th defense line prosperity, 1001 Lord Talent Knight summoning talent recruitment item military, token usable 11, it really has reached 1,000, the rewards should not be bad. Ding. First time completing the prosperity achievement, unlocking function, divine weapon tower. Function disorder. Error. Overlimit. Correcting. System malfunctions have become a regular occurrence. I didn't expect that unlocking a function for prosperity would have such a situation. The words divine weapon tower sound extraordinary, but the system only allowed him to take a look. It was as if saying, just look, do you really want it? Correcting rewards, unlocking function mercenaries. Mercenaries consume gold coins to hire elite warriors to fight for you anytime. Effective for 1 day. Elite heavy infantry, 100 men, 1,000 gold coins. Elite heavy cavalry, 100 men, 2,000 gold coins. Elite archers, 100 men, 2,000 gold coins. 100 men for 1,000 gold coins. Even cavalry costs 2,000. And only for 1 day. It means if he wants to raise 1,000 infantry, he would have to spend 10,000 gold coins. Truly expensive. It is known that his infantry camp only requires 100 gold coins to permanently train 100 elite heavy infantry. Isn't this more cost-effective than hiring mercenaries? Forget it, something is better than nothing. If there's an urgent matter, it can still serve as a stopgap. But to consider it as the main force in battle, that is absolutely not feasible. There are no gold mines in his territory. When he returned to the study, Anna was already waiting here. She spoke. Lord Zhuang Hua, the Deer Mountain tribe, confirmed that they will attack the Blood Leopard tribe at noon tomorrow in Moon Bay. Tomorrow then. Zhuang Hua nodded solemnly. You shall determine the timing. My troops will arrive precisely at noon tomorrow on the military camp's training ground. I hope your portal lives up to your claims. I will not fail. Witches? Anna hesitated briefly before speaking. Only that both tribes possess witches. Their power was undeniable, yet distinct from that of sorceresses. Witches channeled forces akin to nature itself. Sorceresses, by contrast, relied primarily on arcane energy to summon formidable denizens of the abyss for battle, their strength inextricably tied to the potency of their summoned entities. Witches? Master, I am ready. Alice spoke calmly, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Excellent. Zhuang Hua broke into a smile. He had nearly forgotten his formidable bodyguard. Alice will neutralize one, which the rest falls to you. Understood. Anna nodded firmly. She could not shift the entire burden onto Zhuang Hua. Nor could they afford to appear weak. To be hunted by the sanctum itself was no mark of insignificance. Anna departed. Even Lilith accompanied her. Zhuang Hua raised no objection. With Lilith present, her enchanted artifacts would at least bolster Anna's chances of victory. Yet that evening his eyelid twitched persistently. Zhuang Tian pondered. Could tomorrow's battle hold unforeseen complications? At present, aside from the orc clans and the allied forces, he should face no other adversaries. No matter, it is merely a bodily reflex. Nothing to dwell upon. A good night's rest will suffice. With that thought, Zhuang Hua climbed into bed and slept soundly until dawn. His eyelid did not twitch again. Indeed, the effect was real. System summon a knight. Ding. One holy light knight successfully summoned. Zhuang Hua, previously indifferent, instantly brightened upon seeing the newly summoned unit. A holy light knight. Another holy light knight. Master Sir Scott of the Holy Light Knights at your service. Yet this holy light knight was male, unlike Alice. Though clad in golden armor, his presence exuded an aura of absolute purification, pure and unblemished. Excellent. Excellent. He had feared what would become of him once Alice left to confront the witch, but now such concern was obsolete. Scott would handle it. For now, serve as Alice's deputy and join the Imperial Guard. Sir Scott acknowledges that, in truth, holy light knights like Alice and Scott possessed no overwhelming physical superiority over Iron One and his men. In raw martial contest, they might even fall short of heavily armored cavalry. What set them apart was their innate anti-magic affinity, a suppression so profound that no other troop type could rival it when facing sorceresses or witches. Alice dispatched messengers to all commanders. Order them to assemble their troops on the training ground. Zhuang Hua then strode toward the front of the infantry barracks. Before the barracks stood 100 soldiers in full plate armor, shields held firm in their left hands, swords drawn in their right, motionless and silent. Without uttering a word, Zhuang Hua sensed their chilling aura of disciplined lethality. Splendid. Zhuang Hua felt satisfied. These were the core of his offensive force. System continued training. Training initiated. 100 gold coins deducted. Having completed the command, he led the infantry to the training ground. My lord, the cavalry regiment has assembled 35 heavy cavalry and 300 light cavalry. My lord, the infantry regiment is assembled 100 heavy infantry and 500 light infantry. My lord, the archer regiment is assembled 50 light cavalry and 300 archers. 3 regiments, commanded respectively by Tai, Yitai, Air, and Chao Fong, totaling 1,285 soldiers. Then came his personal guard, 10 heavy cavalry alongside 2 holy light knights, Alice and Scott. Well done. Today I offer no speech. This battle against the orcs rests entirely with you. Each survivor shall receive 5 gold coins. Each fallen warrior's family shall receive 50 gold coins in compensation. To demand absolute loyalty, such terms were indispensable. After all, in this world, 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins. And 1 copper coin purchased half a gene of wheat flour. Many ordinary families labored an entire year without earning a single gold coin. Long live Lord Zhuang Hua. Long live. Long live. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens, for survival meant reward and death ensured their family survival. This conviction stirred them more deeply than life itself. After calming the troops, Zhuang Hua turned to Eilina. Your efforts will be vital today. If warriors fall wounded, heal them if you can. Lose 1 man, and I forfeit 50 gold coins. Hearing this, Eilina clenched her fists tightly. Lord Zhuang Hua, have no fear. I shall do everything in my power to bring every soldier home alive. Thank you for your dedication. Eilina was a witch, a being fundamentally distinct from sorceresses and witches alike. Witches were born with innate abilities, latent powers that awaken spontaneously, their greatest gift lying in healing and restoration. Whether such awakenings followed any discernible pattern remained unknown. It was beyond comprehension why the sanctum would hunt down these living saints. Such cruelty defied all moral reason. Before Zhuang Hua could ponder further, Anna appeared on the training ground. Gazing upon the orderly ranks and eyes burning with lethal intent, she could not suppress her astonishment. Lord Zhuang Hua, with soldiers such as these, victory is assured. Miss Anna. Zhuang Hua smiled wryly. These are all I possess. Pray your intelligence proves accurate. Have no doubt. Anna began chanting the teleportation incantation, whereupon a hexagram sigil shimmered into existence before them. Her complexion grew steadily paler. The toll was immense. Lord Zhuang Hua, this portal endures only 15 minutes. Please proceed without delay. Very well. Zhuang Hua nodded, then commanded, break camp. Meanwhile at Moon Bay, the Blood Panther tribe, joined by 4 smaller tribes, fielded 800 Orcish warriors arrayed against the Deer Mountain tribe. Aguz, I told you. We did not destroy the Stone Ancient tribe. Why won't you believe me? Oomph. Aguz sneered, shaking his head. Your ambition has festered for far too long. Seizing Stone Ancient would elevate your standing. No secret there. Now you gather 4 tribes under the Blood Map banner to besiege me. That speaks volumes. Preposterous. Blood Map roared. You Deer Mountain tribe already crown yourselves kings. When have you ever acknowledged us? This battle is inevitable. Enough talk. To arms. Blood Map gestured sharply, and from behind him surged over 1,000 humans armed only with sharpened wooden spears. Opposite them the Deer Mountain tribe deployed likewise. Advance, slaughter them all. Or I'll slaughter you. These were mere expendable fodder. Casualties meant little. Should losses mount, fresh slaves could always be acquired through trade with human nobles and/or. But they're human too. Puff. They had not yet made up their minds when the orc behind them, having hesitated for just a moment, struck down with his blade. Rush forward quickly. Anyone who dares to hesitate will die. Charge. With gritted teeth, everyone had no choice but to raise their weapons against their own kind. However, at that moment a sudden scream echoed from behind the 2 groups of orcs. On one side, arrows rained down, while on the other flames soared into the sky. What is happening? I know. There has always been a witch active in the orc territory, and she is here to rescue us. They must have arrived. But what about the other side? It is normal for witches to use magic, but that rain of arrows is not something a witch can conjure. Whatever. Those must be the human race coming to rescue us. Then what about us? No matter which faction the humans belong to, they all followed the crowd. As long as there is one leader, the others will follow and charge forward. Although we have sharpened sticks in hand, they can still kill. Our saviors are fighting desperately behind us. Do we only know how to butcher our own kind? Retreat means death. Charging forward also means death. Why not fight for it? Kill the orcs. They locked eyes and then charged forward without hesitation. However, as both sides clashed, each side surged forward with murderous intent, as did the humans on the opposite side. The 2 sides crossed paths. Their target was the orcs of the opposing faction. Kill. What is happening? Why are the humans attacking us? It must be those witches inciting them to commit murder, those damned humans. An orc commander gritted his teeth, but it was of no use. He could only lead his men to resist. But the witches behind did not give them a chance. One by one demon knights were summoned, and combined with the elusive vines they caused the orcs of the Deer Mountain tribe to suffer losses. On the other side the Blood Leopard tribe was the same. However, after withstanding a wave of arrows, they began to organize their resistance. The Blood Leopard tribe is the best at combat. Even if they suffer casualties, they will never retreat. Damn humans crushed them. Blood 2 left 200 men to hold off the human cannon fodder, and then led 600 orc warriors to. However, when they saw the neatly arranged infantry formation and the cavalry galloping around the perimeter, even Blood 2 felt a shiver of fear. Which noble from the coalition has brought such a well-equipped army? Chief, should we charge? With such elite troops, even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses. Blood 2, seeing this, coldly smiled and said, You go fetch the witch for reinforcements, I will deal with them. Yes. Blood 2 stepped forward and shouted, I do not know which great lord has arrived. This is our orc tribe's battle, so please do not interfere. Blood 2 believed that the opposing side must be the reinforcements summoned by Aguz, but humans are just like that. As long as they are paid, they would sell their own kind. The orcs battle. Zhuang Hua stepped forward, pointing at the humans fighting against them. He said, Are those also orcs? Those, eh? Blood 2 chuckled lightly and said, They are merely our purchased slaves. This lord need not concern himself with them. Ridiculous. Zhuang Hua's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent, and he said, Slaves. My human race has no slaves, and you dare to enslave my kind. Death is the only sentence. All troops send them to their deaths. Kill, kill, kill. The troops moved. Tai led the cavalry to charge, while Tai brought the infantry to slowly advance. Alright, let's fight. Blood 2 gritted his teeth and directly launched the attack. The battle was about to be. It must be said that the Blood Leopard tribe is the strongest combat tribe. Their warriors can usually take on 3 human soldiers easily, except for the elite heavy infantry, who give them trouble. However, in the instant of contact there were already injuries, but Elena from behind made her move directly, casting healing spells as if they were free continuously. Those soldiers who had been wounded instantly felt no pain. Seeing this, their eyes lit up, and they looked at the orcs with full of killing intent. Damn it, that felt good just now. Now it's my turn. How could this happen? Go ask the demons in hell. Moreover, even if someone died in battle, the others were not afraid. Instead, they became even more excited. This is truly disgraceful. Of 50 gold coins, let him achieve that. Hey, are the orcs really so useless that even I can't kill one? Useless. Soon Blood 2 felt immense pressure. He did not expect the humans to be this strong. Where is the witch? Chief Imhira, look at me. Just as Blood 2 was anxious, their witch arrived, but before he could finish, a golden figure had already charged over. Heretic! In the name of holy light, I grant you death. It was Scott who made his move. Sensing the presence of the witch, he dashed out. The holy light enveloped him, pouring forth like it was free. Before the witch could cast her spell, her hand was— No, my hand. Hee. Scott sneered, swung his holy sword, and murmured, Holy light. His holy sword shone as brightly as the sun, and the witch did not even have time to dodge before her head was severed. The battle is too easy. Blood 2 was frightened. He did not expect even their tribe's powerful witch to be killed in an instant. If this continued, they would likely all perish here. Chief, run. Although the Blood Leopard tribe loved to fight, they were not foolish. Realizing they could not win, they knew they must flee. However, Zhuang Hua wanted total annihilation. He had never considered letting them leave alive. Block them. At this moment, Tai Yi's heavy cavalry appeared. They charged recklessly, heading straight for Blood Tusk's position. Meanwhile, Chao Fang's archers scattered in all directions, each shooting an orc with an arrow. The battle was exceptionally smooth. However, compared to this side, the situation on the Deer Mountain tribe's side was different. Lilith and her companions could summon demon knights to assist in battle. However, the number one person can summon is limited. At first their ambush was quite successful. With the betrayal of some humans, they barely managed to cope under the double siege. But when Aguz realized what was happening, their situation became perilous, especially with the appearance of the Deer Mountain tribe's witch. This put even more pressure on them. What should we do? Should we run? This was supposed to be a great victory, but facing the Deer Mountain tribe, they still seemed a bit overwhelmed. No, we have finally waited for this opportunity. Such a great battle has almost exhausted all the able-bodied humans. If we succeed, we can save nearly half of the human race. If we run, they will likely all die. After coming to this realization, everyone no longer hesitated and took out their most powerful magic. Hemp. However, all this seemed to add to Aguz's amusement. Which leave it to you. Rest assured, Chief. A hooded orc which appeared behind Aguz, with a wave of his hand, a dark green barrier appeared above the orc warriors. Lilith and their magic struck the barrier, having no effect. The game has just begun. This hunt should come to an end. Forbidden technique, blood sacrifice. Not good, he wants to sacrifice us. We have fallen into a trap. As the witch performed the forbidden technique, the sorceresses finally realized the gravity of the situation. Even Anna, who was watching from the sidelines, appeared. Elder sister, run. This forbidden technique is a means for the orc shaman to sacrifice living beings to beseech power from an unspeakable entity. The stronger the being sacrificed, the greater the feedback he can obtain. And in this place, this group of sorceresses was the best offering. Run. The shaman sneered, lightly tapping his staff, rendering Anna and the others unable to use their escape techniques. This is a confinement technique. This. Anna's face turned pale as she realized she had led her sisters to their doom. I'm sorry for you all. Anna felt a chill in her heart. The shaman was too powerful, and she had no energy left to cast spells due to the exhaustion from the teleportation array. The shaman sneered. Do you think I don't know you are running amok in my orc territory? To lure you out, I even declared war on the Blood Panther tribe. It's all for this moment. You let those humans exhaust their magic power after reaching the Blood Panther tribe, didn't you? Stop resisting, now you all will become my nourishment. Let me carry your power, and make the orcs great once more. You will not succeed. Anna's eyes were filled with determination as she said, Sisters, now only death can bring us freedom. Are you afraid of death? The sorceresses fell silent, then firmly replied, Elder sister, we are not afraid. Good then. Hey. Anna was just about to speak when a sudden voice interrupted her. She didn't know when, but Zhuang Hua had appeared nearby, followed by Alice Scott and the army of Iron 1 and Iron 2. The Deer Mountain tribe had been completely surrounded by Zhuang Hua. Humans. The shaman sneered as he saw Zhuang Hua. You must be the one who slaughtered the ancient stone tribe. You managed to drive back that useless blood map, so you do have some strength. But now my forbidden technique is complete. Your presence only adds to the nourishment for my blood sacrifice. However, with so many of them, sacrificing them would be a waste. It would be better to turn them into slaves of my Deer Mountain tribe, which is a way to utilize waste. What the chief says goes. Lord Zhuang Hua, I am to blame for your troubles. Anna explained with a bitter smile, this blood sacrifice technique is the rarest forbidden art of the orc shaman. Even at my peak, I couldn't break it. You? Enough. Zhuang Hua was not here to engage in sentimentality. He looked at Scott and said, it's up to you. Rest assured, my lord, I haven't had enough fun in the previous battle. The shaman sneered, just a temple knight, what can you do? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Scott had already made his move clean and decisive with holy light flickering. Only Alice frowned and said, what a brute, not elegant at all. Zhuang Hua twitched his lips. This is a battle, what elegance is needed. However, Scott's strength was undeniable. With a single sword strike, the runes of the blood sacrifice began to crack. How is this possible? Impossible. The shaman's eyes turned red. This was a golden opportunity for him to grow stronger. If he could blood sacrifice these people, he wouldn't have to hide in this place, but could enter the holy city of the orc tribe and become an admired figure. But now his plans seemed to be on the verge of collapse. I will not allow this. Too noisy. Zhuang Hua shook his head looking at Alice and said, you go too, let's end this quickly, we still need to see Chow Fong catch leopards later. All right, my lord. After saying that, Alice drew her holy sword, and a surge of holy light erupted, even more violent than Scott's. Then with a single sword strike, the blood sacrifice technique was completely shattered, and she charged forward, striking the shaman with her sword. The scene fell silent for a moment. Lord Zhuang Hua, is this what Sister Alice meant by elegance? It should be. Right. This combat power was simply too fierce. In just a short time, another shaman fell. The shields of guards like Aguz also vanished. How is this possible? Aguz exclaimed in shock, looking at Zhuang Hua. Do you think that by defeating the shaman my orc tribe will be at your mercy? Hearing this, Zhuang Hua waved his hand. Then what? If you have any tricks left, hurry up. I'm really in a rush. All right. Someone blow the horn. After saying that, an orc from the tribal ranks took out a huge horn and blew into it with all his might. Moo! The sound of the horn echoed, and a swarm of orc warriors surged out from the forest behind the battlefield. Not good, it's the orc warriors from the other 4 tribes. They did not ally with the Blood Panther tribe. Anna's eyes widened. At this moment, she finally understood that they had fallen into Aguz's trap from the very beginning. You are strong, but how will you deal with 2,000 orc warriors? With the 600 from the Deer Mountain tribe, that totals 2,006. Yet Zhuang Hua's side had only over 1,000. However, Zhuang Hua was not afraid at all. He laughed and said, now this is interesting. Let's bring them all out and resolve the battle at once. That's my style. Either don't fight or fight to the finish. Zhuang Hua looked at Aguz and said, this is called eradicating evil completely. Ha ha ha. Aguz sneered. You are indeed different from other human lords. You don't have their greed in your eyes, but you are quite foolish. In this situation, how will you turn the tide? I don't know, have you ever seen a steel torrent? Aguz frowned. What Zhuang Hua didn't explain, but directly called up the system panel. System exchange for 1,000 elite heavy cavalry. Ding. Deducting 20,000 gold coins, successfully exchanged for 1,000 elite heavy cavalry. Please choose the deployment location. Zhuang Hua glanced at the situation across. Those people had walked out of the forest, and outside was an expanse of flat grassland. Since that was the case, Zhuang Hua directly deployed the troops in the forest and commanded them to charge at the orcs. With 1,000 elite heavy cavalry charging against 2,000 orc infantry, there was no suspense. You haven't seen it, after all, you are just a bunch of mindless orcs. But it doesn't matter, soon you will see it. After saying that, the ground began to tremble, and those once arrogant orc warriors looked back in confusion. They saw heavy cavalry clad in black armor, riding tall horses, charging out of the forest. How did they are so strong. How did I die? Before the orcs could react, the heavy cavalry had already charged in, and in just one charge, half of the orcs fell to the ground. But this was not the end. Those cavalry turned around and continued their charge, crashing into them like a torrent of steel. This is war. This is true combat. He looked at the stunned Aguz and sneered. Now you know what a steel torrent is, right? Impossible. And how could the human race possibly field so many knights? You. And what gibberish is that? And Zhuang Hua raised his hand and spoke calmly. Seize them. All of them without exception. Yes, sir. And the remainder of the battle was already decided. Ding. And congratulations, Sovereign. You have secured victory in an external war. Reward heavy cavalry regiment. At the sight of the reward, Zhuang Hua remained utterly unmoved. He knew precisely how this system operated. Correction issued, reward adjusted to Noble Processional Guard 1 and Minor Physique Enhancement. NAS expected. Nonly, then did Zhuang Hua calmly peruse the reward description. Noble Processional Guard comprising 50 mounted knights, a finely crafted carriage, and noble banners. In Minor Physique Enhancement grants increased physical robustness. Aside from the Processional Guard, Zhuang Hua immediately claimed only the Physique Enhancement reward. Ni's equestrian skill had been merely average, but in an instant he felt his body transform. He sensed his stamina and strength surging dramatically. An excellent boon. Not only after absorbing these changes did Zhuang Hua turn to Anna and the others. Are you now capable of movement? Yes. Nana nodded, gazing at Zhuang Hua with reverent awe as she replied, my lord. What further commands do you issue? The beastman's warriors within this territory are now nearly extinct. Strike while the iron is hot. Press our advantage relentlessly. And more crucially, the mercenaries he had hired would expire in precisely 1 day. He had already spent the coin, and he intended to extract every last measure of value from it. Lord Zhuang Hua, how shall we assist and guide us? My forces are unfamiliar with this land, Zhuang Hua said coolly. If the lady sorceresses would lead them to the 6 principal territories, agreed. Zhuang Hua nodded, then divided his forces into 6 columns, each advancing along separate paths. Turning to Tai Yi and the others, he declared coldly, one directive only. Any being taller than a cartwheel regardless of age or gender shall be slain without mercy. Also, locate their granaries and armories. Await my arrival. Understood. Having issued these orders, Zhuang Hua turned to Chao Feng. Your assignment is the Blood Leopard tribe, and the leopard packs fall under your command as well. My lord may rest assured. I shall fulfill this task without fail. Zhuang Hua gave a slight nod. The beastman's territory beyond the 9th defensive line lay within a vast basin. The 9th defensive line stood upon its eastern rim, elsewhere towering mountains encircled the entire expanse. Yet though it was a basin, its grasslands flourished, its soil teemed with fertility, and dense forests blanketed its slopes. With their warriors decimated, the remaining beastmen tribes were little more than helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. The beastmen, Zhuang Hua dismissed them with indifference. Within half a day their entire domain had fallen beneath his dominion. Yet no reward followed conquest. Evidently, only the first occupation yielded such dividends. Thereafter expansion would require external warfare. The liberated humans were settled on site, granted grain, allotted farmland, and enabled to build peaceful, prosperous lives. Still northward, beyond that snow-capped mountain, stretched vast, untamed beastman territories. Our infrastructure campaign begins now. Not only must we fortify against northern beastmen, but also against the enigmatic western frontier, a realm veiled by impassable mountains perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. Yet Zhuang Hua knew this land was far from uninhabited. He simply lacked sufficient knowledge of it. It was not until deep into the night that Zhuang Hua returned to the defensive line, accompanied by Anna and 15 other sorceresses. We owe you immense gratitude, Lord Zhuang Hua. Without you my sisters would surely have perished. Nana shuddered faintly, yet Zhuang Hua merely smiled. Do not forget our accord. Moreover, beginning tomorrow, I shall erect walls and found a city upon our new domain. You are indispensable allies in this endeavor. I have not forgotten. Nor dared she forget. The beastman's territory had run red with blood today, not a single soul had survived. She feared that a single misstep might doom her sisters to the same fate. Yet though he appeared perilous toward her, he seemed almost tender. Not contradiction that stirred complex emotions within Anna. Zhuang Hua nodded, then asked Anna curiously, Lady Anna, I hear from Lilith that sorceresses maintain an alliance. Is this alliance truly composed of only yourselves, 15 or so? We represent but a fragment, Anna explained. The 9th defensive line lies merely at the fringes, where humanity and beastmen meet. True warfare rages far to the north. There resides our alliance's central stronghold. Though neither humans nor beastmen regard us with goodwill. Zhuang Hua asked no further questions and dismissed Anna. The war had ended, but his duties had only just begun. And yet, a disquiet gnawed at him, his eyelid twitching incessantly. Left eye twitches for fortune, right for calamity. Yet the battle was over, and what catastrophe could still loom? Alice, have you sensed anything amiss? Hearing his words, Alice tilted her head, puzzled. Master, you appear perfectly well, merely somewhat fatigued. Nothing seems out of order. Was Alice supposed to be aloof and reserved? Since he'd begun teasing her occasionally, however, she'd grown increasingly irreverent. He suspected her famed aloofness had always been a facade. I mean, do you sense any nearby danger? Oh. Alice suddenly grasped his meaning. Her posture straightened, voice resonant and confident. Master, rest assured. No danger lurks here. Understood. Zhuang Hua scratched his head. Perhaps exhaustion alone triggered such physiological responses. But, just then, within the former castle of Midia in Aeon Town Lane, Kingdom, Munyue gazed upon Midia, reclining once more within her coffin, and smiled faintly. Midia, do not blame me. This is your ordained fate. Was the curse upon me cast by your hand? Midia spoke abruptly, her gaze locked fiercely upon Munyue, searching for the slightest flicker of expression. Munyue shook her head, disdain curling her lips. I possess neither the inclination nor the time for such trivialities. Yet this outcome suits me well. You have made me what I am. And now, let us together usher in the new world. Truly, can summoning the hell dragon through me elevate you to grand sorceress? And Midia felt no fear, only profound curiosity. After all, hell dragons ranked among the most formidable entities in legend. In myth, they embodied annihilation itself. Yet now Midia herself had become the keystone of such a summoning. And the notion seemed utterly implausible. Who can say, yet surely one must attempt it. And without further preamble, Munue commenced the forbidden incantation. And at first all proceeded smoothly. Even a sliver of hell yawned open. Yet Munue soon realized her own magic had slipped beyond her control. Darkness descended upon the castle's spires, as though hell itself had breached the veil. And what is happening? And outside the gates Lands arrived with his knightly retinue, his eyes wide with dread, his fists clenched in fury. Your Majesty, the interior is perilous. Our knights entered, and vanished into the darkness, but Midia remains inside. Upon hearing this, Elate sighed deeply. Your Majesty, please remain calm. I have already dispatched messengers at full speed to summon Lord Zhuang Hua. Right, Zhuang Hua is still available. And Midia, you must hold on. System summon a knight, ending. One heavily armored knight successfully summoned. And another guaranteed summon. And was heavy cavalry truly destined to rely solely on this knight summoning mechanic? Zhuang Hua clenched his teeth. In fine, someday he would assemble an invincible legion of heavy cavalry. And Lord Zhuang Hua. At that moment Alina burst and flustered. Zhuang Hua frowned in confusion. Alina, have the northern beastmen breached our borders? No. And then why the urgency? Alina's face tightened with anxiety. It's Princess Midia. She's in grave danger. Midia, and Zhuang Hua paused startled. She ought to be safe within the royal capital. Its garrison was more than sufficient to shield her from any threat across the realm of Lane Kingdom. An envoy sent by Lord Elate reports that Princess Midia has been abducted by a sorceress and imprisoned within the castle of Eo Town. And moreover, the sorceress intends to sacrifice the princess to summon a dragon lord. What a... And even Alice, standing nearby, recoiled at the term. Her brow furrowed. If a dragon lord truly manifests, calamity will follow. You cannot defeat it, and Zhuang Hua asked, puzzled. He perceived Alice and Scott as extraordinarily powerful, bordering on invincible. Not exactly. It's merely troublesome. A dragon lord wields immense power, and can elevate the sorceress herself. Just troublesome, that's all. Alice shook her head. Yet if it is the same sorceress we faced before, her ritual will surely fail. And she added coolly, her reserves of arcane energy are insufficient, forcing the summoning will only invite backlash from infernal forces. But then, many lives will be lost. And the young princess too may perish. And Alice spoke with detached calm. Summoned by the system, her sole loyalty belonged to Zhuang Hua. The fate of others held no weight for her. And what shall we do? Nelina panicked, though ranked a mid-tier, which her abilities had been forcibly elevated by Zhuang Hua. Born in a remote village, her only worldly experience came from traveling alongside Zhuang Hua. She knew nothing of such dire circumstances. And Lord Zhuang Hua, we must save Princess Midia. Zhuang Hua did not immediately agree. In truth be told, he harbored no deep affection for Midia. Rescuing her had merely secured him a noble title and fiefdom, a pragmatic transaction. Seeing her fall silent, Alan grew even more smug. He turned to the crowd and proclaimed, see, Elena has already admitted it. Burning her is otherwise he'd bear the burden of restoring order later. And Lord Zhuang Hua, enough. That moon which dares stir trouble within my domain, I shall show her no mercy. Zhuang Hua let out a cold snort, then summoned Tai Yi and the others. Maintain operations here as usual. The subsequent planning and construction fall under Xiao He and Lu Shi's authority. Further, if outsiders provoke us, spare them no quarter. Drive them back. Tai Yi nodded in solemn assent. Then Zhuang Hua departed with Alina, Alice, and the rest of his guard detail. Mounted on elite warhorses, their cavalry moved swiftly, crossing from Shuang to city to Eo Town in a single day. Where has that Illiman man gone? Yin Lan of Fenglan Town watched the retreating column, curiosity piqued. No idea, but last night an envoy arrived from the royal capital. My lord best not meddle. Angering that Illiman man would spell disaster. Yin Lan instinctively shrank his neck, yet gritted his teeth. No, I won't provoke him, but commerce must continue. Perhaps his absence is our opportunity. In Princess Castle, Nonli Lands and Elate remained standing. The knights and soldiers guarding them had all been consumed. Worse still, the fallen guards now bore the taint of hellish essence, reduced to mindless puppets. Your Majesty, we must retreat at once. No. Lands's gaze burned with unwavering resolve as he stared toward the castle, Elate. Midia is my only child. I will not abandon her. Your Majesty. I am going to her. Inlands met Elate's eyes with solemn intensity. Should Zhuang Hua arrive, and should I fall, you shall serve him instead. This kingdom needs a sovereign like him. Your Majesty. Elate grew frantic. Lands had already embraced the certainty of death. He pleaded, please, Zhuang Hua should arrive any moment by my reckoning. I cannot wait. Elate. The Lane Kingdom rests in your hands. Inlands knew beneath those grim circumstances survival was impossible. I have failed as king, as husband, as father. And now, I only wish to be beside Midia. No. Elate cried out in despair. Just then thunderous hoofbeats echoed, and a familiar cavalry unit appeared before them. Then another, until Zhuang Hua himself emerged at their head. Lord Zhuang Hua, you've come at last. Tears streamed down Elate's aged cheeks. He breathed relief knowing one moment's delay would have cost Lands his life. All is well. I'll handle this now. Zhuang Hua stepped past Elate to stand before Lands, shaking his head. Attendants, escort his Majesty to the rear. No, I must find Midia, Master. Alice glanced toward the castle, voice steady. Princess Midia's aura still lingers within. She lives. And he turned to Lands. Midia will be safe. And then meeting Scott's gaze began. Yes, sir. Scott drew his holy blade and struck. His blow cleaved the devouring black mist. Such was the might of a holy light knight, the natural bane of all corrupt, unholy entities. Woo. Yet at that instant a mournful wail rose from within the castle. That sound was no human cry. A dragon lord's voice. Alice spoke sharply, staring at the castle with furrowed brow. Given that sorceress's strength, how could she succeed? No answer came. You again. Na furious voice erupted from the castle. Then its roof exploded outward in violent rupture. From the wreckage soared a colossal figure, wings vast as storm clouds, scaled hide gleaming like obsidian. No, not a lizard but a western dragon. How immense! Zhuang Hua gazed upward, compelled to admit. Even stripped of magic, such a creature's raw destructive force dwarfed mortal capability. Master, I'll intervene. Scott cannot prevail alone. Scott merely shrugged. Truthfully so. And beyond the dragon lord, and the moon which astride it corrupted puppet soldiers swarmed the ground below. Deal with the puppets, as ordered. He commanded more than just Alice and Scott. 10 elite heavy cavalry stood ready at his side. Yet once they charged forth, only Alina remained beside him. Na sudden unsettling void of security. He turned to Lands. Your Majesty, where is your royal guard? Lands flushed with embarrassment. Elate sighed bitterly. Lord Zhuang Hua. Those were his Majesty's royal guard. Zhuang Hua turned. Stunned disbelief etched across his face. Do you mean to say, every soldier you brought is now our enemy? Why, yes, that's exactly how it is. Neither Elate nor Lands dared meet Zhuang Hua's gaze. Not only had they failed to lend aid, they had seemingly made matters worse. Forget it. Zhuang Hua opened his system interface. He still had an honor guard unclaimed. Perhaps their strength was modest, but at least they were all knights. Claim. The noble's honor guard has been deployed. At that moment, a resonant horn blast echoed through the forest, followed by the steady rhythmic thunder of hooves drawing near. First emerged a golden banner emblazoned with coiling dragon motifs. Then came riders astride towering steeds clad in gleaming golden armor. Each bore a gilded saber at his waist and gripped a golden lance, its tip adorned with crimson tassels swaying like bloodied banners. This. Lands and Elate stood frozen in awe. Even Mou fell silent. Who was this noble arriving with such grandeur? Even the royal house of the Hill Kingdom could scarcely muster such splendor. Yet this procession halted directly before Zhuang Hua, and knelt as one. General Long, yin at your service, lord. Rise. Zhuang Hua smiled. Regardless of anything else, he adored this sheer magnificence. Remarkable. His system truly delivered. This. Lan swallowed hard. My Daya had once told him Zhuang Hua hailed from a royal lineage far to the east. At the time he'd scoffed. After all, royalty possessed innate pride. How could any sovereign stoop to serve as a mere lord in his kingdom? Now, however, this honor guard delivered a stinging rebuke. He had been wrong. Zhuang Hua truly was scion of an eastern royal house. Only royalty commanded such ceremonial grandeur. Elate, I believe even offering him my entire kingdom would be an honor beyond my station. Elate said nothing. He was already contemplating how best to pledge his loyalty to Zhuang Hua. Elate, you wouldn't abandon me already, would you? Seeing his thoughts laid bare, Elate bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I shall forever remain your loyal subject. Enough, let us turn to Zhuang Hua. Zhuang Hua turned toward Mou and asked, Long Yin, can your forces subdue that creature? Long Yin glanced toward the Dragon Lord, then nodded firmly, a petty outsider from beyond the realms. Hardly worth our concern. Zhuang Hua paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Seize it. Alice Scott, rescue my Daya at once. Understood. Long Yin raised his golden lance, fixed his gaze upon the Dragon Lord, and declared solemnly, by our Lord's command, we slay the Dragon Lord. Form ranks. In an instant, they surged behind Long Yin, gripped their lances, and hurled them forward in unison. Trying. Those lances tore through the air like colossal artillery shells. Moyu's face paled where she stood atop the Dragon Lord's back. She vanished in a blur, yet as foreseen the Dragon Lord took direct hits. Ruhua. It roared in fury, but grievously wounded it could no longer sustain flight. Though it strained to resist Long, Yin led his troops in encircling it completely. Then with a gesture the lances flew back into their hands. Kill. Spare me. The Dragon Lord, once furious, now sensed death looming, and spoke. Indeed, it spoke. I swear fealty. Spare me. I fear death. You, Moyu, having dodged aside, watched in outrage, and bellowed, Dragon Lord. I summoned you. I command you to attack again. TCH. The Dragon Lord turned its head away from her, and fixed its gaze on Zhuang Hua. Human. I submit to you. Will you spare me? I'm afraid of dying. Zhuang Hua smiled faintly, then pointed toward Moyu. Then slay her. What say you? It shall be my honor to serve you. You, Moyu hadn't expected true betrayal, and clenched her fists, seething to destroy it. But the tide had turned. Her puppets below had already been neutralized by Zhuang Hua's forces. Even my Daya had been rescued by those two radiant knights. Moyu fixed Zhuang Hua with a glacial stare. Zhuang Hua, I will remember you. But I am now a grand sorceress. We shall see who prevails. With that she departed without hesitation. Her current power rendered Elina incapable of restraining her. Go check on my Daya. Zhuang Hua waved dismissively. My Daya remained in grave condition. Only Elina skilled in healing might yet save her. He stepped forward before the Dragon Lord and asked, Is your submission genuine, or merely feigned, awaiting opportunity to betray me anew? Genuine, I swear it. The Dragon Lord hastened to declare, racked by pain, and bitterly regretful. Wasn't humanity supposed to be mere insects? Why then did it find itself so thoroughly humiliated? I don't believe you. Zhuang Hua shook his head coldly, a wry smile twisting his lips. You betrayed the very one who summoned you. Why should I trust you? Then kill me. Eradicate the threat once and for all. No, wait. The Dragon Lord panicked. It sensed this human meant every word. It was still a fledgling, far too young to die. That one isn't my summoner. The true summoner is that female. Only her surging magical energy is worthy of our exalted Dragon Lord lineage. A female. Zhuang Hua's brow twitched. He glanced toward my Daya, where Elina, despite exhausting every art, could not rouse her. So my Daya is your summoner. Not summoner. She is my summoner. The Dragon Lord corrected itself, though Zhuang Hua paid it no mind. Calmly he said, Since she summoned you, surely you can resolve her affliction. Not summoner. She is my summoner. The Dragon Lord corrected itself, though Zhuang Hua paid it no mind. Calmly he said, Since she summoned you, surely if it could heal her, that sufficed. Zhuang Hua frowned as it lingered motionless, then act. Why hesitate? You must swear not to kill me. Then kill it. Zhuang Hua's voice turned icy disdain, curling his lip. I despise threats above all. Your arrogance invites your own demise. Fine. I'll heal her. The Dragon Lord nearly crumbled. What manner of being was this man, who truly had crawled forth from hell? Every word was murder, every breath execution. More terrifying than any demon of the abyss. Hurry. Zhuang Hua pressed forward, his stance unmistakably threatening violence at the slightest delay. Resigned, the Dragon Lord approached my Daya, extended a foreclaw, and infused her with a stream of violet arcane energy. Within moments her breathing steadied, and her eyes fluttered open. Done. She's healed. The Dragon Lord looked expectantly at Zhuang Hua. Human, may I now depart? You have two choices. First, Elina heals you fully, and you swear fealty to me. Second, you are minced, boiled into broth, and served as a feast for my men. The Dragon Lord fell silent. Was this really a choice? I see your decision is made. Guards, execute it. No. I submit. The demon dragon was in a state of disarray, wondering how it had been chosen without saying anything. Seeing the demon dragon's lack of spirit, Zhuang Hua did not press it further. To be honest, this demon dragon at least had the word dragon in its name. Even as a mere backdrop, it could instill fear in their enemies. Fine, but it depends on your performance. Zhuang Hua cast a glance at it, and casually remarked, If there's even a hint of betrayal, my companions here will make your life a living hell. I am absolutely loyal. The demon dragon pounded its chest with its forelimbs, displaying a look of utmost sincerity. Only then did Zhuang Hua nod in satisfaction and beckon Elina to come over. Heal it. If it dares to play tricks, just let Long Yin and the others kill it. Understood. Ignoring the demon dragon, Zhuang Hua approached Midia. Midia, are you alright? Midia shook her head, looking at Zhuang Hua with gratitude in her eyes as she said, Zhuang Hua, I am troubling you again otherwise. The demon dragon was cowering in front of Zhuang Hua like a lizard, not because it was weak, but because Zhuang Hua was too strong. If this demon dragon were outside, it would surely make countless subjects of kingdoms tremble. And this was all due to her. It's just a casual matter, but the palace is heavily guarded. How did MOU manage to get in? At first we were... Elat walked over respectfully, explaining. Later, after investigating, we found out that MOU deliberately summoned demon knights to create chaos in the city. Then the knights guarding the palace perimeter were drawn away, and she took the opportunity to sneak in. East to strike west. MOU was quite cunning. It's no wonder she had escaped from him several times. However, Zhuang Hua had seen many witches. People like Anna and MOU were two entirely different types. Although Anna and the others were witches, they did not linger in human territories. Instead, they tirelessly rescued stranded humans in the orc territories. In contrast, MOU was always looking for trouble, even aspiring to become a great witch, willing to harm the innocent for this goal. It's a pity that he would not accept someone like her, and next time he had the chance he would ensure she wouldn't return. Alright, since the matter is resolved, let's leave. Zhuang Hua did not dwell on it. Although he was a bit rushed this time, he at least acquired a demon dragon. Not a wasted trip. In Ao town, everyone settled down in the town. It was too late to return to the palace. However, Zhuang Hua frowned as he saw Midia blocked at the door by Alice and said, Midia, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here? I'm sorry. Midia lowered her head, feeling distressed. Last time my father stopped me from going to Twin Tower City with you, and I didn't insist. This time No need. Zhuang Hua interrupted her, smiling. In this journey of life, everyone encounters many choices. You did nothing wrong. Midia's eyes reddened, and she nervously said, I am willing to marry you. I know. Zhuang Hua stepped closer to Midia, chuckling, but I'm not considering such things right now. Let's talk about it later. Rejected. Midia didn't expect to have revealed her feelings, yet Zhuang Hua still declined. Could it be because she didn't leave with him back then? I understand. Midia felt disappointed, but she bravely said, however, I will not give up. I heard there are many witches in your territory. I think they can be of help to you, and now I am also a witch. I can help you. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua's eyes lit up, and he smiled. They are working for me, not just helping in battles. I can do anything. Fine, as long as you're happy, I welcome it. With an additional witch's infrastructure development speed could increase. As for Midia's identity, that was none of his concern. In his eyes, everyone was the same, divided into useful and useless categories. Alright. Midia smiled, the sadness from Zhuang Hua's earlier rejection disappearing in an instant, replaced by anticipation. This made Alice, who had been on guard, frown as she looked at Midia and said flatly, Princess, it's late. Please return. Midia felt that Zhuang Hua's guard had a strange look in her eyes, but she couldn't quite place it. After everyone left, Alice curiously asked, Master, since you don't like the princess, why did you agree to her? After all, she is a labor force. Do you know how much cement a witch can produce for me in a day? Alice, but Zhuang Hua chuckled and said seriously, a full 10 tons. Tons? You don't need to understand, just know it's a lot. Alice nodded. So the master was merely treating the princess as a tool. After realizing this, Alice rarely. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua said nothing and directly went to rest. He was already very tired from the long journey. However, just as he lay down, Lancel's voice echoed from outside again. Zhuang Hua, are you asleep? Zhuang Hua was helpless, wondering what was wrong with these two not letting him sleep. If it's about the princess, His Majesty can leave now. It's not about Midia, it's something related to the kingdom. Lancel's tone was a bit awkward, but recalling Zhuang Hua's ceremonial guards, even the knights in his ceremonial squad outnumbered his entire kingdom. He had made up his mind. Only by handing the kingdom over to Zhuang Hua could it become greater. Moreover, he only had one daughter, and he was also aware of Midia's feelings for Zhuang Hua. In the future, the kingdom would inevitably belong to them. He was just handing it over early. Fine. After all, Lancel was still his nominal superior. He had to show the proper respect. What does His Majesty wish to discuss? It's nothing much, just that I feel my abilities are limited and wish to abdicate. The kingdom of Ryan is yours. Seeing Zhuang Hua, Lancel spoke directly, which instantly roused Zhuang Hua's spirits. Ding. Detected that the host can inherit the territory of the kingdom of Ryan. Do you wish to inherit? Was Lancel serious? I know this is abrupt, but after experiencing these events, I realize I am unfit for this position. If I continue, the kingdom will likely be doomed under my rule. After Lancel finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh, saying helplessly, moreover, I am getting old. Looking at Lancel's earnest expression, Zhuang Hua remained silent. He must acquire the kingdom of Ryan. This had already been part of his plan. However, he still needed to develop. If he took the king's position now, he would likely be too busy. As for Lancel, wanting to retire would likely be a wish unfulfilled. he still had some value. Your Majesty, I am very willing to become the king of the kingdom of Ryan. Lancel smiled, feeling that this matter was settled. But, Zhuang Hua shifted his tone, shaking his head. Now is not the time, you still need to continue being this king. Huh, what do you mean by willing yet saying it's not the time? You should understand my meaning. Yes. Lancel hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, since that's the case, this old fellow will take on some labor for you. Just let me know when you want to come and take it away. Lancel left. Zhuang Hua also chose to inherit the... In an instant, the prosperity level on the system reached 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, your prosperity level has reached 10,000, unlocking new feature world map. System error, out of scope, protocol, unknown, downgrade. Correction completed, unlocking new feature regional map. Zhuang Hua tugged at the corner of his mouth. This feature had been directly cut by 90%. That was supposed to be the world map, but now it had directly turned into a regional map. Just by looking at the name, one could tell how much it had shrunk. Regional map can view the map within a radius of 100 kilometers from the host location. Open the map. As the command was issued, a reduced regional map appeared before Zhuang Hua. His location was precisely Ao Town. Heading outward, there was Dana City and the Royal City. To the east of Ao Town was the village where Elena lived, along with a range of mountains. Among them, 98 kilometers away, there was a city. This doesn't seem to be part of the Ryan Kingdom's Silver Moon. Moreover, on the map, apart from the city names, there were also dots of light. The cities of the entire Ryan Kingdom were temporarily green, while Silver Moon City was yellow. What does this represent? Green is friendly. Yellow is hostile. No, it should be neutral. After all, there was basically only a small amount of defense to the east of the kingdom. If it were hostile, Lancel would not leave it unguarded. So does that mean there are still hostiles? However, this map only covers a radius of 100 kilometers, and even Twin Tower City did not show up. Otherwise, he could take a look. Master, please rest. At this moment, Alice said with concern, from now on, I will not let anyone disturb you again. There shouldn't be anyone coming. How could so many people come looking for him? Midia and Lancel were just an accident. Just as he lay down, Elena was still in a dilemma. She saw that Midia and His Majesty the King had both gone to find Zhuang Hua. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that the princess is going to become Master Zhuang Hua's wife? Then in the future, how should she face the princess? Should she go talk to Master Zhuang Hua? What are you doing at the door? Sister Alice. Elena saw the visitor and patted her chest somewhat unnaturally, saying, It's nothing. If it's nothing, then hurry back to rest. The master is too tired and has no time to deal with you all. Has Master Zhuang Hua already rested? Hearing this, Elena regretted, I was careless. How about I use healing art to relieve Master Zhuang Hua? Alice's eyelids twitched, and she said bluntly, Are you trying to wake the master up? Go back, anything can wait until tomorrow. Alice's words were unquestionable. That kind of momentum made Elena feel a chill at her neck. Good night, Sister Alice. After a good night's sleep, Zhuang Hua felt refreshed. System summon knight. Successfully summoned a heavy-armored knight. This was expected. Originally, Zhuang Hua wanted to go straight back to Twin Tower City, but Lancel's guards had all been wiped out. If he didn't escort them, he would probably be targeted by the Moon Demon halfway. It'll trouble you to escort again. Zhuang Hua was not concerned, but he looked back at the demon dragon and frowned. You won't just fly away when it takes... After all, if you fly too high, I won't be able to catch up. The demon dragon was taken aback. It had indeed thought that way. However, it saw the killing intent in Zhuang Hua's eyes. A whole night passed, and this human actually wanted to kill it. How could its life be so miserable? Human, rest assured, I will never run away. I don't believe it. Zhuang Hua shook his head and said to Scott, From now on he is your mount. If he dares disobey, your holy sword will directly behead him. Scott's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He excitedly said, Don't worry, master, I will definitely keep this dragon knight. If it dares to run, I will slay it. After all, it's a dragon knight. Which knight doesn't want to have a dragon as a mount? Scott is no exception. Let's set off. Scott directly handed his war horse to another knight and climbed onto the dragon's back. The demon dragon flapped its wings and then soared into the sky, but it did not fly very high, just hovering near the team. What a sinful life I have. The demon dragon wailed in its heart. Midia, however, smiled and said, Actually, I can feel that this demon dragon has no rebellious emotions, but is instead very fearful of you. This was the effect Zhuang Hua wanted. If one day all the knights by his side were riding demon dragons, that scene would be thrilling just to imagine. Time passed quickly. They had already arrived at the entrance of the royal city. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Hill Kingdom has arrived. Hill Kingdom. Lancel was puzzled, but the Hill Kingdom was a major power, so he did not dare to be negligent. All right, let's go to the castle to meet this envoy. Zhuang Hua, you come along too. Zhuang Hua nodded. Now Lancel was the nominal king, but in reality the Ryan Kingdom already belonged to him. In matters like this, he could naturally participate. In the castle, the envoy from the Hill Kingdom looked at the surrounding attendants and said unhappily, "Is this how you treat envoys from higher nations in the Ryan Kingdom? I've been here half a day, where is your king? Or do you think the Earl of the Hill Kingdom is worthless in your eyes? My lord, please calm down." The attendants were filled with fear, but what could they do if the king was not present? The king. What about the king? If he still doesn't come, that would be provoking the Hill Kingdom, and we can declare war on the Ryan Kingdom. Why is the envoy so angry? Just then Lancel arrived. "Your Majesty." Lancel waved his hand, signaling the envoys to step back as he approached the envoy with grace. "Are you the king of Ryan?" "Indeed. May I ask the name of the envoy?" We're looked at Lancel and snorted coldly. "King of Ryan, you have some nerve to treat this envoy so lightly. This envoy can now represent the Hill Kingdom and impose sanctions on your kingdom." Lancel's expression turned ugly. He too was a king and had never suffered such humiliation. The envoy has quite an imposing manner. Before Lancel could speak, Zhuang Hua spoke first. "I believe the envoy did not come to our kingdom just to show off." He said calmly, "If you want to show off, you can leave now. If there's business, then let's talk business." Where was taken up? He then began to scold. "I'm speaking with your king. What are you interrupting for? Be quiet." But Lancel retorted coldly, "His words represent my meaning." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua looked at Weir and said flatly, "Envoy, you better speak properly or else the consequences will be yours to bear." Woo! At that moment, a roar erupted from the dragon outside the castle as Scott signaled the dragon to lower its altitude, allowing Weir to witness the reality. "Is that a dragon knight?" "Exactly." Zhuang Hua noted his frightened expression and said lightly, "That's not important. You haven't stated your purpose yet. Are you here to demonstrate your power? Or is there something else?" "There is something." Weir immediately spoke, looking at Lance. "It's about a lord from your kingdom. The king should know about the 9th defense line." Zhuang Hua and Lance exchanged glances. The 9th defense line. That refers to Double Tower City. Who would have thought it would still concern their affairs? The 9th defense line has always been guarded by Leon, but recently he encountered an orc attack and retreated to headquarters. However, the 9th defense line is now occupied by the Lord of Double Tower City. Is there such a matter? Lance's eyes were filled with admiration. He even managed to take down the coalition's defense line. Truly deserving of being the heir he chose. Envoy, this can only mean that the coalition's defense line is weak, and now that the defense line is still intact, you should thank that lord instead. Zhuang Hua glanced at Lance. This old man had another side to him. However, we're scoffed. If that's the case, then so be it. But now the defense line no longer belongs to the coalition, and the original defense lines Leon and Knight Charles have accused that lord of colluding with the orcs. As the leader of the coalition, we in the Hill Kingdom naturally must handle this impartially, and we need to give an explanation. Hearing this, Lance curiously asked, "What does the envoy mean?" "Hand that lord over to the Hill Kingdom for processing. If he's innocent, there will naturally be no issue. If he's guilty, it won't implicate the Leon Kingdom." At this point, Weir couldn't help but smirk. The Hill Kingdom was the most powerful kingdom in the coalition. He believed that Lance would not refuse this request. The request is quite reasonable. Lance initially agreed, then frowned, and asked, "However, I have a few questions. I wonder if the envoy can clarify." "Please go ahead." Given the circumstances, meeting these minor nations' demands was not too problematic. First, our Leon Kingdom has never ceased its food aid to the coalition, right? No. Second, has the defense line always been under the coalition's control? Yes. At this point, Lance began to smile. He finally asked, since the defense line has always been under coalition control and our food aid has never ceased, it indicates that the defense line is well prepared. How could our Leon Kingdom's lord collude with the orcs? Weir couldn't reply, but Lance didn't stop. He coldly stated the coalition has taken our Leon Kingdom's resources and is supposed to protect our safety. Yet what has the coalition done? When faced with an orc attack, they just ran away. Then what use do we have for the coalition? What significance does our payment hold? Now, Lance's tone grew increasingly severe as he looked at Weir and said, "You in the Hill Kingdom merely believing the words of two deserters attempt to take away the lord who safeguards the safety of our Leon Kingdom, attempting to take him away from the defense line. I'd like to ask Ambassador Weir, who exactly is the traitor colluding with the orcs? Isn't it obvious?" Weir's face flushed. He hadn't expected the king to overturn the nature of the matter with just a few words. This is the coalition headquarters' decision. Huh. Lance chuckled coldly, disdainfully, saying, "If that's the decision, our Leon Kingdom will not accept it." Watching from behind, Zhuang Hua felt his perception of Lance shift. This king, once overshadowed by the church, could now coherently refute the envoy of a major power. What an inexplicable sense of security this was. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Weir's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but he still spoke earnestly. "King of Leon, are you intending to be at odds with the Hill Kingdom and the coalition?" "At odds?" Lance sneered. "If upholding justice means being at odds with the Hill Kingdom, then so be it." "You." Slap. We wanted to speak further, but Zhuang Hua was tired of the lengthy discussion. He directly clapped his hands, and soon a dense sound of footsteps echoed from outside the castle. Alice led the royal guards rushing in. Outside the castle, Scott was riding the dragon, circling around the castle ceaselessly. The Dragon Flame Brigade had also sounded the horn, resounding through the skies. In total, over 60 knights along with a dragon knight. This display was enough to instill fear in anyone. What does this mean? We're panicked. But Zhuang Hua coldly laughed. I believe the lord you seek is Count Zhuang Hua of Double Tower. Correct. We replied earnestly, you must be the heir of Leon Kingdom. You should advise him not to oppose the Hill Kingdom, as it would lead only to a dead end. If you hand over Zhuang Hua, the Hill Kingdom can let bygones be bygones. Huh. Zhuang Hua laughed, his laughter unrestrained. What are you laughing at? We're frowned, somewhat unable to comprehend this young man. Ambassador, allow me to introduce. I am Zhuang Hua, Count of Leon Kingdom, Lord of Double Tower City, and the current master of the 9th Defense. Upon finishing, Zhuang Hua looked at Weir coldly, saying, if you insist on aiding the tyrant, then this lord would like to see how capable Ambassador Weir truly is. To see if you can take me away. Hearing this, Weir truly panicked. He never expected that the very person he aimed to capture was right before him. Moreover, the questions posed by Lance earlier had already indicated that Zhuang Hua was most likely innocent. Yet he still insisted on taking Zhuang Hua away. Now that the main person knew, how could he possibly comply? More importantly, it seemed those knights listened to him. Then Count Zhuang Hua, what just happened was a misunderstanding. I now realize that the damned Leon and Charles have fooled us. When I return, I will definitely punish them severely and give you an explanation. I don't know if the envoy knows Oliver. Oliver? Weir nodded. He is from our Hill Kingdom's royal family, and one of the high-ranking officials in the coalition. That's good. Zhuang Hua drew a guard's dagger and placed it against Weir's neck. Write a letter to Oliver. He promised me back then to compensate our kingdom for its losses. Not only did I not see the money and grain, but he also wanted to bring people to capture me. The charge is still a ridiculous collusion with the orcs. Ask him, have the nobility of your Hill Kingdom fed. Weir's face turned pale. If he really wrote that he would face treatment worse than death upon returning to the Hill Kingdom. Count Zhuang Hua, why don't we be more tactful? I'm only here to take you for an investigation with no ulterior motives. Zhuang Hua laughed. He applied more pressure, then looked at Weir and said, you can choose not to write, but now. You are going to die. When it comes to business, we can discuss it. We are all nobles, so why should we? Before Weir could finish his sentence, Zhuang Hua's knife had already sliced through his neck. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't be able to speak anymore. Ill right. Weir trembled as he spoke, thinking he was here for a pleasant task, as a noble of the Sierra Kingdom. Zhuang Hua couldn't be bothered with him, and had someone bring paper and pen, forcing Weir to write. After he finished, Weir had lost all his arrogance and cautiously asked, can I go back now? Go back. Zhu Hua sneered, holding the written letter, and said indifferently, for now you'll be staying in the Lion Kingdom. I remember that Oliver still owes me money for supplies. You'll only be able to leave when he pays it back. Weir's face turned pale. This was a form of house arrest. He asked in confusion, aren't you afraid of angering the Sierra Kingdom? Anger? Zhuang Hua scoffed disdainfully. I'm more afraid that the Sierra Kingdom won't get angry. Take him away. After the others were taken away, Zhuang Hua ordered someone to call one of Weir's attendants to deliver the letter to Oliver. After doing all this, he looked at Lance and asked, Your Majesty, weren't you afraid of provoking the Sierra Kingdom just now? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. But you are the heir to the Lion Kingdom. In other words, you are the future king. If we can't even protect our own king, then everything is in vain. That said, I can only do so much. Your letter sent back to the Sierra Kingdom will surely cause a stir. I just don't know if it's good or bad. No worries. Zhuang Hua was indifferent. The Sierra Kingdom was not a threat to him, as he grew stronger by the day. Moreover, if the Sierra Kingdom dared to come, he could easily spend hundreds of thousands of gold coins to hire a troop of elite heavy cavalry numbering over 10,000. The Sierra Kingdom may be strong, but could it be stronger than the system? If it weren't for the fact that mercenaries could only exist for a day, Zhuang Hua would have already taken action against the Sierra Kingdom. As long as you know what's going on, they'll have Ilate assist you. Whatever policies you wish to implement for the kingdom, you have the final say now. Alright. He did not decline. While Shuangda City was steadily developing, it was ultimately too small. The limitations were significant, but the Lion Kingdom was different, possessing resources that Shuangda City could not compare to. Soon Ilate respectfully appeared before him. Lord Zhuang Hua, I pay my respects to you. No need for formalities. Zhuang Hua looked at Ilate and smiled. You are an old hand in the kingdom. Although I am currently in charge, the kingdom still seeks stability. Based on this foundation, the most important things are to clarify land and population, and then unify the tax standards. Ilate listened attentively, noting down Zhuang Hua's words, and earnestly said, Lord Zhuang Hua, rest assured, I will do my best. Good. After saying this, Zhuang Hua added seriously, additionally the kingdom will recruit a reserve force of 2,000 for specialized training. 50 silver coins per month. If they pass the assessment and become regular troops, their salary will increase to 1 gold coin per month. Hearing this order, Annihilates was momentarily stunned, but he did not hesitate to agree. Everything else will remain the same. Zhuang Hua rubbed his head. Fighting and governing were truly different, especially since this was a kingdom the size of a county. If he were to gain more territory in the future, what would he do then? Talent. He needed talent. If he had a dozen or so capable administrators like Xiao he wouldn't be in such a predicament. He had learned that in this world only the children of nobles could receive an education, commoners had to join the army. Otherwise, whatever job the father had, the son could only do the same. There was no chance of rising in this lifetime. Thus, ordinary talents could only be selected from the nobility generation after generation. This is also why the nobles dared to act recklessly in their territories. Since the court was filled with their people, why would they care about the feelings of commoners? How about starting a school? Zhuang Hua thought of this idea, which he could easily implement in the Lion Kingdom with his current strength. However, how to teach, what to teach, and for how long? Zhuang Hua was not skilled in these areas. He needed talents in this regard. In the end, it still comes down to a lack of people. Zhuang Hua felt helpless and could only temporarily set this aside, hoping that one day he could recruit someone capable of education. Elena, Your Highness. Midia found Elena grasping her hand and saying, Elena, please help me. Help? Elena asked in confusion, Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? No. Midia shook her head and said seriously, I know there is a group of witches in Shuangta City temporarily helping Zhuang Hua. What are they doing? Can you teach me? I want to try. As long as I can help him, I am willing to do anything. Upon hearing this, Elena sighed, gently, just as she had rejected the temptations of the moon of magic back then. She just needed to stay by Lord Zhuang Hua's side. Moreover, if it was for the princess, she could do it. All right, I will teach. Midia exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, Elena, you are truly wonderful. You're welcome. However, they were unaware that Alice was standing nearby watching them. Alice, are you jealous that they are treating the master this way? Scott, if you feel like talking too much, I can help you with that. Alice cast a glance at Scott, her tone icy. All right, I will go patrol with a magical dragon, but with me up in the sky, you can take it easy. You should thank me. Alice said nothing, but her hand was already gripping the holy sword. I better. Scott saw this, and quickly left, afraid that if he walked too slowly he would get struck. As the magical dragon soared through the air, Alice finally calmed her emotions. She glanced at Elena and the others before turning back to Zhuang Hua. You're just in time. Let's head back to the manor. I really miss the hot springs there. He looked Alice up and down and smiled. Moreover, wearing this armor every day is hard work for you. Let's soak together. Upon hearing this, Alice blinked her eyes, showing no signs of shyness. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. Great. I thought you would refuse. Zhuang Hua couldn't help but tease a bit, but Alice did not even. You just offended the Sierra Kingdom, and bathing together will allow me to protect you better. This reason was. However, Zhuang Hua felt an inexplicable anticipation. Since coming to this world, he had not engaged in such intimate actions with any woman, especially one so beautiful. However, when Zhuang Hua sat in the hot spring and saw Alice enter, his eyes widened. You can't be serious. Alice, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, her golden hair cascading down, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Moreover, her figure is quite impressive, even though at this moment Alice is free from the constraints of armor. However, she still wears a neat robe, showing no signs of spring. Master, what are you expecting? I am merely a guard, if you desire. I can call for Elena or Princess Midia. Alice's serious expression made Zhuang Hua lose interest instantly, yet when Alice entered the water, Zhuang Hua couldn't help but stare. After all, no matter how many layers one wears, the fabric clings tightly once it gets wet. Alice, your figure is truly astounding. Alice lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed as she hadn't expected this. However, she did not leave simply saying, Master, lust is humanity's greatest weakness. I understand, but if you want to see more, perhaps Elena. Enough. Zhuang Hua closed his eyes, focusing seriously on his bath. Otherwise, if he looked too long, he might truly commit a crime, but he did not like to force things. After all, Alice was his most trusted guard. He wasn't that beastly. Yet having such a beautiful woman by his side made Zhuang Hua feel quite pleased with his bath. When he left, he said earnestly, Today was good. Oh, let's continue this in the future. Alice said nothing, merely smiling faintly before closely following him. The next day, Zhuang Hua bid farewell to Lands and headed towards the Twin Tower City. However, before leaving, he instructed Lands to inform him at the first sign of any movement from the Northern Hill Kingdom. For this, he left 10 heavily armored knights from the guard. Each of them possessed strength akin to Tai. Even the former knight commander of the kingdom couldn't compare. You go, I will keep an eye on the kingdom for you. Midia. After saying this, Lands looked gently at Midia and said, Child, do not act recklessly while following Zhuang Hua. If you need anything, do not hesitate to speak to me. Father, I will go. Midia nodded, her gaze fixed on Zhuang Hua, which made Lance feel uncomfortable. His daughter no longer seemed to regard him as her father. The convoy set off. But far at the 9th defense line, Anna, who was making cement, encountered an uninvited guest. Moyue, you're still alive. Anna. Moyu looked at Anna and the others with disdain, and said, a witch with the power to destroy the world, yet here you are working for mortals. Anna, have you gone mad? Seeing this, Anna coldly replied, Moyue, as a traitor, what right do you have to speak here? Get lost. Here you are not welcome. Though she said this, Anna subtly used her magic to have Lilia leave and seek reinforcements. She could sense the powerful magic emanating from Mou. She was definitely not her match. I am here to save you. Mou looked at Anna and shook her head, saying, do you know what kind of person the Lord Zhuang Hua is? Since I met him, he has always been a god of death. Mou exclaimed, even the few sisters by his side have died at his hands. And you still believe that humans can accept you? It is truly laughable. After saying this, Mou waved her hand, summoning 2 Hell Knights, and coldly said, Anna, you have 2 choices, either come with me or die here. Choose. Mou desperately needed power. Without her dragon, she was just a half-baked dark witch, and she needed to reclaim her dragon. Seeing this, Anna frowned and said, Moyue, do you know where this place is? If you act here, I fear you won't be able to leave alive. Ha ha ha. Mou laughed heartily. Her immense magic surged wildly, forcing Anna and the others to retreat repeatedly. However, Anna was also a witch who fought her way out of orc territory and immediately reacted. She waved her hand, and a massive magic array appeared, summoning a 3-headed giant wolf. 3-headed magic wolf. I must commend your knowledge. Mou laughed and said, Anna, I know you're stalling for time, but Zhuang Hua isn't here. Those 2 lackeys of the temple beside him are also absent. You cannot stop me. At this moment, Tai Yi and his men arrived, surrounding her with 100 heavily armored infantry, while hundreds of archers drew their bows and aimed at her. Tai Yi looked at Mou and sneered. I have let you go several times, this time you cannot escape. Mortal. Mou paid him no mind, and turned to Anna, saying, last time, will you leave or not? This place is quite nice. Anna said nonchalantly, I think you should stay here. Attack. In that instant, a dozen witches struck together, casting binding spells that ensnared Mou like a... Captain Tai, act quickly. Fire. Mou was taken aback. She had expected Anna and the others to use powerful magic to summon formidable creatures. However, with 15 people casting binding spells simultaneously, she found herself unable to use her escape technique. Countless arrows shot toward her, but fortunately the Hell Knights appeared just in time to block the arrows. However, they were also severely wounded in the process. Retreat. Mou waved her hand, and the 3-headed magic wolf appeared. She mounted it and fled in one direction. That direction had no ironclad soldiers to obstruct her. General Tai, the binding spell won't hold her for long. You must hurry. She won't escape. Tai did not pursue, but not far off the sound of leopards echoed. Not just one, but a whole pack. If I let you escape, I will write my name backward. Xiao Fang appeared, standing atop a leopard's back, drawing his bow and aiming his arrow at the 3-headed magic wolf that Mou was riding. To shoot a rider, one must shoot the horse first. No matter the war, this is a fundamental principle. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Xiao Fang's arrows were accurate and swift. The 3-headed magic wolf couldn't withstand them. At this moment, a pack of leopards surrounded Mou. Awoo. Mou tried to intimidate the leopards with her aura, but every one of these leopards was a king of the grasslands. In terms of aura, who is afraid of whom? More importantly, there were people riding on those leopards. Kill. Xiao Fang did not waste words, and Mou was anxious. She hadn't expected that even without Zhuang Hua, she could be constrained in this place. Damn Anna, if it weren't for her binding spells, she wouldn't have fallen to this state. Moreover, if her dragon were here, how could these guys harm her? Before she could think further, Xiao Fang's men took action, shooting arrows that turned the 3-headed magic wolf into a sieve. As the 3-headed magic wolf fell, Mou was also hit back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Capture her. I refuse. Mou roared as she felt trapped by Anna's schemes. If it weren't for the binding spells, how could she be subdued by mortals? But the reality was as such. At this moment, Zhuang Hua and his men arrived at Fenglan town, which, though usually bustling, now exhibited a strangely eerie silence. On the map, the originally friendly green, representing Fenglan town, had now turned red. Red representing hostility. Zhuang Hua, what's wrong? Zhuang Hua looked at the town of Fenglan and coldly said, the lord of Fenglan town has betrayed us. How could this be possible? Midia exclaimed in astonishment. In the kingdom, a lord's rebellion is exceedingly rare. Rare, not non-existent. Zhuang Hua shook his head. He recalled that the lord of Fenglan town was Ting Lan, a man who appeared timid yet insatiably greedy. At times such ambition could drive even the cautious to madness. He offered no further explanation, merely said casually, press onward. To learn the truth, enter the town. And indeed their entry was seamless. In fact, Ting Lan had even dispatched attendants to greet them. Yet Zhuang Hua noticed the unnatural tension flickering at the corner of Ting Lan's eye. Lord Zhuang Hua, welcome home. Truly welcome. Zhuang Hua asked with a faint smile. I sense your heart bears no such joy. Lord Zhuang Hua jests. I have prepared lodgings for you. Would you prefer to rest tonight before returning? Then we shall rest. Zhuang Hua nodded. In the past he would have dismissed such formalities, but now the entire kingdom was his. He could not stand idly by. Yet justice demanded proof. He wished to witness firsthand what Ting Lan had done, to turn Fenglan town from verdant green to ominous crimson. Master, in that direction, I sense the presence of cultists devoted to an evil deity. An evil deity. Are gods themselves divided into righteous and corrupt? Alice nodded solemnly. There are many deities, but only the light god embodies true righteousness. All others are malevolent. And what of the temple's god? I do not know, Alice replied, shaking her head with quiet reserve. My knowledge of this world's pantheon remains limited. Yet what I sensed, beyond doubt, is an evil deity. Good heavens, evil deities now walk openly. Had Ting Lan struck some infernal bargain selling his domain outright? Unacceptable. Though Ting Lan bore the title of Lord, the realm belonged to Zhuang Hua alone. Under heaven all land is the sovereign's. Ting Lan held no such authority. Very well. Zhuang Hua wasted no words. He immediately ordered Scott to circle Ting Lan's castle. My lord, I've already dismissed the Lord of Shuangda City, so our transaction. Lord Ting Lan, rest assured. A man clad in clerical robes smiled across from Ting Lan. So long as Fenglan town pledges faith to my deity, your goods shall reach every corner of the world. I am of course devout in my worship. Ting Lan placed a hand over his chest and smiled. Yet Shuangda City lies on the sole passage outward. You're a mere petty lord, fortunate enough to defeat orcs, hardly merits concern. Beside the missionary stood a knight clad in silver armor, his voice grave. Moreover, witches dwell within his territory, sufficient cause for the temple to revoke his title. You. Before the knight could finish, an overwhelming aura descended upon him. His face paled, then turning toward the door he beheld Scott astride a dragon circling high above them. A dragon? How could a dragon exist here? The knight cried in shock. Whose great witch have you angered? Why was I not warned? With our current strength we stand no chance against such a being. Ting Lan opened his mouth, then shook his head. I've offended no witch. My trade has always been honest and upright. The missionary waved dismissively. Perhaps it isn't directed at you, but at us. The missionary's voice turned icy. I refuse to believe reports that Lord Zhuang slaughtered the Church of Lin Kingdom. Until now. Clearly he has fallen under the dominion of a powerful witch. He has become a puppet of heresy. Having spoken, the missionary fixed Ting Lan with a cold gaze. This man cannot be allowed to live. Ting Lan gave a bitter smile. Whether he lives or dies, surely you'll offer some plan. What good is posturing here? The missionary gestured sharply. That black dragon is likely a familiar bound to a great witch dwelling within Lord Zhuang's lands. As Lord, he will not strike openly upon your soil. Prepare your cargo. We depart tonight beneath the veil of darkness. A witch capable of summoning a dragon, surely a great witch. And yet these two still dared negotiate right beneath her dominion. Given his cautious nature, prudence should have dictated silence. Yet the missionary only laughed. Fear not. We bear sacred artifacts, no witch can perceive us. A witch holds no interest in mortals. Was that truly so? Ting Lan remained skeptical. Yet with Fenglan town already under their control, he had no choice but to obey. Unbeknownst to them, every move unfolded under Scott's vigilant watch. At midnight, just as Zhuang Hua prepared to sleep, Scott arrived. Master, the conspirators have moved. They've seized numerous children. Children? Zhuang Hua frowned. No child wandered abroad at this hour, certainly not for leisure. Alice, summon Long Yan. Tonight I shall unleash slaughter. Yes, my lord. Outside Fenglan town, Ting Lan rubbed his palms together nervously and addressed the missionary. My lord, the children are ready along with select local specialties. But surely they won't discover us. Rest easy, scoffed the knight. I've scouted Lord Zhuang's domain thoroughly. Their people are all asleep. And that dragon circles no longer nearby. It must be resting. Such timidity ill-suits commerce with our church. Ting Lan merely pursed his lips. I'm merely cautious. And why so many children? Ask no questions. That serves you best. Before the knight could issue another warning, the sky blazed. Fiery light erupted from above, bathing them in stark, merciless radiance. And in that sudden glare they saw, ringing them like silent sentinels, towering formidable figures emerging from the shadows. Who goes there? That question belongs to me. Zhuang Hua stepped forward, pointing at the caged children. What purpose drives your abduction of these innocents? The knight gritted his teeth. This concerns you not. These are matters between Lord Ting Lan and myself. You hold no authority over another lord's affairs. Zhuang Hua turned slowly toward Ting Lan and smiled. Do you share this belief, Lord Ting Lan? I urge you. Choose your words with care. Ting Lan's heart clenched in terror. Wasn't it promised they'd remain undetected? What calamity had now befallen them? The missionary whispered softly, Lord Ting Lan, fear not. We are emissaries of the Church of Hill Kingdom. We shall protect you. With hesitation Ting Lan steeled himself, Lord Zhuang Hua. By divine decree, even a count possesses no power to impede my sovereign rights within my own domain. If my authority falls short, then what of hers? At that moment Midia stepped forth, eyes locked upon Ting Lan. I am Princess Midia of the Lean Kingdom. Lord Ting Lan, do I possess sufficient standing? A princess. Ting Lan's knees trembled violently. Was today truly his final day? Perhaps surrender would spare his life. But the missionary seized his wrist, sneering, your magic overflows. Yet you masquerade as royalty. All witches must die. The witch. This woman who claims to be a princess, is she truly a witch? Could it be that the demon dragon is summoned by her? Indeed, I cannot be mistaken about the repulsive dark power emanating from her. The missionary sneered. Lord Tinglan, they are but a handful, yet your people are numerous. Buy me some, I will surely be able to slay them. Yet Tinglan suddenly knelt before Midia with a thud. This scene left the missionary wide-eyed incredulous as he questioned, Lord Tinglan, what are you doing? However, Tinglan paid him no heed. Instead, he looked sincerely at Zhuang Hua and Midia, saying, Your Highness Lord Zhuang Hua, I was wrong. I was deceived by these people and made a deal with them, but I didn't expect they would also demand these children. I have little power left, and they are from the Church of the Sierra Empire. I had no choice but to comply. As he spoke, Tinglan expressed indignation, but I have been waiting for your arrival. Now that you are here, the children of Fenglan Town will be saved. Zhuang Hua chuckled, this fellow truly has his own style. But the missionary angrily retorted, Tinglan, are you not a man, or are you not a noble? I already said I could kill them, why do you betray us? Moreover, will you still ally with the witch? Tinglan curled his lips, too lazy to respond. A witch capable of summoning a demon dragon, how could these people possibly be a match? Now is not the time to clear the air, when else would it be? Please forgive me, your highness, please Lord Zhuang Hua, punish these villains. Alright. The missionary was furious, realizing that Tinglan was genuinely kneeling. He spoke to the knight beside him. You hold them off for now, I will perform the ritual to summon the deity. Understood. However, before the knight could finish, a massive foot descended from the sky and crushed him. With that blow, the knight ceased to breathe. It must have been Scott who acted. He jumped down from the demon dragon, drew the holy sword, and coldly stated, You think you can summon a deity with just you, eh? Better to die. Wait. Zhuang Hua interjected. I want him alive, he may be of use. Understood. The missionary was easily captured, and Tinglan, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. The two who had previously been so arrogant were now one dead and the other captured. What pretense of being able to resolve issues? Had he not knelt quickly, he might have already been dead. Seeing the matter resolved, Tinglan excitedly said, Thank you, Lord Zhuang Hua, for saving my Fenglan. Before he could finish, Zhuang Hua issued a direct order, seize him, wipe out his family. No, Lord Zhuang Hua, I am innocent, Bang. Before he could say more, Long Yin struck his mouth with the back of his sword. Speak no more. If you say another word, I'll execute you now. Tinglan finally shut his mouth. However, Zhuang Hua paid no attention to his fear, returning to the town. As for the matter of seizing homes, Long Yin would take care of it. By dawn, Tinglan's family had vanished. Meanwhile, Zhuang Hua swaggered into his warehouse. 200,000 gold coins. 500,000 jin of grain. Zhuang Hua could hardly believe it. With so much, he could hire 10,000 heavy cavalry to fight for a day. No wonder Tinglan took such risks. These businesses were indeed lucrative. However, this also proved he had killed correctly, profiting by selling his own country's strategic resources, and even its people. If he doesn't die, who will? However, now all of this belonged to him. With a wave of his hand, those piled-up items vanished, and upon leaving the warehouse, he instructed for notices to be posted. One was to appease the hearts of the people, and the other was to place this area under the jurisdiction of Shuangda City. Naturally, Midia had no objections. Moreover, upon hearing this news, the common folk did not panic. Instead, they cheered. It was evident that the citizens of Shuangda City were at least better off than those of Fenglan Town. I really wish we would arrive sooner. Luckily, Fenglan Town was not far from Shuangda City, and they soon arrived, but Zhuang Hua had not yet had a moment to rest. Xiao He arrived. My lord, you came at the right time. Fenglan Town is now a leaderless territory, and will henceforth fall under the jurisdiction of Shuangda City. You take care of it. Understood. Xiao He had no objections. He was now Zhuang Hua's Minister of Internal Affairs, and that was his duty. However, he did speak up. My lord, yesterday, we captured a witch at the front line. I believe she's called MOU. Zhuang Hua was taken aback. Even Midia blinked. The MOU who had escaped from them was actually captured here. Is it really MOU? Yes. Xiao He recounted the events, and Zhuang Hua finally understood, but did not expect MOU to be connected to Anna and the others. Interesting, but I'm not interested in her. Just kill her. Allowing her to escape so many times, Zhuang Hua had already been quite merciful. Otherwise MOU should have been dead long ago. Zhuang Hua. Midia hesitated after hearing this, asking, can we not kill her for now? I have some questions to ask her. About my mother, as she seems to know something. Whatever you wish. Zhuang Hua was indifferent, but he reminded, regardless of what your relationship is, she must die. This woman has provoked me again and again. Zhuang Hua is not known for his good temper. Fine. MOU has killed so many of her guards as she deserves to die in spades. After saying this, Zhuang Hua listened as Xiao He reported on the developments of Shuangda City. Everything here is fine, progressing steadily, even better than expected. However, Xiao He said with a wry smile, the orc territory is somewhat short-handed. Although there is plenty of cement, it is not an easy task to construct 2 fortifications. Now I have already dispatched half of Shuangda City's able-bodied men there, but it is still not enough. He looked at Zhuang Hua and said, my lord, how about shortening the construction period? Rusher predicted that with the current manpower, it would only take half a year to complete. Half a year? Zhuang Hua directly shook his head. Not to mention the orc tribe in the north, even the coalition forces could potentially become enemies. Half a year to complete the fortifications, and by then the enemy would have already invaded. He firmly stated, no, it must be completed in a month. As for the lack of manpower, we can draft laborers from the surrounding towns. Provide 3 meals a day and pay them 1 silver coin per person per day. He said calmly, as long as the money is in place, I don't believe no one will come. Xiao He calculated for a moment. This was indeed a good plan, but he helplessly said, my lord, the plan is good, but Shuangda City has just stabilized this. The money and food. I will give you 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 units of grain. Is that enough? He had just seized a large amount of money and food from Tinglan, so this kind of problem was not an issue. That's enough, thank you, my lord. Xiao He was all smiles and excitedly said, with this there will be no worries about the fortifications, and even the towns in the orc territory can be built up. The 8th defense line. Zhuang Hua frowned, knowing that with Weir in his grasp the coalition would surely take action. However, he didn't expect that they would directly send troops from the 8th defense line. How many are on the other side? 100 knights plus 1,000 infantry. This number seemed small, but the important factor was those 100 knights. One must know, even his heavily armored knights strong, as iron numbered only 43. This was accumulated over these days. Before he arrived, the Twin Tower City had only 5 knights, and the entire kingdom had fewer than 100. But now the opponent had directly sent 100 knights. They truly think highly of me, yet with so few they underestimate me. My lord, Tai, he said earnestly, I have studied the situation. If we launch a counterattack directly along with Chao Feng and Tai Er's men, we can decide the outcome in one battle. As elite warriors, being combative was in their nature. You're not here to bring bad news, but to request a battle right. Tai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, you've seen through me, my lord. But the enemy dares to provoke us right under our noses. If we do not counterattack, won't that make them look down on us? This was the truth. However, Zhuang Hua did not immediately agree. He pondered for a moment, and said, let's not take the initiative. Even if we are to fight, we must stand on the moral high ground. A justified cause is a principle I always adhere to, Zhuang Hua stated. Yes. Also find an excuse for it yourself. I won't interfere. Zhuang Hua said blandly, but if we fight, we must win. Tai, who had felt somewhat downcast, was instantly invigorated upon hearing this. My lord, do not worry, I will surely return victorious. You may go, Zhuang Hua. But Midia, who had been standing by, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Isn't it too risky to go to war with the coalition like this? I am not going to war with them. Midia's eyes widened. Could it be that she misheard? What I mean is we need an excuse to act. If the coalition does not cause trouble, we have no excuse, do we? If it truly comes to a fight, it will be their own doing. But the coalition is formidable. I heard that their headquarters has over 1,000 elite knights, each one valiant and hard to deal with. 1,000 knights. This number is a height the Ryan kingdom can hardly reach. Just thinking about it made Midia feel as if the kingdom would fall. Just 1,000. Zhuang Hua scoffed, thinking that their headquarters was not as impressive as it seemed. That's 1,000 knights. Midia grew anxious. She feared Zhuang Hua would underestimate the situation. She quickly added, not only that, but I heard there are knights from the Holy Order and a round table knight stationed there. Your witches and Elena won't be able to exert their full power and will be suppressed. Oh, the Holy Order. Zhuang Hua became interested and asked, "How many of them are there?" "I heard. At least 10. 10. Zhuang Hua laughed and looked at Midia saying, "Rest assured I won't act recklessly. You can go and rest." "No." Midia sighed in relief, realizing that Zhuang Hua was genuinely listening. She excitedly said, "I want to help you refine cement. I might have learned fire magic on the way. I will definitely be able to assist you." Zhuang Hua did not want to dampen her enthusiasm and directly had Elena take her along. Moreover, with Anna and the others around Midia, should be able to learn more methods of controlling magic. On the other side, at the junction of the 8th and 9th defense lines, a gorge divided the area. Since they belonged to the human faction, there were no checkpoints set up here. These soft-footed shrimp across the way dare to provoke our coalition. They truly do not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Exactly. Captain Raymond, why not let the brothers charge over and show them some color? Raymond shook his head. He had received orders to gather troops here and wait for instructions, and not to take the initiative. Furthermore, he heard that Earl Ware had been captured, and Lord Oliver was furious after hearing this news. He did not dare to act recklessly at this time. "All right, let's just mock them. If it comes to a fight, we must wait for Lord Oliver's orders." Raymond waved his hand, saying, "Moreover, I heard that the Lord on the other side has colluded with the orcs." Raymond gritted his teeth and said if the orcs launch a surprise attack, it would be deadly. Upon hearing this, everyone shrank back. They could handle humans just fine, but facing orcs was still somewhat intimidating. In the past, they had witnessed how orc warriors could crush a knight into a bloody mess with a stone hammer. They did not want to go and deliver themselves to death. "So we just stand here doing nothing. That's too boring. Why not find some fun?" The crowd's eyes lit up as they looked toward the 9th defense line, but they couldn't help but laugh. "We haven't found fun yet, and fun has come to us. Captain Raymond, what do you say?" Raymond waved his hand to quiet the crowd, then stepped forward looking at Tai across the way and coldly said, "What do you mean by this? Are you declaring war?" Tai did not answer directly, but looked at Raymond and said, "Today a horse from my 9th defense line was stolen by your men." "That is our lord's horse," Tai said with a fierce look. "Hand it over, and I can let the past be the past, treating it as if nothing has happened. Otherwise your 8th defense line will be deliberately invading the territory of our Ryan kingdom." Tai said seriously, "According to the treaty issued by the Holy Order, an army from another nation or faction that invades another country's territory without reason is subject to counterattack." The Holy Order Treaty. Raymond scoffed, looking at Tai. "Let's not even discuss the treaty. Even if we did steal your lord's horse, what can you do about it? Declare war. Do you think you are worthy?" Tai did not care about being underestimated and continued to ask, "Do you admit that your men stole the horse?" "So what if we did?" Raymond said nonchalantly, just as his subordinates had said. He was quite bored and wanted to see some fun. "Just admit it. Hand it over." Tai smiled, looking at Raymond. "If you don't hand it over, you will be violent." "Ha ha ha." Raymond laughed disdainfully, saying, "The horse is right here with us. If you have the capability, come and steal it." "Lilith, are you recording this?" Tai did not answer him, but turned to Lilith and inquired. Lilith nodded, saying, "Captain Tai, I have already used the recording spell to capture the scene just now. You can rest assured." "Recording?" Raymond looked at Lilith in confusion, then became even more disdainful. "A little witch. Is that the reason you dare to be so arrogant? Do you not know that witches are beings that can be hunted by us knights at any time?" Lilith's expression turned ugly, and seeing this, Tai ordered someone to escort Lilith away before turning to Raymond and drawing his sword. "The coalition forces of the 8th defense line are openly violating the Holy Order Treaty, invading our Ryan kingdom, and even stealing the beloved horse of our lord of the Twin Towers City. Soldiers, kill them and retrieve the warhorse. Kill, kill, kill." "Just you?" Raymond scoffed, but in the next moment, he found himself speechless as he beheld the other side of the canyon. A neatly organized group of infantry clad in exquisite armor slowly advanced, followed by 200 light cavalry riding leopards. As if that weren't enough, thousands of ordinary soldiers also arrived fully armed. "Prepare to face them," Raymond exclaimed in shock. This was no mere small nation's strength. Even this show of force was already stronger than their 8th defense line. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Before they could form ranks, arrows had already begun to rain down. In an instant, apart from his knight brigade, the ordinary soldiers suffered heavy losses. "Damn it, I will make them pay." Raymond gritted his teeth and ordered the counterattack to commence. However, once their cavalry reached the formation of the sword and shield soldiers, they could charge no further. These sword and shield soldiers were heavy infantry clad in armor, just as formidable as that of the cavalry. As if that weren't enough, there was also a massive iron shield. Though only 100 strong, they were sufficient to hold back Raymond's knights. Once the cavalry's momentum faltered, what awaited them was death. "Hep." Tai chuckled, giving Chow Fong a glance, and then the two led their respective cavalry straight into Raymond's forces. The battle began swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Just as Zhuang Hua lay down to prepare for sleep, the news of Tai Yi's victory arrived. The battle was already over. Tai Yi, you truly surprised me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an external war reward, divine swordsmanship. Zhuang Hua waited for a long time. Aside from this notification, the system did not provide any of the previous erroneous messages. Has the system changed its behavior? Or is it that this level of reward is simply insignificant? Regardless, at least there was the addition of the word divine. Divine swordsmanship, a mastery of swordsmanship that renders all others useless before you. After claiming it, Zhuang Hua felt a new memory, or rather an instinct awakening within him. Regardless of the sword technique, he could execute it effortlessly, even experiencing a sense of invincibility. The system is truly impressive. He knew that when he first arrived he was just a weakling, but now he had become a divine swordsman. He even felt a slight itch, or perhaps he could spar with Alice. If he could win against her. No, it was getting late, he should go to sleep. The next day, system summoned knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 5 heavy knights. A slight victory. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction, looking at Alice with a fiery gaze which was of course fueled by the desire for battle. Moi. Alice frowned, sensing something strange in Zhuang Hua's gaze, as if he desired to devour her. Master, what's wrong? Zhuang Hua, I want. Lord Zhuang Hua. Before Zhuang Hua could finish, Elena suddenly appeared, interrupting him excitedly. Lord Zhuang Hua, Lilith has sent a recording jewel. Recording jewel. Seeing the object, Alice explained, this is a type of magic from a witch that can record images and seal them within the jewel. It has no other use, merely recording images and sounds. It can do that. Zhuang Hua had not expected this. The witch could accomplish so much. Once the world is at peace, wouldn't this ability allow for the development of the entertainment industry? It could also enrich the leisure lives of the common people. He had Elena open it, and indeed the events in the canyon were fully visible. This item was truly wonderful. This excuse, the commander of the allied knights, didn't even offer a rebuttal. Foolish. Zhuang Hua found it quite normal, chuckling as he said, when a group of people become accustomed to being high above others, how could they care about the truth of what the ants say? He simply did not anticipate that Tai Yi possessed the strength to defeat them. At this point, Zhuang Hua said earnestly, undermining the enemy is always the greatest harm to oneself. After putting away the recording stone, Zhuang Hua smiled. After this battle, Oliver should no longer be able to scheme from behind the scenes. It was time to meet. Let's go to the 8th defense line. Why? Elena asked in confusion. Lord Zhuang Hua, wasn't that just captured? To wait for someone? The 8th defense line was only separated from the 9th by a canyon, but beyond the canyon lay an endless grassy plain. Even with forests, they appeared quite out of place on the plain, yet such scenery seemed to be a characteristic of this continent. The 8th defense line was built on the only mountain range, and though called a mountain range, both sides were covered in grasslands. Zhuang Hua stood atop the city wall, gazing towards the Orc Ridge, but was obstructed by a mountain range. No wonder that area had been wiped out. There was not a whisper of news from here. Not a single movement could be seen. My lord. Tai Yi approached excitedly, cupping his hands, and saying, I have not disgraced my mission. Well done. Zhuang Hua observed the 8th defense line. Everything from the city walls to other aspects was far superior to the 9th defense line. From now on, the focus of defense will be on the 8th line. Once the pass at Orc Ridge is repaired, we will be able to form a pincer movement here. Yes. Zhuang Hua nodded, arranged a few trivial matters, and then opened the regional map. He saw that the regional map had already updated from the Rhine Kingdom. To the east of his location were the Orc Ridge and Shuangta City, among other regions. To the west lay an area known as the Gaolon Grassland, which featured a forest in the middle of the grassland, as well as a lake. Although there were no cities, the names there were marked in red. The Forest of Watchfulness. Beyond that, the regional map only covered a range of 100 kilometers. Zhuang Hua could only shift his gaze to the north. This area was much more complex. Aside from the Golan Heights, where the 8th defense line was located, there were numerous villages and towns, as well as cities. However, most of the regions were marked in yellow. Neutral zones. My lord. At that moment, Elena walked in and reported, Lord Zhuang Hua, that so-called commander of the alliance from last time has arrived. Oliver. Elena nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, that's him. This time he has brought many ox carts which seem to be filled with grain. Elena asked in confusion, Did we not just finish battling them? Are they bringing grain, perhaps planning to— Stop guessing. Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said, I believe he is here to fulfill his promises. Don't forget the things he promised us last time that he still hasn't delivered. Elena suddenly understood, recalling. She pouted. So that's how it is. This noble is rather stingy. If he doesn't want to give, he should just say so, instead of bringing people to intimidate us. Now that he has been dealt with by General Tai, he has come again. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Hua laughed heartily, and then said, All right, go bring him in. Yes. Before long Oliver was brought in, though his expression was quite grim. Lord Zhuang Hua, you truly have great skill. It hasn't been long since we last met, and the 8th defense line is already yours. Tell me how long until we attack the headquarters so I can clear a space for you. Lord Oliver, you are truly amusing. We are merely defending ourselves. Your coalition's 8th defense line has maliciously seized my lord's horse and has yet to return it. My subordinates are retaliating against your acts of aggression in accordance with the Temple Treaty. Oh, what's wrong with that? Zhuang Hua turned to Oliver and sneered, speaking of which, your coalition exists to counter the invasion of the orc tribes from the west. So why now time and again do you target my fellow humans? Lord Oliver, you can't possibly be planning to betray humanity, can you? After saying that, Oliver's eyes flickered as he coldly remarked, you are indeed sharp-tongued. However, Oliver replied with a stern face, the supplies you requested have been delivered. You may withdraw your troops. Also release where? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua smiled. He shook his head at Oliver, saying, so our Lord Oliver still remembers Count Weir. That must mean you've seen my letter. Humph. Oliver let out a cold snort and said nothing. Zhuang Hua paid no mind and continued, I believe that if I return the person to you, you will continue to create trouble for me. What do you want? Oliver was dissatisfied. He had already lowered his head, yet Zhuang Hua still showed him no respect. He is a member of the royal family of the Hill Kingdom. Hee. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly and looked at Oliver, saying, it's not about what I want, but what Lord I am the victim here. He glanced at Oliver and coldly exclaimed, the orc corpses haven't even decomposed yet. I still have 2 orcs in my prison in Twin Tower City. Speaking of which, Zhuang Hua's gaze turned fierce as he said, if your coalition or the Hill Kingdom seeks to bully humans, then let them come. I, Zhuang Hua, will take it on. Oliver's mouth twitched. He had once listened to Charles' nonsense. Moreover, Zhuang Hua's strength is formidable. Not only does he counterattack each time, but he also has reason behind his actions. As someone educated in noble etiquette, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Don't be angry, it was my oversight at the time. Humph. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua let out a cold snort and fell silent. Seeing this, Oliver said seriously, you don't know Leon is not only the captain of the knights, but also the prince of the Our Kingdom. The Our Kingdom holds considerable power in the coalition, so... Hee. Zhuang Hua sneered, just because others have power they think they can suppress him. These nobles are truly remarkable. I've told you the reason, do you still wish to insist? The 8th defense line cannot be returned to you. It is punishment for your invasion. Upon hearing this, Oliver nodded, but reminded the orcs on the grassland across are not comparable to those of your orc ridge. You inherited this land, so you must take responsibility for its safety. And Oliver pointed toward the town behind him, saying, over there is the kingdom of Kelly. Their queen is the princess of the Our Kingdom. If you are here, they may not necessarily keep the peace. This was Oliver's threat, which Zhuang Hua naturally understood. He retorted disdainfully, the weapons in my hands in the Ryan Kingdom are not made of mud. Alright, the young man has some spirit. After saying that, Oliver looked at Zhuang Hua and said, since you have claimed this land, can I have Count Weir back now? Oliver had talked so much just for Weir. 50,000 gold coins. Zhuang Hua replied nonchalantly, looking at Oliver seriously, saying, pay the money, and you can take the person away. Didn't I bring you the supplies? Lord Oliver, you must have forgotten. This is compensation from the coalition. Zhuang Hua scoffed, saying, and Weir came to frame me. This debt must be settled separately. Good. Oliver gritted his teeth, and with a final stomp said, fine, I will give it to you. Tomorrow send the gold coins here, and you can take the envoy Weir away. Humph. Oliver looked at Zhuang Hua coldly, and said, Zhuang Hua, as a lord of a small nation, do you not have even a shred of respect for our Hill Kingdom? Respect? Zhuang Hua said blandly, respect is given to those who can uphold justice against those who bully the weak. I can only resist. At this point, Zhuang Hua said earnestly, Lord Oliver, where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Then let's wait and see. Oliver waved his sleeves and left, and Zhuang Hua did not stop him. He had captured where only Oliver had come. If he had captured Oliver, the Hill Kingdom would surely declare war on the Ryan Kingdom. Though he was not afraid and could still fight due to his mercenary capabilities, it was ultimately not a long-term strategy. The road ahead is long and arduous. But the Our Kingdom, From Oliver's words, it seemed that everything was instigated by Leon and Charles, leading to the events that followed. However, he did not expect that Leon was actually the prince of the Our Kingdom. Although the Our Kingdom could not compare to the Hill Empire, it was still a notable power. Yet it was somewhat distant from the Ryan Kingdom, and to his surprise, the kingdom behind the Golan Highlands was actually related to the Our Kingdom by marriage. I hope you won't cause trouble, though otherwise I wouldn't mind expanding my territory ahead of time. After coming to this conclusion, he no longer felt conflicted. At least the coalition would not seek trouble for the time being. However, the Hill Empire may not be so lenient. Zhuang Hua recalled the missionary he had captured in Fenglan town. He was from the Church of the Hill Kingdom. Despite the apparent strength of the Hill Kingdom, the king's appointment still required the acknowledgement of the Pope of the Church for it to be legal and effective. This shows that the Church still holds significant influence in the Hill Kingdom. If he disrupts their affairs, how could they possibly let it go? Come on, let it all come. Zhuang Hua clenched his fists, eager to see how powerful the Church in this world truly. Master, it's time to go back. Alice reminded as the sky was also darkening. Zhuang Hua nodded, but on the way he curiously asked, Alice, you used to never remind me of the time. It's nothing, but it's just that this place is not absolutely safe, so I wanted to remind you, Master. Is that so? Zhuang Hua pondered, and then quietly asked if there is any secret you can tell me quietly. It's nothing. Oh, is that so? All right. However, this scene appeared quite odd in the eyes of Elena behind. Why does it seem that Lord Zhuang Hua and Alice are too close? Did something happen between them while she wasn't around? Elena felt quite envious in her heart. She also wanted to be close to Lord Zhuang Hua. No, she is supposed to be Lord Zhuang Hua's life assistant, right? Is this stealing her job? Elena became alert. If this continued, she might just become an ordinary witch. No way, I have to find a way. I heard that Lord Zhuang Hua likes to soak in hot springs. Why not build a hot spring for Lord Zhuang Hua in Twin Tower City? Feasible. The prison of Twin Tower City. On the second day after the arrival of the missionary Hua, he had already spread the news of his captivity using the methods of the church. They would surely come to rescue him. Unfortunately, the Lord here dared to protect the witch, which left him with no opportunity to use other divine powers. Otherwise, how could he be trapped in this place? Damn heretics daring to protect the witch should be burned alive. What are you making noise about? At that moment, a sound of walls smashing echoed nearby, causing Hua to frown. I am a missionary of the church and envoy of God. Are you trying to scare me? The church? Envoy of God. A mocking voice suddenly came from the side, followed by a derisive remark. I am a great orc chief, not any less noble than your so-called priest. Here you must obediently accept reformation. Otherwise, be careful not to starve to death. The speaker was the orc chief who had led the orcs to attack the city before, now devoid of his former arrogance. Instead, he appeared as a seasoned inmate. He said coldly, in this place, only by cooperating can you live comfortably. Otherwise, even dying would be difficult. The orc chief seemed to recall some horrifying past, his voice turning somber as he said, don't make a fuss here, otherwise when you are out for fresh air, I will deal with you. Hua frowned, realizing the one speaking was an orc. How could such a small country as the Ryan Kingdom catch an orc? Are you kidding? However, even so, he was not concerned. As a divine envoy, he held a high position even within the church. How could an orc be compared to him? How can a lowly creature gaze upon the heights of the divine? Enough of the nonsense, our chief wants to interrogate. At that moment, Hua was taken away. Looking at the room filled with torture instruments, he suddenly recalled the orc's words. Not cooperating, wishing for death, is a luxury. I am a noble divine envoy. You cannot torture me. That would be blasphemy against the divine. What are you babbling about? At this moment, Tai Yi walked in, seeking information from Hua regarding church. He had just returned. Now I ask you, answer. If you talk too much, you will bear the consequences. Tai Yi said indifferently, name. I am a noble divine envoy from the Hill Kingdom. You lowly ants, hurry. Not obedient. Tai Yi sneered, directly taking down a whip from the side and dipping it in a basin of salt water. Then he swung it down fiercely. A single lash left Hua's skin torn, and the salt water on it made him feel excruciating pain. Name. Hua. Trembled, his eyes filled with fear. These people, they were devils. He was a noble divine envoy, but had no dignity whatsoever. Isn't this better? Tai Yi smirked, then spoke. Tell me, what do you buy those children for? By the way, don't say it's for training. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such nonsense. Hua admitted, but when Zhuang Hua learned the outcome, his expression turned extremely ugly. Those children, their only purpose was to be used for refining magical artifacts, just like the artifacts of the church that Zhuang Hua saw in the Ryan Kingdom. Unexpectedly, the church of the Hill Kingdom was the same. No wonder Alice said they carried the aura of false gods. These believers were so evil, what good could their deity possibly be? My lord, Tai Yi was an eyewitness. Even though he was summoned by the system, he was still a living person. Such matters had already crossed his line. Should we skin this guy alive? Some people are simply not human. Skinning alive. It is to separate the skin and flesh, then fill the body with plant ash and grass. This is an extremely cruel punishment. However, using it on these evildoers is just right. No rush. Zhuang Hua shook his head and said, what these people do is not just this time. What I want to do is to uproot them entirely. This Hua is just one of them. Their people will continuously come. Zhuang Hua sneered. Although I can't go to the Hill Kingdom to kill, it's still no problem to trick them into coming to kill. Tai Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhuang Hua with even more reverence. This was the person he wanted to follow. I will follow your orders, my lord. After Tai Yi left, Zhuang Hua asked Elena, why haven't I seen Midia today? Not even in the places where Anna and the others are. The princess since she arrived here has been in the prison with Emma. My. Zhuang Hua suddenly stood up frowning. Is it okay for her to stay there for so long? I brought breakfast to the princess in the morning, but she was fine. This MOU had always been a rebel completely different from Anna and the others. Now how could Midia chat with her for so long? What were they talking about? No, I must find out the secret of MOU. Go ask Anna to come here. Anna arrived quickly, using her escape technique to appear directly at the door. Lord Zhuang Hua, you called for me. Come in. Zhuang Hua smiled and said, I wonder how Miss Anna is adapting to life here with me. Pretty good, it's peaceful here, and there's no discrimination among people of my sisters, and I really like it. That's good. Zhuang Hua changed the subject seriously and said, actually I called Miss Anna here to ask about MOU. What about her? Anna was very candid. It turned out that MOU was originally the queen's sister of the Ryan kingdom. Previously she was exiled from the kingdom due to her identity as a witch, and then followed Anna and the others. However, she had been discriminated against and harbored resentment for being expelled from the kingdom by her brother-in-law. Consequently, she had little good feelings towards the human race and was not interested in the events where Anna and the others rescued humans in the Orc Ridge. One day upon hearing that the queen was going to give birth, she returned to the kingdom, and since then MOU had never. I only know this much. If Lord Zhuang Hua wants to know about the relationship between MOU and the princess, I'm afraid only they know. Zhuang Hua nodded. He asked these not to clear MOU's name. MOU must die. However, he had to pay attention to Midia, even though their relationship had not made any substantial progress. But her father had given the kingdom to him. He was not the kind of person to turn a blind eye to Midia's matters. That would be ungrateful. Zhuang Hua was not that kind of person. Go to the prison. I want to see what MOU has told Midia that made a princess willingly stay in prison for so long. Just as Zhuang Hua arrived at the prison entrance, the soldier guarding the prison informed him of an unexpected piece of news. Lord Zhuang Hua, that MOU has committed suicide. Dead. So suddenly. Where is the princess? It doesn't matter if MOU is dead, but Midia must be safe. The princess is over there keeping watch. Alright. Only then did Zhuang Hua stride in while the passing prisoners turned their backs upon seeing him. In their eyes there was only fear. However, as he passed by a cell, Zhuang Hua paused, because he saw two beast men kneeling on the ground in reverence. Their eyes were filled with piety. This was somewhat interesting, and next to them was the missionary Hodewa. Let me go. Please, the god will forgive you, let me go. Oh. Before he could finish speaking, the jailer struck him with a club. Turn around. Do you want to die for disturbing Lord Zhuang Hua? Zhuang Hua smiled and stopped in front of Hodewa, asking, you keep talking about your god, oh, will your god really protect you? Of course. Hodewa nodded firmly, thinking that Zhuang Hua was intimidated by divine power. He quickly said, if you let me go, I can pray to the god for you to become a believer and let him protect you. Forget it. Zhuang Hua shook his head, sighing. If your god were useful, you wouldn't be here. I'm just curious, when will your companions come to rescue you? You won't become a discarded piece, right? Discarded piece. Hodewa's face changed slightly. Zhuang Hua must be trying to trick him. If he admitted it, wouldn't he just get beaten again? No one will come to rescue me. When I die, I will return to the embrace of the god. I see. Zhuang Hua nodded and said to the jailer, since he is not afraid of death, why let him off so easily? Increase the dosage. Yes. The jailer revealed a cruel smile and took Hodewa away. What awaited him would be endless. Hodewa shouted, but it had no effect. He was anxious inside. Once he endured this, he would definitely contact the church again. He needed them to quickly rescue him from hell. Zhuang Hua was not human. Midia. Zhuang Hua was unaware of Hodewa's thoughts, as he had already reached. Before Midia, MOU knelt, their eyes tightly shut, devoid of any life force, clearly already dead. Zhuang Hua, you have come. Are you alright? He didn't ask what had happened, but directly helped Midia up. Finally, I just didn't expect MOU to be my aunt and my mother. Midia couldn't express herself. Zhuang Hua did not push her, but embraced her softly, saying, it's alright, it's all in the past. In the future there will still be your father, and I will be here. Midia replied softly, then laid her head on Zhuang Hua's chest, closing her eyes. For 2 consecutive days she had not rested, and was now utterly exhausted. This scene made Alice's eyelids twitch, but she still restrained herself and pretended not to see. She couldn't do too much unnecessary stuff, some matters had to be handled privately. Just like this. Burn and bury MOU's body. Do not desecrate the body. After saying that, Zhuang Hua picked up Midia and headed toward the palace, directly placing her on his bed. Alice, keep an eye on her. Yes. Only then did Zhuang Hua rub his brow and walk to the side study to begin flipping through books. Now he had many enemies and needed to hasten the organization of his forces, preparing a development plan. First, it was Iron E and his heavy cavalry, whose combat strength was formidable, with as many as 53 men. Secondly, there were the elite heavy infantry trained in the infantry battalion, totaling 100 men, with another 100 expected to be trained in 2 days. At the pace of 100 men a week in a month there could be 400. As long as there was time, Zhuang Hua was confident that within 6 months all ordinary soldiers could evolve into elite heavy infantry. In addition, there were Chao Fang's tiger and leopard cavalry whose marching speed was the fastest, and every archer had top-notch shooting skills. As long as they were placed in the right position, they would be a sharp arrow piercing the enemy's throat. Zhuang Hua wanted to develop, but unfortunately leopards were not easy to find. So far there were only about 200. Finally, there was Zhuang Hua's honor guard. The 50 dragon flames were simply super combat power. Each of them could crush Iron E. They were the elite among the elites, and there were also Alice and Scott, 2 holy light knights. The 2 of them were super combat power against wizards, witches, and sorceresses. Looking at it this way, the future was promising, but this number of people was still insufficient to support his conquests. Conscription. He still needed conscription, but the population of Double Tower City was insufficient. To recruit enough soldiers, he must first break through the population limit. Indeed, waging war is easy, managing is hard. However, I should leave this heavy responsibility to Xiao. He will surely have no problems, right? After all, with this name, he shouldn't be unable to solve such a trivial matter. It's decided. With a plan, Zhuang Hua felt much more relaxed, and Xiao he came to find him. My lord, you came at the right time. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhuang Hua informed him of his population plan, and Xiao he did not refuse. Once Zhuang Hua finished speaking, Xiao he said, My lord, just now the envoy from the Kelly Kingdom arrived. They wish to invite you to visit the Kelly Kingdom. The Kelly Kingdom. Have they finally come? Zhuang Hua was not surprised and smiled, saying, What is their reason? Xiao he replied, They say it's for the friendship between the 2 countries, and they also invited Princess Medea to join. Friendships? What kind of friendship could they possibly have? This invitation was likely a trap. My lord, I believe there must be something fishy going on. Your status is noble now, there's no need to take risks personally. I believe this matter should be refused. Refused, eh? Zhuang Hua shook his head, smiling. I really must visit the Kelly Kingdom this time. I also want to see what kind of scheme the Kelly Kingdom is plotting. But, Zhuang Hua waved his hand confidently, saying, I will have the honor guard with me, and Scott the Dragon Knight, who would dare attack. Seeing this, Xiao he did not continue to persuade him, but said, In that case I will go prepare. All right. A storm was brewing, and at that moment Scott arrived, stepping forward, and saying, Master, I sense the aura of a false god. The ones who came to rescue Hodewa are here. Good. Zhuang Hua immediately perked up and said sternly, Do these people really think my territory is a backyard? Did they not want to come? I will ensure they come and never return. I want to see how many people from the Church of the Sierra Kingdom are enough for me to kill. Send orders for Longyan and Chaofeng to prepare. Once we lock onto the enemy, we attack directly. Before he went to the Kelly Kingdom, he would give the church a shock. Meanwhile, Hodewa was cautiously observing his surroundings. When he found no jailers watching him, he carefully lifted the blanket, which had a rune drawn on it. God, I am your devout servant. Please guide my companions to find me. I am in the southern prison of Double Tower City. Night. When 2 men cloaked in black appeared in the city, Twin Tower City almost fell into slumber. Alice's eyes opened wide. Master, they have arrived. Do not rush. Wait until they retrieve Hodewa before we act. Capturing people and seizing spoils was Zhuang Hua's favorite pastime. After all, even killing someone ought to have a reason. The others nodded, but the 2 men failed to realize they had already been exposed. This small place is just a small place. I slipped in easily. Damn Hodewa, he can't even manage to buy some human-shaped materials properly. When we return, I must report to the steward and have his divine status revoked. Indeed, we even have to come save him. Oh, what a waste. Don't speak. We've arrived at the southern prison. The 2 quickly reached the prison's entrance, just as the patrolling guard turned to the other side. The 2 men's eyes brightened. This required no effort. However, finding someone inside naturally required checking one by one. When they saw 2 orc warriors, they were momentarily taken aback. Since when could orc warriors be captured? Moreover, these brutes were incredibly strong. Capturing them and making them willingly sit in prison was a daunting task. Even in the Kingdom of Hill this would be impossible. This place truly was strange. Don't cause trouble. Find the person and leave quickly. The church will have the kingdom take action. Found him. They finally located Hodewa in a corner cell, and the 2 directly chopped off the cell door and took him away. Why did you come at night? Would you prefer we come during the day to fight? What are you implying? One person glanced at Hodewa with irritation. If we came during the day, do you want me to die? You, a divine chosen one, have been captured. Even if we win, we would still be injured. Have you lost your mind? That's true. Hodewa felt embarrassed and curiously asked, Did you come in smoothly? Didn't you encounter any trouble? He couldn't help but recall what Zhuang Hua had said earlier. Such a person would have no defenses. It seemed quite unlikely. Damn Hodewa, do you have a problem with your brain? We went through so much to save you, and you ask such foolish questions. Do you wish to die here? I didn't mean it that way. Hodewa hurriedly explained that he thought perhaps he was favored by the divine. Otherwise it was inexplicable. However, when they reached the prison entrance and saw the array of soldiers and the dragon riders circling overhead, they were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Damn Hodewa, it's all your fault for jinxing us. Three of you. Zhuang Hua looked at the three, chuckling lightly. Where are you headed? Zhuang Hua. Hodewa was astonished. He was about to speak, but Zhuang Hua interrupted him. Mr. Hodewa, you should thank you for bringing them here, otherwise I wouldn't have known. It's you. The two were shocked and glared at Hodewa angrily. Damn Hodewa, you actually betrayed. You scoundrel. No, I didn't. Hodewa shook his head saying, I swear by the name of the divine that I have never betrayed the church. This is all his scheme. You must believe me. Hodewa, what more is there to explain? If you hadn't reminded me, how would I have known someone was coming to break into the prison tonight? The two had to believe him. This made Hodewa completely furious. Zhuang Hua, is this amusing to you? Enough, Hodewa, your mission is complete. You two may leave. Zhuang Hua was too lazy to say more and directly ordered to take action. However, these two were not ordinary individuals. It was clear they had investigated Twin Tower City. In an instant, one of the men took out a staff, and upon closer inspection, it was made of bone. The origin of this bone was clear. Zhuang Hua understood where it came from. You are truly damned. Hep. The two sneered and began to chant. Then a flash of light appeared, and the two seemed to transform into different people. You mortals blaspheming the divine shall be punished. Playing tricks with the divine. Alice snorted coldly and drew her sword to attack, but this time she who was invincible surprisingly failed to achieve any results. Ha ha ha. One man laughed heartily, saying, a mere heretical knight dares to injure me. Go play somewhere else. After speaking, he waved the staff in his hand, and a massive skeletal figure appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Alice. Alice attempted to defend herself, but was sent flying. How can this be? Alice exclaimed. She had absolute confidence in her strength, yet now she had been repulsed. You mortals cannot comprehend. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Scott struck. The magic dragon unleashed a fireball that directly hit him. In just one blow he was sent flying, but even so he did not die. Mortal, you have angered me. Altogether, the man shouted to the other, and then they both took out their staffs and began to chant. Divine light descends. The two shouted in unison, and then a beam of divine light fell from the sky, directly landing on them. Then both of them acted simultaneously, as if they had transformed into different individuals, their power greatly amplified. Even the magic dragon could contend with them. Seeing this, the magic dragon exclaimed, humans, these two seem to be possessed by something. Even my power cannot affect them. So strong. Zhuang Hua was also taken aback, but he waved his hand directly, ordering infantry. He was not alone, and behind him was an army. After 100 elite heavy infantry pressed forward, the two finally felt the pressure. Damn it, I knew we would encounter this situation. One person's face turned pale. They had sneaked in fearing such a thing would happen. What to do? Proceed according to plan. The two exchanged glances, then began to chant. Their staffs transformed into massive skeletons that charged toward the military formation, while waves of black mist enveloped the scene. This directly made it impossible to see. Not good. Alice and Scott's expressions changed. These two's target was undoubtedly Zhuang Hua. Protect the master. However, in the darkness they had no idea where Zhuang Hua was. They could only continuously emit holy light, yet were still firmly suppressed. At that moment a skeleton had already approached Zhuang Hua from behind, its hand raised high, ready to strike. But at that moment Zhuang Hua moved, simply stepping aside, causing the skeleton's attack to miss. Moi. Zhuang Hua smiled as his hand brushed against a soldier's waist, drawing out a long sword. Divine-level swordsmanship. It was no idle boast. It not only made Zhuang Hua master of swordsmanship, but even his reflexes were enhanced. Ding! With just one sword Zhuang Hua directly blocked the skeleton's attack. Then with another sword Zhuang Hua thrust forward, and the skeleton seemed to have collided with it, the blade piercing. After a mournful wail the skeleton dissipated. How can this be? Wasn't it said that this lord was an ordinary person? Could an ordinary person easily deal with the skeletal figures conjured by magic in a place where visibility was near zero? Run! The two made up their minds. What about Hodewa? That traitor, we will eventually come back to deal with him. Right now survival is the most important. The two reached a consensus and turned to leave without a trace of hesitation. At this moment another skeleton had been dealt with by Alice, who was like a rampaging beast. The holy light emanating from her could blind a person's eyes. As the skeleton vanished the black mist dissipated, leaving behind a bewildered Hodewa. Master, are you alright? Zhuang Hua shook his head and returned the sword to the soldier's waist. Those two have escaped. Damn it, I will chase them down now, and I will make them understand what the holy light judgment means. Alice was stimulated by this. She had always been Zhuang Hua's most capable guard, but now the enemy had reached right in front of him. She had failed to protect him in time. This was her dereliction of duty, and she urgently needed to eliminate those two to prove her worth. No need for that. Zhuang Hua shook his head and smiled, saying, "Don't chase a desperate foe. Plus those two might bring back more people. You can take your revenge then." Alice took a deep breath and nodded. She said seriously, "From now on I will stay by your side, never leaving even a step away. Shall we bathe together too?" Alice was taken aback for a moment, and then blushed as she replied earnestly, "Yes, together. The methods of these false god worshippers are treacherous. We must remain vigilant." All right. Zhuang Hua also chuckled, looking serious as he said, "How about we just bathe together?" Alice did not respond, not even blinking. It seemed the time was not yet right, as Zhuang Hua did not continue. He turned to Hua and said, "Take this guy down. If he thinks he can escape, it seems I have been too lenient with him." "No." Hua's face turned ugly, but his companions had already fled, leaving him behind. He couldn't accept that this place was hell, and he still needed to seek help from the church. However, Zhuang Hua did not care about that. Although he had not been able to kill those two tonight, he had already experienced the church's methods and understood their purpose in abducting those children. Using lives to create powerful artifacts, this was still the so-called Church of Light. Zhuang Hua sneered, "These people were more detestable than demons. Come on, next time I will definitely kill you all." The turmoil in the prison did not affect the residents of the city. The next day, everyone went about their lives as usual. System summon the night. Ding. Successfully summoned a holy light knight. Zhuang Hua's casual expression instantly turned into a smile. "Here we go again. Master, holy light knight, Avon salutes you." Avon did not appear as rugged as Scott, nor as aloof as Alice. He had a refined face that made one feel as if they were basking in spring breezes. "Avon, welcome to join us. I am willing to fight for my master." Zhuang Hua smiled and incorporated him into the guard team before getting up. At that moment, he was already standing at the door. "My lord, it is time to set off." Zhuang Hua looked at the nearby Midia and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but after going to the Kelly Kingdom, I won't be able to refine some mint for the people. I still haven't truly helped you until now." Zhuang Hua shook his head and said earnestly, "Just by being here you are already helping me. Let's go." To reach the Kelly Kingdom, they only needed to set off from the 8th defense line, and they would soon arrive at the capital of the Kelly Kingdom. This time Zhuang Hua only brought the ceremonial team of Long Yin along with Alice and Avon, the two holy. As for Scott the Dragon Knight, he remained stationed in Shuangta City as a mobile force ready to respond to any emergency. "My lord, I want to go too." Elena mustered her courage to speak before Zhuang Hua set out. "Haha, you are my capable assistant. Ooh, I could never leave you behind. Get in the carriage." The ceremonial carriage was quite large, fully enough to accommodate Zhuang Hua and the two ladies Midia. However, Midia curiously looked at the sword beside Zhuang Hua and said, "I didn't expect you to be a swordsman, Zhuang Hua. Although a sword is a weapon that soldiers can wield, not everyone can become a swordsman. Generally, only families with substantial wealth would train their children in swordsmanship. It was once a privilege reserved for nobles. However, later on, learning swordsmanship became too arduous and nobles no longer adhered to this rule. I just play around with it." Ever since obtaining the divine level swordsmanship that day, he had found Elena and asked her to teach him fire magic, which helped him refine this long sword. This long sword was different from the cross swords of this world. It was the authentic 8-sided Han sword. This was also his way of reminiscing about his homeland. "You are truly humble." "I am just speaking the truth, but do you know about the Kelly Kingdom?" Midia nodded, contemplating for a moment before saying, "The Kelly Kingdom was established by the Kelly family, covering an area 3 times that of the Lean Kingdom, with a population of as many as 200,000. 200,000 people. It may not sound like much, but in this world the entire Shuangta city initially had only about 5,000 people, and there were only 4 such cities in the Lean Kingdom. The royal city had only about 10,000 people, and the entire Lean Kingdom combined had fewer than 50,000. This highlights the significance of 200,000. Population represents everything. The available young manpower is several times more than that of the Lean Kingdom. In addition, the queen of the Kelly Kingdom was once a princess of the Aol Kingdom. It is said that she is an extremely strong-willed woman. Strong-willed. Midia nodded and said seriously, "Indeed, the queen's strength makes even the king of Kelly take a step back. One could say that in the Kelly Kingdom the queen calls the shots." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua laughed, finally understanding that he had been arranged by the queen. "If you say so, I am somewhat curious to see the queen now." Zhuang Hua, do not be careless. Our Lean Kingdom has always been looked down upon. Midia smiled wryly. In this world, only the strong have a voice, and clearly the Lean Kingdom was not strong enough. That was in the past. Zhuang Hua did not care about any of this. He laughed and said, "From now on the Lean Kingdom must eat its meals standing up. Anyone who dares to snatch food will find me taking it away from them." Midia fell silent. At that moment Zhuang Hua had surpassed her father in her eyes. My lord, with this ceremonial team of yours, even in front of the Kelly kingdom, they cannot underestimate us. Midia fell silent. At that moment Zhuang Hua had surpassed her father in her eyes. My lord, with this ceremonial team of yours, even in front of the Kelly kingdom, Midia also smiled. Yes, with Zhuang Hua now the lean kingdom had already risen. My lord, we have arrived at the border town of Kelly. Is that the carriage of the Ryan kingdom? The lord of the Kelly border town widened his eyes upon seeing Zhuang Hua's entourage. 50 elite knights' banners fluttering and warhorses neighing. These individuals appeared more formidable than even the best troops of Kelly. My lord, what should we do? Open the gate. The lord immediately ordered, for these guests were invited by the queen, and they dared not be negligent. No obstruction. Zhuang Hua faced no difficulties whatsoever. Instead, he was treated to fine food and drink. The hospitality was so courteous that it made him feel as if he had returned to his own land of rituals. Princess, the Kelly kingdom seems quite impressive, doesn't it? They don't seem to look down on us. Elena was puzzled. The hospitality they received here was something they had never experienced in the Ryan kingdom. I'm not sure either. This is completely different from the Kelly kingdom that Midia had in mind. Only Zhuang Hua smiled silently. He certainly understood how they had come to receive such treatment. Well, it doesn't matter. We are about to arrive at Kelly Royal City. We must uphold our dignity. We cannot let them underestimate us. However, when Long Yin and the others stood there, no one dared to underestimate them. May I ask if you are Princess Midia and Count Zhuang Hua? Who are you? A middle-aged man approached smiling and said, I am Augustus, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Kelly Kingdom. Welcome to your arrival. Hello, Augustus. Zhuang Hua was polite, believing that one should not strike a smiling face. Please, the king and queen have already prepared a banquet for you at the palace. Good. As they set off, Augustus cautiously glanced at Zhuang Hua's escort. He carefully wiped the sweat from the palace. Count Zhuang Hua, your guard cannot enter this important place. Only 2 attendants may accompany you. Then let Alice and Elena follow us inside. Zhuang Hua also had Elena carry his sword. With that he entered confidently. Although their people could not come in, the palace guards were plentiful. Along the way there were no fewer than 100 people, with 20 knights among them. Princess Midia, Count Zhuang Hua, gilded and resplendent, would be an apt description of this place, with walls adorned with murals made of gold, silver, and gemstones. Apart from the luxury, Zhuang Hua saw no other practical utility. Welcome, Princess Midia and Count Zhuang Hua. I am Kelly Roar, the king of the Kelly kingdom, and this is my... Roar was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while Mia appeared to be in her 30s, looking exceptionally well preserved. However, at this moment Mia did not seem very assertive. Of both of them wore courteous expressions, showing no signs of wanting to pick a fight. Nor could their intent really be just to reminisce. I heard that Princess Midia is a sorceress, and even this attendant is a witch. After chatting for a while, Queen Mia suddenly mentioned Midia and Elena, her words carrying a sense of curiosity. They were not Alice. They could not directly uncover the truth about the two, but they had done quite a bit of work to know this. Zhuang Hua sneered. So they were waiting for him here. However, he chuckled and said, so what if it's true? What if it's not? Is the queen planning to capture us here and present us to the church? Giggling, Midia looked at Zhuang Hua and said, I was just curious. I didn't expect Count Zhuang Hua to react so strongly. Rest assured I won't do that. You are my guest now. Mia smiled and said, I am merely curious about Count Zhuang Hua's courage to stand against the church and even associate with sorceresses and witches. I cannot help but admire that. I hope I haven't disappointed the queen. Mia chuckled and said, all right, you've come from afar, you should rest first. Tomorrow we will hold a palace banquet and treat you well. Back at the hosting estate, Midia frowned and said, Zhuang Hua, I could not discern the purpose of the Kelly. It's all right. The main event should be tomorrow. He also did not believe that this queen named Mia would be so easy to deal with. After all, she was Leon's aunt. And Leon, having failed to frame him, Oliver would certainly not let him off easily. This grudge would likely be... So what shall we do? Of course we will have fun. Zhuang Hua said with a smile. We've come all this way. We should truly appreciate the customs and culture of the Kelly kingdom. But, Midia hesitated. They were in Kelly Royal City. What if they played tricks? Don't worry, you are a sorceress. They should be the ones worried. A sorceress. Though some of her methods may not work against knights, a sorceress' tactics are devious. A sudden strike could be disastrous for ordinary people. It seems that way, but I would never harm anyone. I didn't ask you to harm anyone. Zhuang Hua laughed and said, I'm just telling you there's no need to be afraid. And besides, we still have Alice with us. Alice raised her head proudly and said, whoever dares to harm you, my holy sword will turn them to ashes. Let's go, it will be dark soon. To be honest, this was the first time Zhuang Hua had gone shopping since arriving in this other world. He was curious about how this world differed from his previous life. However, when it came time to shop, Midia and Elena became even more excited. Food, games, clothes. They wanted it all, especially at a jewelry shop, where they eagerly selected items. TSK. Just then a fat man approached, dressed in luxury and adorned with. He looked like the foolish son of a landlord. What a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins who have never seen the world, unable to buy a single ornament, yet still picky. How ridiculous. What does that have to do with you? Elena frowned, and said unhappily, please leave, we do not welcome you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the fat man laughed even harder, tilting his head back and sneering. Do you know who I am? Let me go. Not only you, but even the shopkeeper wouldn't dare. Sure enough, the shopkeeper was already kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, Elena's expression darkened. They had offended a big shot. Enough. Zhuang Hua looked at the little fat man and said angrily, everyone has said they do not welcome you. Why are you still provoking? Are you sick? Heh. The fat man disdainfully replied. Kid, you look like a poor loser. Why not give these 2 girls to me, and I'll give you 10 gold coins. No, how about 100 gold coins? Hearing this, Zhuang Hua laughed, looking at the fat man, and said, do you think you're rich? Of course I am rich. Kid, if you want money, it depends on whether you have the ability to please me. Before he finished speaking, Zhuang Hua slapped him across the face and said coldly, so what if you have money? You dare to come and snatch my people? Who do you think you are? You. I am. Zhuang Hua did not wait for him to finish and kicked him again, this time striking him in the face. Remember, my name is Zhuang Hua. If you want revenge, come find me, but bring more money or else it won't be enough to buy. Let's wait and see. The chubby boy left, and Zhuang Hua was unconcerned. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, you better run quickly. If you provoke that person, it will be a big trouble. Is he very powerful? Not just powerful, the shopkeeper sighed. He is the young master of the Timmy family. His father is a duke and his grandfather is also an earl. Moreover, their business spans several countries. You may have some status, but in front of young Master Timmy, it is insignificant. You should really hurry and run. This is interesting. Zhuang Hua chuckled. This was still a big fat sheep. If he could get a few 100,000 gold coins, it would be enough for him to hire mercenaries for a war of annihilation. Now that you mention it, I am somewhat looking forward to it. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. Could it be that he wasn't clear? Either there was a problem in some stage, or this person was just insane. It's up to you. How do you still want to buy a? Yes, wrap up everything they looked at just now. Only then did the shopkeeper smile. Whatever, he was making money now, and that was enough. Lord Zhuang Hua, should we? Not in a hurry. Zhuang Hua shook his head. He was still thinking about that chubby boy. If he went back and the boy couldn't find him, wouldn't that be a loss? Let's continue browsing. We need to give him time to find us. Hearing this, Midia asked in confusion. Zhuang Hua, that person is clearly not a good person. Shouldn't we hide? Hide? Zhuang Hua looked at Midia seriously and said, Midia, your understanding is flawed. What is wrong? Of course there is a problem. Zhuang Hua said sternly. We said when we came here that we would earn the money. Here you must show the might of our Ryan kingdom. Whoever dares to bully, you just break his legs. Besides, he must compensate for the losses, only then will it be considered settled. Will others agree to that? Midia, although she had been asleep for 10 years, was not foolish. How could one be so arrogant in someone else's country? You must know, even Earl Wilbur of the Hill Kingdom was dealt with by Zhuang Hua when he was rampant in Ryan City. Now that they are in the Kelly Kingdom, they can be tough, but they shouldn't be arrogant. Alright, just learn from me. Zhuang Hua did not explain further. They continued to browse, had some food, and then this chubby boy ultimately disappointed him. He had thought he could easily get some gold coins. System summon knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 3 heavily armored knights. 3 is quite good. Zhuang Hua did not summon them directly, but chose to save them for now. After all, when sending envoys to other countries, the number of people is fixed, and suddenly having more people would be hard to explain. Earl Zhuang Hua, the queen sent me to invite you. Lead the way. Entering the palace naturally were Zhuang Hua, Midia, along with Alice and Elena. This time there were not so many formalities, and they went directly to the castle's dining room. Princess Midia, Earl Zhuang Hua, please take a seat. This banquet is also to welcome you both. I hope the friendship between our 2 countries lasts forever. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhuang Hua smiled. The etiquette of the Kelly Kingdom was still in place up to now. However, halfway through the banquet, a woman comparable to Midia stood up. She was the princess of the Kelly Kingdom. Father, mother. The princess smiled and said, I heard that Earl Zhuang Hua repelled the orcs at the 9th defense line and also captured the 8th defense line. He must be an extraordinary powerhouse. How about we have a friendly competition among the nobles? This will also broaden our horizons. Finally it came. Zhuang Hua knew that these people would not let him off. Hearing this, Mia looked at Zhuang Hua and said, I wonder what Earl Zhuang Hua thinks. Our Kelly Kingdom respects the strong. If Earl Zhuang Hua is unwilling, it is also fine. A competition. That sounds interesting. I can agree, but isn't it a bit boring to just compete like that? The people of the Kelly Kingdom looked at each other in surprise. They had thought Zhuang Hua would refuse, but unexpected. The princess said seriously, Earl Zhuang Hua, this is a competition that only nobles can participate in. Your subordinates cannot join the fight. So only you can participate. Zhuang Hua smiled and looked at the princess saying, Princess, was it not your suggestion Did you just want to propose it to make things difficult for me, not expecting me to agree? The princess was speechless. That was indeed her intention. The goal was to embarrass Zhuang Hua. Now Zhuang Hua directly voiced her thoughts, which left her somewhat embarrassed. Earl Zhuang Hua, you misunderstood. She was just reminding you, respecting your opinion. I have no opinion. Zhuang Hua stood up and looked at everyone present, saying, I can accept challenges from anyone, but there must be a prize. A prize. Indeed. Zhuang Hua smiled and said seriously, the queen may not be aware, but our Ryan kingdom does not have many resources. We are relatively poor. Now not only do we need to protect our own country, but we also need to protect the Kelly kingdom at the 8th defense line. All of this requires money. After saying that, he added seriously, since we need to compete, why not make the prize gold coins and food supplies? We are all nobles of a competition, should have a prize of 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 pounds of food supplies. Hearing this prize, everyone's expressions were strange. If Zhuang Hua had directly asked for money, it would have been a bit abrupt, but with those previous reasons it seemed justified. 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 food supplies, they could afford that. Good. Mia smiled and agreed, looking at Zhuang Hua. I will personally decide. If Earl Zhuang Hua wins, I will give double the prize. The queen is generous. Zhuang Hua. Midia, upon hearing this, was somewhat worried. The Kelly kingdom clearly seemed to have been plotting for a long time. As for Zhuang Hua, although he had a sword, she had never seen Zhuang Hua take action. Could he really be a match for the nobles of the Kelly kingdom? How about we? No need to worry. Zhuang Hua looked at Mia and said, Your Majesty, this place is also not spacious enough. Why not change to a more spacious location? Then let's go to the main hall. Mia smiled. She had gone to great lengths for this moment. A Zhuang Hua actually dared to play tricks on her nephew. Now there was a path to death, but declaring war on him was the least favorable option. Now a noble competition was the best approach. In a noble competition, life and death are not considered. This meant that even if Zhuang Hua were to die here, the Ryan kingdom would have nothing to say. In the main hall, a large group of nobles had gathered, each holding weapons, staring at Zhuang Hua with hawk-like eyes. And the king, queen, and Midia were sitting above. Let's begin. Whoever can defeat Earl Zhuang Hua will be promoted one rank below Earl, and those above Earl will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins. Zhuang Hua. Midia clenched her fists. This queen was not looking for a friendly competition, she was out to kill Zhuang Hua. She wanted to stop it, but someone had already rushed forward. Earl Zhuang Hua, come and fight. Elena. Lord Zhuang Hua here. That was Zhuang Hua's sword, but to the person opposite it was met with a cold smile. Count Zhuang Hua, is that sword for women? Killing you is enough. Arrogant. The person snorted coldly, and the crossed sword in his hand was thrust forward, but to Zhuang Hua his movements appeared exceedingly slow. Divine-level swordsmanship is no joke. Zhuang Hua merely extended his sword forward, and the man lunged at it, as if he were charging into the blade, piercing his chest directly. How? How is this possible? Haha. Zhuang Hua withdrew his sword, looking at Mia, and saying, Queen, that's a wrap. Rest assured. Upon hearing her agreement, Zhuang Hua looked at the surrounding nobles, and chuckled. If even my sword, which is meant for women, can deal with him, does the kingdom of Kelly have no men left? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in anger, and a man stepped forward. Baron. No need to introduce names. I'm not interested in the names of the dead. Good. The Baron sneered, looking at Zhuang Hua, and saying, I hope you remain this tough later. With that, the Baron attacked. His swordsmanship was stronger than the previous one, and Zhuang Hua took 2 moves to subdue him. Who else? I will. A bunch of worthless fools is no one else here. Don't be so arrogant. Zhuang Hua shook his head, defeating another person again, and looked at Mia, saying, Queen, if this continues, I might win 1,000,000 gold coins. Count Zhuang Hua is indeed impressive. Mia took a deep breath. The intelligence didn't mention that Zhuang Hua was a swordsmanship master. She smiled and said, this small skirmish is of little interest. Why not play something more exciting? Something more exciting. I will select 5 people to face you 5-1. If you win, I will directly give you 200,000 gold coins and an additional 100,000 pounds of food. Queen. The surrounding ministers looked at her. This wager was too steep. They had already lost 80,000 gold coins. If they lost another 200,000, even if the kingdom of Kelly was wealthy, they couldn't afford such extravagance. Isn't this inappropriate? I have made up my mind. Mia looked at the king and said, Dear, we have already lost 4 people. If we don't win a round, the kingdom of Kelly will become a laughingstock among the nations. The king pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then Mia looked at Zhuang Hua and asked Count Zhuang Hua what he... Alright. Zhuang Hua was unconcerned. With divine-level swordsmanship, as long as he wasn't surrounded by heavy cavalry, he could say he feared no one. However, I have a small request. You may say it. Zhuang Hua looked at the princess beside Mia and said, I find the princess beautiful. Oh, if I win, I hope to have dinner with her. Preposterous. The surrounding nobles turned pale upon hearing this. Zhuang Hua had clearly disregarded. He was starting to insult their princess. It's just dinner. Or do you think I can't win against 5? If you lack this confidence, you might as well give me the money and food directly to save time. Mia took a deep breath and then agreed. If you can still win, Vivi joining you for dinner is no problem. However, if you lose, you may lose your life. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, chuckling, then let's do it. Good. Mia immediately pointed out 5 people. When they stood in the hall, it felt like 5 towering mountains. They exuded an overwhelming sense of strength. Haha, they are the 5 military leaders of our kingdom of Kelly, each capable of taking on 10. This kid, even if his swordsmanship is strong, will be of no use in front of them. Indeed, technique is measured among those of equal caliber, but strength is what matters when levels differ. Given their strength, handling him should be effortless. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed these 5 were Mia's confidence. Let's go. This time I will take the initiative. Zhuang Hua didn't want to delay any longer. These 5 should possess great strength, and if he circled slowly, he would surely fall at a disadvantage. Only swift battles would do. In his thoughts, all 6 moved, but Zhuang Hua's speed was evidently faster. The sword in his hand moved with astonishing speed and tricky angles. What? In martial arts, speed breaks all. Zhuang Hua passed through the 5 men, slowly withdrawing his sword, and the 5 collapsed instantly, blood flowing profusely. 1 against 5. Zhuang Hua achieved a complete victory. Queen, what do you say? Mia was left speechless. Her 5 most prideful leaders couldn't even withstand a single round. Those few moments ago, there were some who could withstand a few moves. Is this person even human? Zhuang Hua smiled. He was a man with a cheat, and mere 5 people, unless they were armored, could easily be dealt with by a single sword. In noble duels, life and death are fated. I believe the queen should know this rule. You wouldn't want to miss out on. Zhuang Hua finished speaking and did not shy away from creating trouble. Actually, I have already held back. Who would have thought they would be so weak and gone just like that? I too am very saddened. Mia waved her hand, interrupting him. Enough, we are simply not as skilled. I will have Augustus give you the steak. That's enough for today. Everyone go back and rest. Wait. Seeing Mia stand up, Zhuang Hua quickly pointed at Vivi and said that the princess needs to have dinner with me. This is also a steak. As soon as this was said, not only Mia, but even Midia and Elena looked over. No, are you really serious? But Zhuang Hua was indeed serious. I think the queen wouldn't go back on her word. Vivi, you will have dinner with him today. After saying this, Mia left. Everyone knew she was extremely furious at this moment. After the others left, Zhuang Hua chuckled and said, ladies and gentlemen, if you feel dissatisfied tonight, you can spend 20,000 gold coins to challenge me. Humph, a small person gaining power. The crowd was furious, but no one dared approach. Even the 5 leaders were dead. They certainly did not wish to die. Moreover, they couldn't come up with 20,000 gold coins. Lord Zhuang Hua, you have truly offended the kingdom of Kelly this time. Won't we face retaliation? What I want is their retaliation. Zhuang Hua sneered. If they didn't retaliate, how would he have an excuse to attack the kingdom of Kelly? Without attacking the kingdom of Kelly, how could he expand his territory? Moreover, if he didn't stir up some hatred, this trip to the kingdom of Kelly would be in vain. Alright, let's call it a day. We should leave tomorrow. Mia's plan had failed, but as the queen, she had to keep her face. She couldn't act against herself in the royal city. If she didn't leave, how could she give them an opportunity? Sometimes Zhuang Hua felt shame for his actions, but he couldn't blame himself. The system wanted him to expand his territory and unify the continent. If he didn't stir up hatred, he wouldn't be able to act. Furthermore, after earning so many gold coins in the kingdom of Kelly, he naturally needed to use them. However, he was a good person and never fought meaningless battles. I am still too kind. In the evening, Wei Wei arrived at Zhuang Hua's residence. She looked at Alice and Elena behind Zhuang Hua, as well as Midia beside him, and couldn't help but frown. Lord Earl Zhuang Hua, aren't we having dinner together? Indeed. Zhuang Hua waved his hand, saying, it's not that we're eating together. Is there a dish that doesn't suit your taste? If it doesn't suit my taste, there's nothing I can do. After all, it's the food prepared by your people. Wei Wei pouted, but could only sit down. It's just a meal, nothing to be concerned about. However, she wondered, Lord Earl Zhuang Hua, why aren't you eating? You should eat first. Zhuang Hua smiled and said, after all, you are the host, and we are the guests. Is that how it works? Wei Wei blinked, and without thinking much began to eat, though she did so elegantly. She took just a bite of each dish, and then stopped eating. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua finally spoke up. It seems the dishes are not poisonous. Let's eat. What do you mean by not poisonous? Wei Wei was taken aback, and then said irritably, are you treating me as a poison tester? I have no choice. Zhuang Hua sighed. Princess Wei Wei, your suggestion for the duel resulted in the deaths of 9 of your people. I'm afraid someone might seek revenge, so. Wei Wei was speechless. Is the reputation of their Kelly kingdom like this? Moreover, this is a duel among nobles. They have all received etiquette education. How could they possibly seek revenge or use poison? Zhuang Hua clearly looked down on their Kelly kingdom. I finished eating. Can I leave now? Are you leaving already? While eating, Zhuang Hua asked. I heard that having dinner together is not just about eating, it should also include other forms of communication, right? Eat dinner, then attend a ball, then return to the room together, and then... Shut up. Wei Wei's expression darkened as she snapped. What do you take me for? Lord Earl Zhuang Hua, you really disappoint me. Wei Wei left, but Zhuang Hua just shrugged and continued. Lord Zhuang Hua, do you really want? I was just teasing you, I have no interest in that. He said, looking at the three women. I already have three beautiful ladies by my side. Why would I need to eat you? If I wanted to eat you, would you refuse, eh? Aunt. Elena's ears turned red as she whispered. Then, I need to prepare. Midia with a tender expression said, are you finally willing to accept me? Alice on the other hand looked disgusted and said, Master, I'm just your guard, not your food. Zhuang Hua shook his head. These three weren't normal, so he decided to let it go. However, in the royal city church, Mia met their bishop. A witch, a sorceress. Your Majesty, is what you said true? Mia replied lightly. Why would I need to lie to you? Or do you mean to say that the church's talk of hunting witches and sorceresses is all false? Just a means to brainwash us? Of course not. The bishop quickly denied it, stating earnestly, in the light of God we will never compromise with heresy. Heresy must be exterminated. Mia smiled and looked at the bishop. Let me remind you, they have over 50 knights, and that Zhuang Hua is quite skilled with a sword. The bishop nodded. Then Mia prepared to leave, but when she reached the door, she turned and asked, Bishop, you wouldn't be too afraid to act because of the opponent's strength, would you? The apostles of God should have no cowards, right? The bishop twitched his mouth. He indeed wanted to brush her off, but with Mia saying this, he could only grit his teeth and say, rest assured, once they leave the royal city, we will take action. We will definitely eradicate heresy thoroughly. That's good. Mia said earnestly, I look forward to your victory. After Mia left, the bishop's expression turned grim. Over the years, because of Mia's arrival, their church's position in the Kelly kingdom had become stable, but their influence was diminishing. It seemed that Mia wanted to exclude their church from power and become a purely religious organization. Now this woman was going to use them, and that earl from the Ryan kingdom, to exhaust each other. The key is that they cannot ignore the information Mia provided, otherwise she would certainly take the opportunity to attack, putting the church in a passive position. What a wicked woman. If she weren't the queen, the bishop would have wanted to label her a demoness and burn her alive. However, he could only think about it. To deal with that group of people, he had to plan carefully. This time, he must secure victory without failure. Meanwhile, Zhuang Hua was unaware that Mia had prepared a surprise for him. He was currently in a dilemma. Alice, what are you doing? Master, I'm worried that Elena and Princess Midia might come to sneak attack tonight, so I wanted to ask if you want me to stop them. How could they possibly come? Alice was becoming bolder, daring to tease him like this. Zhuang Hua opened his eyes and said, Alice, do you still not understand? Having you here is enough. How about tonight you don't sleep in the small bed and come with me? Just then there was a knock. Who? Lord Zhuang Hua, I am Elena. Elena said nervously outside the door. I am ready. I am here to serve you. Zhuang Hua was taken aback. He didn't expect Alice to be telling the truth. Ahem, that's not necessary. Alice is here. Oh. Elena was very disappointed. It turned out that Sister Alice and Lord Zhuang Hua's relationship was not ordinary. Unexpectedly, even this night, Lord Zhuang Hua chose Alice. And don't think too much, get some rest early. Zhuang Hua added, fearing she would overthink, but this only made Elena feel worse. Am I not even allowed to think? Lord Zhuang Hua is indeed a man she cannot have. Seeing that there was no sound outside, Zhuang Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, well, I was just joking earlier, don't think too much, get some rest. Knock knock. Is there anything else? It's me, Midia. Outside, Midia's voice rang out. Zhuang Hua was startled and asked, why aren't you resting? Is there something? I just wanted to ask during dinner. Let's talk about it when we return to Shuangta City. Oh, don't overthink it. Midia fell silent for a moment and continued, if you feel uncomfortable, I can help you. No need. Zhuang Hua's head was spinning. Why were the women around him so inappropriate? Doesn't Alice still stay here? Such things shouldn't be said secretly, right? You should rest early. Oh. Midia also left disappointed. She had come here with great courage. However, she suddenly remembered Alice and held her forehead, saying, I'm crazy, how could I forget that Alice is still here? But Alice has been with Zhuang Hua all along, how can I get her to leave for a while? Zhuang Hua still did not know that he had caught the attention of two women, but that was no longer important. He gazed at Alice and smiled, saying, you should be different from them, right? Master. Alice stepped forward almost nose to nose with Zhuang Hua. I am just a guard, you mustn't. After saying that, Alice took a few steps back, creating some distance, which left Zhuang Hua slightly disappointed. Alice was indeed different from them, but even though they spent every moment together, taking a further step would still be, of course. Zhuang Hua pouted and lay down on his bed, but he looked at Alice and said, you mustn't sneak it. Until he fell asleep, Alice did not come to the bed, leaving him quite disappointed. System summon knights. Ding. Successfully summoned. 5 heavily armored knights. Good, it had been the same for 2 consecutive days. It seemed that the drop rate was higher abroad. Master, the palace has sent many gold coins and food, a total of 30 carts. 30 carts, that was quite generous. Zhuang Hua nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right, I'll go meet them." Count Zhuang Hua, these are the gifts from the queen. Not bad. Zhuang Hua smiled and looked at Augustus, saying, "Should I thank the queen for this?" "No need." Augustus replied with a smile. "The queen is unwell. She said to invite Count Zhuang Hua next time." "All right then." As expected, this was a dismissal. Augustus left and Midia approached, analyzing. "They made such a grand gesture to send this. It seems we want returned smoothly. Money moves hearts. Moreover, with 280,000 gold coins, that's quite an eye-catching number. It doesn't matter, as long as they come I can also entertain them." My. Midia was puzzled. Why did Zhuang Hua seem to anticipate this, even looking somewhat forward to it? Wasn't it good to return safely? However, Zhuang Hua did not explain. He even had Long Yin open a few chests of gold coins before setting off. This scene caught the attention of everyone in the royal city. No one could remain indifferent in the face of such wealth. The people of the Ryan Kingdom are too arrogant. This is like urinating on our faces. What can we do? They have killed our 5 leaders, and we still have to pay them compensation. Is there no one who can... Are you suggesting? This is over 200,000 gold coins. If we can get our hands on it, many people would not have to worry about money for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, some who were initially indifferent began to open their eyes. I heard that Duke Timmy seems to have some plans. Those who are bold can follow him, and perhaps get a share. And all this reached the palace. Your Majesty, shall we just watch? As long as nothing happens in the royal city, what does it have to do with us? Noble duels do not require armor. However, ambushes in the wild are all about how to kill the opponent. But Duke Timmy, that's his personal action. Mia was unconcerned. Thinking about not being able to avenge Leon made her somewhat depressed. If someone could kill Zhuang Hua this time, it would count as helping her. Once outside the royal city, Alice whispered, "There are many people following us." "Good." Zhuang Hua smiled and told Long Yin, "Speed up, create an impression that we are very anxious." Yes. Long Yin's escort team was powerful. Even if someone came to attack, they would not be afraid. However, since Zhuang Hua requested it, they would execute it unconditionally. Those who were following saw Zhuang Hua and the others speeding up, and they hurriedly relayed the message. They must not let the fat sheep escape. Soon they reached a grassland desolate and devoid of human presence. But ahead, a group of knights clad in plate armor had already appeared. Looking up, Zhuang Hua did not see a single flag. One must know that in this era, knights were generally a symbol of nobility, and a flag represented identity. Without a flag, it indicated that this group dared not reveal their true selves. Kill. The opposing side showed no hesitation upon seeing them. They charged directly. Protect the master. Form ranks. In just a moment, Long Yin reacted, leading the escort team to prepare to resist the charge. Seeing this scene, the opponents looked even more disdainful. Facing us, they dare to form ranks. They are seeking death. They had at least 200 men, while the other side only had 50. To block them was no easy task. However, as they got closer, Long Yin ordered the long spears to be thrown. Facing the tremendous impact of the long spears, even those in plate armor were heavily knocked to the ground. As for those without armor, they could only be pierced through. Kill them. They only have 50 men. Once we get close, we win. Retreat. Long Yin said calmly, and the long spears returned to their hands. This time it frightened them greatly. Were these still knights? This method was too bizarre. These people actually had... Don't be afraid to charge. No matter how strange the methods, once they got close, it would only be face-to-face combat. They had the advantage in numbers. Oh, what was there to fear? However, when they truly got close, they regretted it. Long Yin simply raised the long spear and smashed it down hard, directly flattening a knight's helmet. At such a force, the knight inside could not survive, and there were 50 others with such strength. Run! Zhuang Hua did not pursue as the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning a skirmish. Reward Cavalry Corps 1. System error. System corrected. Reward Tiger Talisman 1. Zhuang Hua twitched his mouth. He thought the system was fixed last time, but now it started acting up again. He shook his head and looked at the system description. Tiger Talisman, when worn by the host, the morale of the affiliated troops will never decrease. Zhuang Hua's eyes brightened. This was a good item, even though it did not increase the number of his troops. However, this item could keep his troops' morale high forever, which was equivalent to a divine artifact. One must know that in war sometimes it is all about morale. If conditions are equal, the side with higher morale will win against the side with lower morale. And he could not rely on the system's soldiers forever. He still had to recruit soldiers. These individuals were not all brave, but with the Tiger Talisman, it would be different. Good job, system. Since a skirmish could yield rewards, the next steps would be interesting. Come, someone bandage half of the brothers. Off. At this moment, Elena asked in confusion, Lord Zhuang Hua, is bandaging necessary with me around? This is a feigned retreat, do as I say. Fortunately Long Yin and the others wore Chinese-style armor which was easy to dismantle. They directly let half the brothers take off their armor and then wrapped it with white cloth. As for the equipment, it would naturally be carried by those carts while the food and gold coins on them had already entered Zhuang Hua's storage space. Master, more people are coming. There are many people, Alice reminded as Zhuang Hua looked over. This time it was not the usual mix of ordinary knights and commoners. Almost all of them were knights in plate armor, and there were no fewer than 100 to be seen. 100 knights? Does the Kelly Kingdom really have that many knights? It should be noted that the entire Ryan Kingdom used to have only 20 or 30 knights. Now the Kelly Kingdom has suddenly produced 100 knights. My lord. At this moment Long Yin spoke cautiously. There are so many enemies it might not be easy to fight. It's not that they can't fight back, but there will be casualties. However, Zhuang Hua smiled and said, no worries, we have reinforcements as well. He still had the military token that he hadn't used. That was 500 elite heavy infantry, making it quite easy to deal with those 100 knights. In addition, he had just obtained 280,000 gold coins, enough to hire a batch of mercenaries at any time. In terms of numbers, he was already in an invincible position. He Zhuang Hua is it. Hand over the goods, and I can let you all go. Not attacking directly, but coming up with this tactic, these people must have some apprehension about him. He chuckled, don't make your father laugh, the gold coins are right here, if you have the ability come and take them. Truly foolish. The leading knight snorted coldly. You are impressive and your men are impressive too. But in front of my men you won't be able to leave calmly. They'll give you one last choice. Hand over the gold coin. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua smiled and said, no rush, you love to choose, I will give you enough options shortly. After saying that, Zhuang Hua had already used the military token, and 500 infantry appeared behind them in an instant. He directly issued the order to attack. What's going on? With 500 people moving, they couldn't hide it from them, so this group also noticed that there were suddenly more people behind. Could it be that other nobles have also intervened? Although these people don't have warhorses, their equipment is not inferior to ours. Which power is this? Could it be the army of the Hill Kingdom has intervened? Not likely. They are coming for us. Lord Timmy Wee. Timmy was the leader of this group. He was a duke of the Kelly Kingdom, and all these people were knights he had gathered. He shouted loudly, friends on the other side, I am Duke Timmy of the Kelly Kingdom. If you are also interested in these gold coins, I can share half with you. You all. Kill. But the people on the opposite side just charged forward, and upon getting close they swung their blades to attack. They were caught off guard, and were killed instantly. Damn it, break out. Timmy realized that these people were indeed coming for them, and showed no mercy. However, you won't be able to escape. Long Yin attack. Zhuang Hua sneered, and ordered Long Yin to charge, and finally, making Timmy understand. You? Are these people yours? Exactly. He looked at Timmy and said, don't struggle, it will let you die more painlessly this way. No. I surrender. Timmy was desperate, and the knights around him widened their eyes. Lord Timmy, we are knights, how can knights fear death? Get lost. Timmy kicked out angrily, you want to die, but I don't want to die. Count Zhuang Hua, I can pay you. How much? Zhuang Hua laughed, finally encountering someone sensible. 10,000, no, 20,000 gold, 100,000. Zhuang Hua looked at him and said calmly, for 100,000 gold coins I can spare your life. As for them, anyone who wants to live must pay 10,000 gold coins. At this point the battle had already ended, and everyone was subdued. They were wearing plate armor, so it took some effort. However, controlling them was much simpler. Ridiculous. At this moment a knight shouted, we knights would rather die than submit. Zhuang Hua, you have the guts to kill me. Long live the Kelly Kingdom. Zhuang Hua laughed, he liked this kind of person the most. Drag him away, and behead him. Yes. The knight was dragged away, and then his helmet was removed, and with a single stroke his head flew off. Who else wants to die? Hurry up, I'm in a rush. The scene fell into a dead silence. After a while a knight said coldly, Zhuang Hua, this is the Kelly Kingdom. Are you not afraid of our kingdom's retaliation for such killings? Retaliation? Zhuang Hua laughed dismissively, saying, you people came to ambush me for the gold coins given to me by the queen. Now you are weak and captured by me. If the Kelly Kingdom is filled with such shameless people, then what's the harm in retaliation? I Zhuang Hua don't mind waging a war of annihilation against you. After saying that he looked at Timmy and asked, 100,000 gold coins, will you give it? I will. What about you? Seeing Timmy agree, Zhuang Hua looked at the other knights and said blandly, what about you? 1,000 is too much, guy. I only earn 1 gold coin a month. If you can't afford the gold coins, then sign a contract and become my knight. Otherwise die. Zhuang Hua's tone was icy, devoid of any warmth. Upon hearing this, only 30 knights were able to produce 10,000 gold coins. The remaining 69 directly became Zhuang Hua's subordinates. This scene opened Midia's eyes, as she didn't expect such a method. This way Zhuang Hua's followers grew while the enemies dwindled. He truly was the man she admired. You have half a day to prepare. If the gold coins are not in place, I will kill them all. Zhuang Hua spoke calmly without any emotion. However, it was precisely this calmness that put immense pressure on Timmy. He replied seriously, rest assured they will definitely return with the gold coins. After the people left, the system also chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an ambush battle. Reward. Correction. Reward infantry camp upgrade voucher. Infantry camp upgrade voucher allows the infantry camp to upgrade once. Simple and practical. Currently, the infantry camp can recruit 100 men every 7 days. What about after the upgrade? Will the time shorten? Or will the number increase? Or perhaps both? This Lord system is becoming more and more to his liking. It's a pity. If only the system didn't malfunction, it would be even better. Those rewards clearly could enhance his strength more rapidly. However, gain it, and it's my fortune, or lose it, and it's my fate. Zhuang Hua was indifferent. My. Just then the sky suddenly darkened, and it was morning. What's going on? Master, it's the aura of a pseudo-god. Pseudo-god? Zhuang Hua frowned. Could it be the Church of the Hill Kingdom coming here? The bishop has made a move. The knights of the Kelly Kingdom, seeing the change in the sky, instantly grew excited. One of them laughed loudly. Zhuang Hua, you are doomed. You have angered the gods. The gods will bring down judgment upon you. Just wait to die. Too much talk. Zhuang Hua directly ordered for the knight to be executed. Be honest. Zhuang Hua said coldly. If you say any more, my blade will show no mercy. Zhuang Hua, hand over the sorceress and the witch, and I will let you go. At this moment, a figure emanating holy light stepped forward holding a Bible with a solemn expression, saying, This is your only choice. It's coming from Midia and the others. Zhuang Hua frowned and sneered. Sorry, they are mine and cannot be given to you. However, since you are here, do not leave. Avon immediately stepped forward, and Zhuang Hua casually said, Take him down. As you wish, master. Avon showed no excess emotion, always maintaining a confident smile. Oh, a knight of the Holy See. No, you are not. The bishop shook his head, sneering. A knight of the Holy See cannot become someone else's servant. You dare impersonate a knight of the Holy See? You already have a reason to die. You are right, you have a reason to die. Avon smiled, then drew his holy sword and charged forward. His combat style was different from that of Allison Scott. It appeared so gentle, yet his attacks were imbued with powerful holy light. My. The bishop frowned, realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, and was even being suppressed. After all, he had received divine power. You are quite interesting, but it won't change anything. The bishop took out the Bible in his hand, opened a page, and softly said, God said, all sins shall vanish. As the words fell, a golden light descended from the heavens, aiming directly for Avon's face. In the name of holy light, I judge you. Avon merely waved his sword lightly, and the golden light instantly dissipated. God said, let there be water. After the bishop spoke, a massive column of water appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards Avon. Zhuang Hua, who had been watching, was shocked. Wait, besides the sorceress and the witch, can anyone else do this? That's the power of a false god. Alice explained, false gods grant divine power to their believers through faith, allowing them to perform some divine techniques through a medium. Are there really gods? Zhuang Hua became puzzled. If that were the case, the church would have unified the world long ago. Why go through so much trouble? I don't know. Alice shook her head, saying lightly, I know of the goddess of holy light, but I do not understand this world. Well then. He looked at Midia and Elena and asked, do you understand? The church has always proclaimed the existence of gods, and even the nobility follows the teachings of the gods, but no one has seen them. Midia shook her head, puzzled. Do you think there are no gods, eh? I don't know. Zhuang Hua shook his head, looking seriously at the battlefield. I'm just curious, if there are indeed gods, where are they? And why do they exist? Why do their followers commit such dirty and cruel acts? Are gods Midia and Elena shrank their heads, not continuing the conversation. Questioning the gods in this era was heresy. Alright, I was just speaking my mind. Zhuang Hua, although the church's actions are wrong, gods cannot be blasphemed. Hearing this, Zhuang Hua retorted, but God said to eliminate the sorceress and the witch. Are you all willing to die? Midia is a sorceress. Elena is a witch. The two girls were also stunned, shaking their heads, saying, of course we want to live. Then do you agree with God's will? The two girls shook their heads. Look, your very actions are a rebellion against God's will. Is that so? The two girls exchanged glances, seeming to realize that this might be the case. Seeing their expressions, Zhuang Hua smiled and said, so don't regard the gods as so noble, they can also be wrong. The two girls did not respond as the battle had reached a fever pitch. Avon was not only suppressing the bishop, but also the church members he brought with him. Alice, are your holy knights really this strong? Alice glanced at Avon and scoffed, he's just so verbose. If I had gone up, the battle would have already been over. Not to mention, Zhuang Hua believed in Alice's strength. The bishop also relied on the Bible to perform some unexpected divine techniques. Otherwise he would have died several times under Avon's sword. However, master need not worry. After 2 more moves this bishop will be subdued. Sure enough, after 2 moves Avon swiftly moved behind the bishop, and with one stroke the hand holding the Bible was directly severed. In that instant the originally dark sky suddenly became clear, and the bishop knelt on the ground crying out in pain. How could I lose? You were clearly the heretics. Heretics? Zhuang Hua sneered, looking at the bishop and saying, if your intentions are heretical, then from my point of view you are also heretics. So bishop, now tell me who sent you. After all, Media and Elena's identities were known to very few. Eradicating the sorceress and the witch is God's will. You know it. Zhuang Hua's tone grew colder. What I want is not this answer. Tell me, did Queen Mia inform you of Media and Elena's identities? Did she instruct you to come and The bishop was shocked, not expecting that everything would be guessed by the man before him. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, no, it was just that God sensed the existence of the sorceress and the witch. I am here to follow God's will. It doesn't matter if you don't say the church ambushed the princess of the Ryan kingdom. My self-defense in exterminating them is justified. Come. Zhuang Hua did not hesitate, directly ordering, all church members kill, without mercy. In an instant screams filled the scene and blood stained the grass. Moreover, go tell King Cleary that on my way back I will cleanse all church members. I hope they do not obstruct, otherwise I will go to war with the kingdom of Cleary directly. After he finished speaking, not long after a grand convoy arrived carrying Timmy and 30 knights ransom, totaling 400,000 gold coins. Can I leave now? Of course. However, Zhuang Hua looked at Timmy and said, but yesterday your son the chubby one threatened me. I hope you will teach him a good lesson when you return. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you off with just 100,000 today. Timmy was stunned, wondering how this was related to his son. Your son said your family has a lot of money. Timmy's face darkened, not expecting to be extorted for so many gold coins today because of his son's loose tongue. Thank you, Count Zhuang Hua, for the reminder. I will definitely discipline him well in the future. No need to see you off. After Timmy and the others left, Zhuang Hua turned to the remaining knights and said, from now on you are my people. Anyone who dares to run, I will definitely kill him. Now, let's set off to the church in the next city. I am going to raid the place. Zhuang Hua is going to raid the homes. This news naturally reached Mia's ears, and she fell silent for a long time. Your Majesty, should we stop this? Augustus asked seriously, knowing that this church was quite significant in their country. Moreover, if the Holy See found out they were indifferent, they would likely face repercussions after the fact. How can we help? That useless Timmy was defeated with 100 knights, and that fool from the church has exhausted all his trump cards. Mia looked at Augustus and shook her head, saying, I underestimated Zhuang Hua. Then, let it be. After all, it is not us who take action. I only hope that if he deals with the church he will not touch our Kelly kingdom. The battle on the grasslands caused a sensation throughout the royal city. Mia pondered, unless he devoted the entire country's strength, it would be impossible to leave Zhuang Hua behind. More importantly, Zhuang Hua silently brought 500 heavy infantry into Kelly kingdom, and she was completely unaware of it. She worried that if he acted against Zhuang Hua at this moment, even more soldiers from Twin Tower City would surge out of Kelly kingdom. Would the two countries go to war or not? Go ahead and inform His Majesty the King to remain calm. Yes. After saying this, Mia went to her study and began to write. On the other side, Zhuang Hua, leading a vast group of people, directly opened the gates of the Kelly Kingdom town and headed straight for their Chich's base. When they opened the cellars of those outposts, in addition to gold, silver, and provisions, there were also human limbs and putrid corpses. What is going on? Zhuang Hua and the others remained relatively calm, as they had already experienced the Chuch's malice in the Ryan Kingdom. However, the knights who had just surrendered from Kelly Kingdom had never witnessed such a scene. In their understanding, the most brutal thing was no more than to starve others. Such inhumane treatment of bodies was simply monstrous. The key point was that these people were members of the church they had long believed in. As you can see, this is the true face of the church. Do you think such a church is worthy of faith? After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, the group of knights clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, saying, not worthy, they are simply inhuman. Zhuang Hua chuckled lightly and said, but your king and queen are closely allied with the church. Do you think they are unaware of these matters? The crowd fell silent. Initially, they were somewhat dissatisfied with surrendering to Zhuang Hua, as the knightly spirit told them that loyalty was more important than anything. Now their loyal leaders turned out to be those who consort with demons. This shook their faith. It's alright, you have plenty of time to think about it. Now stand with me to publicly expose these demonic acts and give these deceased a just resolution. Zhuang Hua intended to reveal everything. Naturally, the actions of the church could not resonate with anyone. For a moment, Zhuang Hua's actions not only did not face opposition from the locals, but instead garnered the support of a large number of common people. Seeing this, the knights began to ponder that such a Zhuang Hua seemed more worthy of their loyalty. From the royal city to the Golan Heights of the 8th defense line, there were a total of 8 towns. Zhuang Hua raided 8 churches or outposts of the church. Of course, the gains were significant. In his storage space, there lay over 500,000 gold coins and 200,000 pounds of food. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Along with the rewards gained in the royal city and the ransom from the Timmy family, this trip netted Zhuang Hua at least 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,000,000 gold coins were enough for Zhuang Hua to hire at least 50,000 heavy cavalry. Such a number was something even the Holy See could not muster across the entire continent. It's just a pity that even with 1,000,000 gold coins he could only summon 50,000 heavy knights for one day. However, Zhuang Hua did not intend to directly go to war with the whole world, and these people could be used for fighting, but the towns captured still needed to be garrisoned. Therefore, the development of the territory was still crucial, especially the cultivation of talents, which needed to be prioritized. It seems talent recruitment can begin again. Zhuang Hua looked at the system panel contemplating, as this matter relied too much on luck. If the system cannot provide me with educated talents, I can only seek help from my father-in-law. His father-in-law was naturally King Lance of the Ryan Kingdom. He had given the country to himself, so asking for a few talents for himself should not be too much. I am also doing this for the development of the kingdom. After Zhuang Hua figured this out, he smiled. Then he handed over the more than 60 knights to Tai Yi. As for the food, it was all transported back to Twin Tower City. My lord, weren't you going on a diplomatic mission? How come you brought back so much food? Even brought back so many knights? Food is the foundation of city development, while knights are crucial combat forces in this world. Other countries might spend their entire lives without gathering so many knights. Their lord only went to negotiate with other countries and could bring back so much. Even Xiao He had to be shocked. It was hard to refuse their hospitality, but what could I do? Xiao He, how is the population introduction plan going? When it came to serious matters, Xiao He also became serious. My lord, in the past few days I first recruited young and strong individuals from the surrounding towns, while promoting the policy benefits, successfully resolving the labor issues in the Orc Ridge. However, the effect of this population migration is not significant. It has only attracted less than 1,000 people. Working and moving are two different matters. As long as there are results, that is enough. Moreover, these young and strong individuals who come to work probably wouldn't want to go back in the future. As long as their benefits are in place, they will also become part of his population. After Xiao He finished speaking, he frowned and said, "My lord, our policies are fine. The important thing is that some lords in the towns are unwilling." Zhuang Hua could understand this point, as the development of a territory ultimately relates to people. If his territory has more people, other territories will have fewer people, and naturally others are unwilling. For now, do not dig people from our own towns. Xiao He did not understand. For the territory to develop, people were essential. If not from the towns of the Ryan Kingdom, where else could he dig? Zhuang Hua smiled and said, "The population of the Ryan Kingdom is already scarce, and ultimately this place is mine. It's not worth it. Since that's the case, let's dig people from outside. Right next to the 8th defense line is the Kelly Kingdom." Zhuang Hua continued, "Instead of internal strife, it's better to recruit from outside. Every person we recruit strengthens the national power." This idea was good, but Xiao He wondered, will they be willing to come? Will they be willing to come? Perhaps not before, but after Zhuang Hua's actions over the past 2 days, the people in that area had some understanding of him. Moreover, the people of the Kelly Kingdom did not have lives better than those of the Ryan Kingdom. Along the way, he saw that except for the nobility, ordinary people were also suffering from hunger and cold. He believed that as long as he could ensure they had enough to eat, they would definitely come. Just promote it and let the people choose whether to come or not. System recruit talent ending. Congratulations. Master has successfully recruited an educator. An educator. Zhuang Hua blinked in surprise, then excitement surged within him. This time the system did not disappoint him. As a flash of white light shimmered, a young man clad in a Confucian scholar's robe appeared before Zhuang Hua and bowed slightly. "Wang Yangming, at your service, Lord Inhu." Zhuang Hua's eyes widened. Circling Wang Yangming, he asked earnestly, "Are you the famed Wang Yangming, the one who championed the unity of knowledge and action? Does my lord also hold the unity of knowledge and action in esteem?" Wang Yangming's eyes lit up, and his gaze upon Zhuang Hua gleamed with newfound intensity. "Naturally. Knowledge is forged through practice. Knowledge is forged through practice." Wang Yangming savored the phrase thoughtfully, then clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "A profound insight, Lord. Enough. We shall discuss this further another time." Zhuang Hua took Wang Yangming's hand and led him aside to sit down. "Master Wang, I intend to establish an academy within my domain. Its primary purpose will be cultivating administrators. I wish for you to serve as its headmaster. What say you?" "My lord may rest assured." Wang Yangming smiled warmly. To teach and nurture minds has long been my life's deepest aspiration. I accept without hesitation. As for administrative talent, we must proceed step by step. First and foremost, we require individuals capable of governing a single county. Zhuang Hua reminded him gravely. Hearing this, Wang Yangming chuckled. Indeed, a swift, tangible result. Yet true mastery transcends the confines of a single county. I advocate lifelong learning. Excellent. Zhuang Hua nodded in full agreement. Whether or not this was the Wang Yangming remained uncertain, but even these few exchanges revealed a mind far from ordinary. Still, he penned a letter to Lands requesting that several additional educators be dispatched to assist Wang Yangming. And without competent personnel, he dared not even wage war. For seizing a realm is easy, preserving it profoundly difficult. Once Wang Yangming had been settled, Zhuang Hua stretched languidly. Even with the system's enhancement of his physique, such sustained intensity was taxing. Lord Zhuang Hua. At that moment Alina entered the study, her voice soft and gentle. You've labored long. Why not soak in the hot springs? Hot springs, and Zhuang Hua paused bewildered. He had no idea Twin Tower City possessed hot springs. Alina explained, while I was away I commissioned the construction of a thermal pool behind the castle, and with fire elemental magic I maintain its water at a perfectly soothing temperature. It rivals the hot springs of the royal estate in every respect. Would you care to try it? Alina gazed at Zhuang Hua with hopeful anticipation, fearing he might decline. You've gone to great lengths, and to deny being moved would be impossible. And after all this time, only Alina had considered such thoughtful details. Your satisfaction is all I ask. I do, truly I do, Zhuang Hua smiled. Then let us go and enjoy those hot springs together. Lord Zhuang Hua, please go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. No, absolutely not. Zhuang Hua seized her hand firmly and declared, you must accompany me to inspect the quality of the hot springs construction. Let us go. Very well. And they walked toward the hot springs, Alice trailing behind. Her expression complex, yet within moments resolve hardened in her eyes. Sister Alice, what are you doing? And upon reaching the springs, as Zhuang Hua and Alina changed into their robes and prepared to enter, Alina noticed Alice had donned a pure white gown. As the Lord's personal guard, I must remain ever at his side. And last time he invited me in, so that protection could be rendered more effectively. Is that so? Alina was perplexed, but gazing upon Alice's solemn, unwavering countenance, suspicion failed to take root. Of course. Come on. Let's all enter. Zhuang Hua sank into the warm water without delay. To bathe alongside two exquisite women. Such luxury would have been unimaginable in his former life. Yet here in this foreign world, it had become reality. And still Alice sat directly opposite him, while Alina sat beside him. Her head bowed, cheeks flushed crimson. Though her figure lacked Alice's voluptuous curves, it possessed its own striking sensuality. And how had he never noticed until now this captivating facet of hers? Lord Zhuang Hua. What are you looking at? Alina trembled with nervousness. This was her first time sharing a bath with a man. Though they were clothed, the water-soaked fabric clung tightly to their skin, rendering modesty little more. What made it more unsettling, yet thrilling, was Zhuang Hua's admiring gaze fixed upon her. Your figure is exquisite. I adore it. And that single sentence deepened Alina's blush immeasurably. Just then the previously silent Alice rose. Her loose white robe now transformed into a silken sheath, accentuating every graceful line of her form. Sister Alice, you... Nothing, merely stretching my limbs. Please continue. But Zhuang Hua's attention had already shifted entirely, leaving Alina instantly overwhelmed by self-doubt. Her body paled in comparison. She had disappointed Lord Zhuang Hua. Lord Zhuang Hua, I have urgent business. I must depart. Zhuang Hua slapped his forehead. Alice had frightened Alina away. Exasperated, he snapped. Alice, was this deliberate? Master, I merely heard. MMPH. And Alice attempted to feign ignorance. But Zhuang Hua had already stepped close, their faces nearly touching. Alice, did you frighten Alina away precisely to secure this moment alone with me? Now that you stand before me so alluring, what am I to do? I obey Master's will. And Alice's ears burned scarlet. Turn around. Zhuang Hua commanded sharply, and Alice complied instantly. Na crisp sharp sound echoed. Alice's entire frame tensed. This is your punishment. Master. And before she could finish, his hand descended again, the sensation strangely intoxicating. He swiftly banished the thought and declared, remain silent unless I speak, else this shall repeat. Enough. The temperature here grows uncomfortably high. I shall retire to rest. Zhuang Hua felt a rising heat. If he lingered, consequences would be inevitable. Yet the next instant Alice's hand grasped his wrist. Master, I am yours. You may do with me as you wish. And you? Zhuang Hua met her gaze. and saw unwavering conviction there, fierce and absolute, as devotion to sacred faith. And yet, it was undeniably seductive. Even Zhuang Hua struggled to retain composure. He searched her eyes and asked quietly, "Do you truly grasp the weight of those words?" "Master, I know precisely what I say. Only, dare you act upon it?" "Dare not." Zhuang Hua was also provoked. He turned to face Alice and coldly said, "I hope you won't regret. You'll find out soon enough." Unlike the fierce sounds coming from within, Elena outside couldn't help but Elena, oh Elena, what a great opportunity you let Alice scare you away from. Now the hot spring she had personally created had become a playground for other women. Elena felt increasingly sorrowful. If she hadn't left, it might have been her inside. However, listening to the sounds from within, she felt a different kind of sensation. It seemed that this behavior was called Nyo. Perhaps I should wait until they finish and ask Sister Alice what that feeling is, but she was destined not to wait. It was only in the later part of the night that Zhuang Hua finally carried Alice back to his chamber. "No way you still dare to provoke me," Alice boldly remarked. Who knew the master was this strong? "If I had known, I wouldn't have scared Elena away." Zhuang Hua curled his lips and tossed her onto his bed before following her up. "What are you doing, master? What do you think?" The next day, System Knight summoned. Ding. Successfully summoned 10 heavy knights. Epic. Summoning 10 at once combined with the 10 he hadn't claimed in Kelly Kingdom, he now had a total of 20. At this rate, it won't be long before he can assemble a 100-man knight squad entirely composed of elite heavy knights from the system. He was one step closer to an army of 10,000. Indeed, good fortune follows red. Zhuang Hua got up. Alice was no longer on the bed, but had changed into armor, standing at the door as if nothing had happened last night. "Doesn't it hurt?" Alice shot him a glance and said indifferently, "Tai came looking for you a long time ago, but was stopped by me." Tai. Zhuang Hua was taken aback. If he came looking for him, it could only mean one thing. Something had happened at the 8th defense line in Golan Highlands. "My lord, what happened?" Tai said solemnly. "While patrolling the 8th defense line, we noticed some movements on Golan Prairie. A small team of 10 orcs has been appearing intermittently. What is your assessment?" Upon hearing the question, Tai replied seriously, "I suspect these orcs may be planning to attack us." Orcs have always been irreconcilable enemies of the human race. Zhuang Hua and the others had been here for 4 or 5 days, yet not a single shadow of an orc had appeared. He had thought that orcs had gone extinct, yet unexpectedly, they suddenly reappeared. "Prepare defenses, and also send someone to guard the pass on the Orc Ridge. You go notify Chao Fong about this. That location is easy to defend, but hard to attack. Besides, Chao Fong still needs to train new soldiers, and isn't suitable to serve as a main force here." "Understood. Keep a close watch on the orc movements. I will head over shortly." Tai left, but Zhuang Hua frowned. After contemplating, he decided to head to the southern prison. "Lord Zhuang Hua, whom do you wish to interrogate?" "Take me to see those 2 orcs." To understand the enemy, one must start from the enemy's own kind. Relying on mere speculation wouldn't reveal the true intentions of the orcs. "Lord Zhuang Hua, this is the orcs' little leader Yazan." "Yazan, this is our Lord Zhuang Hua. Cooperate." Upon hearing this, Yazan immediately straightened up and loudly declared, "I will definitely cooperate with Lord Zhuang Hua." Then he flatteringly added, "Lord Zhuang Hua, whatever you command, I will surely obey." This obsequious demeanor, if it weren't for the orc guy, Zhuang Hua would have thought a sycophant had appeared. "So, how much do you know about the orcs on Golan Prairie?" "Golan Prairie. Moreover, there are more human slaves in their territory, which are all the result of transactions between nobles and orcs." Yazan sneered, "Speaking of which, the slaves Moreover, there are more human slaves in their territory, which are all the result of transactions between nobles and orcs." Yazan sneered, "Speaking of which, the slaves appearing in our Orc Ridge came from there." "What?" Zhuang Hua did not expect such a reason. "Since you are clear about their transactions, how much do you know about the orcs on Golan Prairie?" Golan Prairie. Yazan felt a bit awkward. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Lord Zhuang Hua, our Orc Ridge is merely a small place. The orc tribes on Golan Prairie completely ignore us. To them, we are a land of barbarians who, apart from a few who trade with us, the rest do not allow us to interact, let alone understand them." Zhuang Hua nodded. "Orc Ridge is a basin, and it is indeed not easy to trade with Golan Prairie. Furthermore, there are quite a few orc tribes here. However, their numbers do not pose a threat to human survival. No wonder only Leon and Charles led a small number of soldiers to garrison here. Because this place is not the main battlefield. However, I do know a bit of offbeat news about these orcs." Zhuang Hua even had someone bring a stool. Yazan unceremoniously sat down, but his mouth never slipped. Yazan heard that there is a tree city in Golan Prairie seemingly called the Forest of Watchers. This place does not belong to any tribe, and is an absolute neutral ground. Their all orc clans cannot attack each other, and it is also the largest human trafficking base. Is that true? "Lord Zhuang Hua, I can only rely on hearsay. After all, I am a small fry and cannot visit such a place. However, with your capabilities, taking that place would be a piece of cake." I hope it helps you. Zhuang Hua nodded looking at Yazan, and said, "You are quite perceptive unlike other orcs. This is because of your impressive presence, Lord Zhuang Hua." The flattery made Zhuang Hua involuntarily shiver. Wasn't it said that orcs never serve as slaves? Why does Yazan seem so sycophantic? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? If I truly went to that forest of watchers, would I then face an ambush from your orc clan? Then would you use this to achieve your revenge against me, eh? After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, the previously happy Yazan suddenly froze. He hurriedly knelt down. Lord Zhuang Hua, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Every word I said is true. Although this is hearsay, at least 70 to 80% of it is real. As for seeking revenge against you, that is an entirely baseless claim. My admiration for you flows like a river endlessly, just like. All right. Zhuang Hua quickly interrupted him and said impatiently, "Let's leave it at that, or I'll have the guard bring you extra provisions." "Thank you, Lord Zhuang Hua." Yazan watched Zhuang Hua's retreating figure, feeling ecstatic. Indeed, the words of the people here really hold weight. Why hadn't I noticed before how many talented individuals humans have? What they say really makes Lord Zhuang Hua happy. Yazan lamented, "I truly wasted my life before." Returning to the palace, Zhuang Hua became serious. With the beastmen preparing to take action, he had to be cautious. However, the news from Yazan made him even more concerned. The Watcher's Forest is the largest trading market for the beastmen, indicating a substantial population there. If we take it down my territory, we'll have more people, which is a ready-made solution to the population problem. However, if the Watcher's Forest is truly the trading center of the beastmen, it must be the heart of their tribe. A single thread pulled can move the entire body. Yet Yazan's words only represented part of the picture. There might be other ways to verify the information. Zhuang Hua thought of a suitable person. At the construction site, more than a dozen witches were diligently crafting cement, their expressions serious, yet smiles adorned their faces. "Lord Zhuang Hua." "Anna," Zhuang Hua asked with a smile, "in one day you will be able to leave. Do you have any thoughts?" "Leave?" Anna was taken aback, recalling her agreement with Zhuang Hua about 10 days of work. She glanced at the other witches, feeling a twinge of reluctance. In these days they had fully integrated into Twin Tower City, where whether commoners or knights, there was no prejudice against their identities as witches. They were treated as capable, ordinary people, which made them feel the meaning of being alive. "This place is wonderful. One could say it's our distant utopia." Utopia, this was Anna's highest praise for Twin Tower City. Zhuang Hua smiled, looking at Anna seriously. "I have mentioned before that if you wish to stay longer, I represent Twin Tower City in welcoming you. Your status here will be just like everyone else's, with no differences whatsoever." "Thank you." Anna smiled, looking at the other witches seriously. "If my sisters are willing to stay, then let them stay. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua sensed Anna's intention to leave. "I am different from them. I have my own mission. The Witch Alliance." Zhuang Hua thought of that organization. Anna nodded, saying earnestly, "Members like Lilith are peripheral members of the Witch Alliance, but I am different. I am a formal member. The Witch Alliance was established to save the human race in the territories of other races. We aim to let the human race see that witches are not as evil as they imagine. However, your actions over the years should have failed. The Holy Temple has not changed its attitude towards you. Perhaps. But our original intention to save the human race has not changed." Anna looked at Zhuang Hua and smiled. "I cannot change the strength of Twin Tower City while I am here. Moreover, Lilith is a very promising newcomer. With the magical tools you gave her, she will eventually become a powerful witch on her own. My leaving will not affect Twin Tower City." Zhuang Hua did not try to persuade her, saying earnestly, "I respect your decision. However, I have some questions I would like to ask you." Anna was taken aback, smiling. "Please go ahead. How much do you know about the Gaolon Prairie and the Watcher's Forest?" Upon hearing these two names, Anna's expression instantly grew serious. She said in a low voice, "The Gaolon Prairie is vast home to 10 beastman tribes. Almost all of their young adults are warriors, and we witches have suffered considerable casualties in this place. As for the Watcher's Forest," Anna hesitated for a moment, gritting her teeth, "that is the holy land of the beastmen. They can not only buy human slaves there, but even us witches and sorceresses are auctioned off there. That place is a forbidden ground for humans. The Witch Alliance has tried several times to enter and rescue people, but, without exception, all have failed." At this point, Anna's expression turned exceptionally pained. She clenched her hands tightly, whispering, "We left behind a group of poor sisters, and that was all we accomplished." "So strong." Zhuang Hua was taken aback. It is known that witches have extremely cunning methods. Even when Zhuang Hua wanted to keep witches like Moon Demon, he needed Elena to cast a binding spell. Now a trading center of the beastmen could actually retain witches and even auction them off as slaves. There are many beastman warriors there. That is not the main issue. A trace of fear appeared in Anna's eyes as she murmured, "There is a beast man. His strength is such that even the great witch among us cannot contend with him. His level has likely already reached that of a holy witch. Another new term. Junior witch, intermediate witch, great witch, and now a holy witch. How strong is a holy? Zhuang Hua asked in confusion. How many legions can she withstand? I don't know. Anna answered without hesitation, a bitter smile on her face. The legend says that the Holy Temple fears witches because of a holy witch from back then. The Holy Temple possesses 10 round table knights and a knight order of thousands. This scale is absolutely top-notch among the nations of this region. Such strength would actually fear a holy witch. Zhuang Hua had also experienced the power of a great witch who was one level below a holy witch. Back then Moon Demon was already on the threshold of becoming a great witch and even summoned a demon dragon, which is now Scott's mouth. I cannot explain it to you. In short, that person is beyond all strength. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua grew more puzzled. He curiously asked, if that is the case, why do the beast men allow the Witch Alliance, and even the humans, to exist? With such formidable strength, can the human race still contend with them? I don't know. Since the existence of that person became known, he has never left the Watcher's Forest. I see. Zhuang Hua became serious as well. He had been quite successful in the Beastman Ridge and the Kelly. He thought that the world's strength was limited, but after what Anna said, that individual may not have left the Watcher's Forest, yet his existence had turned countless humans into slaves. Lord Zhuang Hua, do you intend to take action against the Watcher's Forest? I need the people there. Zhuang Hua stated frankly, this is not only to save them, but also for the development of Twin Tower City. Lord Zhuang Hua, I admire your actions, but I do not recommend that you take action against the Watcher's Forest. Well, see. Zhuang Hua does not believe in invincible beings. If they really exist, it must be that his strength is not strong enough. Lord Zhuang Hua, I am not trying to scare you. Doing so would be truly dangerous. Anna. Zhuang Hua looked at her seriously. When you went to the Watcher's Forest, you knew the dangers there, right? It's different. Nothing is different. It's all to save people. I believe as long as I understand my enemies well enough, I will definitely win. Anna fell silent, looking at Zhuang Hua. That person's strength is such that even 1,000 knights attacking at once would have no chance of winning. Are you still going? Hehe. If 1,000 people are not enough, then let it be 10,000. If 10,000 are not enough, I'll call for 100,000. Zhuang Hua declared with unwavering resolve. As long as he is a living being, I can outlast him. Anna smirked. This Lord Zhuang Hua must be crazy. The population of Twin Tower City is not even 1,000, yet he dares to mention hundreds of thousands. Anyway, I've said all that needs to be said. The other tribes of the Galan grassland are strong, but they are still within the range of combat. As for the Watchful Forest, let's not go there. Having said that, Anna was about to return to her work, but Zhuang Hua looked at her and said, Miss Anna, are you willing? Your sisters are still suffering over there. Don't you or your alliance behind you want to save them? Anna's footsteps. She looked at Zhuang Hua, her expression serious. Lord Zhuang Hua, wanting and being able to do are two different things. I know, but I want to give it a try. Are you willing to help me? He said earnestly. There's no need for the Witch Alliance to charge in the front. I only need you to provide support. They'll take the lead and you can retreat at any time. This way you wouldn't dare, would you? Anna gritted her teeth. It's not that we dare not, it's. Then come. Zhuang Hua extended his hand and looked at Anna. Miss Anna, the only one willing to help you is me, and only me. These words struck at Anna's heart. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back and grasped Zhuang Hua's hand. I can help you, and I can even help you contact the witches of the Galan grassland. However, if things become impossible, you must retreat. That is of course, Zhuang Hua said as he shook Anna's hand, which made her blush a bit. She withdrew her hand and said, tomorrow I will set off to make contact. Thank you for your hard work. Zhuang Hua watched Anna flee in a panic, feeling somewhat helpless. His actions were entirely instinctive. This Anna, her hands are indeed slippery. He truly did not do it on purpose. I'm not a pervert. I hope there's no misunderstanding. After finishing the conversation with Anna, Zhuang Hua took his men to the Golan Heights at the 8th defense line. My lord, what's the situation on the other side? Tai, he said gravely, 3 waves of scouts have already come today, or it seems they are deliberately testing us. Testing? Zhuang Hua raised an eyebrow. When did the orc race become so agile? Indeed, but I want to catch one alive. Every time we move they slip away. No problem. Zhuang Hua thought for a moment and directly called for Scott. Master, you take the dragon and patrol the grassland. The important thing is to observe the situation of the orcs on the grassland. Got it. Scott nodded. By the way, Zhuang Hua recalled Anna's words and quickly added, also do not enter the range of the Watchful Forest. Understood. The main thing is that Anna spoke too ominously. If that which is truly that powerful, if Scott goes in, it would be like a meat bun thrown to a dog, no return. Before fully understanding the enemy's strength, he would not act recklessly. However, he would not let the orcs outside the Watchful Forest go. My lord, shall we take the initiative? Of course. Zhuang Hua looked at the soldiers training below and said seriously, only through the baptism of actual combat can one become elite. Aren't these orcs supposed to be fast? Zhuang Hua sneered, "Well, catch them in a trap, and see how they run." Understood. With Scott as the dragon knight, his vision was much clearer. Moreover, once the dragon flew high enough, the orcs would not be able to detect its presence. It can be said that these orcs were completely exposed. Master, there are orc scouts active in these 3 areas. Each team has 10 men. And here, Scott pointed to a location and said, "Seriously, I discovered a squad of orcs with a full 100. It seems that this is their outpost." An outpost? Zhuang Hua became serious and asked, "Are there any enemies within a 20-mile radius?" Scott shook his head. There was no one. If they didn't wipe this outpost, these orcs would think they were easy to bully. You lead our heavy cavalry along with 200 light cavalry to take this outpost. Tyre, you take 90 men divided into 3 teams to take down the 3 orc scout teams. Understood. Now there are 200 heavy infantry and 800 ordinary infantry, making for a strong army. However, compared to the elite produced by Tai Yi's system, those 800 infantry were just rookies. And Tai Yi's heavy cavalry, aside from the 70 called by the system, were the 69 knights brought back from the Kelly kingdom. Wait, what does our leaving the city mean? There are orcs wandering outside. Quiet. Tai Yi looked at the group of knights and said lightly, "No matter where you come from as soldiers obeying orders, if the Lord orders us to kill orcs, then the orcs deserve to die 1,000 deaths." After Tai Yi finished speaking, he sneered, "This time the enemy is 100 orc outpost. Whoever dares to take a step back, my big blade will surely fall on his head first." The crowd exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably that Zhuang Hua's subordinates were truly the embodiment of knights. This is the pursuit of their knights. Tai Yi was also puzzled. Why did the eyes of these knights become more and more fervent? However, a high morale is a good thing. Only Zhuang Hua knew that this was the effect of the tiger talisman. As long as he was present, even rookies would dare to charge forward with their blades. With Scott leading the way, Tai Yi and the others smoothly took down all the orc warriors. However, not a single one was left alive. My lord, these orcs chose to commit suicide when they realized they were about to be captured. Committed suicide. Zhuang Hua did not expect the orcs to have such spirit. Tai Yi nodded. They shouted that orcs never become slaves, and then killed themselves. This really shows their... He had thought that all orcs were like Yazan, who would declare never to be a slave one moment, and then kneel and beg for mercy the next. Forget it. Zhuang Hua did not care. With these outposts gone, the forces behind them would never let it go. When they come again, capturing them would be the same. On the other side, Shao, he led people in the border town of the Kelly kingdom to promote the welfare of migrating to Twin Tower City, which caused a sensation. The ordinary citizens were excited. The local nobles were furious. What does the Lord of Twin Tower City mean? Daring to come to our Kelly kingdom to snatch people? Does he think we are made of clay? My lord, why don't you stop it? The lord of the border town sighed and looked at everyone. Everyone, have you forgotten about the church massacre that happened 2 days ago? Even Duke Timmy paid a ransom of 100,000 gold coins. And the mastermind behind all this is precisely the Lord of Twin Tower City. After saying this, he looked at everyone and said, "Who among you can deal with this person and stop them? I will not interfere." The crowd fell silent. If it were this person, then they had spoken too loudly just now. Then shall we just watch them take away our people? I have already reported to the royal city. The Lord looked at everyone and said, "Don't be too surprised. They are just a bunch of lowly commoners. If they leave, then let them. At least it saves us from having some unstable factors within the territory." However, the departure of the commoners would primarily affect their income, increasing labor costs. I just hope that these commoners can find their way back, or that the kingdom can come up with effective countermeasures. Zhuang Hua was unaware of the thoughts of these nobles. He watched as Shao he sent batch after batch of commoners to the territory. A smile could not be contained at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was much easier to profit from outsiders. Well done, keep it up. However, the development of the Orc Ridge cannot stop. Having food is always the most important matter. As long as these people can always have enough to eat, they would not leave here. With the increase in population and urban development, prosperity continued to rise. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Lord system unlocked new features. Master, it's time to rest. Alice. Zhuang Hua looked at Alice and nodded, saying, "Why are you holding the rope? You have worked hard. Shouldn't you take a bath first?" Zhuang Hua was puzzled. This should have been a concern of his little assistant Elena, yet now Alice was reminding him. No, this woman had ulterior motives. What she truly cared about was him. "You wouldn't." "Master, I wouldn't be reckless. I only want you to take a hot bath for your comfort." Seeing her earnestness, Zhuang Hua believed her. "In that case, I shall take one." However, when Zhuang Hua sat in the tub, Alice also entered the tub wearing a robe. "You, Master, this is just to make it more convenient to protect you and relieve your worries. You little fairy." System summoned the knights. It was another new day, and Zhuang Hua opened his eyes refreshed while Alice stood at the door unchanged like a straight spear. This woman had 2 faces, one for night and one for day. "My lord, there is an urgent military report." At that moment, Tai Yi hurriedly rushed in, forcing Zhuang Hua to abandon his teasing of Alice and attend to Tai Yi. It's early in the morning. What is the military situation? My Lord Scott discovered this morning that a new group of orc troops appeared at the site of the orc outpost last night. But there are quite a number of them. Tai's expression was grave as he stated preliminary estimates indicate the presence of at least 3,000 orc warriors, clearly the main force of an orc tribe. However, it's surprising that there could be so many orc warriors in a single tribe. My lord, with so many of them, should we take the initiative to attack? 3,000 people. Zhuang Hua pondered for a moment before replying seriously, what is the target of these people? Tai thought for a moment and said solemnly, it seems these people are not heading towards the defense line. They have sent someone to the watchful forest. The watchful forest. Zhuang Hua frowned. Why would so many people go to the watchful forest? Stay vigilant. Do not take the initiative to attack for now. 3,000 people, regardless of the past or present, this is a large number. It should be noted that during the previous battle at the Orc Ridge, the total number of orcs was not this many. The Gaolon Prairie was indeed different from what he knew. Report. At that moment a soldier rushed in anxiously saying, my lord, a large number of orcs are approaching. Zhuang Hua questioned, according to your previous report, these people should be several dozen miles away. My Lord Scott indeed discovered a large number of orc warriors at that outpost. Could it be that there are other orc warriors that we haven't detected? Let's go take a look at the city wall. Zhuang Hua did not make an immediate decision. When they reached the city wall, they indeed saw a large number of orcs, at least 1,000. My lord, the inexplicable assembly of these orcs must have some hidden agenda. There certainly was a hidden agenda, but regardless of what the orc tribe's motive was, it was undoubtedly aimed at the human race. My lord, the other side is encircling, but not attacking, and remains silent. As should we extend a greeting? Yes, we should greet them. Zhuang Hua chuckled, and then commanded, let Scott launch a fierce attack on their formation. Be careful. Make sure he doesn't get carried away and utilizes the power a dragon knight should have. Understood. Shortly after, Scott flew out from the defense line on his dragon, his massive figure causing panic among the orc army outside. Humans, how could they possibly collaborate with the Great Witch? Where did they get a dragon? This is bad. The dragon is coming towards us. Prepare for defense. The orc army quickly organized, but Scott had no intention of holding back. Dragon, unleash your fiery breath with full force. Roar. The dragon let out a long howl, and then spewed forth a scorching flame from the sky, directly inflicting massive casualties among the orc army. They also attempted to retaliate, but the dragon flew too high, making it impossible to hit. So powerful. The soldiers watching were all wide-eyed, realizing that their lord had a dragon rider. Every day was spent flying around and conducting reconnaissance, yet when it came to combat, they were equally formidable. If they faced a dragon, they wouldn't even know how to resist. Only Zhuang Hua at that moment understood the valor of Long Yin and his companions. They could shoot down dragons while Scott and his team could still contend with the dragon. Such strength had exceeded expectations. Regardless of whether it was knight summoning or battle rewards, even the most ordinary heavy cavalry was an elite among common folks. And then there was Alice, who possessed special skills, and even had tiger and leopard cavalry. As for battle rewards, a ceremonial squad was already impressive enough. At that moment, Zhuang Hua looked at the orcs with growing anticipation. These were all experienced babies for him. The watchful forest was formidable. As long as he could farm for more rewards, he could easily flatten the watchful forest. With that thought, the battle below had already ended. After losing more than half their troops, the orcs directly fled. Want to run? Zhuang Hua sneered and directly accessed the mercenary function. Buy me 1,000 heavy cavalry. Oh, I want these orcs to come and not return. Ding. 20,000 gold coins deducted. Successfully purchased 1,000 heavy cavalry. Please specify the combat location. Zhuang Hua pointed directly at the fleeing orcs. Appear in front of them, leave none alive. When the 1,000 heavy cavalry appeared, the orcs were stunned. When did these human cavalry show up? Charge in. But no matter how fierce the orcs were, facing the charge of 1,000 heavy cavalry was like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Moreover, Scott and the dragon behind did not hold back. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a sniper battle. Reward 1 paladin. Paladin. This was the first time Zhuang Hua had heard such a name. Could it be that this is an existence on par with the holy sorceress? System error, forcefully fixing. Damn. Zhuang Hua smirked, thinking he might face a high-end combat force, which would make him less wary of the Watchers. Correction successful. Reward Knight upgrade. Card 1 Knight upgrade card can enhance the strength of a knight. Are there levels among knights? Zhuang Hua was puzzled. He really didn't understand this aspect. Most of the knights around him were obtained through the system. The other knights were not much better, with the stronger ones only at the level of Iron E, while others were clearly weaker. Now this card informed him that knights could indeed be promoted. Interesting. Although he couldn't attain the status of a paladin, this item was still quite good. The last time he encountered those divine bestowers from the church, Alice had struggled somewhat. If she were to be upgraded, how strong would she become? Alice. Master. Alice was puzzled, feeling Zhuang Hua's intense gaze, which made her heart race. Could it be that she had attracted him too much to the point where he no longer cared about the situation? Damn, if he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so impulsively. What are you thinking? Nothing. Alice dodged his gaze, offering a vague response. However, Zhuang Hua didn't mind. He looked at Alice and said, "In a moment I will use a magical power on you, and then you tell me what you feel." After saying this, Zhuang Hua directly used the Knight upgrade card. As the card disappeared, a dazzling golden light radiated from Alice, then returned to calm. "How does it feel?" Zhuang Hua was curious. Alice clenched her fist, and then said seriously, "Master, I now feel that my body has broken through its limits, and even the power of holy light has reached a new level." "Oh, could it be that you've become a paladin?" "Paladin?" Alice, not confused by the term, shook her head, and explained, "Not nearly. Paladins are generally only true favored ones of the gods who have the opportunity to become paladins after receiving divine blessings. Such power is beyond all others. So is there a standard for measuring the strength of each other among you now?" Alice shook her head at this, but said seriously, "From what I understand of the Temple Knights, the members of the Temple Knights should be about on par with Captain Iron. The Knight Commander would be comparable to Scott and Evan. As for me now, I am equivalent to their round table." After saying this, Alice said seriously, "Of course, these are just functional categories. In the military, strength does not always prevail. Even at my level, I can't guarantee a complete retreat in a large-scale battle." Zhuang Hua understood the distinctions among knights. As for ordinary knights, they were not even comparable to the regular knights of the temple. This temple knights was something indeed. Alright, as long as they can protect me. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but that living meant all possibilities remained. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Soon Scott returned, saying seriously, "Master, although this orc team is gone, there are still 3,000 orc warriors 20 miles away. In addition to that..." Scott paused before continuing, "I have also discovered that at least 8 groups of orc auras are approaching." 8 groups. Adding the outpost and the orc army I eliminated, there are a total of 10 groups of orc armies. Could it be that the orc tribes have already conspired to launch a full-scale attack and seize the 8th defense line? Continue monitoring, but you should also occasionally fly over the orc army to let them know we're not made of mud." Zhuang Hua ordered the complete destruction of the orc army to strike fear into them. If it passed quietly, it would all be for nothing. However, with so many orc armies, while he could hire mercenaries to deal with them, he couldn't rely solely on them. Perhaps it would be beneficial to exert some pressure on the Kelly Kingdom. Defending here also protects them. At that moment, a swarm of butterflies flew in, transforming into Anna's form. "Master Zhuang Hua." "Miss Anna." Zhuang Hua was somewhat surprised, as Anna should still be at the construction site. However, her expression seemed off. "Master Zhuang Hua, there has been a change in the Watcher's Forest." "What?" Zhuang Hua was taken aback, excitedly asking, "Could it be that the powerful shaman of the orc tribe is gone?" "Not at all." Zhuang Hua felt somewhat disappointed. He was currently so restrained precisely because of that shaman's presence. Then what change could there be in the Watcher's Forest? "Did you not tell me to contact the Sisters of the Alliance?" "I have made contact," she said earnestly. The sister monitoring the Watcher's Forest discovered that it is preparing to hold the grandest auction ceremony. The one from the Watcher's Forest will personally present an item for auction. If the leader of that tribe can win the bid, he will become the king of the Golan Plains. That is the appointed king. "Master Zhuang Hua, if the orc tribes on the plains unite, it will be extremely difficult for us to rescue the humans trapped on the plains in the future. Moreover, if they unite, they will launch an assault on the 8th defense line. These orc tribes are not small tribes like Orc Ridge. Each tribe is at least twice the size of the Lushan. This means that if these orcs are willing, they can gather an army of at least 20,000 orcs." "So what do you mean?" "I don't know. With so many orc tribe leaders gathering in the Watcher's Forest, our people wouldn't dare to approach at all. I just wanted to remind you to be prepared. It is necessary to cooperate with the allied forces, otherwise, the 8th defense line will be in danger." "There is indeed danger, but it does not require me to compromise with the allied forces." "Miss Anna, I believe this is an opportunity." Zhuang Hua analyzed. "With so many orc leaders and armies gathering, if we can capture them all, we can easily eliminate the orcs on this plain. In that case, we can save even more humans." "Exterminate." Anna looked at Zhuang Hua in disbelief, saying seriously, "Master Zhuang Hua, did you hear what I just said? This place has almost gathered all the tribe leaders on the plains, and each of these leaders brought a large army, while you have a heavy cavalry of over 1,000 men, as well as a dragon knight. But in the face of such numbers, let alone encircling and annihilating them, even resisting them, is a problem. I think you should focus on defense, and then contact the humans to see if you can hold this place." Zhuang Hua understood Anna's distrust. After all, he couldn't explain the system to her directly. "You don't need to worry, I'm not foolish." Anna pouted. Zhuang Hua laughed, saying, "But this is an opportunity. It all depends on whether your witch alliance dares to come. Opportunities only come once." Anna has left. Zhuang Hua smiled. It was time to uncover the secrets of the Watchful Forest. However, before that he should meet the king and queen of the Kelly Kingdom. Scott, take me to the royal city of the Kelly Kingdom. Yes. This was Zhuang Hua's first time riding on the back of a dragon. The sensation of soaring through the skies truly uplifted his spirits, even making him wish to make the dragon his personal steed. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. He was a lord, there was no need for him to engage in battle directly, only to strategize from behind the scenes and secure victory from afar. The dragon, being a powerful hellish creature capable of flight, was a rare asset in battle. That said, the dragon did fly incredibly fast. In just over half an hour it crossed several towns and arrived directly at the Kelly Royal City. Of course, when the dragon descended, the Kelly Royal City was thrown into chaos. They had recently lost dozens of knights after all. Even the 4 great commanders were gone. If this dragon had come to destroy the royal city, it would spell disaster for the Kelly Kingdom. Wait, there are people up there. They are coming down. The dragon did not attack, but directly arrived at the palace. Isn't that the lord from the Ryan Kingdom? This dragon actually belongs to him. Zhuang Hua ignored the murmurs from the crowd and looked at the guards at the door, saying, "Please inform your king and queen that Zhuang Hua has arrived." Lord Zhuang Hua. At that moment, Augustus rushed out anxiously from inside and bowed to Zhuang Hua. Lord Zhuang Hua, I didn't expect you to come in person. The king and queen are already waiting for you in the great hall. That's excellent. Zhuang Hua smiled and followed Augustus into the city. Meanwhile, Scott rode the dragon and took to the skies again, circling above the royal city. This scene left Augustus feeling anxious, fearing that Zhuang Hua might order an attack. Fortunately, nothing of it. In the great hall, Zhuang Hua met King Roll and Queen Mia once again. Count Zhuang Hua, may I ask why you have come? Roll spoke cautiously. The pressure from the dragon compelled him to be wary. Even Mia had abandoned her lofty demeanor and spoke softly, saying, "Yes, Count Zhuang Hua, if you have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak directly." Huh. Zhuang Hua chuckled. Was this the benefit of power? However, he shook his head and said, "King Roll, Queen Mia, it's not that I have something to discuss, but rather that disaster is about to befall the Kelly Kingdom." What? Roll was taken aback, then frowned and said, "Count Zhuang Hua, your people are promoting a policy of population migration within our Kelly Kingdom. We did not obstruct it. Even if some nobles have some minor schemes, it shouldn't lead to war between our two nations, right?" In the past, Roll would never have spoken in such a low tone, but since Zhuang Hua's last visit, they had suffered heavy losses, including the abduction of 70 knights. It could be said that the Kelly Kingdom was severely weakened. Now, with Zhuang Hua arriving on a dragon, the impact was undeniable. Roll couldn't help but ponder. "Yes, although I was wrong last time, you also earned nearly 1,000,000 gold coins." Mia gritted her teeth and said, "Why take things that far?" "I admit it was because of my nephew Leon, but rest assured regarding him, the Kelly Kingdom will never act against you. What do you think?" "I didn't expect that. Knight Leon is also Queen Mia's nephew, but I have no acquaintance with him, so there should be no enmity." This? Mia felt a bit awkward. Indeed, Leon and Zhuang Hua had no real connection. It was merely because Leon had falsely reported military information that led to him being reprimanded by the coalition headquarters. Mia, unable to bear it, intended to stand up for him. Looking back now, she truly regretted her decision. "Forget it, I don't want to discuss those past matters any longer. I'm not here to threaten you both, but to inform you of the impending disaster facing the Kelly Kingdom." "Not you." Mia was puzzled. Aside from Zhuang Hua, what other enemies could the Kelly Kingdom have? "Do you know what the 8th defensive line is meant for?" Both of them replied in unison, "To defend against the orc race." "That's right," Zhuang Hua said seriously. "To be honest, the coalition has already abandoned our Ryan Kingdom. As the lord of the Ryan Kingdom, I have no obligation to protect you." Mia exchanged a glance with Roll, gravely saying then, "Count Zhuang Hua, why not return the defensive line to the coalition?" "Huh." Zhuang Hua sneered, curling his lips, and said, "Queen, it's best not to speak of meaningless things. The issue is, even if I wanted to return the defensive line to them, they wouldn't want it." "How is that possible?" Seeing their disbelief, Zhuang Hua took out a crystal ball, which he had asked Lilith to. As the contents of the crystal ball were displayed, Zhuang Hua scoffed. "You can see for yourselves a gathering of over 10 tribes with at least 10,000 orc warriors. Looking at both of you, how many knights and soldiers do you think it would take to stop these orcs? The coalition, even if they mobilized their troops, would need at least a month, and even then they might not be able to gather them. I, on the other hand, don't mind. As long as I can retreat to the 9th defensive line and rely on the canyon's natural defenses, I can hold them off to some extent. But the Kelly Kingdom will become an orc's backyard." Upon hearing this, Roll and Mia's expressions turned grim. They had heard of this crystal ball, a toy of the witch that could not be faked. However, Mia still composed herself and said, "I presume Count Zhuang Hua did not come here merely to inform us of this news. You must have a solution to propose." "Truly clever." Zhuang Hua wore a difficult expression and said, "After all, there are many citizens from the Kelly Kingdom in my Twin Tower City, and they would not wish for their homeland to fall. Therefore, for the sake of our friendship, I had to come and inform you. However, I can hold the 8th defensive line, even with all my strength. But this is not solely my responsibility. Understood, understood. King Roll quickly interjected. We the Kelly Kingdom are willing to provide supplies and funds to support the defense of the 8th defensive line. Not enough. Zhuang Hua shook his head and said seriously, I also need people young and strong, a large number of them. He added earnestly, that is an army of over 10,000 orcs. My few men are not enough. I need to conscript from you. At the same time, take away the families of those soldiers. He explained, only when they know that they are defending the country and can protect their family's safety will they be willing to fight to the death. Zhuang Hua looked at the two and said calmly, anyway, the plan is up to you, you decide, I don't mind. The two hesitated for a moment and said, why not Count Zhuang Hua, take a seat first, and I will give you a response tomorrow. No way. Half an hour. Zhuang Hua said seriously, I need your answer in half an hour, if not I will return directly. Retreat also takes time. If the orcs attack suddenly, I need to protect myself. Half an hour. The two were anxious, but seeing the serious expression on Zhuang Hua's face, they felt helpless. Luo Air immediately summoned the ministers to begin discussions, during which Zhuang Hua was also arranged to enjoy songs and dances. Fortunately, when Zhuang Hua had seen enough, Luo Air finally walked over. Have you made your decision? Yeah, Luo Air said seriously, we agree to your conditions. We are willing to offer 500,000 gold coins, 500,000 pounds of food, and 5,000 able-bodied men along with their families. 5,000 people along with their families would amount to at least 20,000 individuals. Indeed, it was quite a good offer, but Zhuang Hua shook his head and said 5,000 is still insufficient, not even enough to cover the orcs' leftovers, and the main force should be my people. Zhuang Hua extended a finger and calmly stated 10,000 able-bodied men, and they will be recruited by my people in each town. If you don't agree, then forget it. Zhuang Hua pretended to leave, and Mia, seeing this, spoke up, we agree to your terms. Luo Air, seeing this, could only nod helplessly and said, I hope Count Zhuang Hua can keep his promise and ensure the safety of the Kelly Kingdom. I will do my best. Zhuang Hua smiled, calling for Scott, and then mounted the dragon's back. He looked at Luo Air and Mia and said, tomorrow, I will send people to collect the food and gold coins and to recruit soldiers. After saying this, Zhuang Hua soared into the sky and left the Kelly Kingdom. After he departed, Luo Air frowned and said, Your Majesty, has there been no response from the AOL Kingdom? There is. Mia gritted her teeth and said, they told me that the orcs are indeed gathering and will definitely attack the 9th defense line. Then why aren't they helping? Upon hearing this, Mia smiled bitterly and said, they said that the orcs will retreat once they reach the defense line and will not advance further. What a lie. Luo Air was so angry he almost laughed, and Mia gritted her teeth and said, so I agreed to Zhuang Hua. Given that he took so many knights from our Kelly Kingdom, how could he defeat the stationed troops of the former 8th defense line and made Oliver suffer a loss? Moreover, he has a dragon. The might of the dragon was well known to them. Although there was a chance to capture it at a cost, such opportunities were rare. Clearly, Zhuang Hua was a person of considerable power. Now we can only hope for him. Sigh. Luo Air also shook his head. He did not say much, only lightly remarked, regardless, from now on the Ryan Kingdom has completely surpassed us. Returning to the defense line, when Zhuang Hua announced this matter, everyone was shocked, not expecting that the Kelly Kingdom would accept such terms. Alright, no need to be shocked anymore. Tomorrow we will divide into 5 teams, 1 team to the royal city to receive food and funds. The other 4 teams will go to various towns in the Kelly Kingdom to recruit able-bodied men. Remember to clearly explain our enlistment benefits and population migration policy. Those recruited will be sent directly to the Orc Ridge. Zhuang Hua did not intend to use these people to deal with the orcs outside. These would be the lifeblood of his territory in the future, so they should be sent to the rear for training. It should be noted that the infantry battalion had been upgraded. Now it could train 200 infantry soldiers at once, and the time had been shortened to 5 days. The elite under his command did not need to fight on the battlefield. They could become seasoned warriors by staying in the infantry battalion for just 5 days. This was his advantage, and he certainly intended to make use of it. As for the orc tribe, he still had the function of mercenaries. If he wanted heavy infantry, he could exchange for 10,000 men at the cost of only 100,000 gold coins. And in the Kelly Kingdom, he had just obtained 500,000 gold coins, so he had nothing to fear. What he needed to be concerned about was merely that wizard in the Watcher Forest, nothing more. What's the situation with the orcs? They have all retreated and are now stationed in the Watcher Forest. It seems they have lost interest in us. Loss of interest is impossible. It must be due to the fact that he decimated that 1,000 orcs, which raised the caution of these orcs. After all, the orcs are not a monolithic group. They came here to establish control over the position of the Grassland King. Later they will definitely take the defense line and invade the human race. I wonder how things are going on his side. For 3 consecutive days, Zhuang Hua not only received money and food, but the personnel responsible for recruitment also returned. To be honest, Zhuang Hua's benefits were irresistible. Those at the bottom of the Kelly Kingdom were living in dire straits. And the benefits Zhuang Hua offered could allow them to live a truly human life. It's a pity that there is only a quota for 10,000 people, or otherwise if there were another 10,000 I could bring them back. If there were more, the Kelly Kingdom would definitely not agree after all their population base is right there. Lord Zhuang Hua, Lord Zhuang Hua. Just then Elena jogged over, her face filled with joy. What's wrong? Just now General Chao from the Orc Ridge sent a letter. He said that the pass at the Orc Ridge has been completed, and they have now begun constructing towns at the Orc Ridge. That's great news. Zhuang Hua was also very pleased. With the pass at the Orc Ridge repaired, he would control the northern gateway from Double Tower City to the Golan Prairie in the Kelly Kingdom. Accordingly, if the enemy wanted to move south, they could only do so through a strong assault. And that's not all. Elena exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, Master Lu designed a type of weapon with tremendous power that can attack targets 4 to 5 miles away. Zhuang Hua was stunned. Could it be artillery? He asked in confusion. Isn't Lu sure a master builder? Can he also make weapons? I don't know. Elena blinked and said seriously, I heard it's as big as a small house and can launch huge stones. That thing could even bring down slightly weaker walls. That's amazing. Zhuang Hua then realized it was a catapult. In fact, there were catapults in this era, but their power was limited. The range was very short and practicality was poor. However, as Elena said, if the range could reach 4 to 5 miles, it would truly be a devastating weapon. It seems that I need to find time to check it out. This thing could allow ordinary soldiers to unleash astonishing lethality. Alright, if I have time I will go take a look. Just then Anna also appeared. She looked at Zhuang Hua and said the alliance has agreed and is willing to cooperate with your actions, and we have received the specific time for the auction. Zhuang Hua also became serious. Anna continued, in 3 days at noon. 3 days. Zhuang Hua nodded and said, good. Besides that, I need a detailed map of the Watcher Forest. Surely you have one. Map. Anna was taken aback, then shook her head and said, we don't have a map, but we have a shadow stone that contains images of most parts of the Watcher Forest. Give it to me. I need to create a map. A regional map could also clarify the situation in the Watcher Forest, but when it comes to the details of every road and what conditions each place has, a regional map wouldn't suffice. But none of us know how to make a map. Don't worry. Zhuang Hua said confidently, I am skilled at drawing. If it were anything else, he might lack confidence. However, painting is not merely a matter of skill. By referencing the regional map and the recording stone, a delicate little map was completed. In fact, he was fully aware of where the houses and rivers were located. The person who recorded the details also mentioned the names of the places, so this map was labeled accordingly. Impressive. Elena and the others marveled at the map. It is worth noting that in this era, only a few travelers possessed the skill to draw maps, a skill that even common nobles do not have. But Zhuang Hua was able to do it. Basic skills don't underestimate. Let's gather around, everyone, Zhuang Hua said as he waved his hand, calling everyone closer. Now we need to plan where the venue for the trading fair will be and where that wizard is. Where are the stationed troops of the orc race? Once he got into the zone, Zhuang Hua clearly became and Anna saw a glimmer of hope in this. Perhaps he could really succeed. Miss Anna. Miss Anna. I'm here. Anna felt a bit embarrassed as she had spaced out just now. I'm sorry. It's fine, Zhuang Hua said seriously. Miss Anna, this crucial step requires the support of your alliance. I need everyone who can open a teleportation portal. We have 5 intermediate witches who can all use teleportation portals. 5. Zhuang Hua calculated for a moment and nodded, saying, that's enough. When the time comes, I will need your cooperation to teleport my army near the auction venue at the Watcher's Forest. Additionally, some distant orc troops also need to be teleported. Are you all able to handle it? Zhuang Hua did not forget the considerable energy cost for witches to cast teleportation spells. However, once the action begins, Zhuang Hua certainly cannot constantly summon mercenaries to support the battlefield. Thus, he could only summon them in advance and then deploy them through the witches. We can, Anna replied firmly. We can have the sisters take turns casting. That's good. After finishing, Zhuang Hua looked at everyone and said, we will commence our operation in 3 days. However, Anna asked with confusion, Lord Zhuang Hua, your layout is excellent, but with just this few people here, can it work? Zhuang Hua chuckled. He confidently said, who told you that I only have this few people? Anna was puzzled. She knew Zhuang Hua quite well. Even if they pooled the strengths of the Ryan Kingdom and the Kelly Kingdom, it would be impossible to raise an army to deal with tens of thousands of orcs. Yet he was so confident, Anna couldn't help but feel curious. You'll know when the time comes, but before that I still need to visit the Orc Ridge. If Lucifer's catapult is really good, this battle will have a better chance of success. Miss Anna, would you like to accompany? Anna nodded in agreement. Then Zhuang Hua took Anna and Alice and flew towards the Orc Ridge on the back of it. If they were marching, it would take at least a day to cover this distance, but with the dragon, it only took half an hour. My lord. When Zhuang Hua and the others landed, Chao Feng and Lu Shi had already been waiting for a long time. Master Lu, thank you for your hard work. Zhuang Hua looked at the magnificent fortifications, a smile curling at his lips. It's different to have a master and to not have one. It wasn't hard. Rather, the cement invented by you, my lord, is truly remarkable. Without it, we wouldn't have moved this quickly. That was indeed the truth. Zhuang Hua listened to some other reports before asking, Master Lu, I heard you have researched a certain kind of catapult. Yes. Lu Shi gestured to a certain direction and explained, originally, I just wanted to create something that would make it easier for everyone to retrieve stone materials. It was also a Spuro-Themin idea, by utilizing some simple architectural structures, perhaps an unexpected catapult could be made. The group arrived at the training ground. Before them stood a massive catapult towering at 5 meters high. This catapult had a peculiar shape, incorporating the principle of leverage along with other things that Zhuang Hua couldn't understand. This was the catapult. Apart from the base, other areas made extensive use of cement. Cement is sturdy and sets at once, making it ideal for a stable foundation. Lu Shi continued to introduce. Moreover, the stones used for launching are not taken from natural stones, but are balls made of cement mixed with crushed stones. This way we are no longer limited by materials. Wonderful. Zhuang Hua recalled what Elena had said earlier and continued to ask. I heard from Elena that this thing can launch up to 4 to 5 miles. Not just that, would you like to see a demonstration first, my lord? After all, seeing is believing. Zhuang Hua nodded. Lu Shi then called over several soldiers. They were not strong knights, but merely young recruits. Yet they could easily use the machine to fix a 1-meter diameter cement ball onto the catapult. Release. With Lu Shi's command, the enormous stone ball launched from the catapult with a howl. The speed and distance were astonishing. At the moment the stone ball was thrown, Scott also rode his dragon and chased after it. Soon Scott reported, My lord, the stone ball was launched to a distance of 6 miles and broke 3 giant trees before stopping. Zhuang Hua nodded and asked Scott, If you were facing this stone ball and couldn't dodge, could you withstand it? My lord. Although I am now a dragon knight, I am still human. Scott said with a bitter smile, If this thing fell on me, you wouldn't even need to collect my remains, because I would already be turned into mush. Human strength is limited, but such immense power cannot be resisted by mere mortals. Zhuang Hua then looked at Anna and asked, Can your witch's shields block it? Lord Zhuang Hua, as this knight has said, while we can cast many spells, we are ultimately still human. I'm afraid we cannot block it. Hearing this, Zhuang Hua asked again, If we use this thing against that wizard, will it be effective? Upon hearing this, Anna's eyes widened, but she shook her head and said, Although this thing has great power, that wizard is not a target. He won't just stand there unmoving. Not to mention one shot, even if 100 shots hit at once, that wizard could easily evade. This thing has enough power, but its limitations are quite apparent. It is a massive weapon against ordinary people. However, when facing a witch wizard, they can easily dodge, and thus won't cause significant damage. But it cannot be said to be useless. As the saying goes, a chaotic punch may hit the master, perhaps that wizard will be caught off guard and hit. Master Lu, this thing is effective. How many can you make in 3 days? 3 days? Lu Shi paused for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, The process is relatively simple. If there are enough people, we can produce 100 in 3 days. After speaking, he hesitated and said, But my lord, you also saw that this thing is a colossal object. Moving it is quite difficult. Bringing it to battle probably won't work. Zhuang Hua, however, was unconcerned. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't act this way. But with the presence of the witch, these matters were merely a question of a teleportation array. There was no need to teleport at all. As long as the portal was opened, they could simply toss things into the teleportation array. It was a pity, though, there were still too few witches. If only there were enough witches capable of using the teleportation array. Zhuang Hua didn't even need to enter the God of Watchtower. He could eliminate enemies from 1,000 miles away. Anna seemed to understand Zhuang Hua's thoughts and spoke up. I know what you're planning, but I must remind you that we only have 5 people who can use the teleportation array. It's only for 10 minutes at a time, this thing. That's enough. Zhuang Hua replied with a smile. Aside from leaving one person to transport us to the Watchtower Forest, the rest will come here. He looked at Lu Shi and said, Go all out to create it. We need to form a deployment arrangement. Understood. Lu Shi had no objections. It was the happiest thing for him to have his work recognized. However, Anna felt somewhat exhausted. Zhuang Hua had too many ideas, and she felt that they, the witches, could only serve as a backdrop. All right, let's go back and rest for now. When the time comes, we will need your help. Okay. For 2 consecutive days, Zhuang Hua either monitored Lu Shi's progress or was at the 8th defense line. Otherwise, he would brush up on his reputation at the new gathering place in Twin Tower City to consolidate his influence. Lord Zhuang Hua, where are your people? Anna appeared. Tomorrow was the day of battle, yet she still hadn't seen an increase in soldiers at the defense line. At this rate, not to mention saving people, it would be good if they didn't have enemies at their doorstep. Don't worry. The mercenaries could only stay for one day. If they were exchanged now, it would be a waste. He smiled and said, I won't let you down as long as that wizard isn't too outrageous. I hope so. Anna had no choice but to trust Zhuang Hua for now, but her sisters were becoming anxious. She returned to the camp and a group of women surrounded her. Anna, how did it go? Where are his people? Anna thought for a moment and replied seriously, he said his people will definitely arrive, we just need to stick to the plan. Hearing this, one of the women frowned and said, Anna, are you being too trusting? He is just a lord of a small country daring to claim he can do what even the Hill Kingdom cannot. Moreover, you should be aware of the strength of the one in the Watchtower Forest. If he is lying, we will all perish. Anna had naturally considered this, but recalling the events at Orc Ridge, she still insisted, I still believe in him. This is our opportunity, isn't it? 35 sisters are missing in the Watchtower Forest. Can you really stand by idly? But if we don't see anyone by tomorrow, we can cancel the operation without any loss. At this point, she looked firmly at everyone and said, but if it is true this time, we can not only save people, but also take revenge. But he is just a lord of a small country. Anna scoffed. Out of the 5 intermediate witches here, who can summon a dragon? That was something only a great witch could do, they naturally couldn't. But Lord Zhuang Hua has a dragon. The scene fell silent. The leading woman said seriously, in that case, let's trust him once more. But if we don't see anyone tomorrow, we will indeed leave. The next day, system summoned the knight. Ding. Successfully summoned 1 evil spirit knight. What is this? An evil spirit knight. In the midst of his thoughts, a fiery red light flashed, and a man clad in leather riding a warhorse and wielding a cross longsword appeared before him. Indeed, a living man. Are you the evil spirit knight? Master. The man respectfully said, Evil spirit knight Carter Blaze at your service. Zhuang Hua frowned and said, Blaze, I'm just curious, you don't look like an evil spirit knight. Moreover, the demon knights summoned by witches and hell knights are different in style from you. Style? Blaze was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Master, do you wish to see my combat stance? As you wish. As he spoke, flames erupted around Blaze, transforming him in an instant into a skeletal fire figure. His mount was also a skeletal warhorse enveloped in flames, its hooves constantly clawing at the ground, leaving trails of hellfire. Master. Sensing the situation in the palace, Alice rushed in instantly, even drawing her holy sword. It was known that Alice had leveled up, but her holy light dissipated into nothingness upon contact with Blaze. How is this possible? It was known that the holy light of a holy knight had absolute restraint over evil forces. Yet the holy light lost all meaning before Blaze. My lady, I mean no harm, merely demonstrating power for my master. Blaze returned to normal and smiled. You need not be curious. I am a messenger of hell, unlike those evil beings. We are not enemies. Zhuang Hua also laughed, not expecting such a great surprise today. Blaze was immune to Alice's holy light. He wondered how effective he would be against the shamans of the orc tribe. Alice, he is my man. All right. Alice sensed and confirmed that Blaze bore no murderous intent before she sheathed her sword. He looked at the sky and smiled. With Blaze joining, I have gained more confidence in today's mission. With me here, it's enough. He is merely a being comparable to the holy sorceress, and he cannot harm the master in the slightest. I believe you. Zhuang Hua did not argue. What was more important now was to exchange for the army. Otherwise, Anna and the other witches would probably go crazy. Zhuang Hua arrived at an open space outside the defense line and directly communicated with the system. System exchange for 10,000 heavy cavalry. System exchange for 10,000 heavy infantry. Ding. 200,000 gold coins deducted, successfully exchanged for 10,000 heavy cavalry. Ding. 100,000 gold coins deducted, successfully exchanged for 10,000 heavy infantry. 300,000 gold coins spent, and the open space instantly filled with 2 massive armies. One side was cavalry, and the other was infantry. With 1,000 men already overwhelming 20,000 men gave the feeling of being endless. With such a large army, Zhuang Hua's confidence soared to new heights, but unfortunately, they could only exist for a day. Otherwise, he would have to begin reclaiming the continent. Lord Zhuang Hua, your people. Anna's figure appeared. She was about to speak, but her gaze drifted to the side and saw the 2 massive armies. How is this possible? 20,000 troops had appeared silently here, and their weapons and equipment were all exceptionally refined. At a glance, they were clearly elite forces. Miss Anna, this is my confidence. Oh, I wonder if you are ready. Lord Zhuang Hua. Anna drew a deep breath and offered a solemn bow. I apologize for my conduct yesterday. Oh, please forgive me. No matter. Anna could not help but face the truth. They had underestimated the Lord, who possessed such formidable strength. With this force, they could sweep across kingdoms and even hold their own against the temple. Now for the sisters of Zhuang Forest, the man before them was prepared. She spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, my sisters are fully prepared and can act at any moment." Zhuang Hua nodded, then ordered Generals Tai, Yitai Er Chao Fong, and others to lead his contingent and the 20,000 troops toward the orc encampment marked on the map. The objective was annihilation in a single stroke. Because the witch would serve as a focal point for the catapults on Orc Ridge, these forces had to operate on a massive scale. Such a mobilization could not be hidden from the orcs. What? 20,000 human soldiers, 10,000 knights, and 10,000 heavy sword and shield infantry. What are the humans up to? An orc chieftain bit out. Didn't we reach an agreement? Now they send an army against us. Are they mocking us? Treacherous humans. We must not let them go. An orc leader slammed his fist and roared, "We will make the humans pay." The orcs bristled with righteous wrath, yet one voiced concern, "We may speak boldly, but Lord Shaman's auction time is near. If we leave then, their claim to the prairie throne might be seized by the smaller tribes. With the Lord Shaman's backing, even a minor tribe could rise instantaneously to dominate a region. None wished another orc to loom above them. Shall we remain indifferent while the humans attack? No," a chieftain said gravely. "These puny humans, when have they not fled from us? Why must we personally attend? If our 10 tribes unite, 20,000 warriors are more than enough. These humans are not to be feared. We will send subordinates to the auction. After this bidding, the prairie will be unified anyway." That made sense. If Lord Shaman chose a king whom none dared defy, would that not bring unity to the... Very well, let it be so. After their decision, they went to Zhuang Forest while the other orc warriors arrayed themselves across the prairie. This was to be a grand war. The forces committed on both sides were enough to make nations tremble, and Zhuang Hua did not hide it. He had merchants spread news of the orc invasion throughout the realms. Even the Kuli kingdom had sent Princess Weiwei to observe the line. When that overwhelming host unfurled, she was astonished. Since when had the small lion kingdom possessed such a vast army? With such strength, why remain secluded? It has begun. The battle started over there, but the distance made it hard to see clearly. Zhuang Hua was unconcerned. He already understood the quality of the system mercenaries. He looked at Na and said, "Let us go. Only the few of us." Zhuang Hua had brought only 4 knights. Ai Li Cc Kute Ai 1 and Bulei Zhe, not even an honor guard. 4 of them to provoke Zhuang Forest. Were they courting death? Zhuang Hua laughed. "Just teleport us there. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "Very well." And Na gritted her teeth. Though puzzled, she trusted Zhuang Hua's judgment. As they departed, she warned, "Beware the orc shaman. He is called the shaman." Understood. The portal was indeed formidable. From the 8th defensive line to Zhuang Forest, dozens of kilometers vanished in the blink of an eye. What a place. When Zhuang Hua and the others landed, they felt a chill, but he knew the area well from the image stone and the map. System exchange for 10,000 heavy infantry. Zhuang Hua had no intention of storming forward with so few. Ding! 100,000 gold coins deducted, 10,000 heavy infantry successfully exchanged. Please designate the deployment location. Zhuang Hua pointed to the nearby woods, and soon 10,000 men materialized. No matter how powerful the shaman, how long could he hold against 10,000 troops? Though confident, Zhuang Hua felt a pang. Before the fight had even begun, he had spent 400,000 gold. Besides, the mercenaries lasted only a day. Using such forces to conquer the world was clearly unrealistic. Begin. Here spare no orc of the tribes. Yes, 10,000 men on the move were no small thing, and no orc had imagined the human army could slip in unseen. At that moment, within Zhuang Forest's largest hall, the 10 principal chieftains and many lesser leaders had gathered, and at the forefront stood an orc shaman. "Chieftains, you surely know why Lord Shaman has summoned you today," he began. "Today there is only one item for all. The stake is human slaves. The final victor shall become king of the Gaolan Prairie, and our Lord Shaman will be the king's exclusive priest." At those words, every leader seethed with excitement. To become king was one matter, but to have Lord Shaman as one's priest was beyond measure. In that way, the prairie throne would be unshakable. "Bring out the item. Whatever it is, I will claim it today." Ridiculous. When it comes to human slaves, I fear no one. I must win this auction today. The rivals would not yield, but the shaman cut them off calmly. "Do not rush. These human slaves must be delivered on the spot." Coincidentally, a new batch of human slaves has arrived in Zhuang Forest. You may purchase them now and return for the auction an hour hence. Moreover, the auction item is a human grand witch purified by Lord Shaman herself, and absolutely a grand witch. Even the orcs understood the weight of such a title. They had not expected that for mere human slaves they might obtain a powerful grand witch. Good, I bid. Not good. At that moment, an orc servant burst in, terrified. "The human army has broken through and is almost upon us." What? The hall erupted. They knew the humans had moved against them, yet they also had 20,000 orc warriors deployed outside. How could they have advanced so swiftly? But he could not be lying. How many humans? The orc trembled countless, an endless tide as far as the eye can see. The once bold chieftains were suddenly panicked. They turned to the shaman. Great shaman, what shall we do? Why panic? The shaman replied with composure. This is precisely the moment to demonstrate the auction item's power, so you may behold Lord Shaman's greatness. Come forth, witch Ninshi. In an instant the temperature within the trading ground rose several degrees. A woman emerged, her attire minimal, her hair standing upright like flames. Unlike other witches, she bore the bearing of a seasoned warrior wielding a staff inscribed with arcane runes. She was Grand Witch Nancy. Halt the humans outside. No, seize them all. Nancy remained silent, her expression vacant, moving as though puppeteered by unseen strings. Incantatio Infernalis. Chanting in guttural syllables, Nancy swept her hand forward, and legions of hell knights materialized. At a glance their number exceeded 1,000. Ordinarily a mid-tier which could summon only 3 or 4 such entities, yet Grand Witch Nancy conjured over 1,000 with a single gesture. The sight ignited fervent longing among the Beast tribe chieftains. If they possessed such a Grand Witch they would command an army unto themselves. And this was merely her most rudimentary art. Stepping beyond the exchange hall, Nancy unleashed elemental sorcery, while Hell Knights held the line against advancing forces. Flames erupted across the forest in a torrential conflagration. A witch? Zhuang Hua frowned. Why would a witch fight alongside beasts? In that brief span his troops had already suffered casualties. The Grand Witch's assault was no mere spectacle. Master, this which appears devoid of sentience. She seems to be a controlled puppet, Alice observed gravely. We cannot allow this to continue. To press forward now might breach their lines, but at grievous cost. And beyond lay a formidable shaman. Alice, can you neutralize her? Alice nodded yet furrowed her brow. Master, I must protect you. With them guarding me, and the army surrounding us, I am safe. Stopping her is the greatest protection you can offer me. Understood. Without hesitation Alice drew her holy blade. Radiant light blazed from her form with full intensity. Scott watched envious. Why was I not born a woman? Then Master might grace me with his favor. Ahem. Zhuang Hua shot him a sharp glance. Shall I then bestow the Dragon Lord upon Avon? Scott waved his hands frantically, chuckling nervously. Master, I jest. Pray take it not seriously. Focus on your duties and opportunity will come to elevate you all. Even Brazier watched Alice with keen interest, remarking, fascinating. Her holy radiance actually suppresses the witch's dark energy. Zhuang Hua kept his gaze locked on the battlefield. Alice was his first system-summoned knight, and her true strength demanded real-world validation. Having already shared profound trust, he feared for her safety above all. Yet once Alice entered the fray, the tide turned. Nancy's magic faltered under holy suppression. 10,000 soldiers crushed the Hell Knights outright. Casualties occurred, but were negligible. Judgment of holy light. Alice raised her sacred blade high, then brought it down with crushing force. Yet Nancy's expression did not waver. Her spell shifted instantly, and her form dissolved into smoke, evading the strike entirely. Such reflexes and speed, even most Grand Witches would struggle to match them. Extraordinary. The Beast chieftains outside gasped in awe, their earlier fears now replaced by stunned disbelief. But now it seemed clear, the human Grand Witch was stronger, still capable even of counterattack. Ha. The shaman's greatness lies in elevating the strong to greater heights. A mere human, no storm shall rise from such dust. After speaking, the sorcerer turned to the assembled crowd. Proceed now to purchase human slaves. The auction commences promptly. Hearing this, the crowd nodded and strolled leisurely toward the rear gate. Outside, Zhuang Hua narrowed his eyes. That witch is too elusive. Alice can subdue her, but cannot land a blow. Master, allow me to assist. Brazier stepped forward. Zhuang Hua asked, can you subjugate her? Instantly Brazier transformed into his specter form, hellfire blazing across his entire being. Scott and Avon stared jaws agape. No wonder Master had brought this peculiar knight. He concealed such terrifying power. Brazier spoke no more nor advanced a step. Instead, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist. Phantom chain. Brazier swung his blade, and it elongated into a serpentine chain, weaving across the battlefield with sentient precision, racing straight toward Nancy. Nancy attempted to evade, but the moment her shadow step activated her body, dissolving into mist, the phantom chain pierced through without pause. A guttural cry tore from her throat. In the next heartbeat, she was violently extracted from the mist. Brazier tilted his head, tightened his grip, and dragged her writhing before him. He cast her down onto the earth. She convulsed in agony, yet the phantom chain held her fast. Her magical energy, meanwhile, began rapidly dissipating. Within moments, she became nothing more than an ordinary mortal stripped of all arcane power. Why interfere? Alice returned to the group, glaring at Brazier. I could have subdued her myself. Swift resolution. Brazier shook his head. Our true adversary has arrived. Our true Alice blinked in surprise. Zhuang Hua fixed his gaze on Brazier. The shaman. Brazier nodded, then tapped his warhorse forward, retracted the phantom chain, and slashed decisively toward a distant point. Crack! A brittle glass-like shatter echoed. High to the right, a beast shaman manifested. His body shimmered with glowing runes, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. It felt precisely as it had when they first entered the forest. The shaman. So, you knew well enough of my coming here. The shaman showed no emotion. Human, you possess skill and your followers are formidable. Yet this is the Watchful Grove. My domain. Have you not heard? This place is forbidden to humankind. Forbidden. Zhuang Hua scoffed coldly. Nothing more than self-proclaimed sovereignty. Now you face a choice. Surrender your people as slaves and depart unharmed. Otherwise, death. At that single word, ambient warmth vanished. Yet Brazier merely furrowed his brow, and the oppressive chill dissolved instantly. Master, the foe is no weakling. Can you overcome him? Brazier shook his head, sighing. His strength rivals mine, yet harming you remains impossible. Zhuang Hua smiled. Though Brazier's words feigned humility, they resonated with unshakable confidence. Thus emboldened, Zhuang Hua met the shaman's gaze. I grant you a choice: release every human you hold, or the Watchful Grove shall become a wasteland of ash and silence. Ha. The shaman laughed softly, shaking his head. Your numbers fall far short. 5 times this host might give me pause. Alas, you possess none of that. 5 times. Zhuang Hua smiled, looking at the shaman, and said earnestly, You are indeed greedy, but I can fulfill this request. For the human race, words hold no weight. With 20,000 troops on the plains and 10,000 in the forest, such a scale must have exhausted the resources of the various nations, right? Don't mention 5 times. If you can add just 1 night, it'll leave the Watcher's forest at your discretion. This is what you said. The shaman frowned. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, confirming there were no other humans, before he coldly laughed. I keep my word. Oh, it all depends on your capabilities. Zhuang Hua sneered, realizing that this battle only required spending money, hoping that the rewards later would not disappoint him. System exchange for 40,000 heavy infantry. Ding. 40,000 gold coins have been deducted, successfully exchanged for 40,000 heavy infantry. Please specify the deployment location. Zhuang Tian looked at the shaman and said lightly, the empty space behind the shaman. Swish. After a flash of white light, 40,000 heavy infantry appeared in an instant, and at that moment the shaman turned in shock. He looked at the endless array of troops as if he had seen a ghost. No magic power. No divine power. No shamanic power. Just appearing out of thin air, this completely exceeded his understanding. This was an army of 50,000, with the additional 20,000 troops outside. Did the human race really have so many soldiers? Shaman, you are surrounded. Do you have anything to say? Zhuang Hua spoke to draw the shaman's attention back. For someone of your stature, should you not uphold your promises, eh? The shaman fell silent. No matter how he scrutinized Zhuang Hua, he was merely an ordinary person. How had he achieved this? Not speaking means you're ready to fight. Zhuang Hua's gaze turned icy as he directly declared, Everyone target the shaman. I want him dead. The shaman deeply gazed at Zhuang Hua and said, You are quite interesting. We will meet again, and next time you won't be so fortunate. After speaking, the shaman's figure vanished into the air, and the army lost its target. Scott puzzledly asked, Master, what does this orc shaman mean? Did he run away? Or is he going to find someone? Zhuang Hua was unconcerned. He had spent 700,000 gold coins, and today, he must take this place. Don't worry about him. I want to eliminate every orc in the Watcher's forest and rescue the human race hidden here. Moved. Without the Great Witch Nancy and the shaman, the upcoming battle would be much simpler. There was still resistance, but the shaman's figure no longer appeared. The wizards in the trading area murmured, Has Lord Shaman given up on us? No. Lord Shaman must be preparing a backup plan. However, when Avon's sword pierced his chest, he had not seen the shaman's arrival. On the other side, those orc leaders were eagerly purchasing human slaves, and the orc responsible for sales was grinning from ear to ear. It seems human slaves are still in high demand. I'll go look for those human nobles to stock up. Thank you, Lord Shaman. There are so few people here, one orc leader complained. If this delays my ascension to king, you will pay for it. Dare not, dare not. But I heard humans have already breached in. Are you not afraid? Afraid? With Lord Shaman here, what do we need to fear? Just as they were feeling proud, shouts of battle came from outside, and soon they saw human soldiers charging in. What's going on? Isn't Lord Shaman here? How can humans reach this place? Quickly defend. The orc leaders also became flustered, but apart from them, there were only human traffickers. What to use for defense? Right, we have human slaves, and which slaves? I'll let them out to deal with the human soldiers. Quickly. The orcs reacted and quickly opened the warehouse and a dozen special cages. The trafficker shouted loudly, Hold off the human army. Once Lord Shaman arrives, you can all regain freedom. Human army. The human slaves, seeing the human army appearing on the outskirts, all had moist. The human army had finally come to rescue them from hell. How can this be? The witches in the cages were even. They had been locked here for a long time, having seen humans brought in to be sold, but they had never witnessed the appearance of a human army. Moreover, behind this human trafficking were the involvement of human nobles. The humans could not possibly come to rescue them. Up to now, these troops were slaughtering orcs. What are you waiting for? Get up. Do you want to die or something? The human slaves turned to look at the orcs, their eyes filled with silence. The orcs felt their scalps go numb. What did these people intend to do? I tell you, Lord Shaman is very powerful. He is not someone an army can deal with. He will definitely be able to handle these human troops. If you dare to rebel, there is only one road: death. Hep. At this moment a witch spoke. She sneered. You treat us humans like livestock, selling us, and now you want us to fight against our own kind. Ridiculous. Now everything you have inflicted upon us must be returned. No. When the army arrived here, none of the orcs remained intact. Only those orc leaders quietly ran away. Master, this is too strange. Scott frowned. I was circling in the air and saw orcs resisting, but the shaman did not take action. It seems he really has disappeared. Master, Alice asked curiously, could it be that he is truly keeping his promise and has given up? Such a large feast, and he just walks away. Zhuang Hua did not believe it. It must be because of his 50,000 troops that the shaman could not contend with them. No need to worry about him. Search the core of the entire forest thoroughly. Let the humans take them away, and I will handle their warehouses later. With the system's storage space, he was not worried about not being able to carry everything. This time the expenditure was too great: 700,000 gold coins. How long would it take to earn it back? It wasn't every time that there was a foolish kingdom, like the Kelly kingdom, handing over money. Fortunately, these orcs had still collected quite a few treasures. Some high-quality gold mines could yield a good amount of gold coins if smelted. This is the residence of the shaman. Alice pointed to a 10-meter diameter tree ahead and said, shall we go in? Of course. Zhuang Hua sneered. From now on, this is my territory. Ooh, I will naturally go in my territory. Human race. At this moment, the voice of the shaman emerged, filled with anger. You have already taken enough advantage in the forest. It is time for you to stop. I thought you had run away. Zhuang Hua disdainfully said, I have already entered here. If you can stop me, then try it. The shaman did not speak. But at this moment, 4 figures jumped down from above the trunk, exuding 4 different colored auras. 4 great witches. Stop them. With a single command, the 4 witches sprang into action. Black runes appeared and thousands of hell knights emerged at the scene. In addition, 4 roaring demon dragons appeared, their eyes filled with murderous intent, completely devoid of any intelligence. Why is my dragon clan turned into puppets? In the sky, the demon dragon under Scott's feet saw the situation below and couldn't help but feel fear. Human brat, maybe we should just patrol outside instead of going down. Don't say that, I quite like patrolling. Scott scoffed and replied, all right, but I'll tell the master you deserted. I believe he would love to feast on dragon meat. Just joking, let's hurry and protect the master. We can't be late. Che. Scott rolled his eyes. This demon dragon was impressive, but sometimes just too timid. If this got out, he'd be done for in this place. He directly approached a witch and began to take action. Alice also stepped up to showcase her strength in front of Zhuang Hua. Interesting. Leave the remaining 2 to me. Blazer drew his longsword, transforming at the scene, hellfire enveloping him like an evil spirit descending. Avon stood closely by Zhuang Hua's side. As for those hell knights, Zhuang Hua's army was not to be underestimated. If 50,000 couldn't handle 4,000 hell knights, they had no reason to continue fighting. However, even though the battle was fierce, the shaman refused to appear. By the end, there was not a sound. Zhuang Hua wanted to force his way in, but despite their efforts, they couldn't open the treehole's door. Report. At this moment, a soldier ran over and said, seriously, my lord, we have brought a total of 60,000 humans out of the forest. 60,000, quite a lot indeed. Although they were all ordinary people, they represented a substantial population. If it can't be opened, then so be it. After we exit the forest, let's send them a grand gift. Zhuang Hua said casually. He ordered the 4 powerless witches to be taken away and exited the watchtower forest. At the treetop, the shaman sighed in relief at the disappearance of his human army, while the 10 orc leaders behind him wore expressions of horror. My lord shaman, what shall we do? Should we just let it slide? The shaman remained silent, looking at the leader, and coldly said, are you questioning me? Noah. But the shaman gave no chance for him to plead for mercy, and the leader turned into a pool of blood. The scene fell silent. The shaman then spoke, letting you live is already a grace. Your tribe still has warriors, and the grass. Then what about the grassland king? It was fine if people died, but they still needed to seize the throne, otherwise they would have come for nothing today. The other orcs also looked at the shaman. Seeing this, the shaman said seriously, the matter of the throne must be resolved today. However, since the treasure has been stolen, we must find another way. What way? Everyone was puzzled, but the shaman smiled and said, let's see who can contribute more of their kin. Lord Shaman wants our orcs. The shaman replied coolly, without human slaves we naturally need substitutes. But, for the throne selling their kin, even if it was to the shaman, they still felt uncomfortable. I'll give you an hour to consider, no discussions among you. After an hour tell me the numbers separately, the one with the most wins. After saying this the shaman waved his hand, sending the 9 into different rooms. As for him, he looked towards the direction of the 8th defense line, murmuring, who exactly are you? That ability to summon an army from thin air intrigued him. However, with tens of thousands of troops at his command, even if he had exceptional skills, he dared not underestimate Zhuang Hua. Humph. A mere human. If it weren't for my inability to leave this place, I would surely slay you. On the other side, just after exiting the Watchtower Forest, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing a spectacular ambush battle. Reward warlord talent. Prohibition, surpass, authority, suppression. After about 2 minutes, the system sounded again. Ding. System repair completed. Reward breaking illusions. Breaking illusions, see through all deceptions, ignore all disguises, immune to all curses. Note the immunity to curses granted by this talent can cover the host's territory. Zhuang Hua was shocked, not expecting the system to reward such an extraordinary ability. Oh, just the word all indicated its power. Moreover, it could also grant immunity to curses. This was not just about him being immune, everyone within his territory could be immune. He recalled what the shaman said about the human forbidden area, so could his territory also be considered a curse-free zone. Interesting. However, thinking of the shaman, he sneered. The shaman was indeed powerful. If it weren't for his ample gold coins, he would have been helpless against the Watchtower Forest. That aside, 70,000 gold coins had been spent, yet the shaman still hadn't resolved the issue, making him quite unhappy. Avon, you and Tai escort the humans back. I'm heading to Orc Ridge. After saying this, he took Alice and jumped onto the back of the demon dragon, then soared into the sky. Orc Ridge. Hundreds of trebuchets had been completed, and beside each trebuchet there were also dozens of massive concrete stone balls. My lord. Seeing Zhuang Hua arrive, everyone bowed and Anna and the other witches gathered around. Lord Zhuang Hua, you are back. Don't worry, all the humans have been rescued along with more than a dozen witches and 5 great witches. Did Sister Nancy and the others come back too? Anna was overwhelmed with joy. However, Zhuang Hua replied indifferently, the humans returned safely, but their powers are gone. They are now just ordinary people. Moreover, they are disoriented and may take a long time to recover. It's good that they are back alive. Anna and the others' eyes turned red. They didn't know how many years they had waited, wanting to save people, but never succeeded. This time their sisters finally. The shaman is still out there. I want to see if this trebuchet can surprise me. The shaman was still alive, just as though they didn't know how Zhuang Hua managed to do it. Being able to rescue people from the shaman and return alive was all. Lord Zhuang Hua, we are all ready. Anna said firmly, we can open the portal at any time. Good. After saying this, Zhuang Hua looked at Master Lu Shi and said, Master Lu, it's up to you now. All right. Master Lu waved his hand and shouted, everyone prepare. Lodestones. Turn. Aim. Anna directly activated the portal, opening a large passage in front. In portal. 3-stage continuous firing start. 100 trebuchets, each firing more than 30 boulders at a time in 3 non-stop rounds. Their power was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the Watchtower Forest, the shaman was gathering several orc leaders preparing to start the king selection. What is that? The shaman suddenly turned his head, seeing a portal opening in the sky far away. What are they planning to do? Shaman, something seems to have flown out from within. My. The shaman raised his gaze and saw dozens of colossal boulders hurtling forth from the portal. Danger! The shaman cried out in alarm. He had known all along that the young man would never withdraw from the watchful forest so calmly. They're heading straight for us. What do we do, shaman? Silence. The shaman's face darkened as he immediately cast a shamanic spell, conjuring a massive luminous shield before the treetop dwelling. This shield far surpassed those of other shamans. Not only was it vast in scale, but also unusually thick. Yet when the boulders crashed down with thunderous force, the barrier shattered instantly, then dissolved into nothingness. Impossible. Forbidden art transposition. The shaman roared, tearing open a deep emerald-hued gate before him. A construct akin to a portal in principle, though its range was exceedingly short. The boulders struck the gate and vanished without trace, only to reappear moments later, slamming violently behind the treetop dwelling. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions sent chills down the spines of every orc chieftain present. Had those boulders struck directly, they would surely have been crushed into pulp. Fortunately, such an assault cannot be sustained. There must be only this much. No, here they come again. The shaman's eyes widened in disbelief. Even forbidden arts exacted a heavy toll, and yet more boulders kept coming. Still, he knew the sorceress's portal had strict temporal limits. Infinite transmission was impossible. Sure enough, after enduring over a dozen waves, the portal finally sealed shut. The shaman exhaled in quiet relief. Turning to the assembled chieftains, he declared, "It is over. We shall continue." "Shaman, something's wrong. Look, it's opening again." The shaman froze, then turned. And indeed the portal had reopened. Not one but 3 portals now shimmered into existence, each aligned from a different direction toward the treetop dwelling in the watchful forest. Merely a trivial trick, nothing to fear while the shaman stands among us. Why not count them aloud together? It'll save everyone time. These orc lords dismissed the danger entirely. So long as the shaman stood guard, their ambitions for the step throne remained undimmed. Yet just as their excitement peaked, they realized the shaman had vanished. Truly vanished. Where is the shaman? Could he have launched a counterstrike against the humans? Though plausible, they soon noticed boulders already roaring forth from the portals. Then what of us? At the instant the boulders struck the treetop dwelling, they had no time left to ponder where the shaman had gone. In a secluded corner of the watchful forest, the shaman stood wordless before the treetop dwelling, now buried beneath hundreds of boulders transformed into a jagged stone mound. He had never imagined humanity could achieve such mastery. "It seems we must lie low for now. Zhuang Hua, I will remember you." As for those chieftains, he held no concern for them. Only after launching the final stone did Zhuang Hua exhale. Truly the battle had ended. Yet Zhuang Hua was not done. He ordered Tai Yi to sever the heads of every orc and arrange them outside the watchful forest, erecting a towering skull mound. Such a grim monument had never before existed in this world, and Zhuang Hua saw no harm in delivering it as a modest shock to the realm. Simultaneously he erected a stone tablet. "Who dares encroach upon the human realm shall be utterly eradicated." Only after completing these acts did he lead his people back to the newly founded city at Orc Ridge. "My lord, with so many humans now joining us, Orc Ridge has truly taken shape." Xiao he smiled and said, "I am confident I can clear sufficient fertile land within 1 month, and ensure the first seeds are sown before next spring." Grain was the foundation of all things. Without it, Zhuang Hua could accomplish nothing. Even if he possessed gold mines to hire mercenaries, governance and defense demanded manpower, and manpower demanded sustenance. As for Xiaohe's capabilities, Zhuang Hua trusted them implicitly. After discussing broader strategic matters, the small council concluded. "Lord Zhuang Hua." At that moment Alina rushed over. "Sister Anna and the others wish to see you, but were barred from entry, so they asked me to intervene." "Barred?" Zhuang Hua glanced at Alice, who merely shrugged, and replied coolly, "The battle had just ended. I feared ill intent." "Ah, I see. Is that truly the reason? Or do you lack faith in your own strength?" Alice arched an eyebrow. Zhuang Hua pressed no further, but leaned close and whispered, "You'll be punished tonight." Her ears flushed crimson, yet she retorted defiantly, "Master need only refrain from begging for mercy." "Humph." Zhuang Hua chuckled softly. This girl was indeed stubborn, but her matter could wait until nightfall. Stepping outside, he found Anna and the Sorceress Alliance already waiting. "Lord Zhuang Hua, this is Sister Catherine of our alliance." Anna introduced her, adding, "You rescued our sisters. We are profoundly grateful." Moreover, before she could finish, Catherine stepped forward solemnly. "Lord Zhuang Hua, you differ from other humans. Within your domain we beheld what the Sorceress Alliance has long sought." So, Zhuang Hua suspected her intent, yet waited patiently for Catherine's answer. "We pledge ourselves to you, to serve you faithfully." Catherine spoke with unwavering resolve. Zhuang Hua did not accept immediately. He turned instead to the other sorceresses. "Do you share this conviction?" The sorceresses nodded in unison. Seeing this, Zhuang Hua accepted without hesitation, saying earnestly, "Welcome. You join us at a most auspicious time. With your aid my endeavors shall flourish like fish in water, and great undertakings lie ahead." These words of recruitment stirred deep emotion among Catherine and her companions. The first time any had felt such genuine esteem. Zhuang Hua smiled inwardly. Even timeless sages favored such rhetoric, and its efficacy remained undeniable. "For now, however, your sisters have only just regained their freedom. Reunite with them first." "Thank you, Lord Zhuang Hua, for your thoughtful concern." At that thought, Zhuang Hua called Anna aside. "Miss Anna, the trebuchet operation succeeded thanks to your alliance's unmatched contribution, both in materials and execution. I hereby grant you 5,000 gold coins. Use them to settle and care for your sisters." "Ah, but Lord Zhuang Hua, you've already paid us wages." 1 gold coin per day was already an extraordinary sum, yet Zhuang Hua now offered 5,000. How could they possibly accept? Catherine shook her head. "Indeed, it is far too much." Yet Zhuang Hua stood firm. "This is a reward. All who contribute to the domain deserve recognition. Clear rewards and punishments. That is the true path of governance." Only then did they reluctantly agree, though in their hearts they vowed wholeheartedly to serve Zhuang Hua. Having settled these matters, night fell. after bathing and preparing for rest. Master. Alice looked shyly at Zhuang Hua and murmured, I shall stand guard outside your door. Alice, you were not so timid this afternoon. I prefer the confident woman I saw earlier. A night of sparse rain and gusty winds. The heavy sleep could not dispel the lingering effects of alcohol. Zhuang Hua only felt a pervasive fatigue in his body, a weariness from prolonged battles. System summon a knight. Ding. Successfully summoned a heavy armored knight. TCH. Zhuang Hua grimaced. Even a dread knight like Elves who could challenge a shaman had emerged, and now the system was sending him a heavy cavalry. The key point is there is only one. This system is still too stingy. However, this operation must have increased the prosperity level right. Prosperity level 12,300. It increased by 2,003. This prosperity level is just too hard to elevate. I wonder when it'll unlock the next feature. Report. At this moment a soldier came to report. The coalition envoy is at the 8th defense line, requesting an audience. Coalition envoy. Oliver. Zhuang Hua had a strange expression. He had just finished battling, and now he was here. What a coincidence. Or did the kingdom of Kelly inform them? Take them to the Orc Ridge. Oliver is the coalition envoy, not his messenger. If he wants to see me, he must come to my territory. By afternoon, Oliver finally arrived at the new city of Orc Ridge. He saw that Zhuang Hua was no longer as arrogant as before. Count Zhuang Hua. Isn't this Lord Oliver? What brings you, a distinguished human, to seek me? Oliver did not mind Zhuang Hua's tone. He sighed. I didn't expect this place to have fallen into human hands and not a single orc in sight. I genuinely admire that. Zhuang Hua scoffed. Don't you suspect that I colluded with the orcs to take this place? Back then, Oliver used this excuse to send people to the kingdom of Ryan to capture him. Now reality was a large slap to Oliver's face, all lies dissipating at this moment. Back then I was negligent and trusted the slanders of Leon and Charles. Now both have been demoted to ordinary knights by the coalition. Zhuang Hua sneered, saying nothing. Oliver hesitated for a moment and continued, I heard about your battle on the Golan Prairie. However, outside it is said that you achieved a great victory with tens of thousands of troops. I wonder where Oliver was genuinely curious. Those rumors were simply terrifying. Even the kingdom of Hill could not muster that many troops. Yet this small lord of the kingdom of Ryan could. How could he not be shocked? But amidst this shock he was confused whether at the 8th or 9th defense line or this Orc Ridge he had not found any large armies. Military secrets, no comment. Those soldiers had long surpassed their effectiveness and had been recalled by the system. Naturally they could not be seen. Zhuang Hua looked at Oliver with displeasure and said, You didn't come here just to pry into my secrets, did you? If you have something to say it, if not, leave. Oliver felt displeased. He was a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Hill. In the past, he would have scolded back without hesitation. However, after yesterday's battle, he had to be cautious. He had already sent someone to check the display at the Watcher's Forest. Although it was the heads of orcs, the deterrent effect was not just aimed at orcs. The thing is, our coalition headquarters considers that the Kingdom of Ryan has the strength to defend a region and wishes to invite you to join the coalition. To become an official combat nation of the coalition. Zhuang Hua sneered. They had not joined the coalition before, but after paying grain and gold coins they were abandoned immediately. Seeing this, Oliver smiled. Of course the Kingdom of Ryan will also have a seat at the headquarters, and its voice will not be lower than that of the Kingdom of Our. Oliver believed this bargaining chip was sufficient. No kingdom would disregard this position. However, Zhuang Hua shook his head and replied dismissively, Forget it, we are not interested in this. You can play your child's games by yourselves. Child's games, eh? Oliver felt a surge of anger. He had already lowered himself, but Zhuang Hua treated it as a joke. Zhuang Hua, do you know what you are rejecting? This world is not only about orcs. If kingdoms do not unite, they can only become prey for other races. Zhuang Hua sneered. If the coalition is so formidable, then when our Kingdom of Ryan was invaded by orcs, what was the coalition doing? Yesterday, when the orcs gathered tens of thousands of troops, what was the coalition doing? Furthermore, when the human beings in the Watcher's Forest and the orc territories were enslaved, what did the coalition do? Looking at Oliver's grim expression, Zhuang Hua said dismissively, Lord Oliver, you could do nothing. Recalling what those rescued humans had said, he looked at Oliver and added, There's one more thing. Did you participate in the sale of these humans to the orcs by the coalition's nobles? Oliver's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't slander us. How could our coalition? Enough. Zhuang Hua interrupted him coldly. Do you want me to bring those abducted people to confront you? Oliver fell silent. Zhuang Hua scoffed. Oliver, your coalition does not represent humanity, nor does it represent me, Zhuang Hua. If you want to manage me, you should first manage yourselves. Come escort him out. Oliver wanted to say something, but Alice had already stepped in front of him. Please, Count Zhuang Hua, you should consider it carefully, otherwise your Kingdom of Ryan might. Zhuang Hua started to chuckle. He said to Alice, Take him and all his entourage into custody. Upon hearing this, Oliver shouted, Zhuang Hua, what? What do you want? Threatening me on my own turf. Zhuang Hua said with a cold smile, who do you think you are? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm easy to bully. No, I didn't mean it that way. Oliver panicked. He realized Zhuang Hua was serious. After all, he was a royal. How could he endure imprisonment? This absolutely cannot happen. However, Zhuang Hua paid no heed to his wailing. Suddenly, Oliver thought of something and shouted, Count Zhuang Hua, I am willing to make amends. I am willing to pay in gold coins to apologize. Wait, bring him back. Hearing Zhuang Hua's words, the soldiers halted. Oliver breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Zhuang Hua was a money lover. As long as he paid, it would be fine. Are you really willing to pay? Zhuang Hua looked him up and down. He had just spent 700,000 gold coins and was indeed short on money. If Oliver was willing to pay, he wouldn't mind letting him off the hook. Of course. How much? Oliver pouted. This person was truly obsessed with money. 50,000 gold coins. Oliver's mouth opened wide. He had just intended to say 5,000, but this person said 50,000. Did he know what 50,000 meant? Their kingdom of Ryan's treasury probably didn't even have that much. Why don't you just lock me up then? Poor bastard can't even come up with 50,000. Useless. Oliver was speechless. Zhuang Hua frowned, saying, lock him up or find a good day to execute him, and say he was killed by the hidden orcs. No one would know. If you can't even come up with money, you're wasting my time, damn it. Oliver has been locked away. Once locked up, no one cares for him, not even providing him with food. What can a dead man eat? Do you understand the waste of food? I am a royal of the Hill Kingdom. The kingdom will not let you get away with this. Oliver threatened, but the guards paid him no heed. Here the Lord's authority is absolute. Oliver gritted his teeth, refusing to believe that Zhuang Hua could truly kill him. However, 2 days passed, and Oliver was already so hungry that he felt dizzy. These people had not given him a single bite to eat or drink. He now believed that Zhuang Hua really wanted him dead. Even if he wasn't killed, he would starve to death. I will pay. I will give 50,000 gold coins. Oliver finally couldn't help but shout, looking at the guard and pleading, I will pay, just give me something to eat. But the guard paid no attention and said, stop shouting. It's not like you giving us money will make our lord collect it. Besides, our lord is busy, there's no time to see you. Just stay put. The guard then casually told the other guard beside him, don't mention it, I'm a bit hungry too. Alright. Oliver watched the guards walk away, feeling utterly powerless as he sat on the ground. He was truly going to starve to death. And Zhuang Hua had indeed forgotten Oliver, entirely preoccupied with the commencement of the academy in Twin Tower City. Wang Mingyang was also a talented individual, having established a learning strategy in just a few days. Meanwhile, following Zhuang Hua's instructions, he released an enrollment announcement within the territory. Initially, there were few applicants, but after stating that there would be no tuition fees, many sent their children to enroll. Education has always been a privilege of the nobility. Now their lord allowed commoners' children to attend school. This undoubtedly represented a monumental transformation. The lord has returned. Quick, present flowers to the lord. Some citizens held freshly picked flowers from the mountains and looked at Zhuang Hua, saying, my lord, on behalf of everyone, thank you for giving our children the opportunity to attend school. From now on, whenever you need us, just say the word, and we will do anything for you. Thank you, my lord. The expressions of gratitude did not cease from the city gate to the castle. Upon reaching the castle, Midia was already waiting there, concerned. Zhuang Hua, are you all right? I heard you fought a great battle. I'm fine. With Alice here, how could anything happen to me? Alice looked up with a confident expression. Only then did Midia breathe a sigh of relief, saying, Mr. Wang is waiting for you. He said that as the lord you must be present for the academy's opening. This guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Yet Wang Yangming spoke earnestly. My lord, this academy is meant to cultivate talents for safeguarding the realm. They must understand whose merit it is that they are studying and for whom they will serve in the future. That person must be you. All right. Wang Yangming's words were reasonable, and Zhuang Hua had no grounds to refute. He had no choice but to make an appearance at the academy. As for the academy's location, Zhuang Hua directly repurposed the former residence of the Knight Commander Trenton as the academy's base. It was a case of resourceful reutilization. After checking these matters, he found that the prosperity had reached 1320 points, an increase of 1,000. Just for education, it surprisingly surpassed the achievement of reclaiming tens of thousands of people from the Watchtower Forest by half. It seems that the development of the territory is not merely about population growth and territorial expansion. It also relates to various aspects of people's livelihoods. Talents are still too scarce. After finishing these tasks, Zhuang Hua had not yet rested when Princess Wei Wei came again. Count Zhuang Hua. Zhuang Hua looked at Wei Wei in confusion and asked, Princess Wei Wei, why are you still here? Blinking her eyes, Wei Wei smiled and said, you valiantly defended the 8th defense line and protected our Kelly kingdom. I have yet to thank you in person. Report. At that moment the guard watching over Oliver rushed over and said, "My lord Zhuang Hua, the coalition envoy has spoken. He is willing to offer 50,000. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua's eyes lit up. He looked at Wei Wei and said, "Princess Wei Wei, let's put the thanks aside for now. I have a deal, let me finish that first. Without further ado, bring him here. I want to confirm personally. Will he be given something to eat? What will he be given? We haven't confirmed anything yet. If he backs out, wouldn't that be a waste? Hurry, don't drag him here just to find him dead." Wei Wei, listening nearby, wondered who this person was, as it seemed Zhuang Hua didn't care at all. Yet hearing about the 50,000 gold coins deal, she felt a bit curious. However, when Wei Wei saw Oliver, she was taken aback. Lord Oliver. Wei Wei was stunned, not expecting that the person Zhuang Hua mentioned was actually Oliver from the Hill Kingdom. Yet Oliver did not care at all. Upon seeing Zhuang Hua, he excitedly said, "Zhuang Hua, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I will give you 50,000 gold coins. Just give me a bite to eat, I'm begging you." So humble, so pitiful, so disheveled. Princess Wei Wei didn't even dare to interject. If Zhuang Hua treated Oliver this way, how could she speak wrongly? Sign the agreement. Zhuang Hua took out an agreement and threw it to Oliver coldly, saying, "If you back out, I will lead 20,000 troops to demand it from the Hill Kingdom personally." Oliver paused for a moment, as he initially planned to never return after surviving. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Hua was pursuing him to kill. "Rest assured, I will definitely give it to you," Oliver said, directly signing the agreement. Then he looked at Zhuang Hua and asked, "Can I have a bite to eat now?" "Of course." Zhuang Hua smiled. With this agreement in hand, even if Oliver refused, he could justifiably go to the Hill Kingdom. At that time, he could just say that the Hill Kingdom was untrustworthy and broke their promise, which would also be a justified cause. Zhuang Hua sighed, truly a genius. After putting away the agreement, he finally noticed Princess Wei Wei beside him and said with a smile, "Princess Wei Wei, you just mentioned gratitude. Well, I wonder what you plan to use to thank me." Wei Wei was taken aback, recalling the agreement Oliver signed for 50,000 gold coins. She felt a pang of anxiety, thinking that whatever she said would not be good enough. Suddenly a thought struck her, and she said, "I heard that Count Zhuang Hua is still unmarried. How about I ask my father to find you a beautiful lady?" Zhuang Hua was taken aback and curiously asked Princess Wei Wei, "Could it be that you wish to marry me, but are too shy to say it, so you are using this excuse? What do you mean by wanting to marry you?" Princess Wei Wei was taken aback and retorted, "Count Zhuang Hua, you really know how to joke. I meant to genuinely introduce someone to you. As a distinguished lord from another world holding extraordinary powers, does he really need someone to introduce a date to him? Please spare me." He waved his hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. Why would you repay kindness? But we have no money." Wei Wei was close to tears as she cautiously said, "I will have my father and mother think of a way to send you some money when I return." A charitable maiden. Zhuang Hua's eyes lit up and he laughed. "How embarrassing, haha." Wei Wei rolled her eyes, inwardly wondering how this could be embarrassing. It is only right. Mobilizing so many troops to deal with the orcs is equivalent to protecting our Kelly Kingdom. We ought to express our gratitude. Then I shall not refuse your kindness. I wonder how much gratitude Princess Wei Wei can offer. Indeed, it was unavoidable. Wei Wei thought for a moment and said, "The treasury has very few gold coins left. Would 50,000 be acceptable?" 50,000. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Zhuang Hua replied casually, "Of course, that is fine. Whatever you offer is appreciated. I have no objections. In that case, I can only offer a maximum of 100,000 gold coins. There really isn't more." Wei Wei bit her lip and said earnestly, "If you are not satisfied, then just imprison me and kill me." Kill her. Zhuang Hua finally realized that she was frightened by what happened with Oliver earlier. No wonder she proactively mentioned a reward. However, he had no need to explain money is money. 100,000 it is considered a reward for my brothers. After saying this, he leaned closer to Wei Wei and whispered, "Princess, how soon can it be delivered?" I will return as soon as possible to urge my father and the others to allocate it." "Good." Zhuang Hua laughed heartily, and then said seriously, "In that case, I will arrange for Princess Wei Wei to return home. Come here." "No." Scott landed at the door riding a dragon. "Master, take Princess Wei Wei back to Kelly Kingdom immediately, without delay." "Yes." After replying, Zhuang Hua looked at Wei Wei and said, "Princess, you must have never ridden a dragon before. This is a perfect opportunity to experience it." A dragon. Wei Wei naturally wanted to ride it, but it was clear that Zhuang Hua wasn't doing this for her enjoyment. He wanted her to hurry back and gather the money, didn't he? Is this right? After all, she is the most beautiful princess of the Kelly Kingdom. Could it be that she has no allure in front of Zhuang Hua? "Princess, it's time to set off." "Okay." Wei Wei sighed, realizing that Zhuang Hua might have some issues. He truly had problems. However, since she couldn't change it, she decided to enjoy it. How many princesses get to sit on a dragon's back? She, Wei Wei, is the best princess. Soon the dragon soared into the clouds and Wei Wei was captivated by the beautiful scenery. This view is simply breathtaking. She cautiously asked this knight. Scott replied indifferently, Dragon Knight Scott. Wei Wei was taken aback and then corrected herself, hello Dragon Knight. I wonder if I will have another chance to ride this dragon in the future. No way. Scott directly refused, looking at Wei Wei and saying, Princess, you should forget about it. Since I am called the Dragon Knight, I cannot lend you the dragon. Otherwise, what kind of Dragon Knight would I be? After saying this, Scott found the right direction and signaled the dragon to fly down, heading toward the palace of the Kelly Kingdom. Wei Wei felt a bit disappointed. How could they arrive so quickly? She looked at Scott and asked, is there really no chance? Princess, please dismount the dragon. After Wei Wei got off, Scott flew away without looking back. What kind of master has such a blind attendant? Wei Wei was furious, but recalling Zhuang Hua's matter, she felt a little dejected. She had only been to Twin Tower City, and the Kelly Kingdom had already paid 10,000 gold coins. No matter how rare the things there were, she didn't want to go back, as she had to think about how to speak to her father. On the other side, Alice pouted and said, Master Princess Wei Wei is a great beauty, didn't you feel the slightest bit moved? They let her leave so quickly. Can anyone be more beautiful than you? Zhuang Hua patted her shoulder and laughed. Alice, I am not someone who wants just any woman, you understand. Oh. Alice felt her ears grow a bit red as she changed the subject, and said, I will go check if there were any mistakes in the patrol. Zhuang Hua laughed. He was not concerned with emotions at the moment, though Alice was merely an unexpected occurrence. Before completing his grand ambitions, no woman could sway his resolve. Now the Orc Ridge had completely fallen into his hands. The weapons pass had been built and the land was gradually being cultivated without any worries. Next was the Galon Prairie. The battle yesterday had nearly exhausted all the Orc elites, but the prairie tribes had not been eliminated and needed to be slowly consumed, turning the prairie into his territory. In the future, whether for grazing or horse breeding, it would be an excellent ground. Cavalry would always be the most important fighting force on the prairie with high mobility, so warhorses are indispensable. Then there was the Watcher's Wood. Logically, it should have been slaughtered clean yesterday, but the existence of the shaman was an unknown variable. He was too powerful enough that Zhuang Hua could not overlook him, capable of controlling minds, and his own witchcraft was also exceedingly formidable. The catapult formation from yesterday, although it destroyed his treehouse, Zhuang Hua did not receive a system notification. If such a powerful entity were to die, the system would surely reward him. Unfortunately, there was nothing. If he is still alive, and Zhuang Hua goes to conquer, it could lead to complications. Forget it, let the Watchers would stay there for now. Once I finish dealing with the tribes on the prairie, my strength will surely increase, and I can return to deal with the Watchers. Apart from external wars, there were also matters within the human race. Although Ryan Kingdom had not yet formally passed the throne to him, the nation's focus had already shifted from the royal city to Twin Tower City. Even the national policies were nearly the same as those of Twin Tower City, and the people now regarded Zhuang Hua's name as that of a deity. However, those nobles were unwilling, but they were helpless because those who opposed him had already been stripped of their homes and exterminated. The Our Kingdom. Zhuang Hua recalled Leon, who initially conspired with Charles behind the scenes. It was necessary to settle this score. You'd better behave, or once I clean up the mess on the prairie, you will be next. Zhuang Hua smiled, and then walked to his study to begin planning the battle against the prairie. At this time, Zhuang Hua's name had already spread to the coalition headquarters, and Leon and Charles had heard of these events. Prince Leon, what should we do? Charles was genuinely panicking. After all, it was he who first suggested slandering Zhuang Hua. Now that Zhuang Hua's power was growing stronger, Lord Oliver had even proposed letting Ryan Kingdom join the coalition headquarters and secure a seat for themselves. This way, Zhuang Hua would surely rise above them. It was impossible for him not to seek revenge. What are you panicking about? Since Oliver wants to invite him, let's make sure that invitation fails. What do you mean? As long as Oliver dies on the territory of Ryan Kingdom, no matter what agreement they reach, the Hill Kingdom will place the blame on Ryan Kingdom. Therefore, Oliver must die. Oliver was still unaware that he had already been targeted by someone, and even as he arrived at the area of the 9th defense line, he was attacked. In the academy, after a lengthy discourse by Zhuang Hua, a child suddenly raised his hand and softly said, Lord Zhuang Hua, I have a question, may I ask it? Upon hearing the question, Zhuang Hua showed interest and replied with a smile, of course, go ahead and ask. It's just, our parents either farmed, hunted, or worked as laborers. We are born into this, so why must we read now? Why read? Hearing such a question, Zhuang Hua's thoughts inevitably drifted back to his own time. The answer he had given in class appeared directly in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Yangming, standing beside him, was also curious to see how Zhuang Hua would respond. That is a very good question you have asked. In our time, social classes were unchanging. Inheriting one's father's profession was the norm. However, Zhuang Hua shifted his tone and said earnestly, now I believe that is no longer the case. I think everyone has the right to choose their future. And reading is the best way to change one's fate. So for you I believe it is reading for yourselves. At this point Zhuang Hua paused, and looked at everyone saying, but we are part of a whole, you are all subjects of my domain. A strong domain benefits you. You become strong, and the domain benefits. So ultimately I believe that I along with you are reading for the rise of the domain. At this point he spoke even more passionately saying, even for the rise of the nation we read. Upon hearing this Wang Yangming stood up and the students also rose as if a light had ignited in their eyes. Everyone strive on. For the domain and also for yourselves. After saying this Zhuang Hua left, but the academy erupted with excitement. This question and answer session in the academy spread throughout the streets and alleys. Lord Zhuang Hua is impressive, he can speak such words that touch the soul. Elena said turning to Midia and asking, Your Highness, has anyone like Lord Zhuang Hua ever appeared in the kingdom? No. Midia shook her head saying, whether in the Ryan kingdom or other countries on the continent, there has never been anyone like him. Even when we were born our teachers told us that nobles are different, and commoners are merely our tools for production, who would care about the future of tools. Elena deeply understood this point. Although she was a witch before her awakening, she was just an ordinary farmer. Farming was the main theme of her life, a legacy carried on by others in her village. As for the nobles, they were always above, they could be knights, officials, or merchants. They lived in luxury, while the commoners were uncertain of their survival. So Zhuang Hua is special, that's why he can accomplish so much. Midia used magic on another furnace, saying as she crafted cement, like now who would have thought that you and I as witches could be treated like normal people here? Exactly. The children read for the rise of the domain. I too will work hard for Lord Zhuang Hua's dream. Elena said, clenching her fists. Seeing this, Midia curiously asked, Elena, do you like Zhuang Hua? Of course I do. When Lord Zhuang Hua saved me from the fire, I thought I had encountered a god. However, I know I am not worthy of him, so as long as I can stay by his side, I am very content. Midia smiled slightly, and did not say much more. Just then she suddenly stood up frowning as she looked outside. Your Highness, what's wrong? Outside there's been a death. Midia's expression turned serious and she quickly walked outside with Elena hurrying to follow. When they arrived at the scene they saw several knights whipping a man there. You lowly commoner, we were just eating one of your loaves, and you dared to chase us for money. Do you even know that by eating your food we were showing you respect? You ungrateful one, if we kill you today, it would be no crime. No please. The man covered in blood cried, this business was arranged by the Lord, you've eaten nearly half, and without money how will my family survive? Please just give me a little, I beg you. Crack. The knight hearing this struck again with his whip and scornfully said, dare to ask for more. You truly seek death. Stop. At that moment Midia arrived, standing in front of the man looking at the group of knights, and saying, what are you doing? Your Highness. The knights seeing Midia knelt on one knee to salute. The leading knight softly said, this man is being unruly, we are just teaching him a lesson for offending your Highness, please forgive us. I am asking you, on what basis are you hitting him? Midia's face turned grim, these people were bullying the weak. Were they even knights? He is just a commoner. The knight mumbled, completely unconcerned. He smirked and said, your Highness, do you intend to punish us for a commoner? I, commoner. At that moment Zhuang Hua's voice emerged, causing the common people and knights present to kneel down. Lord Zhuang Hua. Here Midia held a noble status, but Zhuang Hua was the true master. Zhuang Hua looked at the knight and said coldly, you think you can bully a commoner? You think you can trample on a commoner? Who do you think you are? I. The knight lowered his head. After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, he looked at the other soldiers and said, and you who clearly came from the commoners to join the army, how did you become superior, just because you became a soldier and turned around to bully others? Lord Zhuang Hua, we know we were wrong. Oomph. Zhuang Hua snorted coldly, surveying the surroundings and loudly stating, in my domain within the Ryan kingdom, anyone who dares to break the law will be dealt with according to the law. And the army? Zhuang Hua paused for a moment, the surrounding commoners holding their breath, while the knights and soldiers felt secretly pleased. They were the ones fighting alongside Lord Zhuang Hua, how could he blame them? When I first arrived in Twin Tower City, I established 3 rules. Do you all remember? Zhuang Hua looked at the knights, and others, his gaze icy. Remember. Remember. Zhuang Hua smiled coldly, saying, tell me loudly, what is the 3rd rule? No bullying or disturbing the common people, and not taking even a needle or thread from them. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua said lightly, and if violated, what should the consequence be? Kill. Without mercy. That's all you need to know. In guards. Drag them away and behead them publicly. And having spoken, Zhuang Hua paid no heed to the knights and soldiers' cries. Instead, he turned to face the man who had been bullied. You have suffered greatly. In Lord Zhuang Hua, I suffer no hardship. Only that I long desperately to protect what you entrusted to me. Hearing these words, Zhuang Hua felt a quiet pang in his heart. Most of Shuangta City's populace had migrated there only recently. Merchants traveling across provinces, farmers tilling the soil, weavers laboring at their looms. All had been settled under Xiao He's arrangements. And now his own people were being oppressed by his own army. Clearly military reform had become an urgent necessity. Zhuang Hua. Mythia gazed at him with concern. Don't worry. You mustn't fret. This may well be an isolated incident. It has indeed been rare. This is the first such case in a long while. No. Zhuang Hua shook his head and sighed deeply. Our people understand why they strive, and why they study. But our soldiers do not know for whom they fight, or even whose army they serve. Mythia frowned in confusion. Was it not self-evident? An army belonged to its lord, and fought solely for him. What ambiguity could possibly remain? In time you will understand. Zhuang Hua knew Mythia did not yet grasp it. Turning to Avon beside him, he commanded, summon the entire army, immediately, to the 8th defensive line. I mean every unit. With Anna's and her coven of witches present, even sudden emergencies could be met with instantaneous troop teleportation. No fear of enemy raids. Zhuang Hua was now unifying the entire realm of lean, and military restructuring stood paramount. Only an army bound by shared conviction could unleash true, formidable strength. Yet that conviction must never be directed toward any so-called deity. At the 8th defensive lines training ground in 1,000 cavalry under Iron 1 and 2,000 infantry under Iron 2. 2,000 tiger leopard riders and archers under Chao Fong, 50 elite guards under Long Yin, 3 holy light knights led by Alice, and Brezer the Phantom Knight, as Zhuang Hua's personal bodyguards. Additionally 40 witches led by Catherine and Anna, and 1 sorceress Ilena, were formally integrated into the military ranks. Ilena, what has happened to Lord Zhuang Hua? In a hushed voice Ilena replied. Today in Shuangta City knights and soldiers assaulted an unarmed civilian. Is that not commonplace? To Anna and her peers it would have seemed unnatural not for knights to oppress commoners. Then Lord Zhuang Hua executed every one of those knights and soldiers. Executed? Nana recoiled in shock. Catherine and the others stared wide-eyed. Lords executing peasants was frequent, but slaying knights, that was exceedingly rare. And thus today's assembly was convened. And not only Anna's circle, but also the rank-and-file soldiers wondered why had Lord Zhuang Hua summoned them all. Comrades, Zhuang Hua ascended the command platform and declared in resonant tones, from nothing we have forged an army exceeding 5,000 strong. A journey fraught with hardship and sacrifice. 5,000 troops. Such a force ranked among the mightiest in neighboring realms, some kingdoms, could scarcely muster 500. At that moment pride stirred quietly within every soldier's breast. Yet today a foe seeks to destroy us, and kill. 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 In battle cries erupted. Zhuang Hua waited until silence fell before continuing. This enemy is none other than ourselves. What? In stunned disbelief swept across the ranks. Was he commanding them to turn blade upon themselves? Zhuang Hua offered no explanation, only fixed them with a steady gaze. From the very founding of this army, I established 3 cardinal military codes. These codes were imparted to all who joined thereafter, not as restraints, but as answers to a fundamental question: whose army are you? What kind of army are you? And for what purpose do you fight? Silence blanketed the field. Softly Zhuang Hua continued, this morning 5 knights and soldiers abused their authority and power to assault an unarmed civilian. Their justification was laughable. They refused to pay for food, and when the vendor dared demand payment, they struck him down. To the uninformed they resembled bandits, not soldiers. Zhuang Hua's tone carried grave weight. The field lay utterly still. Many among them had committed similar acts, or at least entertained such thoughts. Now laid bare before all, shame flickered across their faces. Let the past rest. Zhuang Hua said, his voice deepening with solemnity. Now I shall tell you plainly who you truly are. Henceforth our army shall be known as the People's Protection Force. People's Protection Force. Whispers rippled through the ranks. Then understanding dawned. Some already see it clearly. This is the People's Army, and our sole purpose is to protect and pacify the people. Zhuang Hua surveyed them, eyes resolute. I now formally proclaim the 3 disciplines and 8 points of attention. Zhuang Hua himself had devised no original discipline. But why reinvent wisdom when predecessors had already planted shade? He embraced excellence without hesitation. Perhaps in time the crimson banner would fly over every corner of this world. The People's Army, protecting the people, pacifying the land. Nana's gaze shimmered. In that instant, she glimpsed the path Zhuang Hua intended to walk. Ding! Congratulations! Prosperity level has surpassed 20,000. New function unlocked: harmonious weather. Inharmonious weather. A supreme boon, ensuring bountiful harvests and seamless troop movements. With this blessing, natural disasters would vanish from his domain. Yet knowing the system's nature, such a gift would inevitably undergo recalibration. Faith unlocked, non-negotiable. This decree is irrevocable. In harmonious weather as named, balanced winds, and timely rains, abundant harvests. Zhuang Hua dismissed the explanatory text. Only the central phrase mattered. Had the system been locked in contest with another force, once suppressed it now surged forth, uncontainable. System, magnificent, and military reform was undeniably pivotal to territorial development, and choosing the right direction yielded exponential advancement. Moreover, Zhuang Hua composed himself and raised his voice. The People's Protection Force establishes a discipline inspection corps to uphold military law and supervise conduct. Non-AE soldier violating discipline shall face expulsion for minor offenses or public execution for grave ones. Of course, regulations formed only part of the structure. The deeper imperative lay in institutional design. In effective, immediately officer ranks are divided into 10 tiers, enlisted ranks 9. Rank determines privilege. In valor in battle earns merit points and promotion. Even today's lowliest conscript may one day command legions as a general. A clear path to advancement ignited motivation. Then fixing his gaze upon the assembled soldiers, Zhuang Hua proclaimed, "A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is no true soldier." Just as the mobilization concluded, he hurried over and said, "My lord, something terrible has happened. Oliver is dead. Oliver is dead. What kind of bad news is this? He was killed within our territory." My. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Hua furrowed his brows and said, "Everyone is here holding a meeting. Who could have killed him? I suspect that someone does not want him to return." After he finished speaking, Zhuang Hua thought of the possibility that someone wanted to use a knife to kill him or frame him. After all, his reputation is now at its peak, and the princes of the Hill Kingdom might want to eliminate their rivals through his hand. However, he suspected it was more of the latter, framing and scheming against him. Whether it incited the Hill Kingdom to attack him or him to attack the Hill Kingdom, it would benefit certain individuals. Who could it be? Zhuang Hua pondered over his enemies. Was it the church? Or perhaps the Our Kingdom? It seemed that only these two possibilities existed. He had not been out for long and had offended few people. Is it you? Zhuang Hua thought of Leon, who had conspired against him with Charles. Now that he was rising, they must be afraid of his retribution. So they simply killed Oliver to stir up hatred between himself and the Hill Kingdom, or even the allied forces. In this way, they not only had a chance for revenge, but could also divert attention away from themselves. "Scott, we need to visit the Kelly Kingdom." "My lord, could it be the Kelly Kingdom's doing?" He couldn't help but ask, but Zhuang Hua shook his head and said, "They don't have the guts or the strength to do that. I just want to ask King Kelly a few things. You don't need to worry about this. Just send Oliver's body back, and also inform the Hill Kingdom about the money Oliver owes us. If they don't send it, we will go and take it." He twitched his mouth. Doing so might solidify their guilt. Yes. But as a loyal minister, he only needed to execute orders. Meanwhile, Zhuang Hua had already taken off. In the Kelly Palace, King Roll looked at Queen Mia and sighed. Now that Zhuang Hua has become increasingly powerful, he can actually muster over 20,000 heavy infantry. It's truly terrifying. Back then you offended him. He won't retaliate against us, will he? He shouldn't, right? Mia felt a bit guilty. Although she was a strong-willed queen, she still felt somewhat powerless in the face of Zhuang Hua. "We have already prepared 100,000 gold coins. If he seeks revenge, why would he need money?" "What you said?" Just as Roll felt relieved, he saw Zhuang Hua riding a dragon, followed by Alice and Scott descending. "Queen, they have arrived." Roll swallowed hard, smiling bitterly. "Our palace looks like the other's back garden. Why was I so reckless?" Mia opened her mouth, and she regretted it too. But now that things had happened, there was nothing she could do but resign herself to fate and say, "Take good care of him, perhaps we'll be fine." Roll nodded. After Zhuang Hua landed, he stepped forward respectfully and said, "Count Zhuang Hua, welcome to the Kelly Kingdom. The gold coins have been prepared. I was just about to send them over." "Thank you, but I am here to see the queen today." Mia was taken aback, asking herself. Zhuang Hua smiled at Roll and said, "King Roll, may I borrow the queen to discuss something private?" "No objections, right?" Roll's expression was awkward. His queen was still beautiful, and despite having Wei, she was still well-maintained. Moreover, she even had a certain charm. But now that Zhuang Hua had spoken, he dared not refuse. "Of course, Queen, if Count Zhuang Hua wishes to know something, you may inform him truthfully." "All right." Mia nodded and led Zhuang Hua to a secret room. "My lord Zhuang Hua, this place is absolutely quiet and will not be disturbed by anyone. Ask whatever you wish." "Oliver is dead," Zhuang Hua said bluntly. "It was the Our Kingdom that sent someone to do it on my territory." Mia's eyes flashed with a hint of terror as she explained, "Count Zhuang Hua, I had no knowledge of this matter. Our Kelly Kingdom absolutely did not participate." "I believe you." Zhuang Hua smiled and said, "However, Leon is your nephew. You once dealt with me." So, I want you to contact Leon and inform him that Oliver was killed by him. Ooh, I will remember this. Are you saying that Leon did this? Zhuang Hua stared into her eyes and sneered. Otherwise, for the sake of making the Hill Kingdom and the allied forces deal with me, he has certainly put in a lot of effort. How is that possible? Queen, what if I directly lead an army into the Our Kingdom and kill the entire Our royal family? What would that be like? No. Mia panicked and pleaded. Zhuang Hua, it was Leon who made the mistake. Please spare the Our royal family. Zhuang Hua laughed. Queen, you don't think that Leon could kill Oliver without using the power of the Our Kingdom, do you? But, Queen, you wouldn't want the Our royal family to be destroyed because of Leon, would you, eh? Mia gritted her teeth looking at Zhuang Hua trembling and asked, Zhuang Hua, what do you want me to do? Queen, I know you can directly contact King Our and tell him to kill Leon and Charles using their heads to redeem themselves. I can let the Our Kingdom be. Otherwise, not a single one will be left from the Our royal family. As he spoke, he gripped Mia's chin and sneered, including you. Mia gritted her teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, but Zhuang Hua now only instilled fear in her, making it impossible for her to feel anger. I am telling you this in the secret room to give you face, hoping you can be sensible. Zhuang Hua released his hand and said indifferently, I don't want to wait too long, I will give you 10 days. If I don't see the heads, I will mobilize my troops. Zhuang Hua said coldly. I wonder how many troops the Our Kingdom can withstand. After saying that, he left. Mia was drenched in cold sweat. Upon exiting the secret room, she saw Roll waiting cautiously there, and ran over when he saw Zhuang Hua. Count Zhuang Hua, did the discussion go well? It was fine. Zhuang Hua said indifferently. But for a kingdom like Kelly that lacks the power to protect itself, aren't you worried about being swallowed up? Because of the church. Roll laughed, and said, we are all blessed by the gods, who our throne was also crowned by the church. Generally, no kingdom would risk offending the church to swallow us up. Because of the church. Zhuang Hua chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Chaos is about to come. King Roll should prepare early. Farewell. After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, he mounted his dragon and soared into the sky. Only Roll stood there somewhat puzzled. What did Zhuang Hua mean by this? Was he threatening him, intending to take action against the Kelly Kingdom? Your Majesty, what is it? Nothing, Queen. Why are you sweating so much? In the sky, Alice asked in confusion, Master, will the Queen really let the Our Kingdom take action to kill its own prince? What I want is not for them to take action, but for them to know that I know. Seeing her confusion, Zhuang Hua explained, whether they kill Leon or not, I will take action. However, if they know I am going to take action against them, the Our Kingdom will act against us to protect Leon. If the enemy strikes first, we can defend ourselves and counterattack. Who can find fault in that? Everything is to have a justified reason for our actions. But what if they kill Leon? Alice suddenly spoke up, which made Zhuang Hua pause. He frowned and said, a tiger does not eat its own cubs. They shouldn't be that ruthless, right? If that were the case, how could they have the guts to kill Oliver? It seemed so, and Alice did not ask further, but it reminded Zhuang Hua that this was not impossible. However, if they kill him, it would prove that Oliver was killed by them, and the Hill Kingdom would certainly not let the Our Kingdom go unpunished. One must find a way to profit from the situation. However, the immediate priority is to return and inherit the Leon Kingdom, and this name must be changed. It does not sound good. As a descendant of Yan and Huang, he believes that the name of the country should reflect the appropriate grandeur. Naming it after a surname is rather unappealing. Inheriting the kingdom. That's wonderful. Lance looked at Zhuang Hua, his face filled with excitement. However, our Leon Kingdom currently has no church, so this coronation ceremony might be difficult to carry out. The coronation ceremony is the right granted by the church to legitimize the king, symbolizing the legitimacy of the throne in this world. However, Zhuang Hua was indifferent, saying, my throne does not require a coronation. I am the legitimate ruler. Under heaven, all land is the king's. On the shores of the land, all subjects belong to the king. Zhuang Hua's words left Lance silent. Zhuang Hua appeared more kingly than any other king. In the past, they were like mere administrators, while the Pope of the Church seemed like the true king. Then, a simple enthronement ceremony will suffice, and by the way, I want to change the country's name. Hearing this request, Lance nodded, and said, now that you are the king, calling it Leon Kingdom seems inappropriate. What should it be called? The surname Zhuang only has one character, and it seems there is no single character name for a country. Let's call it the Great Qin. The Great Qin Kingdom. Lance read it carefully, but Zhuang Hua shook his head, saying it's not a kingdom, it's the Great Qin Empire. Empire. Lance's eyes lit up, but soon he shook his head, saying, in the history of the continent, empires are rare, and all are powerful nations that swept across the continent. No worries. Zhuang Hua smiled, and said the Great Qin Empire aims to sweep across the nations and unify the world. Lance said little more. He had heard of the battles on the front lines, and Zhuang Hua had the confidence to say such things. However, he whispered, what about you and Midia? When the great cause is not yet achieved, how can one think of settling down? What do you mean? Zhuang Hua was good in every way, but sometimes he struggled to understand certain words. It means that since my career is still on the rise and I haven't settled down, how can I think of starting a family? But rest assured, I am a responsible man. I believe that. Lance had seen how far Zhuang Hua had come, otherwise he would not have entrusted the kingdom to him. Moreover, recent reforms had rapidly developed the national power, which made him feel quite gratified. If that's the case, let's proceed according to your plan. The next day, Zhuang Hua carried out a simple enthronement ceremony, which was to inform the nobles and citizens of the former Lian kingdom that the kingdom had changed hands. Moreover, the country was officially changed to the Great Qin Empire. On this day, Zhuang Hua promulgated the laws, systems, and national policies of the Great Qin Empire. These not only protected the rights of the common people, but also provided new benefits to the nobles, even though those privileges were gone. Yet they could still live prosperous lives. As for seizing the rich and redistributing the land, he did not do that. Such actions are not suitable for the national conditions of this world. After completing these, Zhuang Hua received the first visiting envoy. An envoy from the Our Kingdom. Your Majesty, I represent the Our Kingdom to pay my respects to you. Hehe. Zhuang Hua replied nonchalantly, Envoy, may I ask why you have come to my Great Qin? We cannot fulfill your request, but our king does not wish to be enemies with Lian. No. The Great Qin Empire. We can offer compensation. Hehe. Zhuang Hua laughed as he looked at the envoy, saying, do you not know what it means for the royal family of the Hill Kingdom to die on our territory? War? Zhuang Hua looked at the envoy with disdain, saying, because of your Our Kingdom's foolish actions, war is about to break out. You say you can compensate. What can you offer in compensation? The envoy's face turned pale as he forced a smile, and said, at this point Our Kingdom will mediate with the Hill Kingdom and will never allow a war to break out. Easier said than done. Zhuang Hua was silent for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth, and said, there is a way to resolve this once and for all. What way? Let the Hill Kingdom know that it was your Our Kingdom that killed Oliver. Impossible. The envoy waved his hands repeatedly seriously, saying, your Majesty, there are other solutions to this matter. Then bring me the heads of Leon and Charles. That's the only way. The envoy hesitated. He could not agree to such a condition. However, just outside, Alot said seriously, your Majesty, the envoy from the Hill Kingdom has arrived. The envoy from the Hill Kingdom. Zhuang Hua was not surprised. He looked at the envoy from the Our Kingdom and smiled, saying, if you can't make a decision, please go back. I want to see if the Hill Kingdom wants to know the truth. They'll go back and ask the king for a decision. Zhuang Hua curled his lips and then waved his hand, saying, let the envoy from the Hill Kingdom in. Yes. Soon a familiar figure walked in. It's an old acquaintance. Your Majesty. Lord Wilbur, it seems you've been doing well lately. You've gained some weight. This guy thought to himself, but still politely said, your Majesty, I represent the Hill Kingdom to first congratulate you on becoming the new king. No. Not a king. Zhuang Hua looked at Wilbur, shaking his head and saying, you should know that our Great Qin is an empire. You should call me your Majesty the Emperor. With such a small territory, how dare you claim to be an emperor? Wilbur did not argue, but did not respond either. He said seriously, apart from celebrating the Great Qin, our Hill Kingdom demands an explanation from your Majesty regarding Oliver's death. Zhuang Hua nodded, but he was indifferent, saying, I can provide an explanation, but the 500,000 gold coins signed by Oliver, you should settle that for me, right? That money our country does not recognize. Hehe. Zhuang Hua took out a promissory note, saying disdainfully, Lord Wilbur, Oliver's note is right here. You won't acknowledge it, will you? Is there a receipt? A pang of fear struck Weir's heart. What exactly has Oliver done here? Your Majesty, Lord Oliver died on your territory. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Then that's a denial. Zhuang Hua put away the receipt and said lightly, as for the matter of Oliver, it's even more ridiculous. Where he encountered trouble is his own issue. After all, he has made many enemies through his daily schemes, and it is only natural to have some foes. At this point he looked at Weir and said, it is even possible that Earl Weir was killed by enemies on his way back. This can only be blamed on your many enemies and your weak protective forces. No one else can be blamed. Weir's eyes widened. He felt that Zhuang Hua was threatening him, but he had no evidence. Moreover, how could this explanation hold? In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, your Majesty, aren't you afraid of retaliation from our kingdom of Sierra? Earl Weir, have you forgotten? I have already made my stance clear toward you. As I say this, I stand up and sneer. If you wish to retaliate, then do so. My Great Qin Empire has never feared anyone. Those who dare to offend my Great Qin shall be punished no matter how far they are. After finishing, he looked at Weir with a cold smile and said, I won't kill you today. Go back and tell your king that if you do not recognize this 500,000, I will personally come to collect it. I believe that day is not far off. After finishing, he turned around and waved his hand, saying, see him off. After we're left, Zhuang Hua finally allowed Tai Yi and others to enter and made arrangements. Chao Feng remained stationed at Beastman Ridge while also searching for leopard troops to train the tiger and leopard cavalry. Tyre's infantry was stationed at the 8th defense line, while also responsible for training the infantry. Tyre's cavalry began to engage in battle against the kingdom of Aol. Indeed, he would wait one more day. If the kingdom of Aol did not act, he would take the initiative to strike. As for the distant kingdom of Kelly, Zhuang Hua believed they would not and dared not obstruct him. Your Majesty, Xiao He and Eli Te quickly stood up and said, Your Majesty, as the ruler of the Great Qin Empire, how can you personally take risks? Since ancient times has there ever been an emperor who personally leads troops into battle? Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the history of this continent. Zhuang Hua said with spirited confidence, Since I have chosen the path of the empire, then warfare will be. The two wanted to speak further, but Zhuang Hua waved his hand and said, Eli Te, you are an old minister, and Xiao He, you are a capable minister. Whether I can achieve victory on the front lines depends on whether you can stabilize the rear of the empire. The empire I entrust to you. Saying this, Zhuang Hua performed a noble gesture. Seeing this, the two were moved to tears and said, Your Majesty, rest assured we will not let you down even at the cost of our lives. Thus the internal affairs of the Great Qin Empire were settled, and the next step was external expansion. In addition to the Imperial Guards, Zhuang Hua also brought Elena and Anna. Elena was a medical officer and secretary, while Anna was an army deployment officer. Almost every team is equipped with a mid-level witch, so they can teleport to the battlefield at any time. Your Majesty, the cavalry camp is assembled. Tai Yi was the first heavy cavalry summoned by Zhuang Hua. From being homeless at first to now occupying it, they have formed a unique bond. Set out. Naturally, the news of their army departing could not be hidden from the kingdom of Kelly. Roar nervously asked, Queen, why is Zhuang Hua attacking the kingdom of OL? Do you know the inside story? Mia gritted her teeth. She had clearly informed her brother of the stakes. However, the kingdom of AOL still insisted on protecting Leon. Didn't they know about the war on the Golan Prairie? I don't know, but this has nothing to do with our kingdom of Kelly. Your Majesty, you need not worry. Roar pouted. How could he not worry? The kingdom of AOL and the kingdom of Kelly were nations united. Now Zhuang Hua's army was swaggering through the territory of the kingdom of Kelly. Those who didn't know would think that the kingdom of Kelly had already become part of the Great Qin. Roar recalled Zhuang Hua's words from back then and hesitated, saying, Queen, should we mobilize our troops to join the kingdom of AOL to take down Zhuang Hua? He made a throat-cutting gesture. This startled Mia. No. She remembered Zhuang Hua's words. If the royal family of AOL were slaughtered, she would also be included. If the kingdom of Kelly truly participated in the encirclement against him, there would be no room for maneuver. She knew that when Duke Timmy brought 100 knights, he believed victory was assured, but Zhuang Hua had secretly ambushed 500 heavy infantry at an unknown time. Now Zhuang Hua seemed to have brought only 1,000 cavalry, but who knew how many troops were hidden in the dark? In the battle on the prairie, the numbers reached an astonishing 20,000. What should we do? Your Majesty, we not only cannot deal with Zhuang Hua, but we must also bring troops to support him. Roar was left in a daze by these words. How could he not understand? Queen, you are a princess of the kingdom of AOL, right? Mia nodded. Seeing this, Roar cautiously asked, Then why are we turning around to deal with the kingdom of AOL? Mia felt reluctant, but survival was more important than anything. She gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, after Zhuang Hua inherits the kingdom of Leon, he will change the kingdom into an empire. Do you think he will spare us those kingdoms? Then shouldn't we unite our strength and confront him together? Mia shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, Zhuang Hua's power has surpassed us too much. Even joining forces with the kingdom of AOL will not be enough to deal with him. Instead, we should seize this opportunity to join early. At that time, Your Majesty could still become a contributor to the Great Qin Empire. Otherwise, our royal family of Kelly can only end up as corpses among the dead. Roar's face turned ugly as he complained, Mia, I've tolerated your nonsense for long enough. Now you want to give the kingdom of Kelly to Zhuang Hua. What did you two say or do that day in the secret chamber? Mia immediately reacted to this question and angrily said, Roar, you actually doubt me. Don't you know that Zhuang Hua is the same age as Wei Wei? So what? Now you are so lowly, aren't you doing it for Zhuang Hua? Mia retorted angrily. I'm trying to find a way out for you. Enough. Roar waved his hand, ordering people to take Mia away, coldly saying, Keep a close watch on the queen. She is not allowed to step out of the palace without my command. After saying this, Roar went to the study where a knight had been waiting for a long time. Timmy, are you ready? Timmy knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Zhuang Hua seeks to claim the throne, and we will never agree. I have gathered 100 knights and 5,000 soldiers. We can strike down Zhuang Hua at any time. Roar nodded. He was the king and could never become a minister of another. Timmy, I have already communicated with the kingdom of AOL. If Great Qin succeeds, it will become your kingdom. If we fail, you and I will become demons in hell together. Your Majesty, we are approaching the border of the Our Kingdom ahead. Zhuang Hua nodded. He directly activated the regional map, instantly illuminating an area that had never appeared before. Beneath his feet was the range of a border town of the Kelly Kingdom, and to the north lay the Our Kingdom. It must be said that the Our Kingdom is several times larger than the Kelly Kingdom. Even a 100-kilometer radius cannot encompass the capital of the Our Kingdom. However, looking at the city's glowing red and the clear routes, it seems that the Our Kingdom has confirmed its intention to go to war, otherwise it would not be like this. The attitude of the Our Kingdom did not surprise him, but in an instant the Kelly Kingdom, which had been green, turned into red units. Master, what happened? The Kelly Kingdom is rebelling. After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, Alice instantly became furious. She drew her holy sword and said coldly, "Why don't we eliminate the Kelly Kingdom first, and then take down the Our Kingdom?" Zhuang Hua shook his head. At least for now, the Kelly Kingdom hadn't made a move, and he wanted the people to accept him after taking down the Kelly Kingdom. Such actions cannot be taken without justification. I think in this first battle the Kelly Kingdom will intervene. That will be the Kelly Kingdom's end. After Zhuang Hua finished speaking, he knew that Rolke certainly did not have the courage to face him alone. He must be secretly colluding with the Our Kingdom, and he began to sneer. Since that's the case, he should not hold back. Originally, he wanted to liberate the Kelly Kingdom peacefully, but now it seems unnecessary. Set up camp and be alert. Tomorrow, Zhuang Hua sneered, if the Our Kingdom cannot produce the head of Leon, we will begin the siege. Understood. However, all he had here were cavalry, but he was not worried because he still had the mercenary system. The soldier token could also summon them. 500 heavy infantry to deal with a surprise attack from the Kelly Kingdom. He was not worried about losing. Moreover, with Scott patrolling in the air, any movement would be detected immediately. Night. Our Kingdom Royal Palace. The King of Our looked very grim upon hearing his subordinates report. Father, this Zhuang Hua is truly arrogant. Oh, does he really think we are easy to bully? Leon looked troubled. However, the King of Our did not say much. He asked, have you seen clearly? Zhuang Hua only brought 1,000 people, among which there are only 150 knights. Indeed, although the heavy cavalry summoned by the system was less than 100 with the additional knights who had surrendered from the Kelly Kingdom, there were already 150. Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. But the man hesitated for a moment and continued, the other cavalry, although not heavy armored, are also wearing light armor, looking quite elite. Hee. The King of Our chuckled lightly and sneered as expected, a boastful person thinking that my Our Kingdom can be compared to a small country like the Kelly Kingdom. With just 1,000 people, no matter how elite, can he defeat 5,000? Can he defeat 10,000? After the King of Our thought it through, he looked at Leon and said, this matter was your doing, so you should be responsible for resolving it. I will give you 5,000 troops, and along with the forces prepared by the Kelly Kingdom, you should be able to handle them. With an army of 10,000 against Zhuang Hua's mere 1,000, the advantage is ours. Father, rest assured, I will ensure they return without success. Go. Leon became excited. He had been terrified for the past 2 days after hearing the news from his Aunt Mia. After all, Zhuang Hua had just achieved a shocking victory, defeating tens of thousands of beastmen, causing the beastmen of the Gaolon Prairie to become lost dogs. However, after their envoy's investigation, no large troop movements were found within the territory of the Qin dynasty. At most, there were only about 5,000. With such strength, it was far from what was rumored. If the Our Kingdom really backed down now, it would become a lap. Contact the Kelly Kingdom and prepare to take action. Early morning. System summon the knights. Ding. Successfully summoned 10 heavy cavalry. 10. Zhuang Hua was overjoyed. He had already had enough of summoning one a day these past few days, and now this was a super critical hit. If this continues, his 10,000 heavy cavalry regiment would be formed in no time. What a pity. Just then Alice suddenly opened her eyes and said, Master Scott has returned. Scott's return only meant one thing: the Kelly Kingdom's forces were preparing to take action. Let him in. Master. The Kelly Kingdom has Duke Timmy leading 5,000 troops who have quietly arrived at the border town. Moreover, the Our Kingdom also has 5,000 troops gathering. I suspect they want to launch a night raid. A night raid? Zhuang Hua shook his head. With only 1,000 men, they still resorted to such tactics. However, facing an enemy that was fully committed, this should be the attitude of a normal person. Alright, send the order to Tai, letting the brothers be ready for battle at any time. Charging into 5,000 with 1,000 may seem crazy, but Zhuang Hua's forces did not care at all. Although they were only 1,000 strong with Elena as the super healer and Anna as powerful support, they were not afraid at all. As long as they didn't die, they could survive, and even if they died, there would be substantial compensation. Moreover, surviving would bring achievements. Who wouldn't want to rise to a higher position? Master, what about the Kelly Kingdom? I have my own arrangements. After speaking, Zhuang Hua had already finished dressing. It was impossible for him to rest tonight. As expected, an hour later, shouts of killing came from the opposite side. Isn't this a night raid? Zhuang Hua was also stunned. The The first point of a night raid is to maintain silence and catch the enemy off guard. But the Our Kingdom exposed itself so blatantly. Oh, was this still a night raid? Forget it. Anna, Zhuang Hua said blandly, illuminate the battlefield for me. Yes. Anna stepped forward. Her robe fluttered in the wind, and then she pointed her staff toward the sky. With a loud bang, a huge fireball appeared in the sky. The light of that fireball instantly illuminated the entire battlefield, revealing the figures of Leon and the others. Charge! Upon seeing this, Tai immediately launched an assault, and behind them Elena had already begun healing spells. What's going on? Leon was startled by the sudden turn of events, but looking at Tai and others rushing over, he sneered, 5,000 against 1,000, the advantage is mine. Everyone charge. Kill them. The troops behind Leon also charged, but they looked back at Leon, who remained stationary with disappointment in their eyes. As a member of royalty, and having once been the knight captain of the allied defense line, he didn't even dare to charge with them. It was too shameful for nobility. However, at that moment, Scott's dragon hovering in the sky moved. There's a dragon. They have a dragon.